My mother, in the late stages of cancer, held a fervent wish before her passing to witness the union of myself and Gu Ting in marriage. After much pleading, Gu Ting consented to the wedding, granting my mother the peace she sought before her departure. However, on the day of the ceremony, the groom was conspicuously absent. I dialed his number repeatedly, but each attempt went unanswered. I became the subject of ridicule at my own wedding, while my mother, infuriated, coughed up blood and left this world with a heavy heart filled with regret. Preoccupied with the arrangements for my mother's funeral, I had no time to investigate his whereabouts. It was not until the following day that a friend sent me a screenshot of a social media post. My husband was embracing another woman, his face beaming with affection. Chapter 1. Could it be that you are pregnant? From this day forth, a new life begins. While awaiting my examination results at the hospital, I stumbled upon a post from Gu Ting's White Moonlight, Lu Qingwan, showcasing her divorce certificate along with a proclamation of rebirth. Lost in thought, I was suddenly jolted by the cheerful voice of the doctor. "Miss Chiao, congratulations, you are pregnant." I looked up in disbelief, joy washing over me in overwhelming waves. After a year of trying, I was finally expecting Gu Ting's child. Gazing down at my abdomen, I gently caressed it, my heart a blend of joy and bittersweet melancholy. I had never anticipated that the long-awaited child would coincide with the rebirth of the White Moonlight. "Congratulations, Miss Chiao." The nurse, who had grown familiar with my frequent visits, genuinely rejoiced for me. "You should share this wonderful news with your husband. He will surely be elated," I nodded, my face radiant with joy, gently caressing my abdomen. "Yes, this child is something he has longed for as well. For future prenatal checkups, your husband must accompany you. You are now the family's most precious treasure. No matter how demanding his work, it cannot compare to your well-being," the nurse said, advocating for me with a beaming smile. Throughout the year, I had been attending prenatal appointments on my own, despite the fact that there were no issues with my health. Previously, the doctor had suggested that the problem might stem from Gu Ting, my husband, suspecting he had asthenozoospermia, and had recommended that he also undergo examination. However, mindful of Gu Ting's pride, I had pleaded with the doctor to prescribe ovulation-stimulating medication, yet there had been no progress. But, unexpectedly, after a full year, I was finally pregnant. Overjoyed and thrilled, I bid farewell to the doctor and nurse, and then, holding the pregnancy test results, I started to go outside, eager to rush to Gu Ting's company and share the news with him immediately. However, just as I reached my car, my phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. It was a call from my mother. I pursed my lips, took a deep breath, and answered the phone with a cheerful tone. "Hello, Mom." "Xia Xia, didn't you say you were coming to the hospital with Gu Ting today? When will you arrive? I've asked your older brother to wait for you both at the entrance." My mother's frail yet gentle voice came through the receiver. Ever since my mother was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, she had been hoping that Gu Ting and I would have a wedding ceremony. I was her only concern. Although I have obtained a marriage certificate with Gu Ting, we have yet to hold a wedding due to the grave illness of his father. I have conveyed to my mother that the marriage certificate holds legal validity, far surpassing the significance of a mere wedding ceremony. However, in her eyes, the wedding is of paramount importance. Aside from family gatherings with the Gu family, Gu Ting seldom takes me out. She is acutely aware that her health is deteriorating, and thus wishes to witness our wedding before she departs from this world. In order to grant her peace of mind, I mustered the courage to beseech Gu Ting. Fortunately, he consented, and we have been diligently preparing for the ceremony in recent days. "Mother, you need not trouble my elder brother with constant trips. We shall call him once we arrive." "Very well. Travel safely. If Gu Ting is too occupied with work, do not press him too hard. It is perfectly fine if you come to see me on your own." My mother expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, Mother. Gu Ting has promised to accompany me to the hospital. He will not break his word." "That is good to hear, truly good." After concluding the call, I turned and opened the car door. The driver had been waiting for some time. "Take me to the company." However, the driver hesitated, seemingly uncertain. "Madam, isn't it true that Mr. Gu prefers you not to frequent the company?" I gently caressed my abdomen, smiling as I replied, "I have urgent matters to discuss with him." But the driver remained apprehensive. "Perhaps you should call Mr. Gu?" My smile waned slightly, yet I understood the driver's concerns. After all, Gu Ting is the one who disburses his wages, not myself. Furthermore, Gu Ting prefers that I not disrupt his work by frequently visiting the company. As I deliberated whether to forewarn Gu Ting with a call or surprise him, my phone chimed with an incoming call from him. An overwhelming surge of joy welled up within me as I hastily pressed the answer button. "Husband, I Before I could complete my greeting, a composed, masculine voice resonated through the receiver. "I'll be working late tonight, so I'll be home later than usual. Please have dinner without waiting for me." Then, "Husband, my words were cut short by a soft exclamation from the other end. A woman's voice. "Occupied, we'll call later." Without awaiting my reply, Gu Ting promptly disconnected the call, leaving a persistent beeping in my ear. My heart convulsed sharply, and a heavy weight seemed to settle upon my chest, causing a stifling unease that left me breathless. An image of Lu Qingwan's earlier announcement of a new beginning resurfaced in my mind. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, I opened Lu Qingwan's Moments and discovered a recent update. Visiting set accompanying the caption was a photograph of a man standing before a vast, floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call. Despite it being a mere silhouette, I recognized him instantly. It was my husband, Gu Ting. He was presently in the company of Lu Qingwan. The headquarters of Gu Group majestically stood in the most bustling commercial district of Jingdu. As I arrived at the company, I couldn't help but notice a strikingly beautiful face scrolling across the LED screen of the Gu Group building. It was none other than the renowned actress Lu Qingwan, who happened to be my husband Gu Ting's childhood sweetheart, his white moonlight, and also the spokesperson for the Gu Group's products. Stepping out of the car, a faint smile tinged with bitterness crept onto my lips. Gu Ting had never been fond of my frequent visits to the company, fearing they would interrupt his work. Consequently, in our 2 years of marriage, my visits had been few and far between, leaving me blissfully unaware of such developments, and it seemed no one would ever inform me. "Madam, what brings you here?" As I ascended the stairs, my assistant Lin Bei approached, his face betraying a hint of unease. "President Gu is in a meeting. Shall I take you to the lounge to wait for him?" "No need, I will wait for him in his office." Upon pushing open the door to Gu Ting's office, I was greeted by the very visage I had seen on the LED screen moments before. Lu Qingwan was indeed here. "Who are you?" Lu Qingwan gazed at me in astonishment. She must have just finished her work engagements, her exquisite makeup and elegant gown accentuating her figure flawlessly. I scanned the room but found Gu Ting absent. "You must be Xia Xia." She finally recognized me, her laughter ringing out like that of a gracious hostess. With unpretentious ease, she informed me of my husband's whereabouts. "Are you here to see Gu Ting?" "He has gone to a meeting." I ignored her and turned to Lin Bei, who was standing by the door. "When will Gu Ting return?" Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my calm demeanor. "He should be back around 10, in about half an hour." I nodded and proceeded directly to Gu Ting's desk. "Then I shall wait for him here." Lu Qingwan, taken aback by my complete disregard, seemed unfazed. She casually crossed her legs on the sofa and continued playing her game. Before long, the office door swung open, and Gu Ting, freshly emerged from a meeting, stepped inside. Today, he was clad in a bespoke deep gray suit, which accentuated his noble and handsome appearance. However, upon seeing me, he furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What brings you here?" Suppressing the emotions bubbling inside me and unwilling to appear vulnerable before Lu Qingwan, I affectionately linked my arm with his. "I missed you and wanted to come see you." Gu Ting cast a brief glance at my hand but offered no further comment. I instinctively glanced at Lu Qingwan, only to find her gaze fixed on my arm entwined with Gu Ting's. A fleeting expression crossed her face, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. I withdrew my gaze, took a deep breath, and smiled, preparing to assert my claim and share the joyous news of my pregnancy with Gu Ting. "Honey, before I could utter the words pregnant, Lu Qingwan suddenly interrupted with a gasp, and moments later, a loud crash echoed as a glass shattered on the floor. "I apologize," my grip faltered. Lu Qingwan uttered, stooping to gather the fragments scattered on the floor. Observing her actions, Gu Ting's countenance underwent a subtle shift. Almost instinctively, he relinquished my hand, exclaiming, "Do not move." Ouch. At that moment, Lu Qingwan, who was kneeling to retrieve the shards, abruptly retracted her hand, her brow furrowed as she cradled her finger, from which crimson droplets of blood began to emerge. "Did I not caution you? Refrain from touching it." Gu Ting's brow furrowed deeply, his tone laced with admonishment, yet he reached out to grasp her finger, remarking, "Why must you handle things so clumsily, shattering the glass? Oh, why must you be so severe?" Lu Qingwan retorted, a trace of defiance in her voice, tinged with a hint of boyish candor, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "It was not intentional." Meanwhile, my hand remained suspended in midair, still retaining the residual warmth of Gu Ting's touch. I stood there, petrified, observing their oblivious interaction. In this tableau, I seemed to be the superfluous element. A decade of secret admiration, 2 years of matrimony, I had always believed that Gu Ting's disposition was inherently aloof and detached, yet, I had never imagined that his face could betray such anxiety and concern. Evidently, the distinction between love and indifference is so palpable. Husband, should we not escort Miss Lu to the hospital? If we delay, the wound may begin to heal. I could not help but interject, my words laced with barely concealed derision. Gu Ting seemed to realize that his earlier actions were somewhat inappropriate. He furrowed his brow and cast a glance my way before releasing Lu Qingwan's hand. At your age, you ought to be more composed in your actions. Lu Qingwan chuckled lightly, giving him a teasing look. Oh, come now. You've always been overly dramatic whenever you see me get hurt. Even Xia is feeling a bit jealous. As she spoke, she approached me with a radiant smile, yet there was an endearing boyishness to her demeanor. Xia, don't hold it against Gu Ting. He has been looking after me since childhood. After being married to him for so long, you must know that he tends to exaggerate everything. I forced a smile, my lips curving stiffly, yet inside, I felt as though a gaping wound had opened, letting in an icy wind. The Gu Ting who was with me was not like this. Witnessing his concern for Lu Qingwan had pierced my heart like a sharp thorn. Well then, I have an engagement to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not intrude on your display of affection. With that, Lu Qingwan picked up her bag from the sofa and strode out without looking back. Lin Balian, who had been waiting by the door, promptly escorted her out and shut the office door behind them. The spacious room now felt stiflingly confined. My chest tightened, and I felt a wave of discomfort in my stomach. What's the matter? Are you truly jealous? Just then, Gu Ting leaned in closer, and I instinctively turned away, catching a whiff of his scent mingled with the fragrance of cosmetics. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within me, compelling me to dash toward the restroom. I leaned over the sink, succumbing to a fit of dry heaves. Xia. Gu Ting observed me with a furrowed brow. Could it be that you are pregnant? Chapter 2, I have become that infertile person. Ignoring the tumult within my stomach, I instinctively raised my gaze to meet his. No. Yet before I could formulate a response, Gu Ting suddenly furrowed his brow, dismissing his own thoughts with a resolute declaration, you cannot possibly be pregnant. I was at a loss as to how he arrived at such a conclusion, but amidst my bewilderment, a wave of relief washed over me. Just half an hour prior, I had been eager to share the joyous news of my pregnancy with him, and now. I lowered my head, took a sip of water to rinse my mouth, and remained silent. Gu Ting reached for a nearby towel and handed it to me, his brow slightly furrowed. I know you have always wanted a child, but you must not torment your body in this manner. After all, medicine can be harmful. Instinctively, I looked up at him. The bright light of the bathroom cascaded down upon his handsome face, casting deep shadows in the hollows of his eyes, while his brow and lashes obscured part of the light, rendering his gaze even more profound and enigmatic. This was Gu Ting, the man I had secretly adored for a decade, whose essence filled the pages of my youthful diaries. Had this concern been expressed in the past, I would have been overwhelmed with joy. But now. Xia, there are certain matters you should not conceal from me. Stop tormenting yourself. I was taken aback, still trying to comprehend. What? The prescription you asked me to fetch this morning was seen by Qingwan. Qingwan. The affectionate name, uttered from Gu Ting's lips, pierced my ears like shards of ice. However, Gu Ting remained composed and spoke in a deep voice, asserting that those were merely ovulation-inducing medications, intended solely for individuals facing difficulties in conception. Yet, when I inquired previously, you had told me they were merely vitamins and nutrients. Was it Lu Qingwan who mentioned this? I interrupted him, but as I opened my mouth, I realized my voice was thick and hoarse. Gu Ting frowned, seemingly displeased with my focus, noting that she had stumbled upon it unintentionally, rather than deliberately. I never anticipated that, at this juncture, Gu Ting's primary concern would be to provide an explanation for Lu Qingwan, to exonerate her. A tumult of emotion surged within me, nearly overwhelming my composure. No wonder Gu Ting had been so certain that I could not conceive. It was because Lu Qingwan had informed him that those medications were only taken by those who struggle with fertility, and Gu Ting believed her without question. Thus, I gazed directly into his eyes and asked, do you also believe that I cannot conceive? Gu Ting raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback by my demeanor. Typically, I presented myself as gentle and considerate before him, even when I occasionally displayed a bit of petulance, it was merely for amusement. This assertive stance was indeed a first. Was it not? Gu Ting's brow furrowed in mild irritation. During this period, I had been frequenting the hospital every few days, taking pills as though they were commonplace. Do you truly think such matters can remain concealed? I stood there, bewildered, feeling as though the struggles I had endured over the past year were utterly absurd and laughable. I was aware that Gu Ting possessed a proud and stern disposition, therefore, I endeavored to keep matters regarding his reproductive capabilities hidden whenever possible. In my daily life, I consume a plethora of medications, enduring the scorn and ridicule of many who mockingly assert that Gu Ting has married a hen that cannot lay eggs. Nevertheless, I strive with all my might to safeguard his pride as a man. Yet, in the end, I have become the one labeled as infertile. My vision inexplicably blurs. And it feels as though my heart is gripped tightly by an unseen force, leaving me breathless. This is the man I have cherished for a full 12 years. You inquire why I take these medications. Allow me to explain, but before I can finish my thought, a knock at the door interrupts me. And the door is pushed open. I do apologize for intruding, I hope I am not disturbing you. It is Lu Qingwan who enters. Her lips formulating an apology, yet her expression betrays no semblance of regret. She continues unabashedly, Gu Ting, my car has broken down, could you take me home? I turn to glance at Gu Ting, who, although still fuming, retains a flicker of hope in my heart as I wonder how he will respond. Perhaps I seek to preserve a means of retreat for myself. Within me lies the child I have yearned for over the past 2 years. Coupled with the possibility that Gu Ting may be afflicted with oligospermia, this might be his only child. Yet, if Gu Ting chooses Lu Qingwan, then I would truly resign myself to despair. Gu Ting seems taken aback by Lu Qingwan's unexpected return, frowning as he replies, I have no time. Let Lin Bei take you home. A sigh of relief escapes me, as I silently rejoice that Gu Ting has not opted for Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan curled her lips in disdain and remarked, Gu Ting, how is it that you've married and become so henpecked? Such trivial matters would hardly concern Xia Xia. She is not so petty. As she spoke, she cast a cheerful glance in my direction, right, Xia Xia? I gazed at Lu Qingwan in bewilderment. I must admit, her carefree and open demeanor made me question whether I was being overly suspicious and misjudging her. Yet, for reasons unknown, I found myself harboring an innate dislike for her. I managed a smile and replied, Miss Lu, you are mistaken. Lu Qingwan froze momentarily, her smile faltering. Assistant Lin, would you be so kind as to summon a car for Miss Lu? I directed my gaze toward Lin Bei. He instinctively turned to look at Gu Ting, whose brow furrowed in evident hesitation. Gu Ting. Noticing his silence, Lu Qingwan expressed her discontent, you are truly inconsiderate. Are we not good friends anymore? Have you forgotten your loyalty for the sake of beauty? My current status could lead to significant trouble if paparazzi capture me, rumors would be a hassle. I turned to her, and what if they catch you with my husband? Wouldn't that be troublesome? That's not what I meant. Lu Qingwan stared at me in disbelief. Xia Xia, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Gu Ting and I have grown up together as childhood friends, always close. He considers me a brother. If we wished to be together, we would have done so long ago, there would be no place for you in this. Lu Qingwan. Gu Ting interrupted Lu Qingwan with a face full of anger, what nonsense are you spouting? It was only then that Lu Qingwan, realizing her blunder, covered her mouth in surprise. Ah? Xia Xia doesn't know that I am your ex-girlfriend? I'm sorry, I thought you had told her. But this is all ancient history, Xia Xia surely wouldn't still care, right? Silence. Gu Ting seemed to reach his breaking point. Lin Bei, see her home. Lu Qingwan pouted and shot him a glare, her expression was not one of anger but rather that of someone who feels secure in their favored position. All right. I shall take my leave. We can meet another day. As I watched Lu Qingwan exit the office, I finally snapped out of my stupor, only to realize that Gu Ting had taken my hand at some point. I immediately jerked it away, don't touch me. Gu Ting's lips pressed tightly together, his voice taking on a solemn tone, she and I are a thing of the past, do not overthink it. What about now? I fixed my gaze upon Gu Ting's eyes, do you still have feelings for her? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Ting replied, no. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to suppress the pang of bitterness rising within me. Gu Ting, if you still have feelings for her, I can step aside, let us part amicably. In the haze of my thoughts, I caught a glimpse of a shadow by the door, a pair of dark leather boots flashing past. There was someone outside. But this was Gu Ting's office, no one would dare eavesdrop on the boss. Xia Xia, do you realize what you are saying? Gu Ting furrowed his brows. seemingly finding my behavior utterly incomprehensible. There are limits to frivolity. I reiterated that there was nothing between Lu Qingwan and me, imploring him to cease his unfounded suspicions. Chapter 3, Do you wish to divorce? I can assist you. Alright, Xia, stop the nonsense. Gu Ting surprisingly softened his tone. Perhaps not taking my words seriously at all. He attempted to take my hand again, but I forcefully shook him off. Still fuming. I sensed a vague discomfort in my lower abdomen, possibly a result of my emotional turmoil. I inhaled deeply, striving to regulate my feelings. It's impossible for us now. Gu Ting's voice was low. Besides, we are already married. As he spoke, he embraced me from behind, asserting, You are my missus. Gu. Release me. I instinctively struggled. Yet Gu Ting tightened his hold. Alright, let us not be angry anymore, shall we? His incredibly indulgent demeanor was something I had never witnessed in him before. Until now. I had always been the one to placate Gu Ting, but for the first time, he was the one attempting to console me. Under normal circumstances, such a simple gesture could have brought me joy for days. Yet, at this moment, I could not find happiness within me. Taking another deep breath, I thought to myself. Lu Qingwan has divorced. Don't spout nonsense, Gu Ting dismissed my words entirely. I decided to take matters into my own hands and pulled out my phone. Opening Lu Qingwan's friend circle. See for yourself. Gu Ting merely cast a glance before enveloping me once more in his embrace, his voice warm and unhurried as he remarked. She has her life, and we shall have ours. I turned to look at him, uncertain whether his words held any truth. Could it be that my suspicions had led me to misinterpret his intentions? Just as my thoughts spiraled, I heard Gu Ting call out to the intercom, instructing his secretary to come to the office. As someone entered, I hastily extricated myself from his arms. Gu Ting, however, paid no mind and directly commanded. Postpone all my appointments for this afternoon. Additionally, please contact Director Lin at Jingda Hospital and inform him of our prior arrangement. I was taken aback at the mention of Director Lin from Jingda Hospital, renowned as one of the foremost specialists in internal medicine in Kyoto. For most, obtaining an appointment was a formidable challenge, let alone securing a face-to-face meeting. I had long wished to consult him but had never succeeded. What had prompted this? Noticing my astonishment, Gu Ting slightly curled his lips. Did we not plan to visit your mother today? So, it is. An appointment for my mother with Director Lin? I inquired, to which Gu Ting nodded. Taking a deep breath. I felt a wave of emotion wash over me at the thought of Gu Ting's continued concern for my mother. Despite being married to Gu Ting for 2 years, and having kept our union under wraps, very few were aware of my existence beyond the Gu family and Gu Ting's close friends. Throughout these 2 years, Gu Ting had treated me well, ensuring that, in the eyes of the world, I was afforded all the dignity befitting Mrs. Gu, a decade of unrequited love. To marry him is my utmost happiness, and I know I ought to be content. Am I being overly sensitive? Even though Lu Qingwan is Gu Ting's first love, his cherished memory, so much time has passed, and both have entered into marriages of their own. Even if Lu Qingwan were to divorce, would Gu Ting truly forsake everything to reunite with her? Moreover, my mother is eagerly anticipating my wedding with Gu Ting, and I am now carrying his child. Is it possible that my pregnancy has rendered me more emotionally fragile? With this thought in mind, I summoned my courage. Gu Ting. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Yet, before I could finish, his phone rang abruptly. Following his gaze, when I glimpsed the name Lu Qingwan on the caller ID, the words I had intended to speak were abruptly swallowed back. I pushed him away, extracting myself from his embrace. Answer the call. Do not concern yourself with her. Gu Ting dismissed the call with a decisive gesture. What were you about to say? But before I could respond, the phone rang once more, the caller still Lu Qingwan. Gu Ting furrowed his brow as he regarded the screen. Though his expression bore a hint of impatience, he nonetheless pressed the button to answer. Hello, Lu Qingwan, how long must this persist? I silently turned away. Choosing not to meet his gaze, my eyes cast down upon my abdomen. The life I had once eagerly anticipated now evoked a profound sense of desolation. My hand instinctively rested on my belly as I struggled to contain my emotions. What? Gu Ting's expression suddenly shifted to one of tension. Alright, I understand. Stay right there and do not move, I will come over immediately. With that, he hung up the phone, raised his gaze to me, and declared, "Jingwan has been in an accident. I must go see her." As he spoke, he snatched the car keys from the table and strode toward the exit. "Husband." I instinctively reached out to stop him, my face a mask of disbelief. Just then, as he reached the doorway, Gu Ting seemed to recall something. He glanced back at me, a look of conflict crossing his face, yet he ultimately uttered, "Xia xia, I will have my secretary arrange a car to take you home. We can visit your mother at the Capital University Hospital another day." With that, he turned and departed. I stood there, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over me, chills creeping from my head to my toes. In that moment, an unexpected urge to laugh washed over me. Thus, Gu Ting chose her over me. He cast me aside. My gaze fell downward, my hand slowly stroking my abdomen, and suddenly I felt that perhaps this child should not be brought into the world. I did not wait for the secretary to escort me but instead made my way out of the company alone. The massive LED screen continued to display advertisements for Lu Qingwan, her radiant smile gleaming as if mocking my misfortunes. Not far below, I caught sight of the so-called accident that Lu Qingwan had experienced. A sleek black Maybach was parked by the roadside with its hazard lights flashing, while a van had merely bumped into the rear, a mundane fender bender, likely without even scratching the paint. Before long, Gu Ting's car arrived. And as the door swung open, he emerged with a furrowed brow. Lin Bei promptly approached him, seemingly attempting to clarify something. At that moment, Lu Qingwan also alighted from the vehicle, lifting her hand to rub her forehead before brushing her hair aside to lean closer to Gu Ting, pouting as if to voice her grievances. The sight of their intimate interaction, with their striking appearances, seemed to depict a pair crafted by fate itself. Gradually, my vision began to blur, and instinctively, I raised my hand to find my face damp with tears. Just as I was wiping my eyes, a car abruptly halted beside me. The door opened, revealing black military boots hitting the ground. As the occupant stepped out, the tailored trousers accentuated the muscular contours of his legs, casting a long shadow. The scorching golden sunlight of summer illuminated the man, prompting me to raise my gaze, finally discerning his features. With sharp, handsome features and bright, expressive eyes, he radiated an air of untamed brilliance. A frown crossed my brow. Fu Xijing? Gu Ting's childhood friend. The heir of the prestigious Fu family in the capital, truly the prince of the Beijing elite. I recalled that during our time at Jing University. They were referred to as the Jing University Twin Pillars. However, I remembered he had joined a research institution the year I married Gu Ting. What was he doing here? Junior? A smirk played on Fu Xijing's lips, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery. Yet his pitch-black eyes, deep and unfathomable like an ancient well, concealed enigmatic depths that left me pondering the reason for my tears. I did not weep. Naturally, I would never concede to having shed tears in front of strangers, especially not in the presence of Gu Ting's childhood friend. Fu Xijing chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He first glanced at the accident scene in the distance before returning his gaze to me. "Shall I take you home? It happens to be on my way." "No, I began, but before I could finish, Lu Jingshu smiled and suggested, "How about I call Gu Ting to come over? He can drive you home." "Absolutely not," I blurted out instinctively. Fu Xijing turned with a smile, opened the car door, and leaned against the frame, tilting his head to look at me. "Then, let us get in the car." With no alternative, I acquiesced, stating that I did not wish to go home. Instead, I intended to visit Jingda Hospital. "Very well, that's on my way as well. I shall drive you." Soon, the vehicle glided past Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan, and I could not help but turn to glance at them. To my surprise, I saw Lu Qingwan, in a state of panic, clutching the collar of Gu Ting's coat as she sought refuge in his embrace. I quickly diverted my gaze, avoiding looking outside. Yet my eyes fell upon the elegantly defined fingers resting on the steering wheel, which had made a wide turn before relaxing upon it. I must admit, the creator is partial. A striking exterior, a privileged lineage, an extraordinary intellect, and remarkable abilities. Not a single flaw to be found. Much like Gu Ting, both are the darlings of destiny. "Junior, how have you fared these past years?" Just as I was lost in thought, his deep voice resonated, prompting me to instinctively meet his gaze, locking eyes with those dark, penetrating orbs. Quite well, I replied quickly, averting my eyes once more. Due to my unrequited affection for Gu Ting back in the day, I have become quite acquainted with those around him, particularly with the formidable young Master Fu. His character is as rebellious as it is unyielding, and his illustrious background makes him a rather daunting individual to provoke. Furthermore, after years of honing his skills at the Research Institute, he emanates an undeniable aura of authority, exuding a silent yet palpable pressure. Fu Xijing cast a fleeting glance in my direction before diverting his gaze to the road ahead, which had morphed into an unfathomable abyss, thick and dark as ink. The junior still possesses her unerring honesty. I turned my head in surprise to look at him. My apologies. Fu Xijing's lips curled slightly. His words courteous, yet his expression bore no trace of regret. I overheard your quarrel with Gu Ting outside the door. A quarrel? I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering my gaze to his black military boots. It dawned on me, belatedly, that the shadow I had glimpsed outside during my argument with Gu Ting was indeed Fu Xijing. He must have been seeking Gu Ting at that moment. But why did he leave so abruptly? As I pondered these thoughts, Fu Xijing turned his head towards me, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Junior, do you wish to divorce? I can assist you. Chapter 4, Romance Exposed. I stood there, mouth agape in disbelief, unable to fathom the words that had just escaped his lips. However, as I regained my composure, I understood that Fu Xijing was undoubtedly jesting. He and Gu Ting had grown up together, their bond as deep as that of brothers, if not closer. His earlier remark was likely a playful probe on Gu Ting's behalf, testing my reaction. Yet, even if it were not a test, I do not truly expect his assistance. Not to mention the adage that family disgrace should not be aired. I suppressed the emotion swirling within me and let out a soft laugh, dismissing Fu Xiao's jest. My relationship with Gu Ting is quite amicable, the quarrel we just had was merely spoken in anger. Oh? Fu Xijing turned to look at me. Yet his pitch-black eyes revealed no discernible emotion, and his voice was somewhat subdued. Is that so? It seems I have overstepped my bounds. I forced a laugh and refrained from further conversation. Fortunately, Fu Xijing did not linger on the topic and deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. His wit and humor, combined with his unique insights and perspectives, gradually diverted my attention away from the unpleasant matters concerning Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan. It was only through Fu Xijing's brief remarks that I learned he had resigned from his position at the research institution. Yet I had previously heard Gu Ting mention Fu Xijing's accomplishments. It was said that he had already excelled as a department manager 6 months prior. Given the Fu family's influence in both military and political circles, coupled with his own capabilities, his future in research seemed boundless. His resignation must simply be a precursor to a more significant opportunity, much like Gu Ting. Individuals of their caliber, the Armée de la Armée, are the very ones I, an ordinary person, can only admire from afar. It has been over 2 years since we last met, and Fu Xijing retains his remarkable presence. Perhaps our light-hearted banter has diminished the estrangement between us, granting me the courage to tease him a bit. Transforming my initial address of Fu Xiao into the more familiar and affectionate Fu Xijing. Last month, we met at the end of the month. Fu Xijing cast a meaningful glance at me. I was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed by his implication. At the end of last month, indeed, there was a banquet, during which an exhilarating yet wildly enchanting incident occurred. However, I did not recall having seen him at the event. Could it have been another occasion? Where might we have encountered one another? Fu Xijing, however, merely smiled and chose not to respond, thus terminating the topic. Before long, the car arrived at Jingda Hospital. I had initially assumed Fu Xijing would take his leave, yet to my surprise, he accompanied me as I exited the vehicle. As we passed through the hospital entrance, he casually purchased a fruit basket. I regarded him with a puzzled expression. Is it customary for you to visit relatives empty-handed? Fu Xijing chuckled softly in response. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and I refrained from engaging further, hastily lowering my gaze as I made my way into the hospital, my footsteps quickening. Upon reaching the ward, as I pushed the door open, my mother, who had been lying in bed, propped herself up to sit. Xia and Gu Ting are here. However, when she noticed that the man accompanying me was not Gu Ting, her expression faltered, her pallid lips moving as she inquired, Xia, where is Gu Ting? I endeavored to present an impeccable smile, as my wedding approached, while Gu Ting busied himself with matters concerning the company. My mother's fleeting disappointment was quickly replaced by a gentle smile, acknowledging the myriad tasks that precede a wedding. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Fu Xijing, who stood behind me. Xia Xia, may I introduce? Before I could complete my sentence, Fu Xijing stepped forward with a warm smile, placing a basket of fruit on a nearby table. Hello, Auntie. I am Fu Xijing, Xia Xia Sr. The mention of his surname seemed to evoke a subtle sensitivity in my mother, for the Fu family is renowned as the foremost lineage in Kyoto. Fu Xijing continued with a smile, I have heard about your condition from Xia Xia. I happen to have a doctor friend at the Kyoto University Hospital. I can arrange for him to come and see you shortly. Oh, no, that would be too much trouble, my mother replied, clearly taken aback by his generosity. Fu Xijing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Auntie, please do not feel hesitant with me. I recognized that Fu Xijing's intentions were genuinely kind. And given the circumstances surrounding my mother's health, I felt compelled to accept his offer with heartfelt gratitude. However, I was startled when Director Lin Jingyu entered the room, causing me to immediately glance at Fu Xijing. Could it be that the doctor friend he mentioned was Director Lin? My mother, too, appeared somewhat astonished. She was well aware of Director Lin's esteemed reputation, especially at Kyoto University Hospital, a privilege not easily afforded. Soon, Dr. Lin began to examine my mother, leaving Fu Xijing and me to wait in the ward. Thank you so very much, Senior Fu, I expressed sincerely. I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Although it may have been a mere trifling matter for Fu Xijing, it holds profound significance for me. Fu Xijing curled his lips in a feigned display of politeness. As I instinctively parted my lips to speak, my gaze was drawn to the television screen across the room. There, the visage of Lu Qingwan appeared. And as the corridor's televisions were muted, I could not hear her voice, however, bold, captivating text floated across the screen. Renowned actress Lu Qingwan boldly announces her divorce and reveals a new romance. The scene then shifted abruptly, revealing Lu Qingwan in the embrace of a man. Even though the man's face was obscured, I recognized him instantly. It was Gu Ting. I sprang to my feet, my complexion draining of color. I knew that a mere photograph could not convey much, and considering I was present at the time, it was possible that the paparazzo had captured an erroneous angle. Yet, even as I entertained such thoughts, my eyes betrayed me, trembling uncontrollably, a hint of moisture threatening to spill forth. Stop looking. At that moment, a broad hand shielded my view, obscuring the screen. Instinctively, I grasped the wrist of the person attempting to push me away, but Fu Xijing positioned himself firmly in front of me, his towering height effectively blocking my line of sight. I lowered my head, straining to prevent my tears from cascading down. Despite repeatedly reassuring myself to trust Gu Ting and to listen to his explanation no matter what, my heart remained unavoidably heavy with sorrow. At that moment, my gaze inadvertently fell upon Fu Xijing's arm, and I suddenly realized that I had been holding onto his wrist without letting go. I quickly apologized and released my grip. Fu Xijing seemed unfazed, his long, thick eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes as he appeared lost in thought, the prominent Adam's apple moving gently with each swallow. Before I could ponder further, the door to the hospital room was abruptly flung open, followed by the panicked voice of a nurse. Oh no, Miss Chiao, your mother was perfectly fine just moments ago. But she suddenly fainted after watching something on television. What? Chapter 5, I loved him for 12 whole years. I hurriedly rushed to Director Lin's office, finding my mother collapsed on the sofa, surrounded by several doctors and nurses. My legs felt weak, nearly unable to support me. Behind me, Fu Xijing steadied my arm, his soothing voice reassuring me, don't be afraid, the doctors are here. Your mother will be fine. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain composed. As I watched my mother being wheeled into the emergency room, I leaned against the wall and slowly slid to the floor. My heart was a chaotic tangle. My mother was already in the late stages of liver cancer, her body frail, yet she had fainted in a fit of anger over Gu Ting's scandal. What if something went wrong? I couldn't bear to think any further and quickly dialed Gu Ting's number. I needed him to explain everything to my mother directly. I couldn't allow her to misunderstand. However, the phone rang for over 10 seconds, yet no one answered. In the midst of my anxious despair, the call finally connected. Hello, darling, you. However, before I could finish my sentence, the voice of Lu Qingwan resonated through the receiver. Xia Xia, Gu Ting has gone out to buy medicine for me. He left his phone here. Is there something you need to tell him? I can relay your message. I moved my lips, only to realize that my throat felt constricted, rendering me utterly voiceless. Through tear-filled eyes, I saw the phone snatched away. Instinctively, I looked up, and upon meeting the deep, penetrating gaze of the man before me, tears cascaded down my cheeks. "Do not cry." Fu Xijing's brow furrowed slightly, as he reached out towards me, his fingers halted abruptly, and he ultimately clenched his fist and withdrew. I turned my head away and raised my hand to dry my tears. No matter the sorrow for others, I must not neglect my own well-being. "Get up. The ground is cold," he said, gently supporting my arm to help me rise, guiding me to a nearby bench. "Thank you," I expressed sincerely. An hour of excruciating waiting felt akin to a century for me. As the red light outside the emergency room extinguished, I immediately stood up, hurriedly making my way towards the door. Soon, Director Lin emerged. He first glanced at Fu Xijing before turning his attention to me. "Miss Chiao, rest assured. Your mother is all right, she is merely quite weak at the moment and needs to rest." "May I go in to see her?" I inquired. "Yes. But please do not stay too long." "I understand, thank you, Director Lin." As I spoke, I turned and headed towards the hospital room, only to realize halfway there that I had forgotten about Fu Xijing. However, when I glanced back, I found him languidly leaning against the wall, tilting his head as he conversed with Director Lin. I could not discern the content of their discussion, but I noticed his brows furrow slightly, his eyes, dark as ink, exuding an imposing intensity. Director Lin quickly forced a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of appeasement. The two appeared to share an undeniable camaraderie. Aware that they had matters to discuss, I promptly averted my gaze and continued towards the hospital room. Having just emerged from surgery, my mother was still in a deep slumber. I gently grasped her emaciated hand, observing her slightly weary yet serene face, and finally, my taut nerves began to relax. Unable to contain my emotions, I muffled my sobs, as if seeking to release all the grievances I had endured. I lost track of time in my tears until I finally dried my eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to regain my composure. At this juncture, tears would not resolve my dilemmas. I must confront Gu Ting today and demand clarity regarding the events. If he cannot provide me with answers, then perhaps divorce is the only option. Yet, as this thought crossed my mind, a slight ache surfaced at the tip of my nose. 12 years have passed. I have loved him for a full 12 years. How many 12-year spans can a person experience? Perhaps it was a mistake from the outset. Knowing all too well that he harbored a cherished memory of another, I still dared to fantasize about warming his heart one day. Now, with Lu Qingwan divorced, the only obstacle remaining between them is myself. For Gu Ting, Lu Qingwan will always be irreplaceable. If today I do not seek clarity from Gu Ting, then in the future, when he comes to terms with his thoughts, the outcome may likely be divorce. In light of this, it would be more prudent to cut through the chaos decisively. "Stop crying." Just as I was lost in my turbulent thoughts, a tissue was offered to me. My elder brother, with a frown that betrayed his displeasure, nonetheless exhibited a hint of concern in his eyes. "Brother." I could not help but feel the urge to weep again. With a look of disdain, he gently wiped the tears from my face with the tissue. His movements surprisingly tender. I had warned him before that Gu Ting was not a good match, yet he insisted on marrying him. Nothing could have changed his mind. Seeing me with my head bowed, he could not bring himself to scold me further and let out a resigned sigh, ruffling my hair affectionately. What is Gu Ting's relationship with that movie star? If he truly is unfaithful, my brother would risk everything to help me seek justice. No. I instinctively shook my head, uncertain if I was persuading my brother or myself. Gu Ting and she merely grew up together, and I was present at that time. "You were there?" "Yes." "Then it must be a misunderstanding." My brother pressed his lips together, glancing at our mother on the hospital bed, and took a deep breath. Director Lin has stated that our mother's health can no longer withstand any shocks. If it truly is a misunderstanding, you and Gu Ting should visit the hospital tomorrow to clarify it with her, to ease her worries. A wave of bitterness rose in my chest as I nodded, acknowledging his words. After exchanging a few more words with my brother, he gently urged me to leave. As I pushed open the door to the hospital room, preparing to depart, I unexpectedly caught sight of a tall figure standing at the end of the corridor. Fu Xijing? He had not yet left. At that moment, it was evident that Fu Xijing had also noticed my emergence from the room. He promptly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and discarded it into the wastebasket, striding toward me with long strides. Is Auntie all right? She is fine. I felt a surge of guilt upon realizing that Fu Xijing had been waiting for me all along. Thank you, Senior. Why are you being so polite? Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed yet his smile warm. Come on, I'll drive you home. Before long, the car gently pulled into the Lu residence. Upon seeing me alight from Fu Xijing's vehicle, Grandma Feng Lan hurried out of the house. Ah Jing? Grandma's face was a portrait of astonishment. Her gaze darting back and forth between Fu Xijing and me. How is it that you brought Xia Xia back? I went to Gu Ting's company to find him but didn't see anyone. I happened to run into Xia Xia on the way and thought I would give her a ride. Gu Ting wasn't at the company? That child is so busy he can hardly be seen. Grandma didn't seem to mind much, merely muttering that as she quickly shifted the conversation. Ah Jing. It's rare for you to come by. You must stay for lunch. I stood quietly to the side, refraining from speaking. Ever since I married Gu Ting, Fu Xijing had seldom set foot in the Gu household, and later, he abruptly went to the research institute, rendering him virtually invisible for years. In these past 2 years, I have seldom heard the name Fu Xijing from Gu Ting's lips, leading me to believe that the friendship of our youth has faded. Just when I thought Fu Xijing would not stay for dinner, I heard him chuckle, expressing that it had been far too long since he enjoyed Aunt Lan's cooking, and that the thought of it had kept him awake at night. I was taken aback by his decision to remain for dinner and, in surprise, raised my eyes to meet his gaze. Flustered, I quickly averted my eyes, unsure why he had suddenly turned his attention towards me. You rascal, your charm remains as ever. Yet I see no sign of you bringing home a partner. Gu Ting has been married for 2 years now, when will you tie the knot? Fu Xijing smiled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on me, remarking that this was indeed a blessing not afforded to Gu Ting. You are such a smooth talker. My mother-in-law and Fu Xijing exchanged light-hearted banter as they made their way to the living room. However, at that moment, the sudden roar of an engine pierced through the air. My mother-in-law swiftly turned around, and upon seeing the familiar black Maybach parked in the yard, her face lit up with joy, exclaiming that Gu Ting had returned. Yet, when she noticed the figure emerging from the vehicle, the smile on her lips froze. It was Lu Qingwan. Chapter 6, I am the softest persimmon in the room. Auntie, it's been a while, Lu Qingwan said as she stepped out of the car. Her smile poised and graceful. My mother-in-law's expression darkened slightly, but with company present, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. This is a gift I brought back from Country M. I hope you like it, Lu Qingwan said, extending a beautifully wrapped gift bag to my mother-in-law. The mother-in-law merely cast a cold glance, showing no intention of reaching out to accept. Lu Qingwan, however, seemed unfazed, maintaining a cheerful and radiant demeanor, as if she had not noticed her mother-in-law's frosty expression. With a smile, she handed the items to me. Xia Xia, please help Auntie organize this. Yet, I disregarded Lu Qingwan entirely, my gaze shifting instead to Gu Ting, who emerged from the other side of the car door. He held a bag of medicine. Presumably the very prescriptions Lu Qingwan had mentioned over the phone that he had gone to procure for her. It dawned on me that at the moment I needed him most, he was preoccupied with attending to Lu Qingwan. My heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Xia Xia, why are you dawdling? Lu Qingwan, noticing my reluctance, chuckled as she grasped my hand insistently, attempting to thrust the items upon me. Enraged, I unhesitatingly shook off her grip, witnessing my blatant disregard for her feelings. A flicker of distress crossed Lu Qingwan's face as she turned to Gu Ting for assistance. He furrowed his brow, about to speak, when a deep reprimand resonated from within the house. Xia Xia Xia, how can you be so ill-mannered? We have guests, and you dare to show such disdain? Who taught you these manners? A middle-aged man emerged, his brows knitted in disapproval as he glared at me. What of your upbringing? This remark struck me deeply, linking my behavior to my upbringing. The man, Liao Zhenhua, was a close friend of my late father-in-law. Since my father-in-law's passing, the Gu family had faced both internal and external strife, and it was Liao Zhenhua who had shouldered the burden, enabling Gu Ting to gradually assume control of the Gu family. In light of this, Gu Ting held a profound respect for Liao Zhenhua, who frequently visited the Gu household, overseeing various matters with an air of authority that suggested he was half a host. A surge of indignation welled up within me. I was unaware that the Gu family had a custom for entertaining uninvited guests. Perhaps, Uncle Liao, you could enlighten me? Liao Zhenhua was taken aback by my audacity to retort, his face darkening with anger. What nonsense are you speaking? Wanner could never be considered an uninvited guest. Oh. So it was you who invited Miss Liu? Liao Zhenhua instinctively moved his lips, but before he could respond, he caught sight of my mother-in-law's piercing gaze, causing the words to stick in his throat. He chose to dismiss the matter. Liao Zhenhua then turned his attention to Lu Qingwan, his expression transforming into one of warmth as he accepted the gift box from her hands, his smile radiating like a spring breeze. When did Wanner return to the country? How long do you plan to stay? Hello, Uncle Liao, Lu Qingwan replied, beaming with joy. I just arrived today and intend to settle down in Kyoto. Is that so? How wonderful. Liao Zhenhua chuckled lightly before quickly suppressing his amusement and diverting the conversation. Well then, let us not linger outside, let us go inside and talk. Ah. When did you arrive? He continued, addressing Fu Zijian, who had been overlooked. It's been quite some time since we last met, you've grown stronger. Fu Zijian smiled subtly, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, I arrived much earlier than Lu Qingwan. Uncle Liao. It seems you only have eyes for her and fail to notice me. The young man, Liao Zhenhua, was subjected to light-hearted ridicule, causing a hint of embarrassment to wash over his face, though he dared not retort. After all, the Fu family boasted deep-rooted foundations, with connections spanning military, political, and commercial realms. Although the Gu and Liao families were also prominent, they paled in comparison to the Fu family's stature. Eventually, Liao Zhenhua's gaze shifted towards me, and with a tone of annoyance, he commanded, Xia xia xia, cease your embarrassing antics and promptly brew us a pot of tea. A wave of dismay washed over me, as I realized I was the softest target in the room. Liao Zhenhua was venting all his frustrations upon me. He had always viewed me with disdain, readily criticizing and creating trouble for me. This was largely due to the fact that Lu Qingwan's mother was his unrequited first love. A lingering sentiment that perhaps compelled him to play matchmaker between Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan, a pursuit to which he had dedicated considerable effort. Typically, I would endure for Gu Ting's sake, but today, my patience waned. I'm not feeling well today, please instruct the servant to handle it, I replied. Not out of spite, but perhaps influenced by the emotional turmoil of my recent pregnancy, which had left me with a persistent, unsettling cramp in my abdomen and a lingering ache in my back. Liao Zhenhua, however, was not pleased with my response, furrowing his brow as he retorted. Why delegate the task to the servant when I specifically asked you to brew the tea? At that moment, Fu Zijing interjected with a light chuckle, Uncle Liao. How could they, lacking any understanding of tea, manage to brew it? In my opinion, Gu Ting's tea is truly exceptional. With that single remark, he deftly shifted the burden back to Gu Ting. Gu Ting cast a helpless glance at him, expressing his exasperation. You finally make an appearance. And yet you delegate tasks to me. If you wish to have tea, prepare it yourself. Fu Zijiang smirked slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a lazy, carefree smile. If you don't want to brew it, then don't. I have no particular penchant for tea. Beside them, Liao Zhenhua's face flushed slightly, and he offered a stiff smile without contributing to the conversation. Gu Ting chuckled lightly, come on, let us retreat indoors to chat. In the expansive living room, the aroma of tea filled the air. It had been quite some time since Fu Zijiang and Gu Ting had last met, leading to an abundance of conversation. However, the topic swiftly shifted to Fu Zijiang himself. Are you truly not staying at the research institute? Gu Ting raised an eyebrow. I've heard that with your current rate of promotion, you could potentially become the youngest chief engineer in history within the next decade. Fu Zijiang took a delicate sip of tea and chuckled softly, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Gu Ting shook his head in amusement, not taking it to heart. The Fu family had a legacy of military merit, and naturally, their prospects at the research institute would be more favorable than others. Furthermore, with Fu Zijiang's exceptional talent, he would shine no matter where he was placed. So, what do you intend to do upon your return? Gu Ting inquired, gently shaking his teacup. Are you planning to take over the Fu group? Fu Zijiang was the sole heir of the Fu family for 9 generations, and currently, the Fu group was managed by his father, who was still in the prime of his life, making it unlikely for him to abdicate his position. I do not wish to meddle in family affairs, Fu Zijiang replied, resting his hands behind his neck, his demeanor relaxed. I plan to venture out independently. And what field do you intend to pursue? Gu Ting asked. Military research and development, Fu Xijiang answered. As the two conversed joyfully, I found myself sitting nearby, somewhat distracted. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, I was suddenly jolted by Lu Qingwan, urging me to pour tea for Master Fu. Caught off guard by the shove, I nearly toppled off the sofa. Under normal circumstances, it would have been trivial, however, given my current pregnancy. What are you doing? I glared at her, my voice tinged with irritation. Lu Qingwan looked at me incredulously. What's with the attitude? I was merely reminding you to serve Master Fu some tea. Why push me? I retorted. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so aggressive? Lu Qingwan frowned, adopting a look that suggested I was being unreasonable. I've known Gu Ting since childhood. You're causing quite a scene. What will people think of Gu Ting? A chill settled in my gaze as I pondered the absurdity of the notion that buddies could stir up rumors. Rumors? My mother-in-law's expression shifted as she turned to me. What rumors? Whose rumors? Just as I was about to respond, Lu Qingwan interrupted, visibly displeased. Xia xia. Don't drag me into your marital issues. This nonsense may work on men, but it doesn't affect me. I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at her audacity. What a masterful act of deflection. Enough. My mother-in-law, unyielding, shot a glare at Lu Qingwan before turning her attention to me, urgently inquiring, Xia xia. What were you saying about rumors? However, before I could utter a word, Gu Ting's voice, calm yet faint, interjected, Mom, the tabloids are merely spinning tales. I have already taken steps to address this. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law could not help but glare at Gu Ting, hastily retrieving her phone. The headlines of major news outlets prominently featured Lu Qingwan's divorce announcement alongside scandalous rumors, with a striking image of Gu Ting shielding Lu Qingwan in his embrace. Even though the paparazzi had kindly blurred Gu Ting's face, Lin Bei's countenance was fully visible in the photograph. Among those familiar with Gu Ting, who could fail to recognize Lin Bei? With a resounding thud, my mother-in-law slammed her teacup down in evident frustration, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Qingwan. Gu Ting may be oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment industry, but you should certainly be aware. Lu Qingwan, I warn you. Gu Ting is about to marry Xia Xia, you had best not play any tricks. Aunt. No, my household is too humble to accommodate a superstar like Lu. Hui Xin, what are you doing? Liao Zhenhua, unable to remain silent, furrowed his brow in an attempt to diffuse the tension. At that moment, my mother-in-law was in no mood for appeasement, casting a fierce look in his direction. Silence. Liao Zhenhua, with a sullen expression, pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further. Yet, Lu Qingwan suddenly rose to her feet, asserting, Aunt, Gu Ting and I grew up together. Indeed, we once shared a romantic history. But now I regard him solely as a close friend. I, too, wish to avoid the prying eyes of the paparazzi, yet this is beyond my control. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment today, thus, I shall take my leave. Her voice faltered momentarily before she continued with righteous indignation, however. This does not imply my guilt. Gu Ting and I stand innocent and unblemished. With that, she seized her bag and, with an air of defiance, turned to depart. Wanner. Liao Zhenhua, witnessing this, hastily pursued her, saying, Wait, allow me to see her off. Without waiting for my mother-in-law's response, he dashed out, leaving her quite exasperated. For a time, the living room fell into an unusual silence, with no one daring to speak. Are you planning to hold a wedding? At that moment, Fu Xijing's casual remark shattered the stillness. With the bothersome Lu Qingwan finally gone, a smile graced my mother-in-law's face. Indeed. Due to the old man's grave illness, the wedding had been postponed. They had merely registered their marriage. Now that his health has improved significantly, they intend to hold a ceremony. Is that so? The corners of Fu Xijing's lips, which had previously curved in a smile, now fell flat, forming a straight line. It appears my return was indeed timely. Gu Ting chuckled. What prompted your sudden retreat into the research institute last time? How fortuitous that we can now celebrate together. Fu Xijing instinctively lowered his gaze, yet remained silent. Soon, the meal was ready. A sumptuous feast laid out before us. Gu Ting and Fu Xijing had not seen each other for quite some time, and naturally, there was an abundance of topics to discuss, yet the conversation inevitably revolved around matters of business. Perhaps due to my pregnancy, I felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. And after finishing dinner, I ascended to my room. I had initially intended to wait for Gu Ting and engage in an open and sincere conversation. But I unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In a state of drowsiness, I sensed someone approaching. Strong, powerful arms enveloped me, and a warm breath washed over my back, followed closely by a heated body pressing against mine. A pair of large hands began to traverse my waist upward. I was jolted awake and instinctively grasped the wrist of the intruder. "Did I wake you?" Gu Ting's chin rested in the crook of my neck, his breath brushing against my cheek, sending shivers through me. I instinctively turned my face away. Gu Ting's lips brushed against my cheek, delicately kissing near my lips. The scent of alcohol wafted from his mouth, causing a wave of discomfort in my stomach, and I immediately placed my hand against his chest. "I have something to ask you." Gu Ting furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased by my rejection. He propped himself up, looking down at me with an intensity that felt overwhelming. "Are you still jealous of Lu Qingwan?" His piercing gaze exuded a formidable pressure, prompting me to sit upright and meet his gaze unwaveringly. "My mother saw the rumors about you and Lu Qingwan today. She was so enraged that she fainted and was rushed to the emergency room." Gu Ting appeared momentarily stunned. "Is she all right?" "She is stabilized and is currently out of immediate danger." Gu Ting finally exhaled, then rose to retrieve the car keys from the table. "Come. Accompany me to the hospital." I was taken aback. "For what purpose?" "To clarify matters with your mother in person." "Clarify what?" Memories of Lu Qingwan's so-called good buddy remarks ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within me. In this era, even men may engage in indescribable affections with one another, let alone someone like Lu Qingwan, who cloaked her first love in the guise of a so-called brotherly bond. Gu Ting pursed his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he pulled out his phone and scrolled for a moment before handing it directly to me. I frowned slightly, noticing that the screen displayed a screenshot of a news report accompanied by a shocking image of a car accident scene, where a man lay on a stretcher, bloodied and battered. As I pondered why Gu Ting would show me such bewildering content, he suddenly spoke. "This is Lu Qingwan's husband. He sustained a shattering injury to his legs while trying to save me, rendering him disabled." I looked up at him, astonished, struggling to find my voice. "But didn't Lu Qingwan get divorced?" "Indeed," Gu Ting nodded. "Had it not been for me, they would still be the enviable couple admired by all. Thus, I owe them my apologies." I had not anticipated that Gu Ting's special treatment of Lu Qingwan stemmed from this. Yet, even if he harbored guilt towards her, it was difficult to dismiss the notion of rekindled feelings. "So, what do you feel for her?" Before I could finish my sentence, Gu Ting ruffled my hair playfully, remarking that I wasn't jealous. I could not help but cast a glance at him, raising my hand to smooth my disheveled hair caused by his earlier actions. "It is not as if you became excessively anxious simply because you witnessed Lu Qingwan shatter a cup. While it is understandable to be concerned upon hearing about her car accident, after all, her husband had once saved Gu Ting during a similar mishap, this reaction seems rather disproportionate for merely breaking a glass. When her husband was diagnosed with permanent disability, she had even attempted to take her own life." Gu Ting reached out, taking my hand in his voice a touch somber, remarking that it was merely a cup that had been used for drinking. "Do not be misled by her outwardly carefree demeanor and vivacious personality. It is merely a fade she maintains to cope with her profound battle against severe depression, rendering her sensitive to even the slightest provocation." I gasped in astonishment. If this were the case, Gu Ting's peculiar behavior in Lu Qingwan's presence would make sense. However, despite the debts owed, we could certainly express our gratitude in alternative manners. "Considering the delicate nature of your identities, it would be prudent to limit your interactions henceforth." I imparted this advice with an air of concern. Gu Ting nodded, assuring me that he was well aware of the situation. Upon hearing his affirming response, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, though a lingering sense of worry remained. I could only hope that Gu Ting would truly uphold his word and act accordingly. Chapter 8. How could I conceal this from him? The following morning, Gu Ting made a special effort to drive me to the hospital to visit my mother. Yet, upon arriving at the ward, we found it entirely vacant, the bed already stripped and cleared. A flicker of anxiety crossed my mind as I hastily stopped a nurse in the corridor, inquiring about the whereabouts of patient 603. Patient 603. The nurse pointed towards the end of the hallway, indicating that they had just been transferred to the VIP ward earlier that morning. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback and immediately turned to Gu Ting. Did you arrange the VIP ward for my mother? Gu Ting slightly furrowed his brow, but quickly relaxed and nodded affirmatively. Of course, who else could it be? I couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Thank you, my dear. The beds at Jingda Hospital were a scarce resource, and even this ordinary ward had been secured through Gu Ting's considerable efforts. However, my mother was in the advanced stages of liver cancer, her sleep severely disrupted by the relentless pain, and the elderly woman in the adjacent bed often moaned at night, further disturbing her rest. My elder brother had also tried to ensure a more comfortable stay for our mother, but the VIP ward was perpetually booked, making it impossible to secure a reservation. I never anticipated that Gu Ting would be so considerate regarding my mother's condition. The grievances I felt over Lu Qingwan's actions dissipated in an instant. Why are you being so polite? Gu Ting chuckled softly, taking my hand as we headed towards the VIP ward. I gazed up at his handsome profile, a tide of emotion swelling within me as I finally resolved to speak. Gu Ting, there is something I need to tell you. Yesterday, due to the matter concerning Lu Qingwan, I had refrained from revealing my pregnancy to him. Now that the misunderstanding with Lu Qingwan has been resolved, I naturally have no reason to conceal anything from him. What is it? Gu Ting inquired. I instinctively parted my lips to speak, but before I could utter a word, I heard the voice of my elder brother from the VIP room, filled with gratitude. Mr. Fu, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your assistance, my mother would not have been able to secure this VIP ward. You flatter me. Brother Chiao, it was merely a small favor, came Fu Xijing's clear voice, resonating outside the hospital room. I turned to Gu Ting in surprise. Did you ask Senior Fu for help? Gu Ting furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before nodding. Yes. I was perplexed. What was there to hesitate about? Wasn't it he who sought Senior Fu's assistance? However, before I could ponder further, Gu Ting had already pushed the door open and entered. Gu Ting? Upon seeing Gu Ting arrive, my elder brother's expression shifted immediately, his tone tinged with sarcasm. So you finally decided to show up? The relationship between my brother and Gu Ting had always been strained, especially after my marriage to Gu Ting. My brother consistently felt that Gu Ting had wronged me, which only exacerbated his disdain towards me. Nevertheless, Gu Ting paid no heed to my brother's comment, instead directing his attention to my mother, who was leaning against the hospital bed. Mom, are you feeling any better? Gu Ting has come? My mother replied, her face showing signs of fatigue from her harrowing experience yesterday. I am fine, you needn't worry. She smiled at Gu Ting, yet the weariness was evident on her face. I heard about yesterday's ordeal from Xia Xia, Gu Ting said, approaching the bedside, his voice warm and soothing. I apologize for causing you concern, Mom. Gu Ting truly exemplifies a commercial elite, possessing remarkable eloquence, effortlessly clarifying yesterday's scandal in just a few words. Upon hearing this, my mother's face instinctively broke into a smile of relief, expressing her contentment that all was well between you and Xia Xia. With the purpose of his visit achieved, Gu Ting then turned to Fu Xijing, inquiring with a smile, what brings you here? I came to see a friend and happened to run into Aunt Xiao. So I thought I would drop by, Fu Xijing replied, arching an eyebrow and glancing at me with a languid demeanor. Moreover, I heard from junior sister Qiao yesterday that your mother wished to switch to a VIP room, and since I have a friend at the hospital, I took the liberty of arranging it. I gazed at Fu Xijing in astonishment, perplexed by his unexpected remarks. I certainly had not divulged this information to him yesterday. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me. It was Fu Xijing who had assisted in securing my mother's VIP room? Then why did Gu Ting claim it was his arrangement? Gu Ting, evidently aware of the discrepancy, displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He discreetly raised his hand to touch his nose, then patted Fu Xijing's shoulder, expressing his thanks. Cheers, brother. Fu Xijing shot him a sidelong glance, brushing aside Gu Ting's hand with a smirk. Don't get ahead of yourself, I only helped out for the sake of the junior. You rascal. Before long, Gu Ting and Fu Xijing stepped outside to converse, and I hurriedly washed the fruits that Gu Ting had brought, sitting by the bed to slice them into small pieces for my mother's ease of swallowing. You two didn't have a quarrel yesterday, did you? My mother asked, her voice tinged with concern. I feared my mother would worry, so I hurriedly replied, no. That's good, she sighed in relief, her voice soft and melancholic. You and Gu Ting are getting along well. If I were to leave, he would be the only one you could rely on. Mom. My nose tinged with a slight ache, and my eyes grew misty. Don't say such things, you will live a long life. My mother offered a weak smile. Her gaze filled with nostalgia and longing for the world. Yes, I still want to see Xia Xia get married. And I want to witness you giving birth to your child. I grasped my mother's hand, took a deep breath, and could not contain my joy in sharing the news of my pregnancy. Mom, I'm pregnant. Xia Xia, what did you just say? My mother's incredulous eyes were fixed on my abdomen. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as I instinctively raised my hand to touch my belly, smiling and nodding, yes. I just found out yesterday. That's wonderful. My mother was unable to contain her excitement. Does Gu Ting know? I haven't had the chance to tell him yet. You silly child, how could you keep something as significant as this from him? My mother was genuinely happy for me. Stop hesitating. Go tell Gu Ting right away. Unable to withstand my mother's insistence, I reluctantly left the hospital room to find Gu Ting. However, after searching for a while, I could not locate either of them. Just as I was about to call Gu Ting, I suddenly heard a familiar, nonchalant voice, Lu Qingwan divorced for you? The voice belonged to Fu Xijing, yet it lacked the usual languor, instead exuding a more aggressive and commanding presence. A seemingly simple question appeared to confound the other party, resulting in a lengthy pause before Gu Ting finally responded with a mere HM. My face, which had been alight with laughter, instantly froze in place. As if all the blood within me had congealed, leaving me feeling as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 9, Do you like Xia Xia? For a fleeting moment, I could scarcely believe my ears. Was Lu Qingwan's divorce truly a consequence of Gu Ting? Hadn't he previously claimed ignorance regarding Lu Qingwan's marital dissolution? Just as my mind spiraled into a tempest of unease, a derisive snicker echoed through the room, as if it were steeped in mockery. So, what do you intend to do? Divorce? Reconcile with Lu Qingwan? Mend the broken mirror? Gu Ting seemed somewhat displeased by the derision in Fu Xijing's tone, his voice deepening as he declared, I have never considered divorce, nor will I reunite with her. This single statement warmed my previously frigid heart, suggesting that Lu Qingwan's desire for divorce was merely unilateral. Gu Ting, do you like Xia Xia? The moment those words escaped my lips, my heart tightened. I had devoted 12 years of unwavering affection to Gu Ting, entrusting my very heart to him. But what of him? Did he harbor feelings for me akin to the love I bore for him? With bated breath and a heart full of hope, I yearned to hear him utter the words I like you, believing that such a declaration would breathe life into our faltering marriage. Yet, what followed was an unsettling silence. Endless silence enveloped me, causing my heart to gradually grow colder, until it was abruptly pierced by the shrill sound of a mobile phone ringing. It was Gu Ting's ringtone. Hello, what is it now? I told you I am unavailable today, he answered, his voice tinged with an unnatural irritation, yet unconsciously laced with a hint of familiarity. It was evident that the person on the other end of the line was none other than the recent topic of discussion, Lu Qingwan. The conversation seemed to take a turn, as Gu Ting's tone shifted to one of heightened tension. All right, understood. I will be there shortly. My heart plummeted. It was clear that Gu Ting harbored a different sentiment for Lu Qingwan. In her presence, he was always the first to concede. Perhaps this is what it means to be favored, fearless in one's entitlement? Gu Ting, you are being excessive. Fu Xijing seemingly could no longer contain himself, his voice deepening with gravity. The years of pent-up intensity he had cultivated now emanated an unspoken pressure, akin to a prickling sensation along one's spine. Xia Xia has cherished you for over a decade, even I, an outsider, can discern her reliance and trust in you. She intends to spend her life with you. He paused, and what about you? Gu Ting, do you truly deserve her love? Enough, don't say any more. Gu Ting clearly wished to end the conversation, his tone darkening. This is a matter between Xia Xia and me. I heard footsteps approaching the door, igniting a sense of embarrassment for eavesdropping, fearful of encountering Gu Ting. In a moment of instinct, I swiftly concealed myself in the nearby water room. Gu Ting. At that moment, the corridor outside echoed with the sound of a back colliding against the wall, as if someone had been forcefully pressed against it. Their voice deepening ominously, if you dare to leave today, don't regret it later. Gu Ting forcefully shook off his hand, urgency lacing his voice. I have no time to explain. Qingwan's depression has flared up, and I fear for her safety. I must go see her immediately. Depression? Fu Xijing scoffed. a derisive laugh escaping him. Such a pathetic ruse could only deceive you. Gu Ting pressed his lips together, straightening his disheveled collar, and replied in a somber tone. Her husband saved my life, I cannot stand by and watch her come to harm. If you wish to repay a debt of gratitude, you should honor her ex-husband. What concern is a divorced woman like Lu Qingwan to you? Fu Xijing scoffed disdainfully. Gu Ting, momentarily rendered speechless, furrowed his brow and finally said, forget it. I can't make you understand. I need to hurry over, please help me take Xia Xia home. With that, Gu Ting turned away, no longer glancing at Fu Xijing's cold, aristocratic face, and strode away. As I leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained, an overwhelming sadness surged within me. This was the man I had cherished for 12 long years. 2 years ago, when I married him, I believed I was the happiest woman in the world. Yet now, I realized I was nothing but a complete farce. Who's there? Just then, Fu Xijing's low voice snapped me back to reality, but before I could react, a strikingly handsome face, imbued with a chilling aura, appeared before me. As soon as he caught sight of my face, Fu Xijing was momentarily taken aback. Xia Xia. How come? He quickly regained his composure, seemingly recalling something that made him furrow his brow slightly. Did you hear everything I discussed with Gu Ting just now? I moved my lips, but my throat felt as if it were obstructed by a sponge saturated with water, rendering me voiceless. Noticing a slight sting in my eyes, I hastily lowered my gaze, and after a prolonged silence, I finally spoke. Thank you for assisting in transferring my mother to another ward, Senior Fu. There's no need for such formality with me. Fu Xijing's voice was particularly warm and soothing. I understood his intentions were kind, as he had just been advocating for me in front of Gu Ting. Yet, at that moment, all I desired was to find a secluded place to gather my thoughts, wishing to shield my distraught and sorrowful visage from the eyes of others. I will go inquire about my mother's condition from the attending physician. Just as I was seeking an excuse to depart, someone suddenly grasped my wrist. I turned in astonishment, meeting a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. What I said last time still stands. Last time's words? Seeing my confusion, Fu Xijing let out a resigned chuckle and shook his head. Then, his expression turned serious as he focused intently on me. If you wish to divorce, I can assist you. Divorce. I was momentarily stunned. In the depths of my despair, the notion of divorce had indeed flickered through my mind. However, what surged within me was a tumult of emotions, entanglement and reluctance. I had cherished Gu Ting for a full 12 years. Nearly half of my life had been devoted to my affection for him. How could I possibly let go so easily? Moreover, from the very beginning of our marriage, I was acutely aware of his indifference towards me. I naively believed that I could cultivate affection in his heart. If I were to contemplate divorce, would I truly feel at peace? Would there be no lingering regrets? Furthermore, I am now with child, bearing Gu Ting's offspring. My hand instinctively caressed my abdomen. And a sudden thought struck me: if divorce were to become a reality, the child would serve as the greatest tether between Gu Ting and me, rendering a complete severance impossible. Yet, would maintaining such a marriage be fair to the child? Not to mention, if Gu Ting, who is suspected of having a low sperm count, were to learn of my pregnancy, he would undoubtedly contest for custody. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged within me, leaving me momentarily at a loss for decision. However, amidst the turmoil, I found solace in Fu Xijing's words, which bolstered my resolve. Thank you, Senior Fu. I looked up at him earnestly and said, if that day were to come, I would seek your assistance. Fu Xijing's gaze seemed to briefly traverse my abdomen, and he slightly furrowed his brow, though when he lifted his eyes, his face was alight with a smile. Very well. Chapter 10, Could it be a double blessing? Am I pregnant? My mother's primary physician has now been replaced by Director Lin Jinyu. After understanding the condition, I exited the office with a heart full of mixed emotions. There was both relief and apprehension. The relief stemmed from Director Lin's advocacy for traditional Chinese medicine. He assured me that he would strive to alleviate my mother's pain, emphasizing that maintaining a positive mindset could help ease her suffering. With a sense of unease, I recalled Director Lin's specific admonition that my mother required tranquility, she could not withstand any further distress. Thus, should any uncertainties arise in my marriage, it would undoubtedly prove too much for her to bear. My heart weighed heavily as I approached the threshold of her hospital room. Taking a deep breath, I rubbed my stiff face before stepping inside with a smile. Mother, Gu Ting has gone out of his way to purchase your favorite bayberries. I just tasted one. And it is exceptionally sweet. As I spoke, I offered her the freshly washed berries, gently placing one into her mouth. She smiled as she savored it. Yet her gaze drifted towards the door. Where is Gu Ting? He had to return to the company due to an unexpected issue, I replied. A fleeting shadow crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure, reaching into the bag to offer me a bayberry. Have you told Gu Ting about your pregnancy? Is he not thrilled? Feigning cleverness, I replied, I cannot simply divulge such delightful news to him, I must prepare a grand surprise. I insisted that my mother and elder brother keep this secret, ensuring that no hints escaped in Gu Ting's presence. Very well, I understand. You, my dear child. My mother chuckled with an air of resignation, you are nearly of maternal age, yet still so naive. Even when I become a mother, I will always remain your child. You and your antics. I spent a considerable amount of time in the hospital, conversing with my mother until a hint of weariness appeared on her face, prompting my departure. As I reflected on my journey home, I found myself languidly seated in the car, perhaps due to the delicate condition of my pregnancy, which had rendered me particularly drowsy of late, as if I could never quench my thirst for slumber. I am uncertain how much time had elapsed when suddenly the car door swung open, and a refreshing breeze enveloped me, rousing me from my stupor. Xia, why are you still asleep? My mother-in-law exclaimed, her face radiant with a smile as she grasped my wrist. I have been waiting for you. The wedding dress we ordered has arrived. You must hurry inside to try it on. If anything is amiss, we can have the designer make adjustments overnight, as the wedding is imminent. The wedding gown had been ordered a month prior, and my measurements had already been taken. However, as I donned the dress, I felt a slight constriction around my abdomen. The designer, noticing my discomfort, chuckled and remarked, it appears that the young madam has been well nourished during this time, as evidenced by her burgeoning belly. I offered a sheepish smile, ready to respond, when the designer interjected playfully, could it be that there's double happiness on the way? Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with hope. My heart skipped a beat. I was so absorbed in the moment that I barely registered the pressure of my nails digging into my palms. Meeting my mother-in-law's expectant gaze, I felt an overwhelming reluctance to deceive her, for she was one of the few who truly cared for me. Yet, the marriage I shared with Gu Ting felt as fragile as reeds swaying in a tempest, on the verge of shattering, compelling me to harden my heart against the truth. Perhaps my recent indulgence in food had led to a slight accumulation of weight. I deliberately lowered my head, striving to accentuate my double chin. For I had indeed put on a few pounds. My mother-in-law wore an expression of bemused disbelief. What do you mean by being fat? You should eat more. You were too thin before. As she spoke, she turned to instruct the designer to adjust the wedding gown's dimensions a little smaller. By the way, where is Gu Ting? Didn't you go to the hospital with him to see your mother? Why have you returned alone? I lowered my head slightly, concealing the bittersweet emotion swirling within me. There must be some urgent matter at the company. My mother-in-law clearly found this hard to believe, frowning as she probed. Is that little vixen Lu Qingwan stirring up trouble again? Upon her astute observation, I chose not to withhold the truth any longer. Gu Ting. He received a call from Lu Qingwan and left in a hurry. That scoundrel. My mother-in-law's anger flared instantly, exclaiming he was just like Uncle Liao. Given the significance of Liao Zhenhua as an elder, I pursed my lips and refrained from responding. Moreover, regarding the matters between Liao Zhenhua and Lu Qingwan's mother, I had only heard whispers and remained unaware of the deeper connections. However, one thing was clear, Liao Zhenhua had always regarded Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting as a perfect match. It was likely that he continued to hope for Gu Ting to divorce me and be with Lu Qingwan instead. Xia, don't be upset. When that rascal Gu Ting returns, I will teach him a lesson on your behalf. In the past, such words would have filled my heart with joy, but now, what would it matter to keep him by my side if his heart belonged to another? After trying on the wedding gown, I proceeded to try on shoes and jewelry, and after a whirlwind of activity, Gu Ting happened to return just as we finished. At long last, you've returned. His mother, scolding him like a barrage of cannon fire, discreetly gestured towards him, having left Xia alone in the hospital. I see you are regressing. Hurry and try on the wedding attire, you are to be wed next week, so do not behave childishly and shirk your responsibilities. Gu Ting took the suit and began to don it, yet his gaze wandered vaguely in my direction. I felt quite fatigued at that moment and was reluctant to engage with him further, so I concocted an excuse and ascended the stairs. However, when I had finished washing my face and was preparing to rest on the bed, Gu Ting entered. I ignored him and turned towards the bed. Yet he embraced me from behind, resting his chin in the crook of my neck, his voice deep and laced with fatigue. I'm sorry. It was not my intention to leave you alone in the hospital. It won't happen again. I pulled away from Gu Ting's arms and turned to face him. What did you promise me last night? It has only been a day, and you've completely forgotten. No, it was because Lu Qingwan's depression relapsed. And I feared for her safety before he could finish. I let out a cold laugh. Did she encounter any misfortune? Gu Ting choked on his words, taking a while to utter, no. I found myself on the verge of laughter. Whenever it concerned Lu Qingwan, he became utterly flustered. Gu Ting. I have stated that if you still harbor feelings for her, the words divorce had yet to escape my lips before Gu Ting interrupted me urgently. I have completely severed ties with her. Apart from gratitude, there is nothing else. Is that so? However, if you wish to express your gratitude, it should be directed towards her ex-husband, for she is now divorced. What kind of gratitude are you attempting to convey? Gu Ting furrowed his brow, seemingly eager to assure me. I promise that such an incident will never occur again. I felt weary. Xia. I need to rest. Upon hearing my dismissal, Gu Ting's lips pressed tightly together, as though he had finally lost his patience. After a moment, he took a deep breath. I have admitted my mistake. So please do not continue to argue with me, alright? I have assured you that I will not repeat this. Even if you do not consider yourself. You must think of your mother. Her health cannot withstand any more distress. Chapter 11. Once you restore your health, Xia, you will surely be able to conceive. Those words struck a chord within me, and I found myself at a loss for words, gazing at Gu Ting in disbelief. It seemed as though I suddenly no longer recognized him. In my memories, Gu Ting during our school days was a figure of brilliance and charm. He and Fu Xijiong were celebrated as the twin pillars of Jing University, as both were unparalleled in appearance, character, and capability. It was nearly impossible to find a girl who did not admire them. But now, everything has changed. I even felt that my once fervent and sincere infatuation with Gu Ting had transformed into a mere illusion, a fleeting dream. Gu Ting, noticing my silence, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he stepped forward to embrace me gently, whispering words of reassurance. There is truly nothing between Lu Qingwan and me. You must believe me. Just as I was about to push him away, I heard the sudden vibration of his phone in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, a bittersweet smile tugged at my lips. It was Lu Qingwan once again. I decided to answer, withdrawing from Gu Ting's embrace. Time and again, disappointment had rendered me numb. I had not anticipated that dissolving over a decade of feelings could be so effortless. Yet, Gu Ting chose not to answer. Instead, he frowned and disconnected the call. But how could Lu Qingwan so easily relent? It is often said that those who are favored act without fear, a sentiment that could not be more fitting for her. As I witnessed her relentless attempts to call, while Gu Ting repeatedly terminated the calls, I found the scene somewhat amusing. When Lu Qingwan called for the umpteenth time, I seized the phone and swiftly hung up, promptly adding her to the blacklist. Gu Ting stared at me, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. And the atmosphere grew much quieter. I was taken aback by his lack of anger over my decision to block Lu Qingwan. Today was my fault. I should not have left you alone at the hospital without notice. I assure you it will not happen again, he said, his voice softening, clearly attempting to placate me. In the past, such a humble gesture would have filled my heart with joy, but now, all that remained was a sense of weariness. My mother's health can no longer withstand any further blows. All I desire now is for the wedding with Gu Ting to proceed smoothly, bringing joy to my mother. As for everything else, I can no longer afford to concern myself with such matters. Gu Ting, there will be no second chances. Upon sensing my release of tension, Gu Ting smiled and nodded, assuring me, I promise, there will absolutely be no next time. The preparations for the wedding were progressing in a tense yet orderly fashion. Perhaps as a form of compensation, Gu Ting spent the subsequent days at home with me, selecting invitation designs and choosing wedding candies. During this time, Lu Qingwan seemed to have undergone a transformation, refraining from contacting Gu Ting, likely still residing in his blacklist. This unexpected tranquility was rather disconcerting for me. However, if this were to persist, Lu Qingwan would cease to be Lu Qingwan. Just 3 days before the wedding, she unexpectedly arrived at the Gu residence in Liao Zhenhua's car. Coincidentally encountering Qingwan on the way, he invited her to join us in assisting with the preparations. Liao Zhenhua beamed with delight. "Qingwan, come, have a seat. What would you like to drink? I'll have someone bring it to you." Lu Qingwan settled onto the sofa, her smile equally radiant. "Uncle Liao, please don't be so courteous. I'm here to help, no need for such fuss," I observed from the side. Skeptical of her intentions, she was clearly here to stir trouble. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I turned to glance at Gu Ting, hoping to gauge his reaction, only to find him intently focused on his iPad, meticulously selecting the wedding menu, as if he were entirely oblivious to Lu Qingwan's presence. I find myself somewhat astonished by Gu Ting's transformation. After all, in the past, he would become exceedingly anxious if Lu Qingwan merely pricked her skin with a glass. "How about this? I remember, my mother enjoys this." Just as I was lost in thought, Gu Ting pushed the iPad in front of me. "This flavor is a tad spicy, my mother cannot eat it anymore." Lu Qingwan suddenly interjected. "Gu Ting, do you still recall that this was my favorite dish during school?" Gu Ting pressed his lips together and looked up, coldly retorting, "I didn't ask you, keep quiet. No one considers you mute." Lu Qingwan pouted and shot back, "I'll say what I want, it's none of your business." Gu Ting maintained his frosty demeanor, choosing to ignore her. However, Lu Qingwan seemed entirely unfazed by his icy countenance, laughing heartily. "Hey, you can't be serious, you're still not angry? I was just teasing you the other day. We used to joke like this in school, and I never saw you so furious before. What with all this fuss since getting married? Are you even a man? You're the one who isn't a man," Gu Ting retorted, his anger rendering him momentarily flustered. Her words elicited laughter from Lu Qingwan. "I'm certainly not a man, haha." This appeared to be their customary way of interacting. A playful exchange that made me feel like an outsider. "Xia xia, let us head upstairs." Just as a pang of bitterness welled up within me, Gu Ting grasped my hand and stood up, not sparing a single glance for Lu Qingwan. I found myself somewhat bewildered as Gu Ting led me upstairs to the bedroom. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I glanced back at Lu Qingwan, only to find her tightly pursing her lips, standing motionless, her eyes seemingly capable of shooting daggers. Observing her flustered demeanor brought an unexpected sense of satisfaction to my heart. Upon reaching the bedroom, Gu Ting took my hand and seated me beside him on the bed, continuing to select dishes for the occasion. As I gazed upon his handsome, clear features and chiseled jawline, I felt my resolve waver once more. What was I thinking? Noticing my silence, Gu Ting looked up and gently tousled my hair, inquiring if I was tired. "If you don't wish to choose, I can ask my mother to handle it, alright?" I nodded. After all, my mother-in-law possessed more experience in such matters. Seeing Gu Ting toss the iPad aside, I finally made up my mind. After the wedding, let us visit the hospital. I wish to undergo a physical examination. If the wedding proceeds smoothly, my identity as the legitimate young mistress of the Gu family will be publicly acknowledged, unlike the present, where only relatives are aware of my rightful status. At that time, I wouldn't mind bringing further joy to the Gu family, double happiness, indeed. Gu Ting nodded in agreement, stating, "With modern medicine being so advanced, if we take good care of your health, Xia Xia will surely conceive." I recognized that he had misunderstood my intentions. However, once the test results are revealed, he will discover that I am already with child. He is about to become a father. With that thought, a smile crept upon my lips, and I nodded at him affirmatively. Chapter 12. On the wedding day, time has flown by, and the eve of the wedding has arrived in the blink of an eye. Liao Zhenhua has been elusive these past few days, and his preoccupations remain a mystery. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law busies herself with preparations, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Yet, as the wedding date draws near, a wave of anxiety washes over me. Although I have been married to Gu Ting for 2 years, lacking only a formal ceremony, the excitement I feel is akin to that of our initial trip to the Civil Affairs Office to obtain our marriage certificate. Fortunately, my dear friend Lin She has finally returned from her business trip. Her light-hearted banter brings some relief to my nerves. "You are being utterly spineless. That Lu Qingwan has practically made you her footstool, and you can tolerate it?" To my surprise, after sharing some recent events with Lin Shi, her temper flares. She rolls up her sleeves, adopting a fierce demeanor as if ready to confront someone. It's all settled now. Gu Ting has completely severed ties with her, she remarks. Lin Shi narrows her eyes, a look of disappointment etched across her face. Your ability to discern is severely lacking. If Lu Qingwan were to simply let this slide without consequence, I would willingly offer my head for you to use as a soccer ball. Discern? I question. Bemused by Lin Shi's choice of words. Are you suggesting that Lu Qingwan is a green tea type? While I have absorbed much of Lin Shi's knowledge on such matters, Lu Qingwan clearly does not fit my understanding of the term green tea. She is far more sophisticated than that. Lin Shi scoffs dismissively. This Hanji tea is the most challenging to deal with. Don't be fooled, even the men can hardly distinguish it. How could you have been so blind to choose Gu Ting back then? Just one look at his face reveals his untrustworthy nature, a stark contrast to Fu Xizhong, I said, unable to suppress a mix of laughter and exasperation. If you admire Senior Fu, why not pursue him? He likes you, not me. What would I chase after? I found myself utterly bemused by Lin Shi's audacity. Stop talking nonsense, she retorted, rolling her eyes. You're simply too blind to see that Fu Xizhong has feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he have isolated himself at the research institute when you were marrying Gu Ting? With a face full of resignation, I replied, please don't drag me into everything. Senior Fu hails from a prestigious military family, and it is only natural for him to pursue a career in research. Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I can't explain this to a novice in love like you. Just focus on your life with Gu Ting, especially since you're already carrying his child. As she spoke, she gently caressed my abdomen. After tomorrow's wedding, head straight to the hospital with Gu Ting to avoid any unnecessary complications. Understood, I replied. Just as Lin Shi and I were engrossed in our conversation, a knock echoed through the room, followed by Gu Ting entering with a smile. Am I interrupting? He asked. His handsome demeanor and cheerful expression making the atmosphere feel as refreshing as a spring breeze. No, not at all, we replied in unison. Lin Shi hastily waved her hand, saying, Gu Ting, you must treat my Xia Xia well and ensure that no one bullies her. I found myself both amused and exasperated. Lin Shi, well aware of her character, elicited a knowing smile from Gu Ting, perhaps buoyed by good spirits. Rest assured, with me around, she won't be mistreated, he assured her. I looked at the two of them helplessly before finally addressing Gu Ting. What brings you here? Is there something you need? The meal is ready. We should head down to eat. Lin Shi interjected, wrapping her arm around mine. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a meal at your place. Today, I'm truly in for a treat. Then make sure to eat plenty, I replied, sharing a laugh with Lin Shi as we made our way outside. However, as we passed by Gu Ting, I noticed his phone vibrating unexpectedly. Instinctively, Lin Shi and I glanced at him, only to see him frown slightly as he ended the call. Whose call was that? Lin Shi inquired. A telemarketing call. Oh. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, her tone drawn out, laughter laced with meaning. In contrast, Gu Ting appeared unfazed, urging us, come on, let us go eat. As tomorrow marks the wedding, there were many tasks to attend to. After finishing her meal, Lin Shi, still concerned, offered me a few more reminders before she departed. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Ting and I remained busy. Yet, I noticed that Gu Ting seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at his phone. Recalling Lin Shi's earlier admonitions, I asked, is something wrong? Do you have something on your mind? It's nothing, just a minor issue at the company, Gu Ting reassured me, mentioning that Lin Bei had already gone to handle it. It dawned on me that I hadn't seen Lin Bei all afternoon. He had been occupied with company matters. At that moment, Gu Ting's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. I instinctively glanced at the caller ID. It was Lin Bei. Xia Xia, please take a moment to rest, I need to take this call. I nodded in acknowledgement. All right, understood. Go ahead. I watched as Gu Ting walked towards the pavilion in the courtyard before answering the call. However, I couldn't discern what Lin Bei was saying over the phone. But Gu Ting's furrowed brow suggested a palpable tension and agitation, even from a distance. I bit my lip, wondering if it was yet another scheme from Lu Qingwan. Just as I was about to approach, Gu Ting ended the call and strode back towards me. Finished? I inquired. Yes, as I mentioned, it's just a minor inconvenience. Rest assured, Lin Bei has resolved it. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it wasn't Lu Qingwan. Before long, the day of the wedding arrived. Early in the morning, I was roused from my slumber by a flurry of makeup artists. The preparations for the wedding had already been exhausting. And perhaps due to my pregnancy, I felt even more fatigued and weary, nearly dozing off while being made up. This wedding was to be held at a hotel. And nearly all the guests in attendance were prominent figures from across Kyoto. As I was applying my makeup, Lin Shi was beside me, feeding me nuts. Worried that the wedding proceedings might be too overwhelming for my petite frame. By the way, I've been here for quite a while, yet where is the groom? Before I could voice my thoughts, the makeup artist chuckled and remarked that the bride and groom are not permitted to see each other before the ceremony. Lin Shi curled her lips in disdain, questioning the origin of such a custom, claiming she had never heard of it before. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she playfully winked at me, suggesting that while the bride is off limits, surely the bridesmaid is allowed to sneak a peek. I quickly grasped Lin Shi's arm, urging her not to disturb Gu Ting, who was undoubtedly busy at the moment. In a teasing tone, Lin Shi retorted, "TSK TSK TSK, the wedding hasn't even begun. And you're already protecting your husband?" My cheeks flushed in embarrassment. How infuriating. Lin Shi flashed me a knowing smile, assuring me she would only take a quick look and wouldn't bother my husband. With that, she dashed out of the room. Before long, she returned, her expression far from cheerful. "What happened?" I inquired, perplexed. Lin Shi's brow furrowed as she revealed, "Gu Ting isn't here." My smile faltered, confusion sweeping over me. "What do you mean he's not here? Isn't he in the lounge? Couldn't he have gone to greet the guests? After all, Gu Ting is the star of today's event, and no one would be busier than him." Lin Shi bit her lip, stating that she had asked the makeup artist, who informed her that Gu Ting had taken a call and left. My heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Whose call could it be? I was uncertain. Although Lin Shi spoke casually, it was evident that she had her suspicions. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I knew that little vixen, Lu Qingwan, wouldn't rest. Xia xia. Call Gu Ting immediately. Today is your wedding, nothing must go amiss." I hastily retrieved my phone and dialed Gu Ting's number, only to be met with the disheartening message, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." He was unreachable. At that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon me. In just an hour, the wedding ceremony was to commence, and most of the guests had already arrived. Given the Gu family's standing in Kyoto, if Gu Ting were to fail to show up today, the mere thought sent a wave of dizziness over me. In a state of panic, I grasped Lin Shi's wrist, my voice trembling, "Has my mother arrived?" Lin Shi bit her lip, "She's been here for a while." "What are we to do?" I exclaimed, overwhelmed with anxiety. Even if I had to endure the mockery of the crowd alone at the wedding, that was bearable. But I could not let my mother know. Her health was too fragile to withstand any distress. "I'll go find your elder brother and ask him to concoct a reason to take Aunt back to the hospital." "All right," I nodded fervently. "I leave my mother in your hands. Don't panic. First, call Lin Bei and see if he can get in touch with Gu Ting. Also, reach out to your mother-in-law for assistance." Lin Shi, being the regional head of the corporate group, acted decisively and fearlessly in the face of crisis. I could not help but take a deep breath, forcing myself to regain my composure. As I watched Lin Shi depart, I immediately dialed Lin Bei. The call connected swiftly. "Where is Gu Ting?" I inquired, bypassing any preamble. Lin Bei remained silent, lost in thought. I inhaled deeply once more. "Today is my wedding with Gu Ting. All the prominent figures in Kyoto are in attendance. Do you wish for the entire Gu family to become a laughingstock?" Clearly, Lin Bei recognized the gravity of the situation. Biting his lip before responding, "President Gu just received a call from the hospital. Miss Liu has been admitted following a suicide attempt." A cold wave crashed over me, extinguishing the last flicker of hope I held. My legs weakened, and I swayed, nearly losing my balance. The feeling was akin to being struck by lightning, engulfed in despair. He had promised me. He assured me he would sever all ties with Lu Qingwan. Yet, upon hearing news of her suicide, he abandoned me to rush to her side. But why today of all days? This was the wedding he had vowed to honor. He understood the significance of this day. Yet, in Gu Ting's heart, Lu Qingwan's worth overshadowed all that I represented. I clutched the phone, rendered speechless for an extended period. Even Lin Bei's words fell upon deaf ears. A sharp pain pierced my chest, as if a dagger had been driven deep, leaving me gasping for breath. "Madam, I will arrive at the hospital shortly. Do not worry. Once I locate President Gu, I will ensure he returns." Lin Bei spoke in a low voice. "However, I must trouble you to delay a bit longer. There is less than an hour until the wedding. Unfortunately, the hospital where Lu Qingwan was sent is over an hour's drive from the wedding venue." I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. I understood that wallowing in despair would be futile. I could only strive to minimize the damage. At the very least, I must not let my mother find out. As for everything else, after this wedding, I would put an end to it all. That scoundrel Gu Ting, I shall see how to deal with him this time. My mother-in-law hurried over, clearly in a state of agitation. This was a matter of the Gu family's reputation, not to mention that Gu Ting was the designated heir of the elder Mr. Gu. If any embarrassment occurred, it would reflect poorly on the entire family. "What's the situation? Has Lin Bei found him?" my mother-in-law asked anxiously. I parted my lips to reply. But before I could speak, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Lin Bei. My mother-in-law seized the phone and pressed the answer button. "Lin Bei. Have you located Gu Ting?" Clearly taken aback by my mother-in-law answering the phone, Lin Bei paused for a moment before hurriedly responding. "Madam, rest assured, I have located Mr. Gu. We are heading to the hotel now." Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, only to remember to hold him accountable later. "Where is he? Make him answer the phone." Lin Bei hesitated slightly, clearly in a difficult position. "Mr. Gu said he would explain everything to you upon his return. However." My mother-in-law understood that now was not the time for reckoning, yet she still threw out a stern remark. "You tell him to wait for me. Wait until the wedding concludes to address him." Only after hanging up the phone did a hint of relief surface on my mother-in-law's face. Since Gu Ting was already on his way back, it was merely a matter of time. As long as the wedding proceeded without a hitch, all would be well. "Xia xia, fret not. When Gu Ting returns, I shall assist you in dealing with him," my mother-in-law reassured, gently patting my hand. "You need only take the stage. There is no need for concern. I have already coordinated everything with the MC." I inhaled deeply as the makeup artist approached to touch up my makeup. Just then, Lin she hurriedly returned. "How did it go?" I inquired anxiously. "Auntie refuses to leave, insisting on staying to witness the ceremony. Your brother is still trying to find a solution." Lin Shi's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Noticing my mother-in-law's presence, she leaned closer and whispered. "Have you located that scoundrel Gu Ting?" I nodded, confirming. "I found him, he is on his way back." Lin Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is good to hear." As Lin Shi was a bridesmaid, she would accompany me on stage. At that moment, the hotel lobby was adorned in a dreamlike fashion. Resembling a fairyland, a wedding scene that every girl yearns for. Yet, as I stood in the waiting area, listening to the MC's humorous banter enlivening the atmosphere, with laughter and joy resonating around me, I found myself utterly devoid of mirth. As I crossed the stage, my gaze fell upon my mother seated at the central VIP table. Though fatigue marked her features, her eyes sparkled with joy, radiating happiness and hope even at the corners. Just at that moment, the once lively hall was suddenly stirred. Some individuals were engrossed in their phones, while others engaged in hushed whispers. A sense of foreboding surged within me. What was happening? Lin Shi, standing behind me, furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with tension. Could it be that news of Gu Ting's abrupt departure had reached others? My heart sank with unease. Just then, a tall figure approached. Fu Xijing raised his brows slightly, his inscrutable black eyes seemed to exude an overwhelming pressure even from several meters away. Fu, the senior. The expression on his face filled me with a vague sense of dread. What was the matter? Had something occurred? Gu Ting was not here, was he? Though my words were framed as a question, my tone suggested certainty. My heart sank further, he indeed knew. Noticing my silence, Fu Xijing perceived my acquiescence. A flicker of fire seemed to ignite in his gaze as he spoke in a chilling tone. Do you intend to remain here any longer? His words sent a wave of anxiety through me. Fu, what has happened? Chapter 14, Are you reconsidering this wedding? Fu Xijing's lips pressed into a thin line as he looked down at me, his gaze profound. Before he could respond, Lin Shi suddenly tugged at my arm. Handing me her phone, her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "Xia xia, the scandal between Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting has surged to trending topics." Instinctively, I grasped my phone, only to find that the vast expanse of Weibo's trending topics was dominated by gossip surrounding Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan's scandalous boyfriend, explosive, Lu Qingwan Gu Ting, explosive, Gu Ting elopes with Lu Qingwan. Explosive, a wave of darkness washed over me. I never anticipated that social media would be the first to amplify this turmoil. However, at that moment, I could think of nothing else but to lift the hem of my wedding dress and rush towards my mother in the audience. "Xia, what's the matter? What's happening?" My mother's face was etched with worry, clearly having overheard the whisper circulating among the guests. I heard them say Gu Ting has eloped. Is there some misunderstanding? Where is Gu Ting? My heart sank at the realization that I had inadvertently revealed the truth to my mother. "No, Mom, don't listen to their nonsense. Gu Ting went out to pick someone up, he will be here shortly." My mother shook her head resolutely. I won't heed their words. "You must call Gu Ting and let me hear it from him." "Mom. Don't worry, I'll call." My mother immediately pulled out her phone, poised to dial Gu Ting. In response, I quickly grasped her hand. "Alright, I'll do it." Understanding that I could not resist her, I reluctantly dialed Gu Ting's number. Yet, the phone rang endlessly without an answer. As I met my mother's anxious, hopeful gaze, my own worry escalated. "Gu Ting, please pick up the phone." It seemed as though my fervent plea reached him, for finally, the call connected. However, the voice that emerged from the receiver was not Gu Ting's. "Oh dear, Gu Ting. Wake up, you're crushing my hair." Lu Qingwan's reproachful voice resonated clearly through the receiver. My mother stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Her eyes bloodshot and her complexion as pale as snow. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the microphone, akin to the friction of fabric. I stared in disbelief, my eyes wide open, as the fragmented sounds coming through the device pierced my chest like sharpened blades, stabbing repeatedly, each thrust seeming to draw forth flesh and blood. "Be quiet." Gu Ting's scolding voice soon followed, but then he swiftly added, "Stop urging me, I will be there shortly." "Gu Ting, I can't reach the back. Please help me zip it up." My mother instinctively moved her lips, as if she wished to speak, yet her breath was caught, and her fingertips began to tremble. "Mom." I hurriedly ended the call, filled with anxiety as I tried to support her, insisting, "It's not like this. It's all a misunderstanding." But before I could finish, a poof sound erupted, and suddenly, a vivid crimson mist unfurled before my eyes. "Auntie!" I heard Lin Shi's exclamation. But my mind buzzed, plunging into a void, while the scene before me felt as if it were frozen in time. "Mom." As I regained my senses, I swiftly enveloped my mother in my arms, yet her face was as pale as parchment, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, trickling down in thin streams along her chin. In that moment, tears streamed down my face, and my fingertips trembled uncontrollably. "Quickly, to the hospital." At that instant, Fu Xijing leaned down and lifted my mother into his arms, swiftly turning to dash outside. In a daze, I attempted to follow, but inadvertently twisted my ankle in my high heels, causing me to lurch forward. "Xia." Lin Shi, quick-witted and agile, caught me, her face a mask of concern. "Are you all right?" I shook my head, a piercing pain shot through my ankle, yet I felt almost numb, instinctively shedding my shoes and limping after Fu Xijing. His car sped through the streets, recklessly ignoring countless red lights. As soon as we arrived at the hospital, the doctors and nurses, already alerted by his call, swiftly wheeled my mother into the emergency room. Standing at the door, watching the red light of the emergency room flicker to life, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over me, nearly suffocating me. "What happened to your foot?" Fu Xijing's brow furrowed as he glanced down at my swollen ankle. "Where are your shoes?" I seemed to be oblivious to his words, my gaze still fixated on the ominous red light of the emergency room. With his lips pressed into a thin line, Fu Xijing bent down, scooping me up into his arms, striding towards a nearby bench. "I'm fine." As he removed his own shoes and knelt down to help me put mine back on, I finally regained my senses and pulled my foot back. "Don't move. Your ankle is sprained and needs to stay warm." Fu Xijing looked up at me, his voice warm yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. The leather shoes, radiating the warmth of a man, gradually warmed my feet. However, it was precisely this slight warmth that caused my tears to spill uncontrollably. Instinctively, I tried to stifle my breath, to hold back, yet the taut string of restraint snapped at that moment, spiraling out of control. I raised my hand to cover my face, unable to suppress the sobs that erupted from within me, as if I were venting all my grievances, panic, and fear. I lost track of time as I cried, only to realize, when I had finally released my pent-up emotions and regained a semblance of composure, that a pair of large hands was gently pressing my head against his chest, stroking my hair in silent consolation. "I'm sorry." I quickly retreated from Fu Xijing's embrace, immediately following with a soft thank you. Fu Xijing lowered his gaze, looking deeply into my eyes. "Rest assured, with Lin Jinyu here, his medical skills are exceptional. Your mother will be fine." At that moment, I no longer shed tears, I merely nodded, unconsciously echoing his words, as if to reassure myself, yes. My mother will be fine. Fu Xijing remained silent, quietly sitting beside me. The once serene corridor was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the occasional footsteps of passing nurses. However, this tranquil atmosphere did not last long, as my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Gu Ting. Upon seeing the name Gu Ting, my previously calm heart began to tremble once more. I had never envisioned that one day the fervent affection I harbored for Gu Ting would transform into something akin to hatred. The phone continued to vibrate. I could not help but take a deep breath before pressing the call button. "Xia Xia, where are you? Everyone is waiting for you. Are you truly not going to proceed with this wedding?" Gu Ting's voice, laden with reproach, pierced through the receiver like a dagger, causing me pain. I moved my lips slightly, my tone calm. "I won't." Chapter 15, I no longer have a mother. Gu Ting seemed taken aback by my response, pausing for a full 3 seconds before softening his tone. "Xia Xia, please don't be difficult. I admit that I was wrong today. Hurry back, and after the wedding, I will explain everything to you." "Explain?" I suddenly felt the urge to laugh, yet found it impossible to muster any amusement. "What will you say this time? That Lu Qingwan deceived you into visiting her by feigning suicide? She did attempt to take her life, it was only due to timely intervention that she was saved. Is that so?" I scoffed. "Is it the kind of suicide where, had she been sent to the hospital a few minutes later, the wound would have healed on its own?" "Xia Xia." Gu Ting inhaled deeply. "What happened today is indeed my fault. But this wedding was something you insisted on having. You cannot simply leave all these people waiting." I felt as though I had heard the most absurd joke. Do you truly believe that I wanted this wedding for any reason other than my mother? Yet here she lies in the emergency room, her life hanging by a thread. Gu Ting clearly recognized that he was at fault this time, lowering his stance. "Xia Xia, would you please return and complete the wedding? Waiting for you. Mother has awakened. I shall personally apologize and explain to her." With a cold demeanor, I was about to refuse when suddenly I heard the sound of the emergency room door being pushed open. Without a second thought, I hung up the phone, but in my haste to rise, a sharp pain shot through my ankle. "Do not rush, walk slowly," Fu Xijing said, steadying me. "Nurse, how is my mother? Are you a relative of Li Pei?" she inquired. I nodded anxiously. "I am her daughter. This is a critical condition notice. Please sign in the informed consent section." Darkness clouded my vision as I looked at the critical condition notice handed to me, tears instantly streaming down my face. "Please. I beg you, save my mother, save her." The nurse, clearly accustomed to such scenes, replied, "Our doctors will do their utmost to save the patient. Please sign in the informed consent section so that we can commence treatment." My hands trembled as I took the pen, the tip shaking uncontrollably, rendering me unable to write a single word. "Xia Xia." At that moment, I heard a breathless shout from behind. I turned around to see my elder brother and Lin Shi rushing towards me, their faces etched with concern. "Brother, how is our mother?" I choked on my words, overwhelmed. Upon meeting the worried gazes of my brother and Lin Shi, I could not hold back my tears any longer. My brother, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly took the critical condition notice from the nurse and hastily signed his name. Once the nurse departed, he turned to glare at me. "Xia Xia. Look at the mess you've made. I must tell you, if anything were to happen to our mother, I..." Before he could finish his ominous declaration, Fu Xijing had already positioned himself protectively in front of me, interrupting his words. "Mr. Qiao, in light of this situation, Xia Xia is far more distressed than you are. Moreover, If you seek to settle accounts, you ought to direct your ire towards the appropriate individual. My elder brother's chest heaved violently, clearly a tempest of rage seeking an outlet. He begrudgingly afforded Fu Xijing a modicum of respect, yet cast a fierce glare in my direction before turning away with a grim expression. Time inexorably marched on. Yet for me, each passing moment was an agonizing torment. I could not ascertain how long it had been when the door to the emergency room finally creaked open. Hearing the commotion, I hobbled forward with urgency. Director Lin. Dr. Lin, how is my mother? Lin Jinyu, with a grave countenance, removed his mask, revealing a look of deep sympathy. Yet, he ultimately spoke the words that shattered my world. I am sorry, we did our utmost. In that instant, the ground seemed to shift beneath me. Mother. Mother is gone. I was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. As if an immense mountain had crumbled upon me. I felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, and my heart felt hollow. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me. And I sank into an abyss. When I finally opened my eyes again, I was greeted by a blinding expanse of white. The scent of antiseptics filled my nostrils. And above me, an 4-bag hung, its contents steadily dripping through the tube. My hand felt icy to the touch. Xia, you are awake? A hint of surprise laced Lin Shi's voice as it resonated, and it took me a few moments to shift my gaze. Only to lock eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. Memories from before my unconsciousness surged forth like a deluge, a sharp pain seizing my chest, while tears cascaded down my face. Lin Shi, I no longer have a mother. I no longer have a mother. I covered my face and wept aloud, as if releasing all my anguish. Xia, please don't cry. If Aunt Pei knew how heartbroken you are, it would surely pain her, Lin Shi soothed, wiping away her own tears. I lost track of time, my tears seemingly drying up. Yet a sharp pang emanated from my lower abdomen, as though the baby within me mourned for my mother too. Where is my mother? I longed to see her once more. Just as Lin Shi supported me towards the hospital room, we encountered Gu Ting and his grandmother approaching us. Xia. The moment his grandmother spotted me, she rushed over, her eyes reddening as well. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though I could see no one but Gu Ting. He seemed somewhat uncomfortable under my gaze, biting his lip before speaking. Xia, you. But just then, a resounding slap abruptly interrupted him, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints upon his left cheek. The slap not only stunned Gu Ting but also left the others in utter disbelief. Their expressions reflecting shock as they turned to me, unable to fathom what had transpired. Gu Ting stared at me in disbelief, caught off guard by the blow. His face ablaze with a burning sensation. He furrowed his brow, gazing at my trembling hand that hung by my side, confirming that I had indeed struck him moments before. In an instant, a surge of anger welled up in Gu Ting's eyes, but before he could utter a word, I raised my left hand and delivered another sharp slap across his face. You. How dare you hit me? Gu Ting's eyes blazed with fury, the redness evident. Meeting his gaze, I retorted, it was you who caused my mother's death. The marks of my hands lingered on his face, a testament to the intensity of my strike. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and admitted, I acknowledge that leaving the wedding unannounced was my fault. But I was already on my way back. When you called, I was in the car with Lu Qingwan, and inadvertently caught her hair. Your mother misunderstood. Upon hearing him mention my mother, I instinctively raised my hand again, intent on delivering another slap. Gu Ting, maintaining his composure, attempted to seize my arm. But at that moment, a hand surged from behind him, gripping his wrist firmly. Crack! I once more delivered a resounding slap to his face. Chapter 16, I Want a Divorce. This time, Gu Ting was genuinely infuriated by my third slap. In a fit of rage, he bent his elbow to retaliate, evidently directing all his fury toward the individual behind him who had grasped his wrist. However, instead of the anticipated cry of pain, Gu Ting found himself swiftly subdued, his hands pinned behind him by the person lurking in the shadows. You. Gu Ting squinted as he turned back, his expression sharp and menacing. Yet, upon catching sight of the figure behind him, his expression froze. Fu Xijing? Fu Xijing cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes cold as ice. Do not cause a scene in the hospital, there are many eyes upon us. Gu Ting, somewhat reluctant, pressed his lips together and forcefully withdrew his arm, prompting Fu Xijing to release his grip. Just then, the ruckus outside drew the attention of the eldest brother, who burst forth with bloodshot eyes. hollering as he charged toward Gu Ting. Lin Bei, who had been trailing behind, quickly intervened to block the elder brother. What is the meaning of this? My mother-in-law, in a state of panic, implored, do not strike him. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Gu Ting had indeed instigated today's calamity. Not to mention the fact that it had resulted in a tragic loss of life. Jing, swiftly escort Gu Ting away. As Fu Xijian resolutely led Gu Ting away. The farce at the hospital door finally came to an end. In the ensuing days, the Gu family remained conspicuously absent. I was engrossed in the preparations for my mother's funeral, so much so that I scarcely afforded myself a moment to grieve. Today, the hospital nurse called again, requesting that I come to collect my mother's belongings. Lin Shi, unable to quell her concern about my solitary visit, insisted on accompanying me to the hospital. Although my mother had not spent an extended period in the hospital, she had left behind a considerable amount of possessions. I had come with only a single suitcase. Yet it soon became apparent that it was insufficient. Xia, please wait for me here, I will fetch a bag from the nurse, Lin Shi instructed anxiously. I shall return promptly, so do not wander off. I nodded in acknowledgement, understanding her concern. As soon as Lin Shi exited the hospital ward, I rose to tidy the bed, checking for any items that might have been left behind. Upon lifting the pillow, I discovered something nestled beneath it. The object was contained within a cloth bag. I loosened the drawstring and was taken aback to find several colorful balls of yarn inside, along with an unfinished baby cap. My vision blurred unexpectedly, and it felt as though my heart was gripped tightly by an unseen hand, causing me to struggle for breath. This was the cap that my mother had crocheted for the child still nestled within me. I could vividly imagine the anticipation she must have felt while secretly crafting the cap, longing to witness my child's birth. Yet, she would never have that chance. All because of me. Overwhelmed, I sank to the ground, clutching the incomplete baby cap, weeping softly in anguish. When Lin Shi hurried back, she was immediately alarmed to see me crouched on the floor, tears streaming down my face. She rushed over to help me up. Her gaze first falling upon the large tears cascading down my nose, before finally resting on the baby cap in my hands. Xia, please don't cry. Don't let Aunt Pei leave with an unsettled heart. Lin Shi's voice trembled as she spoke, her own eyes glistening with tears. As she turned away to wipe her face, struggling to offer me comfort. I could not discern how long I had been crying, my sobs were intermittent yet prolonged. Resembling a small creature that had been bullied to the brink, searching for its mother's shelter. Until I cried to the point of my voice becoming hoarse. I finally lifted my head, my swollen red eyes gazing at Lin Shi. She, I have made up my mind. Lin Shi raised her hand to tuck my tear-soaked hair behind my ear, her voice muffled as she asked, what have you decided? I took a deep breath. I want a divorce. The moment the word divorce slipped from my lips, an unprecedented sense of relief surged within me. Lin Shi looked at me in astonishment. Her lips pressed together in contemplation before she glanced with concern at my abdomen. What about your child? Are you not keeping it? Instinctively, I placed my hand on my belly. It had been 10 days since I learned of the life growing within me. Yet, in those 10 days, it felt as though I had lived a decade. I had lost my beloved mother, allowing her to leave this world with regret. No, I want to keep it. Are you truly certain? Lin Shi's face was etched with conflict. I turned to her, aware of her fear that I might have a change of heart, but this child cannot remain. I inhaled deeply, striving to suppress my tears. Once I committed to keeping this child, my ties to Gu Ting would never be severed. This time, I must thoroughly extricate Gu Ting from my life. Even if it means tearing away a significant piece of my heart. I would not hesitate. Lin Shi understood that although I appeared gentle, once I set my mind to something, not even 8 horses could pull me back, just as I had resolutely married Gu Ting. However, despite Lin Shi's carefree demeanor, her heart was softer than tofu. Let us not rush into a decision just yet. One may first consider divorce from Gu Ting. As for the child, Lin Shi pressed her lips together. Does Gu Ting not know that you are pregnant? I instinctively lowered my gaze. Suddenly recalling our agreement before the wedding to visit the hospital together for a checkup after the ceremony. At that time, he would personally retrieve the pregnancy report from the testing machine, realizing he was to become a father. Yet now, he might never know that we once shared a child. I exhaled a deep sigh. Indeed, he remains unaware. Lin Shi's heart was still tender. Let us first proceed with the divorce from Gu Ting. And the matter of the child can be addressed later. Lin Shi grasped my hand, assuring me that if I truly resolved to go through with it, she would accompany me for the abortion. Gazing at Lin Shi's face, warmth surged within my heart. In the days following my mother's passing, had it not been for Lin Shi's companionship, I fear I would have faltered. Cece, thank you. Good Xia, come here for a hug. Once we had gathered my belongings from the hospital, Lin Shi drove me to the Gu residence. Upon hearing of my return, my mother-in-law rushed out to greet me. Her face etched with concern and worry. Xia, you have finally returned, she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Poor child, you have suffered. I took a deep breath, feeling a tinge of acidity at the tip of my nose. In the Gu household, my mother-in-law was the only one who treated me with kindness, almost as if she regarded me as her own daughter. Had it not been for her protection over the years, my life in the Gu family would not have been so bearable. I had come back to gather my things. The mother-in-law was momentarily taken aback, as if a thought had struck her. She quickly suggested, "It would be best for you to move back to your parents' home for a while. I'll have the servants assist you with the packing." I shook my head. Interrupting her, I intend to divorce Gu Ting. Chapter 17, Is it not Xia who is unable to conceive? I had resided in the Gu family for 2 years, initially believing that there wouldn't be much to pack. Yet, as I began to sort through my belongings, I discovered an overwhelming accumulation of items. Each piece was a fragment of what had once been a fervent and pure love, entirely devoted to Gu Ting. Regrettably, no one seemed to care. Much like the discarded items I was preparing to toss into the trash bin, I resolved to take only a few essential documents and cherished possessions. In fact, after this selection, I realized that even a single suitcase could not be filled. As I descended the stairs, my mother-in-law was still persistently calling Gu Ting, urging him to return. However, I was well aware that, given his workaholic nature, he would never abandon his duties to come back. In his eyes, I would always remain a dispensable presence. Xia, how did you finish packing so quickly? My mother-in-law exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing me with merely a suitcase. She must have anticipated waiting for Gu Ting's return. I nodded and then handed her the divorce agreement. I have already signed it. When Gu Ting returns, he can add his signature, and we can proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Although I was the one who initiated the divorce, I would not be leaving empty-handed. I had been foolish enough to do that once before, and I would not make the same mistake again. Xia. My mother-in-law's face was filled with reluctance. 2 years of companionship have been sufficient to cultivate genuine feelings. Mother. It was a mere instinctive utterance that slipped from my lips, and I immediately realized it was inappropriate. However, before I could retract my words, Liao Zhenhua's mocking tone pierced through the air. Aren't you getting a divorce? Yet you still call her mother. His words incensed my mother-in-law. Be quiet. Liao Zhenhua merely smirked, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. If you wish to divorce, then do so promptly. Do not entertain any notions of playing hard to get. I took a deep breath. I had already signed the divorce agreement. Once Gu Ting affixes his signature, we will immediately proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. That's good. The corners of Liao Zhenhua's lips curled slightly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. My mother-in-law shot him a fierce glare. What nonsense. Liao Zhenhua let out a cold snort, casting a glance at me. After 2 years of marriage, still no pregnancy. Could it be that you are unable to conceive? Perhaps a divorce is for the best. I wish to hold my grandchild soon. What ridiculous claims are you making? My mother-in-law was thoroughly enraged. Is it solely Xia's responsibility to bear a child? Liao Zhenhua furrowed his brow. Gu Ting is robust. There should be no issue with him. The absence of children must surely indicate that Xia is unable to conceive. Is that so? I smiled wryly. Then I shall graciously step aside. Haven't you always favored Lu Qingwan? Let her bear your children, let her have as many litters as she wishes. Liao Zhenhua's expression darkened, his eyes wide with fury, rendered speechless by his indignation. I ceased to pay him any heed. My previous respect was solely out of consideration for Gu Ting. Now that I have cast Gu Ting aside, why should I tolerate his presence? Moreover, he is not my father-in-law, merely an elder of another surname. While Gu Ting may cherish familial bonds, I have not accepted any favors from him. Dragging my suitcase, I moved outside and, from a distance, spotted Lin Shi. Her teeth clenched as she glared at her phone, muttering incessantly. What a contemptible man and woman. As I drew nearer, I could discern her words. What's the matter? I inquired, amusement dancing in my gaze. Upon noticing my calm demeanor, Lin Shi handed me her phone, stating, I found this online. It's a screenshot from Gu Ting's moments on his wedding day. The wedding day. A fleeting moment of disorientation washed over me, that day. My mother was so enraged that she bled and ultimately passed away. I had been preoccupied with the funeral, leaving no time to pursue the whereabouts of that day. I knew he had gone to meet Lu Qingwan. Yet, I never anticipated he would post on Moments. The so-called screenshot captured a photograph of Gu Ting. His arm wrapped around Lu Qingwan, a look of doting affection adorning his face. The visage in the picture bore a hint of youthful innocence. Unmistakably an image from long ago. However, to post such a photograph on the day of his wedding was already a clear declaration of intent. It dawned on me that from the very beginning, I had been kept in the dark by Gu Ting, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule. I tightened my grip on the phone, contemplating that even without that phone call, should my mother see this later, it would surely enrage her to the brink of a heart attack. Gu Ting, Gu Ting. How dare he commit such an act? Does he not fear retribution? I took a deep breath, forcing down the resentment that surged within me, and returned my phone to Lin Shi. Let us depart. After leaving the Gu residence, I instructed Lin Shi to drive us to our new home. This was the property generously bestowed upon me by the elder Mr. Gu upon my marriage to Gu Ting. Spanning 120 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, it is neither excessively large nor small, yet in the precious real estate market of Beijing, it undoubtedly qualifies as a luxury residence. Wow. The view here is absolutely splendid, and it's so close to the trade tower. Lin Shi exclaimed, inhaling deeply as if savoring the atmosphere. Even the air is so sweet. I couldn't help but chuckle at her dramatic flair. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? Lin Shi flashed me a smile. This is the essence of freedom. I smiled back. Indeed, it felt liberating. As it was a new home, the furnishings and appliances were all in place. Yet we still lacked some daily necessities. Lin Shi accompanied me downstairs for a quick shopping spree. After finally finishing our errands and tidying up, we were too exhausted to venture out for a meal, so we simply ordered takeout. Once we finished dining, Lin Shi decided to return home early, as she had a meeting the following morning. After bidding her farewell, I began to organize the remaining items. However, it wasn't long before a knock echoed from the door. Instinctively, I glanced around, wondering if Lin Shi had forgotten something. Finding no trace of her belongings, I hurried to open the door, ready to inquire if she had left anything behind. But the words caught in my throat upon seeing the person standing at the threshold, Gu Ting. Coldly, I regarded him, and without a second thought, I attempted to close the door. Yet, Gu Ting was quicker. He reached out and, with a slight exertion, pushed the door wide open. What do you want? Gu Ting surveyed the surroundings with a slight furrow in his brow, seemingly displeased with the modest size of the residence. Having resided in a grand manor, he viewed such high-rise apartments as mere cramped pigeon coops. Soon, he turned his gaze towards me, his voice low and commanding, instructing me to tidy up and return home with him. What did you say? I momentarily failed to comprehend. I said, come home with me. Did your mother not provide you with that divorce agreement? I tore it up. I stared at him in disbelief. Why? Gu Ting raised an eyebrow and articulated clearly, I do not consent to the divorce. His response left me incredulous, a bitter laugh escaping my lips as I retorted coldly. Why? Isn't divorce precisely what you desire? You could be with Lu Qingwan. Gu Ting frowned. I have stated before that my relationship with Lu Qingwan is not as you perceive. My previous actions were merely to repay a debt of gratitude. I found myself no longer wishing to hear his excuses. Turning away, I retrieved another copy of the divorce agreement from my bag, swiftly signing my name before handing it to him. This is no longer significant, just sign. Gu Ting's lips pressed tightly together, his jaw tightening momentarily before he sighed. Xia xia, I never intended to divorce you. Is that so? I scoffed, my gaze piercing with resentment. Then why did you leave on our wedding day? Gu Ting's face bore the weight of exhaustion. Qingwan attempted to take her own life and was rushed to the hospital. Her husband saved my life. I had to go see her. Looking at his facade of insincerity, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Why on earth did I foolishly adore him for a full 12 years? Do not attempt to use the so-called life-saving grace as an excuse. Can you assert that Lu Qingwan's divorce was not for your sake? I scoffed mockingly. Is your so-called gratitude merely an entanglement with the wife of your benefactor? Gu Ting's expression shifted slightly. How could you? Seeing the derision deepen at the corners of my lips, the remainder of his words were hastily swallowed. Xia xia. It's not as you think. Gu Ting closed his eyes. It was Lu Qingwan who said she couldn't forget me, which led to her divorce. But I truly have no feelings for her. Before he could finish, I coldly interrupted. What about the post you made on that wedding day? Gu Ting was momentarily taken aback. What post? Chapter 18, Can you help me get a divorce? I never anticipated that, at this juncture, Gu Ting would still feign ignorance with me. It was utterly tiresome. I turned away, retrieving another copy of the divorce agreement from my bag. Hastily signing it and preparing to leave, stating, You are not welcome in my home. Gu Ting, with a solemn expression, pretended to tear the agreement. Before he could do so, I coldly remarked, I have plenty of divorce agreements here, feel free to tear them. Gu Ting's hand paused momentarily. Yet he ultimately shredded the document into countless pieces, flinging the remnants into the air, where they fell like a flurry of snow. I turned again and produced another copy of the divorce agreement, stating coldly, Sign it. Gu Ting furrowed his brow, gazing at me as if he barely recognized me. Xiao xia xia, you were not like this before. I jested with a hint of self-deprecation. Perhaps I have feigned enough. In the past, my affection for Gu Ting was marked by an excessive humility. I would acquiesce to all his whims, living a life that scarcely resembled my own. I would never consent to a divorce. Gu Ting barely glanced at the divorce agreement I handed him. Xia xia xia, abandon this foolish notion, he exclaimed. His anger palpable as he turned on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding thud that severed my vision completely. I was taken aback by Gu Ting's refusal to entertain the idea of divorce. Yet, I understood all too well that with his influence, should he choose to obstruct the proceedings, the dissolution of our marriage might prove elusive. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me as I swept the remnants of paper debris into the trash bin. The words, Do you want a divorce? I can help you, echoing in my mind. Suddenly, I paused, recalling Fu Xijing. I hastily retrieved my phone to search for Fu Xijing's number. However, as I dialed, it struck me that such requests might lack sincerity when conveyed over the phone. Just as I contemplated hanging up and visiting him in person, the call was answered. Hello. The man's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the sonorous tones of a cello, utterly captivating. I hadn't anticipated his prompt response. The phone had rung for barely a few seconds. I wanted to thank you for your assistance the other day, Fu Xiwezhong. May I inquire if you are free in the coming days? I would like to treat you to a meal. I am available. Hearing his response so readily, the unease that had previously gripped my heart began to dissipate. Well then, tonight, it is settled. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. I shall send you the time and place shortly. Very well. There was a brief pause in Fu Xijing's voice, and he added, See you tonight. I promptly replied. See you tonight. Given that I had a request to make, the restaurant's ambience could not be too modest. Therefore, I deliberately chose a sophisticated Western restaurant. Excuse me. Do you have a reservation? I instinctively parted my lips to speak, but before I could utter a word, a deep voice resonated behind me. You've arrived quite early. Turning around hastily, I found Fu Xijing standing tall behind me. Senior Fu? I had arrived half an hour ahead of schedule. Yet I was taken aback by his early presence. I just finished a meeting with a client nearby, so I came directly here, he explained, a hint of amusement gleaming in his obsidian eyes. I smiled, realizing the situation. However, when I noticed the waiter guiding us toward the VIP room, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I believe I didn't book a VIP room. It wasn't out of stinginess. Rather, the establishment's standards were exceedingly high. I had dined here several times with Gu Ting, yet we had always remained in the main dining area. Gaining access to the VIP room was not merely a matter of wealth. I have a long-term reservation for a VIP room here. It's more conducive for conversation. I hope you don't mind, Junior? I quickly waved my hand. Of course not. Fu Xijing chuckled. That's a relief. The warm hues of the corridor's light cast gently upon his face, accentuating the profound depths of his gaze. as if an ethereal glow danced within the recesses of his eyes, exuding a sense of warmth and languor. It was a look capable of igniting blushes and racing hearts. I hastily lowered my eyes, acknowledging that he was indeed a figure who once stood alongside Gu Ting as one of the illustrious pillars of Jing University, possessing a visage potent enough to bewitch the hearts of many. However, I found myself ensnared in the fiery pit associated with Gu Ting and had no inclination to leap into another. Even if Fu Xijiong was unlikely to possess the same callous nature as Gu Ting. Before long, we entered the VIP room. Upon entering, Fu Xijiong draped his suit jacket over the back of a chair, while I settled beside him, separated by a single chair. "Shall we indulge in some red wine?" I was acutely aware of the caliber of this establishment, and although I had mentally prepared for the pain of the bill, I suspected that the least expensive red wine would still command a five-figure sum. Nonetheless, I understood the adage that one must be willing to invest in order to reap rewards. I nodded eagerly, "Yes, please." Fu Xijiong turned to the waiter, requesting the bottle with the lowest alcohol content, along with a serving of steak tail, Hokkaido king crab wrapped in white truffle pancakes, snowflake beef soup, and... At this juncture, he glanced at me, inquiring if I had any dietary restrictions. "None," I replied swiftly, adding, "I am not picky." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Fu Xijiong's eyes, as he remarked on my agreeable nature. He then extended the menu towards me, inviting, "What would you like to eat? Feel free to order a few items for yourself." Before my arrival, I had prepared meticulously, yet the dishes chosen by Fu Xijiong were conspicuously absent from the menu, suggesting he was quite familiar with this establishment. Thus, I decided to order an additional serving of the signature sturgeon and a French apple pie. A lavish dish paired with a more economical one, to avoid appearing overly frugal. Soon, the dishes were presented before us. I must admit, the culinary offerings chosen by Fu Xijiong were exquisite, igniting my appetite, despite my initial intent to focus on matters beyond dining. I found myself unable to resist indulging in several bites. I pondered, what did the junior student wish to discuss over this meal? Fu Xijiong swirled the wine in his glass, glancing at me with a gaze that seemed to shimmer with an enigmatic light, the corners of his lips curving into a knowing smile. "Can we speak candidly now?" I was taken aback by his forthrightness and had no desire to engage in circumlocution. I promptly set down my chopsticks. Fu Xijiong had previously mentioned that if I wished to divorce Gu Ting, he would assist me. Yes. Fu Xijiong's lips curled slightly, acknowledging the statement. I straightened my back, a hint of nervousness in my demeanor as I looked at him. "Fu Xijiong, could you help me in my desire to divorce Gu Ting?" He replied affirmatively but with a caveat. "It is possible, however." Fu Xijiong tilted his head, his tone elongating. "Gu Ting is, after all, a friend of mine, and if I were to assist you, it would complicate matters on his end." My heart tightened involuntarily, and a wave of disappointment surged within me. It seemed he was merely teasing. It is indeed a thought-provoking matter, considering the deep bond between Fu Xijiong and Gu Ting. Often referred to as the twin pillars of Jingda, their camaraderie surpasses that of even blood brothers. How could they possibly offend Gu Ting for someone like me, an outsider? Chapter 19, I still have my dignity. "I never declined your request, why do you appear so dejected?" As Fu Xijiong spoke, a smirk graced his lips as he glanced at the glass of red wine before me, jesting that if it were a vat of water, I might well be tempted to leap in. I was taken aback by Fu Xijiong's sudden jest, hastily lifting my head and instinctively biting my lip. I understood that approaching you for assistance was perhaps hasty on my part, and if Senior Fu did not wish to help, I would fully comprehend that. Fu Xijiong leaned back against the chair, interrupting my words. "If you desire my assistance, it is certainly possible, however, in the spirit of friendly cooperation. Would it not be fair for you, junior sister, to lend me a hand in return?" Upon hearing his willingness to assist me, my delight was barely contained, practically radiating from my forehead. "Of course," I exclaimed, yet I had not even articulated what I needed help with. His agreement came rather swiftly. Fu Xijiong regarded me with a knowing smile, asking playfully, "Are you not concerned I might betray you?" I chuckled softly, "How could I? I trust your integrity, Senior Fu." Fu Xijiong's gaze bore into me, the curve of his lips suggesting an unspoken depth. His look unsettled me slightly. It wasn't that I feared he might actually betray me, but rather, I was anxious about whether I could indeed assist him. If I failed to do so, would that not be disastrous? Upon contemplating this, I could only subtly and indirectly inquire, would Senior Fu be willing to divulge a bit? I wondered if there was a way I could be of assistance. Fu Zijiang delicately held the stem of his wine glass, his index finger tapping rhythmically against the rim. Rest assured, my junior sister can undoubtedly be of help, all it entails is accompanying me to Shanghai to meet someone. Who shall we meet? I asked. My esteemed grandmother. I paused momentarily, realizing that Fu Zijiang's reference to grandmother pertained to the venerable matriarch of the Fu family. However, I was left pondering the reason behind my inclusion in this meeting. Yet, Fu Zijiang offered no reply. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow and smirked. So, what say you? Will you accept? I couldn't help but press my lips together in contemplation. After all, I stood to gain from this arrangement. Fu Zijiang was set to confront Gu Ting directly, compelling him to divorce me, while I merely needed to accompany him to Shanghai to meet the venerable matriarch. Regardless of how one assessed the situation, I was undoubtedly the one benefiting from this transaction. Very well, I accept. A smile danced on Fu Zijiang's lips as he lifted his glass towards me, declaring, then it is settled. The sound of our wine glasses clinking together resonated like a clear chime. Thus, our pact was forged. Once we had dined to our satisfaction, I rose to settle the bill, only to be informed by the waiter that Fu Zijiang had already charged it to his account. Wasn't it agreed that I would treat you to dinner? I protested. Fu Zijiang draped his coat over his arm, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied. Next time, it shall be your turn. Very well. Exiting the private room, Fu Zijiang and I walked in tandem towards the exit. As I contemplated how to inquire of Fu Zijiang regarding his plans to assist me in obtaining a divorce, I noted that the imposing figure before me abruptly halted, causing me to nearly collide with him. Almost immediately, a languid, cool chuckle emanated from above, and I realized the irony of fate. Momentarily taken aback, I instinctively followed Fu Zijiang's gaze, only to discover that he was referring to Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan. At that moment, Gu Ting stood with one hand in his pocket, while Lu Qingwan, elegantly attired in high heels, clung to his arm, presenting the very image of a couple deeply in love. A sardonic smile crept upon my lips as I recalled Gu Ting's earnest declarations earlier that afternoon, asserting that he harbored no feelings for Lu Qingwan and that their relationship was utterly transparent. What a farce. I used to adore the steak tales from this establishment. I never imagined you would remember that. How thoughtful of you. Lu Qingwan, with her arm around Gu Ting, beamed radiantly. Gu Ting's brow furrowed slightly, as if he were somewhat impatient, responding with a curt "Hm. Gu Ting, it's rather noisy in the hall, shall we move to a private room? You are aware of my profession, and being photographed by paparazzi can be quite troublesome. I made a reservation in advance, but there are no available private rooms. Gu Ting replied. Isn't Fu Zijiang always reserving private rooms here? We could simply call him, you are brothers, so he surely won't mind, Lu Qingwan remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of carefree exuberance. Why must dining out entail such complications? Oh, making a phone call is hardly laborious, after all. You are a grown man, what's with the fuss? Gu Ting furrowed his brow, about to speak when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, Fu Zijiang. As he approached, he suddenly noticed me standing beside Fu Zijiang, and his expression darkened immediately. I regarded Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan with a cold gaze, recalling Gu Ting's heartfelt promises from a few days prior, which churned my stomach with unease. Oh, it's Xia Xia. What a coincidence. How come you are with young Master Fu? Lu Qingwan feigned surprise, her eyes darting back and forth between me and Fu Zijiang. What? When did you become the Pacific Police? I retorted with a sardonic smile, observing her reaction. Lu Qingwan pouted. I was just asking casually, why so defensive? You're still not divorced from Gu Ting yet you're dining with another man. Anyone would be curious. I let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Gu Ting. You still remember that I'm not divorced from Gu Ting. So tell me, what are you doing here with him? Lu Qingwan straightened her posture. How can you compare yourself with us? Gu Ting and I are good buddies, having grown up together. Indeed. You cannot compare to me, I interrupted her icily. At least I still have my dignity. Lu Qingwan, infuriated, opened her mouth to retort, but was abruptly halted as Gu Ting grasped her wrist, admonishing her, stop causing a scene. Why don't you manage her? Why just watch her bully me? Lu Qingwan began to complain. Gu Ting, visibly impatient, replied, that's your own doing, just be quiet. Lu Qingwan, visibly irritated, turned her head away, leaving only the back of her head for Gu Ting. Gu Ting took a deep breath before directing his gaze towards Fu Xizhiong. Since we've coincidentally met today, let us dine together. No, I just finished eating, Fu Xizhiong replied nonchalantly, tilting his chin towards Lu Qingwan. I wouldn't be a third wheel. I wouldn't want to disrupt your date. Stop talking nonsense, Gu Ting frowned, yet his eyes darted towards me, as if fearful I might misunderstand. I merely brought her out for a meal, it is not a date. Lu Qingwan hastily interjected, Fu Xiao, Gu Ting and I are merely good friends. Not what you presume. Besides, can't men and women have pure friendships? I couldn't help but feel nauseated at the sight. It seemed Lin she was indeed correct. The flavor of this manly tea was overwhelmingly strong. Good friends? Fu Xizhiong suddenly chuckled, tilting his head to look at Lu Qingwan. His voice laced with a hint of chill. Then why did you make such a scene on your good friend's wedding day, threatening to commit suicide? Lu Qingwan was momentarily at a loss for words, yet she still attempted to argue. I am a patient with depression, I cannot control when it strikes. Chapter 20, Gu Ting like Fu Xizhiong's patience had worn thin. Enough, we are leaving. With that, he turned and walked away. I instinctively attempted to follow. But Gu Ting seized my wrist, asking, where are you going? I shook off Gu Ting's grip, asserting, you'd better sign the divorce agreement quickly, lest it delay your good fortune with Lu Qingwan. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Ting furrowed his brow, I have no sordid entanglements with her. Say what you will. I replied, weary of further entanglement. Spotting Fu Xizhiong waiting ahead, I hastily pursued him without a backward glance. Xia xia xia. Gu Ting instinctively attempted to follow. Oh dear, Gu Ting, I'm famished. Let us hasten to dine. Lu Qingwan interjected, grasping his arm. I did not turn to look back at them, following Fu Xizhiong as we exited the restaurant. Just as we were about to enter the car, Fu Xizhiong suddenly spoke, tomorrow, I will arrange for a lawyer to assist you with the divorce, he will handle everything on your behalf. A wave of relief washed over me. Thank you, Senior Fu. Let us go, I will escort you home. The following morning, as I savored my breakfast, my phone rang abruptly. Hello? Greetings, Miss Chiao. I am the lawyer appointed by Master Fu, my surname is Qi. Hello, Lawyer Qi. I marveled at Fu Xizhiong's remarkable efficiency. After a brief conversation, Lawyer Qi grasped the general circumstances and finalized the divorce terms, assuring me that I could leave the remaining matters in his capable hands. Once the call ended, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I had heard of Lawyer Qi's esteemed reputation, dubbed the undisputed champion of Kyoto. It was said that there was no case he could not win. A matter as trivial as divorce would surely be a mere formality for him. With the weight lifted from my heart, my spirits began to brighten. Now that the greatest obstacle to my divorce from Gu Ting has been resolved, it is merely a matter of time before the separation occurs. Without the title of Mrs. Gu, I can finally devote myself to the pursuits I cherish. During my university years, I studied broadcasting and hosting, yet my true passion lies in voice acting. However, Gu Ting deems voice actors to be unrefined and beneath the limelight, never allowing me to engage in it. Consequently, after marrying Gu Ting, I abandoned my aspirations in voice acting. Now, it is time to reclaim that part of myself. Without hesitation, I spent the entire morning recording a voiceover video and submitted it to various recruitment agencies seeking voice actors. Yet, after 2 years of absence from the field, I am apprehensive that my vocal skills may have diminished and that I might not meet the current demands of the industry. Just as I anxiously awaited responses, Gu Ting's call unexpectedly came through. Frowning, I glanced at the caller ID, though I was reluctant to answer. The thought that Lawyer Qi was already handling the divorce proceedings compelled me to pick up the phone. Hello. Xia Xiangxia, you need to come home immediately. My mother is ill. I was taken aback that upon answering, Gu Ting did not mention the divorce at all. Instead, his words made me furrow my brow. What happened to your mother? I suspected Gu Ting might be deceiving me to return home, as just a few days prior, my mother-in-law had seemed perfectly well during our encounter. The doctor mentioned that her excessive worry had led to her heart being overworked, perhaps due to thoughts of you. A pang of sorrow surged within me. My mother-in-law truly cared for me, treating me as if I were her own daughter. However, while I was genuinely concerned for her health, I also feared that Gu Ting would use her illness to draw me back home. At this moment, I had no desire to lay eyes on him again. Just as I wavered in my indecision, my mother-in-law's voice came through the microphone, slightly frail yet reassuring. Gu Ting. Didn't I ask you not to call Xia Xia? My dear, I'm just a bit worn out these days, a little rest will do me good. Hearing her voice confirmed that she was indeed unwell and that Gu Ting had not deceived me. Although I wished to sever all ties with him, my affection for my mother-in-law rendered me incapable of remaining indifferent. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Gu residence in a taxi. Upon seeing my mother-in-law lying pale and frail on the bed, I was taken aback by her haggard appearance. Mother, what has happened to you? How did you follow so suddenly? Upon noticing my presence, a faint smile broke through her weak expression. Xia Xia is here. I sat by her bedside as she mustered the strength to sit up and grasped my hand. The mere separation of a few days had transformed her into a shadow of her former self, exuding an aura of despondency. I'm fine, just an old ailment, she said, gesturing to her chest. I've been experiencing palpitations and restless nights. The doctor has examined me and said it's due to excessive worry. It's nothing serious. I gazed at her with deep concern. Have you taken your medication? I was aware that my mother-in-law had long suffered from heart disease, however. She generally managed her condition well and rarely experienced severe episodes. I never anticipated that she would suddenly fall gravely ill. She reassured me, saying that everything would be fine soon. Yet, I could not shake off my unease. Although I had only spent 2 years with the Gu family, I understood the hardships she faced as a widow. While Liao Zhenhua provided some support, he remained an outsider. Moreover, Gu Ting was indifferent, never showing concern for the struggles she endured. With no one in the household to provide warmth and care, her current illness left her vulnerable and in need of assistance. Noticing my furrowed brow in silence, my mother-in-law gently patted the back of my hand and asked, Xia Xia, do you truly intend to divorce Gu Ting? Is there truly no room for reconciliation? I pressed my lips together. While I was worried about her health, I still nodded in accordance with my true feelings. She sighed softly and said, Xia Xia, it's not that I wish to prevent you from divorcing Gu Ting, I merely hope you two do not harbor any regrets. There are no regrets. He has never loved me, and I no longer love him, I replied. However, my mother-in-law shook her head, insisting, no, Gu Ting loves you. How can that be? I certainly cannot believe that, I retorted. She reached up to tuck a stray hair behind my ear, her tone as gentle as ever. That foolish boy probably doesn't even realize he loves you. I found myself stifling a laugh, thinking she was merely trying to comfort me, even though I did not require such solace at the moment. Had I heard someone say in the past that Gu Ting loved me, even if it were a lie, I would have been overjoyed for days. Now, whom he favors matters not to me. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as neither my mother-in-law nor I uttered a word. However, before long, the door was abruptly thrust open. What do you want? A sharp inquiry shattered the stillness like thunder. Liao Zhenhua entered, his brows furrowed in anger. Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? Are you now shamelessly playing hard to get? Liao Zhenhua, you. My mother-in-law, incensed and ready to scold him, was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Her back hunched as she struggled to breathe. I quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to her, while gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. Don't get worked up, here, have some water. Stop your feigned sympathy. Liao Zhenhua scoffed derisively. The doctor said she is overwhelmed with worry, and it's all your fault. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 21, Xia Xia, you aren't pregnant, are you? A harbinger of misfortune? I let out a cold laugh. You mean Lu Qingwan, don't you? Upon hearing this, Liao Zhenhua's displeasure was palpable as he frowned and retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? What does it have to do with her? His repeated mention of Wanwan struck me as overly familiar, stirring turmoil within my stomach. You know very well how it connects to her. I found little merit in further entangling myself in his nonsensical arguments. After all, we were in the Gu household, and any conflict would ultimately be to my detriment. I turned to my mother-in-law, urging her to rest well and regain her health, assuring her that I would visit again on another day. The mother-in-law was well aware of Liao Zhenhua's character and feared that my continued presence would subject me to his relentless harassment. With great reluctance, she bid me farewell. However, no sooner had I stepped out of the room than Liao Zhenhua pursued me. Xia Xia, stop right there. He imperiously obstructed my path. His brows furrowed as he assumed the authoritative demeanor of an elder. Since you intend to divorce Gu Ting, you should expedite the paperwork and not dawdle. I found myself laughing in disbelief at his audacity. While I had previously known of Liao Jinhua's outrageous behavior, I had not anticipated he could sink to such depths. After all, he was merely an external elder. How could he presume to dictate whether I divorced Gu Ting? Yet, his intentions coincidentally aligned with my own desires. I was eager for Gu Ting to swiftly affix his signature to the divorce agreement. I have already signed the divorce papers. It is your precious nephew who refuses to do so. Liao Jinhua furrowed his brow, incredulous. Impossible. You must be up to some trick. I let out a cold laugh. Then you should hasten to persuade Gu Ting to sign. Once he does, this marriage will be dissolved. He pursed his lips. Fine, you'd better keep your word. I chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Just then, a sleek black Maybach halted at the entrance, and shortly thereafter, Gu Ting emerged, opening the door. Noticing his arrival, I continued my stride towards the exit, but Gu Ting swiftly caught hold of my wrist. Where do you think you're going? We haven't divorced yet. As he drew closer, I was assaulted by the overwhelming stench of alcohol, a scent so potent it nearly induced nausea. With a look of disgust, I wrenched my hand from his grasp. Don't touch me. You are my wife, why can't I touch you? Gu Ting's expression was grim as he grasped my arm with such force that it made me wince. Let go of me, we are about to get a divorce. Not yet, it seems, Gu Ting retorted with a cold smirk. Shouldn't you fulfill your duties as a wife? Before I could respond, he swept me off my feet and tossed me into the car, his towering figure pinning me down. Gu Ting, have you lost your mind? Let me go. I struggled desperately, using all my strength to kick, claw, and bite at him. Yet, he swiftly subdued me, rendering me utterly immobile. I will not release you, Gu Ting declared, tearing off his bow tie with a menacing intensity. Xia, I assure you, you will never escape me in this lifetime. As soon as the words left his lips, he leaned down and captured me in a fervent kiss, his pressure overwhelming and his breath intoxicating, leaving me gasping for air. I twisted away, but when escape proved impossible, I resorted to biting him, my frustration manifesting in fierce determination. Ugh. Gu Ting instinctively turned his head. His gaze fixed on me with a seething intensity that suggested he might devour me whole. But I could scarcely concern myself with his reaction. The scent of alcohol on his breath churned my stomach, and I pushed him away, doubling over in the seat as I dry-heaved. Soon, the pungent odor filled the car. And as I finally managed to suppress the nausea, a piece of tissue was offered to me. I lifted my gaze, meeting Gu Ting's eyes, which were locked onto mine. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol that had finally worn off, or perhaps it was due to my earlier indiscretion that he chose not to continue. I took a tissue to dab at my mouth and, in a fit of defiance, tossed the crumpled paper onto the car seat. Seeing his vehicle in such disarray brought me an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Yet, Gu Ting appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Xia, are you pregnant? My heart sank at the unexpected revelation. I had never anticipated that Gu Ting would so brazenly expose such a personal matter. Nevertheless, I endeavored to maintain my composure, casting him a cold glance. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be pregnant? I let out a bitter laugh, recalling his earlier assertion that I was unable to bear children. Gu Ting's expression darkened, clearly reminded of our previous argument on the subject. His silence left me feeling somewhat anxious, uncertain of whether he believed my words. Yet, I remained unperturbed, stating calmly, it's merely an upset stomach, exacerbated by your overwhelming stench of alcohol. He pressed his lips together, seemingly convinced, and then inquired, no wonder you've been losing weight so rapidly. Have you visited the hospital? I do not require your concern, I retorted, pushing past him and exiting the vehicle. Gu Ting promptly followed suit, hastening to catch up with me. Let me take you to the hospital. We discussed having a full medical examination last time. I shrugged off his hand, replying curtly, there's no need for your assistance. Xia. Please, can we not bicker about this? Gu Ting's patience was clearly wearing thin. Is it not simply because you are envious of Lu Qingwan? I assure you, I will never entangle myself with her again. But no sooner had he spoken than the ringtone of my phone echoed from my pocket. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Lu Qingwan. I let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Even now, Gu Ting merely perceived my actions as jealousy and petulance, oblivious to the source of his misplaced confidence. At this moment, I longed to distance myself from him as much as possible, even uttering another word felt repugnant. I was unaware of what Lu Qingwan had conveyed to Gu Ting over the phone, but he made no attempt to pursue me further. I exhaled a heavy sigh. Perhaps it was the fear from nearly being bullied that surged within me, causing my hands to tremble on the steering wheel, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. Just then, the car's Bluetooth sprang to life. It was Lin Shi. "Hello, my dear Xia Xia, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Our boss is abroad again. And now I am free to slack off. Shall I come find you at your office? Xia Xia, have you been crying?" Lin Shi immediately detected the unusual tone in my voice. I bit my lip and recounted the events that had transpired. That scoundrel Gu Ting. Lin Shi seethed. Her teeth clenched. Perhaps due to the office setting, she restrained her fiery words and lowered her voice. "Xia Xia, where are you? I will come to you." Taking a deep breath, as if finally resolving my decision, I replied, Shi, I want to undergo an abortion. I no longer want this child." Chapter 22, The Abortion Procedure. Half an hour later, Lin Shi arrived at the hospital, her car driven with fervent urgency to meet me. The moment she spotted me, she rushed over and enveloped me in a warm embrace. After a significant pause, she cautiously inquired, "Xia Xia, have you truly made up your mind?" I lowered my gaze, my mind swirling with countless thoughts. When I first married Gu Ting, I eagerly anticipated the prospect of becoming pregnant, yearning to bear a child as beautiful as him. In those early days, when I discovered I was indeed with child, I felt a surge of joy, almost bursting to share the delightful news with everyone. Yet now, despite the life growing within me, my affection for Gu Ting had dissipated entirely. It became clear that when one no longer loves, the desire to bear children for that person vanishes as well. I nodded. Gu Ting had already begun to suspect something. If he were to learn the truth, the dissolution of our marriage would become all the more complicated. Moreover, having decided to divorce, what would it mean to carry my ex-husband's child? In this day and age, being a single mother is no simple endeavor. My mind had already been clouded once. I had no desire to let it become so again. Perhaps it was for the best. Without the child, everything would be severed cleanly. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, recognizing that lingering ties can be most detrimental. With our thoughts aligned, we clasped hands and made our way into the hospital. Registration, consultation, everything proceeded smoothly. Before long, the doctor provided the ultrasound requisition, stating that they would first assess the development of the fetus before proceeding with the abortion procedure. "Miss Chow?" As Lin Shi and I were preparing to return to the doctor with the report in hand, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind us. Instinctively, I turned to the source of the sound and beheld a strikingly handsome face, Dr. Lin. "Hello," I greeted. This was my first encounter with him since my mother's passing. "Doctor." Lin offered me a warm smile before glancing at the report in my hand. "Miss Chow, what seems to be the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" I hastily lowered the report, explaining, "I have some discomfort in my stomach and came for an examination." Dr. Lin's gaze shifted from the report back to me, and he replied with a reassuring smile, "I happen to be an expert in internal medicine. Let me take a look as well." "No need to trouble you, Dr. Lin," I responded. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator arrived, and I promptly ushered Lin Shi inside. "Dr. Lin, we shall head up first." "Goodbye." "Goodbye, doctor." Lin waved as I stepped into the elevator. Once we reached the obstetrics and gynecology floor, Lin Shi and I exchanged relieved glances, patting our chests in a gesture of reassurance. "That was close," I remarked. "Indeed, my heart was racing," Lin Shi admitted. "But it wouldn't have been an issue if Dr. Lin found out." "True," I nodded, glancing down at the report in my hand. Taking a deep breath, I suggested, "Let us seek out the doctor." After obtaining a follow-up appointment number, we quickly found ourselves next in line. The doctor gazed at the report I had brought back, noting that the fetus was developing splendidly, with both the heartbeat and embryo already visible. As he spoke, he pointed to a shadow on the report, indicating, "This is the child in your womb." My gaze instinctively fell upon that spot, my hand subconsciously resting on my lower abdomen. "Miss Jiao, is this child not the result of your arduous efforts to conceive?" "How?" The attending physician clearly recognized me. Over the past 2 years, I had frequented the hospital almost weekly, and the doctors here were well acquainted with my struggles to carry this child. A faint, Bitter smile tugged at my lips as I confessed, I am getting a divorce. The doctor pursed his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Since you have made your decision. However, before he could finish, my phone in my pocket vibrated suddenly. The doctor looked at me apologetically, Miss Jiao, I'm sorry, I must take this call. I nodded quickly, please, go ahead. As the doctor rose to answer the call in the adjacent consultation room, my gaze involuntarily returned to the report laid out on the table. The heartbeat, the embryo. Though I was not entirely familiar with these technical terms, I understood their significance. The child within me had sprouted like a seed, and a heartbeat had begun to resonate. Given time, he would grow day by day, and one day, upon entering the world, he would sweetly call me Mama, just as I had once called my own mother. As I pondered, a slight ache gripped the tip of my nose, causing my vision to blur. Cece. Lin, she immediately stepped forward, I am here, I am here. This decision I have made is indeed the right one, isn't it? I inhaled deeply, uncertain whether I was speaking to her or to myself. I must be resolute. In times like this, I cannot afford to be soft-hearted, can I? Lin, she pressed her lips together, and after a considerable pause, she nodded. Indeed, Xia. You are making the right choice. Perhaps there will be pain for a while. Yet it is far better than being entangled with Gu Ting for the rest of my life due to this child. I lowered my gaze, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Child, I am so sorry, it is I who have let you down. Perhaps, in the future, you could return to me and allow me to be your mother, would that be agreeable? I apologize for making you wait so long. Before long, the doctor returned with an apologetic expression, having put away his phone. It's all right. I took a deep breath, forcing back the bitterness rising within me. Doctor, are we ready to proceed with the surgery? Just a moment, let me examine the report more closely. As the doctor sat down, he scrutinized the report meticulously. Wait. Something is amiss. The doctor suddenly frowned, your values are somewhat low. If we were to proceed with the induction now, it could pose certain risks. What risks? Lin, she asked, her face etched with concern. It is possible that you may never have children again. What? Lin, she gasped in astonishment. I too felt a surge of anxiety. Then, what should we do? Let us proceed in this matter. I shall prescribe a few medications for you. And after a period of time, we can reassess your condition to determine the next steps. When shall we reconvene for the follow-up? Perhaps in a week. I pressed my lips together, contemplating that the duration was not excessively long. Moreover, I had previously researched that as long as the termination procedure is performed within 2 months, it would not impose a severe burden on one's health. Thank you, doctor, I shall return for the follow-up in a week. Very well. Upon exiting the consultation room, I involuntarily exhaled a long breath, uncertain whether it was one of relief or regret. Just then, however, Lin, she abruptly grasped my wrist and pulled me into a fire escape in the corridor. Noticing her anxious demeanor as she peered around, I could not help but inquire. What is it? Do you see that person? Is it Lu Qingwan? Following the direction of Lin Shi's finger, I turned my gaze and indeed spotted a suspicious figure. Entirely cloaked and bundled up. Yet, I recognized her instantly as Lu Qingwan. It is her, I sighed with trepidation, silently thanking Lin Shi for her keen observation. Had she not identified Lu Qingwan, the consequences of her discovering my presence at the obstetrics and gynecology department would have been dire. Wait a moment. I suddenly realized something was amiss. What business did Lu Qingwan have here at the obstetrics and gynecology department? Chapter 23, is Lu Qingwan also pregnant? What could be her purpose for visiting this clinic? Lin, she evidently shared this concern, turning to me with a curious expression and whispering. Could it be that she has contracted some disease? It is often said that the entertainment industry is a veritable cesspool. And especially considering Lu Qingwan has been developing her career abroad. Could it be that Lu Qingwan is also pregnant? Lin, she continued to speculate aimlessly. Regardless of her, I glanced around and found no interest in her gossip. There was an elevator over there, let us proceed that way. However, Lin, she firmly grasped my arm, insisting, wait. Let's see if there will be any interesting developments. With a sense of helplessness, I had no choice but to wait while Lin, she peered through the door crack for quite some time. Ultimately, after Lu Qingwan departed, she still couldn't deduce any significant insight, and only then did she relent. I tell you, Lu Qingwan must be harboring some unspeakable secret. Lin, she declared earnestly as we walked outside. What does it matter what secrets she possesses? Just hearing her name makes me feel nauseous, let us not speak of her. I replied. Alright, Lin, she chuckled as she wrapped her arm around mine, let us not mention her anymore, let us. But before she could finish, we heard a car honk nearby, and instinctively we turned our gaze in that direction, only to see Fu Sijong stepping out of the car. Senior Fu? I exclaimed in astonishment, what brings you here? I came to deliver something to Lin Jinyu and was just about to head back when I happened to see you too. Fu Sijong tilted his head, smiling lazily, it's nearly noon, ladies, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? That would be quite embarrassing, Lin, she feigned polite reluctance, her eyes sparkling with delight. Fu Sijong, the only son of the esteemed Fu family, possessed a distinguished background. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the prince of the capital. On ordinary days, those wishing to dine with him could likely line up to the heavens. Fu Sijong smiled, turned around, and opened the car door. Get in, let's head over in my car. Thank you, Senior Fu, Lin, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around mine. Xia, hurry up and get in. In contrast to Lin Shi's exuberance, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, just a few days prior, I had promised to treat someone to a meal, yet it was Fu Sijong who ended up footing the bill, and now I was being invited once more. Perhaps I should treat today? As Fu Sijong fastened his seatbelt, he glanced in the rearview mirror, and our eyes met. He smiled, alright, you choose the place. I pondered for a moment, as if struck by a sudden thought. How about we go to that spicy hot pot place near the school? I recall that Senior Fu enjoys it as well, right? Back in our school days, Lin Shi and I adored visiting that hot pot restaurant, and on several occasions, we encountered Fu Sijong there. At the time, we were quite astonished. It was hard to believe that someone as refined and distinguished as Fu Sijong would relish such fare. However, ever since my marriage to Gu Ting, whose palate leans toward the bland and who deemed spicy hot pot as mere junk food, I had scarcely returned. With a decisive click, Fu Sijong secured his seatbelt, his lips curling into a smile. Good. Before long, Fu Sijong's car came to a halt on the bustling commercial street beside Jing University. It was noon, and the hot pot restaurant was teeming with patrons, vibrant with life. You two wait here, I'll go place the order. I exhibited a grand gesture befitting a host, waving my hand for the two to claim a seat. However, the throng by the window was overwhelming, and I found myself pushed back repeatedly, instinctively cradling my abdomen, my brow furrowing in distress. Excuse me, I called out. Yet at that precise moment, a few towering male students surged past me from behind, one of them colliding forcefully with my shoulder. I staggered, on the verge of falling, when suddenly, a firm grip ensnared my wrist, and I unexpectedly found myself pressed against a broad, warm chest. Be careful, a voice cautioned. The gentle rise and fall of his chest mingling with a familiar, subtle scent of dark wood wafting into my senses. In a state of bewilderment, I looked up to meet a pair of deep, dark eyes, the light brown irises reflecting my own face. Fu Sijing? I stammered. Thank you, Senior Fu. I hastily extricated myself from his embrace, a faint blush creeping onto my cheeks. After a considerable time spent ordering our meals, I returned to my seat, drenched in perspiration. Perhaps due to finally indulging in long-missed culinary delights, my spirits were considerably lifted. However, before I could savor my meal, Lin Shi received a call from the company, stating she needed to return for a meeting. You should eat before you go, I urged, concerned she might work on an empty stomach. Lin Shi, disregarding her image, hastily devoured a few bites, gulped down a generous helping of soup, then grabbed her bag and headed for the exit. Alright, I'm full now. I'll be on my way. Take care on the road. Once I bid Lin Shi farewell, it left only Fu Sijing and me. With Lin Shi previously enlivening the atmosphere, the mood had been light and pleasant. Now that Lin Shi has departed, the atmosphere has noticeably cooled. Just as I was about to break the silence, I realized that Fu Sijong was also about to speak. You go ahead, you go ahead. We both uttered in unison. Fu Sijong smirked and asked, have you eaten? Would you like to take a stroll around the school? A nostalgic visit? Is it permissible for us to enter? I inquired, feeling a surge of excitement. Wasn't it said that outsiders were not allowed? Since graduating, I had not returned to Jingda, and I deeply yearned for the carefree days of university life. Why can't we enter? Let's go. Before long, Fu Sijong drove me to the school entrance. where the barrier remained down, forcing us to halt. Soon, a security guard approached us. "Hello, the school is currently enforcing strict regulations. Individuals from other institutions are not allowed entry." Disheartened, I turned to Fu Sijong, suggesting, "Perhaps we should not go in." He chuckled. Then lowered the car window and addressed the guard, "Is it permissible for us to enter now?" To my surprise, the guard immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, replying, "Of course. You may enter." Consequently, the barrier rose automatically, allowing Fu Sijong to drive smoothly into the campus. I turned back in astonishment to the guard at the entrance, questioning, "How did they permit us entry?" Perhaps it is because of my handsome appearance. I never expected Fu Sijong to make such a jest, even if it held a grain of truth. In the realm of Jingda, he was a luminary. Even Gu Ting, who could captivate me, stood in Fu Sijong's shadow. In those days, the number of admirers for him far surpassed that of Gu Ting. The campus of Kyoto University is vast. Fu Sijing casually found a spot to park the car and accompanied me as we strolled about. I had anticipated that revisiting this familiar place would evoke a sense of excitement, yet, regardless of where we wandered, most of my memories were inextricably linked to Gu Ting. After a while, my enthusiasm waned. "Senior Fu, I feel a bit weary, shall we head back?" Fu Sijing, unfazed by my fluctuating moods, promptly drove us toward the school entrance. However, upon our arrival, our vehicle was surrounded. Upon recognizing the leading figure, I gasped in astonishment, "Principal Sunday." Fu Sijing flashed me a smile, unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand, and said, "Let us go meet the principal." In a daze, I followed him out of the car, only to be quickly enveloped by a group of school administrators. It took me a moment to comprehend that Fu Sijing had generously donated a substantial sum to Kyoto University last month, amounting to hundreds of millions. Moreover, this was not merely a one-time contribution, he intended to continue his support for the university's military engineering research projects in the future. It was then that I belatedly understood why the security had allowed us through. With such a significant benefactor present, it was only natural for the principal, along with other administrators, to come over and extend their greetings. "Fu Xiao, this young lady seems somewhat familiar," Principal Sun remarked, his gaze inexplicably fixed on me, a smile playing on his lips. "Could she also be one of our students at Kyoto University?" "Good afternoon, Principal. I am Xia Xia, a graduate from the class of 2019, majoring in broadcasting and hosting." "Oh, I remember you." Principal Sun seemed to suddenly realize something, his face lighting up with a smile as he gazed at us. "I never expected that after 2 years since graduation, you are still together. When are you getting married? You must send us wedding candies when the time comes." I knew Principal Sun must have mixed things up and was about to explain. But before I could utter a word, Fu Sijing, sitting beside me, nodded with a smile, "Yes, definitely." Chapter 24, Who is the Betrayer? Once we left Jing University, I sat quietly in the passenger seat, sensing an air of awkwardness within the car. "What's wrong?" Fu Sijing noticed my prolonged silence and turned to glance at me, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Are you upset?" I hurriedly shook my head. "No, why didn't you clarify things with them? What if they misunderstand?" It didn't bother me much, as I was already married and on the verge of a divorce. But Fu Sijing was still single. If those school leaders were to spread rumors, it would only be Fu Sijing who would suffer the consequences. "It's fine," Fu Sijing replied with a slight smile. I looked at him in surprise, unsure of his meaning. Suddenly, Lin Xi's words echoed in my mind, "He likes you." Fu Sijing tilted his head to look at me. If I hadn't said that back then, they would have surely pressed for more details. And we wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Only then did I grasp his intention, and the tension in my heart began to ease. "What? Are you embarrassed to be with me?" Fu Sijong, with a smile that was almost enigmatic, cast a sidelong glance, the dappled light accentuating the profound darkness of his eyes, resembling scattered diamonds dancing within his pupils. How could this be? I hastily shook my head, concerned about the potential embarrassment it might bring him. Yet, Fu Sijong merely smiled, his gaze drifting away as his fingers languidly tapped on the steering wheel, exuding an air of nonchalance and indulgence. I dared not look at him again, however. From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a pristine white shirt sleeve adorned with dark blue rhinestone buttons, radiating an aura of opulence and elegance. Warm and gentle as jade, exuding a noble extravagance, he was indeed worthy of being recognized as one of the esteemed pillars of Jing University alongside Gu Ting. I silently pondered which fortunate lady would ultimately win his affections. Before long, the car gracefully glided into the community where I now resided. After expressing my gratitude, I unfastened my seatbelt and opened the door to exit. What? After accompanying you for most of the day, you won't even invite me in for a cup of tea? Fu Xijiong looked at me with that same almost smile, his gaze drifting toward the upper floors. Having moved into a new home, one must surely familiarize themselves with their surroundings. No? If you don't mind, Senior Fu, perhaps you could join me for tea? Though I must confess, having just moved in, I might not possess much in the way of fine tea. Fu Xijiong swiftly exited the car, declaring, "Let us go, I am not picky." As we awaited the elevator, Fu Xijiong's phone suddenly vibrated. "Hello, Lawyer Qi, it's me." Initially, I turned slightly to avoid intruding on his conversation. But upon hearing him utter the words Lawyer Qi, I instinctively turned my head to look at him. Fu Xijing cast a calm and reassuring glance in my direction before he spoke in a measured tone. "All right, I understand. You continue to follow up on your end." As he ended the call, I could no longer contain my anxiety and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with my divorce?" Fu Xijing nodded slightly, revealing that Attorney Qi had informed him of Gu Ting's unwavering stance, stating that he had mobilized the legal team of the Gu Corporation to prepare for the divorce proceedings. What? My face filled with astonishment. Gu Ting had actually enlisted a team of lawyers? Had he lost his mind? Was he truly willing to go to such lengths to prevent my divorce? Wasn't he fond of Lu Qingwan? I had intended to facilitate their union. Yet he refused to release me from this entanglement. "Do not panic," Fu Xijing reassured me, "since I have promised to assist you. I will see it through to the end." But my anxiety was palpable. What do we do now? Divorce cases of this nature are notoriously convoluted. And it is even more challenging when one party is opposed to the dissolution. The marriage will certainly not dissolve easily. There is, however, a stipulation for automatic divorce after 2 years of separation. But 2 years. I could hardly endure a single day. There are indeed ways, Fu Xijing said with a composed demeanor. What ways? He smiled softly. "First, let us return home and brew a pot of tea. I will explain everything to you gradually." Upon hearing that he had a solution, my heart brimmed with hope. As soon as the elevator arrived, I eagerly pressed the button. Before long, the elevator reached the 8th floor. However, just as I stepped out, a deep, menacing voice resonated, "Xia xia xia." Upon hearing that exceedingly familiar voice, my heart jolted with surprise. And instinctively, I turned to follow the sound. Indeed, I beheld Gu Ting standing outside my door, his expression dark and menacing as he approached me. "You've certainly gained some audacity, managing to summon Lawyer Qi," he began, but before he could complete his sentence, he caught sight of Fu Xijing behind me, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of shock. "Fu Xijing? What are you doing here?" Before Fu Xijing could respond, I glared at Gu Ting with a frosty countenance. "That is a question I should pose to you. What are you doing here?" Gu Ting's gaze returned to me, his lips pressed into a thin line as he demanded. "Who arranged for Lawyer Qi on your behalf? Xia Xiangxiang, have you found a new partner? Is that why you wish to divorce me? What did you say?" I was momentarily taken aback, as if struggling to comprehend his words. Gu Ting scoffed, "With your capabilities, you could not possibly have engaged Lawyer Qi from the capital S prestigious firm. Speak up, who is the man involved?" "Man involved?" I gazed at him in disbelief, nearly grinding my teeth as I retorted, "Gu Ting, do you truly not understand why I wish to divorce you?" He smirked slightly. "Who knows if that is merely an excuse you've concocted? I've told you repeatedly that my relationship with Lu Qingwan is entirely innocent, yet you refuse to believe me." With a furrowed brow, he pressed further, "Who is it that you are divorcing for? Who is this man?" Despite my efforts to maintain composure, I could not help but tremble with indignation. I had loved Gu Ting for 12 long years, only to be met with the accusation of infidelity. If possible, I would prefer that I had never harbored any affection for him. "Gu Ting, is this truly amusing to you?" I cast a cold glance at Gu Ting. "Even if, as you say, you and Lu Qingwan are entirely innocent, can you honestly claim that there is no hint of ambiguity between you two? On ordinary days, A mere phone call from Lu Qingwan can lure you away. She resembles your wife far more than I do. If that is the case, I shall facilitate your union. Gu Ting's face darkened with anger, and he retorted, I've told you countless times that my kindness towards her is solely because her husband saved my life. Why can't you believe that? I was so incensed that I laughed derisively. Alright, I will believe that you and Lu Qingwan are innocent. But can you sign the divorce agreement? Gu Ting was rendered speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice. Is this how much you wish to divorce me? Indeed. I declared resolutely, I wish to divorce you. Why? Simply because my mother was harmed by you. I nearly spat the words out through gritted teeth. Chapter 25, A brotherhood severed. Gu Ting's pupils constricted sharply, a profound weight settling in the air. A wave of helplessness surged within me. See, he was left without retort. He knows all too well that he himself is the root cause of my mother's demise. Yet, these past days, he has feigned ignorance while desperately trying to shift the blame. It is utterly disheartening. Xia, you go inside first. I need to have a serious discussion with Gu Ting, came the sudden voice of Fu Xijing, who had remained silent until now. I took a deep breath, knowing that Fu Xijing was supporting me. My confrontational stance with Gu Ting would never lead to his concession. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that Fu Xijing lends his assistance. I can only hope that he persuades Gu Ting. However, I cannot shake the concern that this may bring trouble upon Fu Xijing. After all, he and Gu Ting share a childhood bond, akin to brothers, should their relationship deteriorate. The blame would rest heavily upon my conscience. Yet, my hesitance seems to have been misinterpreted by Fu Xijing. With a playful grin, he winked at me, his hand around my shoulder tightening slightly. Do not fear, he cannot best me. How could he misconstrue my intentions so? It is merely that I genuinely worry they may come to blows. Let us return. Fu Xijing's voice grew increasingly gentle. Helplessly, witnessing his unwavering determination, I had no choice but to head home. However, just before stepping inside, I instinctively glanced back. There, in the long corridor, Fu Xijing and Gu Ting stood at the elevator, locked in a tense standoff, akin to two bows drawn to their limits, their aura formidable, and the atmosphere stifling. I wondered what words would be exchanged between them. Biting my lip, I finally closed the door. Yet, once inside, a sense of unease lingered. Fear of a confrontation brewing between the two. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. Unfortunately, the distance rendered their words indistinct. Yet I could discern a few phrases. Fu Xijing. Have you lost your mind? Do you not know who she is? She is Jia Shaya, my wife. Gu Ting suddenly roared, his fury palpable, leaving me to ponder what Fu Xijing could have possibly said to provoke such wrath. Who is she, indeed? Do tell me. Fu Xijing scoffed. On the day of the wedding, you abandoned her at the venue, leaving her to become the laughingstock of the entire city. While you chose to accompany your ex-girlfriend. Did you ever consider who she is? Her mother was driven to her grave by your actions alongside Lu Qingwan. When she knelt alone at the morning hall, did you ponder her identity then? Tell me, what does she mean to you? Is she a mere accessory, trivial and interchangeable? Or perhaps a pet you can summon and dismiss at will? Gu Ting. How dare you come here now and question me about her identity? Silence. Listening to Gu Ting's voice, it was evident he was quite enraged. Fu Xijing, I will tell you. How I treat her is a matter solely between us as a couple, it is none of your concern. That day in the hospital, I warned you, if you dared to leave, do not regret it later. Gu Ting, I granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Fu Xijing. You are my brother. Are you truly going to side with Jia Shaya and oppose me? Indeed. Fu Xijing replied coldly, I cannot abide your mistreatment of women. Just as I was listening intently, a sudden knock on the door startled me, nearly causing me to fall backward. Open the door, a melodious voice chimed from outside. Huh? Oh. I hurriedly opened the door. Fu Xijing, from this day forth, our bond is severed, you are no longer my brother. Gu Ting shouted angrily from a distance. With a resounding bang, Fu Xijing slammed the door, shutting out Gu Ting's furious outburst. At that moment, within the confines of the room, I cautiously swallowed, my heart racing incessantly. Still reeling from the earlier scene. In stark contrast, Fu Xijing appeared remarkably composed. A severance of ties? Fu Xijing had actually chosen to cut ties with Gu Ting in order to assist me? A wave of warmth surged within me. Ever since I resolved to divorce Gu Ting, I had been met with counsel from everyone, save for Lin Shi, and none stood by my side. Yet, I had never anticipated that Fu Zijian would go to such lengths. He truly is a good person. Perhaps, as he stated, he cannot abide Gu Ting's bullying of me. But what about the tea? As I pondered these thoughts, I noticed Fu Zijian casually chuckling, surveying the surroundings before unabashedly sinking into the sofa, gazing up at me with a beaming smile. Did he not promise to brew me some tea? Just a moment. I shall fetch it immediately. After a flurry of activity, the tea was finally prepared. It may not have been the finest brew, merely ordinary jasmine tea, which I had casually purchased during a recent trip to the supermarket where it was on sale. To my surprise, Fu Zijian did not express any disdain. Instead, he nodded approvingly, declaring it to be quite good tea. I remained uncertain as to what made the tea worth 29 yuan and 9 jiao per pound. But I could only manage a dry laugh, hoping that Fu Zijian's enjoyment would suffice. You need not worry about Gu Ting. Fu Zijian took a sip of the tea, his gaze meeting mine. Since I have vowed to assist you, I shall not go back on my word. Upon hearing this, I felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape my lips. What troubles me most is this. After tonight's commotion caused by Fu Zijian, Gu Ting will undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. However, he never intended to pursue a divorce by mutual agreement, leaving only the path of litigation before us. I will notify Lawyer Qi, and we shall proceed directly with the lawsuit. It seems Fu Zijian can read my thoughts. He chuckled softly and continued, rest assured. I shall accompany my junior sister in this performance until your wishes are fulfilled. Thank you, Senior Fu, I replied, my face filled with gratitude. After such a tumultuous evening, if Gu Ting wishes to provoke me again, he must first weigh the influence of Fu Zijian. However, I hesitated and asked, but what about you and Gu Ting? Fu Zijian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. I've long found him displeasing. Being led around by a woman is nothing short of pathetic. I have no qualms about severing ties with such a fool. I recognized he was referring to Gu Ting being deceived by Lu Qingwan. It seems that those embroiled in a situation often remain oblivious, while onlookers see the truth clearly. Even Fu Zijian could see through this matter at a glance. Yet Gu Ting remained oblivious. However, upon hearing him mention Lu Qingwan, a vivid image surfaced in my mind of her sneaking into the obstetrics and gynecology department at the hospital today. I pressed my lips together, clearly torn between speaking and remaining silent. What is it? What do you wish to say? Fu Zijian inquired, prompting me to reveal my thoughts. I confessed. While at the hospital today, I saw Lu Qingwan bundled up, secretly registering for an appointment in the obstetrics and gynecology department. I paused, leaving the rest unspoken. Obstetrics and gynecology? Instead, Fu Zijian slightly raised an eyebrow. Is Lu Qingwan pregnant? I quickly shook my head, uncertain myself. Fu Zijian appeared to be intrigued. A smile curling his lips. We can find out, can't we? Chapter 26, Infertility. It wasn't until a pot of tea was consumed that Fu Zijian finally rose to depart. However, no sooner had he left than my phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was a call from Gu Ting. Frowning, I hesitated to answer, yet ultimately pressed the accept button. I'm downstairs. Gu Ting's voice was rather grave. Coldly, I replied, if you have something to discuss, say it over the phone. Do you wish for me to sign the divorce agreement? If that is the case, come upstairs. With that, Gu Ting abruptly ended the call. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, contemplating that it was still daytime and we were in the neighborhood. Even if Gu Ting intended to confront me, he would be unable to do so. Nevertheless, I discreetly tucked a folding fruit knife into my pocket, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Thinking that even if I couldn't harm him, I ought to leave a few marks on him. The afternoon sun, radiant and warm in the deep autumn, filtered through the sparse branches, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Upon descending the stairs, I spotted Gu Ting leaning against an elm tree. His tall and statuesque figure reminiscent of how I first saw him years ago. Yet then, he was carefree and elegant, his attire fluttering dramatically, exuding an effortless charm. Now, however, his countenance was dark and brooding, imbued with an undercurrent of menace. It seemed that as I descended the stairs, our gazes locked, and he leaned against the tree, slowly straightening his back. Through the cascading shadows, I noticed shards of light reflected in his eyes, sharp and piercing as a blade. save for a bruise at the corner of his mouth, a remnant of the recent altercation with Fu Xijiong. A sense of unease stirred within me. Yet my gaze met his with unwavering courage. Gu Ting fixed his eyes upon me with an intensity that suggested he was desperately suppressing something within. However, as I approached him, an unexpected stillness enveloped the moment. Why would he help you? I understood that the he referred to was Fu Xijiong. A surge of vengeful exhilaration coursed through me. I had previously feared that Fu Xijiong's assistance might lead Gu Ting to misinterpret our relationship. Yet now, witnessing the expression on Gu Ting's face, all that remained in my heart was a sense of vindication. Suddenly, Gu Ting shook his head. No. It's impossible for you to be with him. It seemed he had recalled something. You asked him for help, didn't you? I was at a loss as to why he had made such an assertion, yet I knew he was correct. I concealed this realization and coldly retorted. Think whatever you like. He inhaled deeply, but in an instant, his demeanor shifted, his expression laden with guilt. Xia xia. I never anticipated we would find ourselves in such circumstances regarding your mother. Do not mention my mother. I interjected vehemently, my eyes fixed on him, filled with a fury that wished to bore holes into his very being. How dare he? How could he have the audacity to bring up my mother? Very well. I shall not bring it up. Gu Ting's voice softened as he spoke. I admit that my handling of the situation with Lu Qingwan was not decisive enough. And it has hurt you. But, he reached out to grasp my shoulders, lowering his gaze to meet mine, you must believe me. There is truly nothing between Lu Qingwan and me. I do not wish to divorce you, Xia xia. In our close proximity. I saw the fervor in Gu Ting's eyes. I acknowledged that the past had been my fault, and I offered my sincere apologies. I will spend my entire life making it up to you, if you would grant me one last chance. I never imagined I would hear such words from Gu Ting. For a moment, I was taken aback, even shocked, hesitating. Yet, ultimately, under his earnest gaze, I shook my head. Gu Ting, some wounds have been inflicted and cannot be undone. I cannot simply cover my ears and close my eyes as if nothing has transpired. I drew a deep breath. Gu Ting, let me go, and let yourself go. Gu Ting's lips quivered slightly. Must it be this way? His eyes glimmered with unshed tears. And when he turned away, it seemed as though he was desperately suppressing something within. I opened my mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. I merely nodded in agreement. Very well, I will sign the divorce agreement. Gu Ting gazed intently at me. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. I was taken aback by his swift acquiescence. While a sense of happiness surged within me, it was swiftly overshadowed by an indescribable melancholy. Perhaps it was a moment of silent mourning for the 12 years of our youth. This unrequited love has finally come to an end. Xia xia xia. You will come to regret this. After Gu Ting uttered those words, he turned and strode towards the car. As I watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, I finally sighed in relief. The divorce was finally happening. Moreover, we wouldn't have to resort to the ordeal of a legal battle. Although I am not one to shy away from complications, it undeniably demands mental and emotional effort. With Gu Ting's agreement to divorce, it is highly likely that there will be no further issues. Tomorrow I can initiate the divorce proceedings. I immediately shared this delightful news with Lin Shi. Initially, I assumed she would be engrossed in her work and would call me after hours. To my surprise, within mere seconds of sending the message, Lin Shi's video call came through. Xia xia, is this for real? That scoundrel Gu Ting actually agreed to the divorce? I nodded vigorously, affirming, yes. He just told me himself. Lin Shi could not help but smirk. It seems this rascal has finally come to his senses. Making way for you to let Lu Qingwan take your place. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with joy, regardless of the circumstances. The prospect of divorce was indeed a positive development. Congratulations, Xia xia, on finally escaping the sea of suffering. Lin Shi genuinely rejoiced for me. Yet, as our conversation progressed, she began to tease, from now on, you'll have countless chiseled men and fresh young faces to choose from, life will surely be delightful. I couldn't help but chuckle at her playful banter. Stop joking. By the way, what time tomorrow are we heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce? Do you want me to accompany you? No need, I hastily replied, it's just a matter of signing a few papers and collecting a certificate. True enough. Lin Shi nodded. undoubtedly convinced that since Gu Ting had already agreed to the divorce, the matter was as good as settled. Naturally, there was nothing left to worry about. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi adjusted her phone and flashed a smile at the camera, saying, "Xia xia, happy divorce." For a fleeting moment, I felt a disorienting haze, as if the past 2 years had merely been an elaborate dream. I returned her smile and nodded earnestly. The following morning, I rose early, initially contemplating calling Gu Ting to inquire about when he would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. However, I hesitated, fearing that pressing him too hard might cause him to reconsider. Yet, after waiting the entire morning without receiving a call from him, I found myself at noon with no other option but to dial his number. The phone rang endlessly, but there was no answer. Exercising patience, I made a second attempt. And this time, the call connected. "Hello, Gu Ting." Before I could finish my sentence, his slightly hoarse voice came through the receiver. "You know I have asthenozoospermia and am unable to conceive, don't you? Chapter 27, Whose child is inside you?" My heart skipped a beat. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that Gu Ting was aware of this matter. Noticing my silence, he let out a bitter chuckle, his voice barely audible. "So you really do know?" I pressed my lips together, at a loss for how to respond. Once upon a time, I had gone to great lengths to conceal this from Gu Ting, fearing that the truth would cause him distress. But now, I found myself indifferent, pondering instead how Gu Ting had suddenly come to know of it. I could not help but furrow my brow. I had managed to keep everything under wraps until now. Why, at the moment he agreed to initiate the divorce proceedings, did a sudden turn of events occur? How could you? But before I could finish my inquiry, Gu Ting abruptly interrupted me, his tone laced with anger. "How dare you ask how I know? Did you not inform Fu Xijing?" "Fu Xijing?" I was utterly bewildered by the connection he was drawing. What did my senior, Fu, have to do with this? He let out a cold laugh and continued. "I mentioned how he suggested I go for a checkup when he returned from the research institute last month. Are you going to assert that you did not tell him?" Gu Ting's voice grew increasingly agitated. Just yesterday, I had pondered why he was so suddenly antagonistic towards me. Only upon reviewing a medical report from a month ago did the realization dawn upon me. "Xia xia xia, do you despise me this much?" "It's not me." I frowned, insisting that I had divulged nothing to anyone, believe it or not. Gu Ting fell silent, and I could not discern whether he believed me. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally took a deep breath, his tone tinged with frustration. "Xia xia, I am not in a good mood today. Can we postpone the divorce discussion?" I instinctively opened my mouth, and though I understood that the divorce might not proceed smoothly, hearing Gu Ting suggest delaying the date left me feeling somewhat stifled. Yet, the words of refusal eluded me, powerless, I could only murmur in acquiescence, Once the call ended, I threw my phone onto the sofa in exasperation. I had not anticipated that things could become so bewilderingly complicated. It was merely a casual remark made by Fu Xijing a month ago that prompted Gu Ting to undergo a medical examination. Subsequently, due to Fu Xijing's intervention on my behalf yesterday, Gu Ting's suspicions were aroused, leading him inexplicably to investigate the medical report from a month prior. Ultimately, he discovered the unfortunate truth that he was incapable of fatherhood. Such a remarkable series of coincidences seems almost too improbable for even a television drama. Yet it has unfolded in the most tangible manner in my life. Just as I was grappling with my frustration and searching for a way to vent, Lin Shi's video call unexpectedly came through. "Xia xia, what's going on? Has that scoundrel Gu Ting not called you yet? Has he changed his mind?" I let out a deep sigh. I had just called him. And he had learned of his condition, his inability to conceive, remarking that the divorce would have to be postponed for a few days. "Blast it!" Lin Shi exclaimed, her voice laced with outrage. "His infertility has nothing to do with the divorce. That scoundrel can't possibly want to cling to you, can he?" "Wait, hold on." Abruptly, Lin Shi's tone shifted as realization dawned upon her, her voice rising an octave. "What did you just say? Gu Ting cannot conceive? When did this happen? How come I knew nothing about it?" I bit my lip, recalling how I had kept this matter hidden from everyone, not just Lin Shi, but even from my mother and mother-in-law. I was terrified that even the slightest hint might reach Gu Ting and cause him heartache. In hindsight, I can't help but feel like an utter fool. I hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Shi. How could you keep such a significant matter from me? Lin Shi could not help but begin to chastise. Have you lost your mind? I could only manage a bitter smile in response. Sensing my lack of enthusiasm, Lin Shi ceased her reprimand. After all, those events belonged to the past, and there was no point in dwelling on them. Just then, Lin Shi seemed to have an epiphany. Xia, didn't you say that Gu Ting suffers from oligospermia and cannot conceive? Then whose child is growing in your womb? I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Of course, it is Gu Ting's. I had taken a plethora of ovulation-stimulating medications. Lin Shi chuckled. That may not be certain. What if the biological father of your child is someone else? Stop joking, I retorted. Lin Shi then shifted to a more serious tone. All right. Let us discuss something of substance. What do you plan to do next? I can only wait for Gu Ting to be in a better mood, I sighed. It was truly frustrating to have let such a good opportunity slip away. To say I felt no regret would be a lie. However, given the circumstances, further lamentation would serve no purpose. Then again, I pondered, why would Fu Sijong, with nothing to occupy his time, prompt Gu Ting to undergo a medical examination? Does he know something? Lin Shi speculated. I pressed my lips together, uncertain myself. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. As I continued my idle conversation with Lin Shi, an unfamiliar call suddenly came through. Cece, I need to take this call. I'll video chat with you shortly. After hanging up with Lin Shi, I promptly answered the incoming call. Hello, may I ask if this is Miss Chiao? I am from the Fingxi Voice Acting Company. We have received Miss Chiao's resume. May I inquire if you are available for an interview at our company tomorrow afternoon? Upon realizing it was an interview call, I was so excited that I nearly leaped with joy. Moreover, it was from Fingxi, the preeminent voice acting company in the country. I have time. Very well. The details regarding the interview, including the time, address, and necessary documents, have been sent to Miss Chiao's email. Thank you. Once I hung up the phone, I immediately called Lin Shi to share this delightful news. Lin Shi insisted that I purchase a new outfit for the interview and dragged me out for a shopping spree. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, I acquiesced. This one looks stunning, Xia. You must try it on. Lin Shi exclaimed, handing me a lovely light green dress. As I took the dress into the fitting room, just as I was about to change, I suddenly heard a commotion outside, and it vaguely sounded like Lin Shi's voice. I hastily abandoned my attempt to change and pushed the door open. To my astonishment, I saw Lin Shi with her hands on her hips, fiercely pointing at Gu Ting and berating him, while he stood there with a grim expression, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. What on earth is Gu Ting doing here? Why is Lin Shi provoking him? Concerned for her well-being, I rushed forward to restrain Lin Shi, fearing that she might come to harm in front of him. Just then, a face peered out from behind Gu Ting, sneering as he remarked. I was wondering why someone would come out barking like a mad dog without any cause. It turns out to be Xiao's friend. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Who are you calling a mad dog? As Lin Shi noticed Lu Qingwan making her appearance, she immediately seized a handful of her hair. Let go of me. Lu Qingwan exclaimed, bending forward in pain, her face flushed. She reached out for help from Gu Ting. Gu Ting, why are you just standing there? Come save me. Only then did Gu Ting step forward and firmly grasp Lin Shi's wrist, his voice grave as he commanded, release her. Lin Shi grimaced from the grip. Despite her reluctance to let go, Gu Ting forcefully pried her hand away, leaving her with a sizable clump of hair evidently ripped from Lu Qingwan's head. Seeing Gu Ting approach Lin Shi with a stern expression, I instinctively positioned myself in front of her, casting a cold glance at Gu Ting. You claim to be disinterested in finalizing our divorce, yet here you are, indulging in an outing with Lu Qingwan? Divorce? Lu Qingwan, who had been rubbing her scalp, suddenly looked up, her face a mix of disbelief and a hint of delight. Gu Ting, are you really getting a divorce? Chapter 28, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and finalize the divorce. Gu Ting remained silent, merely gazing at me with a complex and profound expression. Indeed. They are getting divorced. Are you not pleased? Lin Shi interjected, perfectly clearing the way for you two scoundrels. Lu Qingwan furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Ting and I are just good friends, our relationship is entirely innocent. Their divorce has nothing to do with me. Bah. Shameless vixen. She did not hold back, directly hurling insults at her. Lu Qingwan's expression shifted as she was scolded. And she realized that she could gain no advantage from Lin Shi. With a resentful glare directed at me, she exclaimed, "No wonder Gu Ting divorced you. You are perpetually suspicious and unjustly accuse others. Do you dare to claim that I am accusing you unjustly?" Her feigned purity infuriated me, and I retorted coldly. "Are you truly willing to assert that your divorce was not for Gu Ting?" Lu Qingwan frowned, declaring with moral indignation, "Why would I not dare?" I scoffed. "You are utterly shameless." After all, it was Gu Ting himself who had acknowledged that her divorce was indeed for his sake. Yet here she was, presenting herself in a self-righteous and nauseating manner before me, clearly taken aback by my unwavering conviction that her divorce was indeed motivated by Gu Ting. Lu Qingwan furrowed her brow and shot an accusatory glance at him, seemingly blaming him for revealing everything to me. I cast a cold stare at Gu Ting, remarking, "You seem to be in rather good spirits now, considering you both have the leisure to enjoy a shopping trip. Since that is the case, why not pay a visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau together? It would be the perfect opportunity to finalize the divorce." Gu Ting pressed his lips together tightly and suddenly let out a chilling laugh, his voice laced with mockery as he asked, "Are you so eager to divorce me? Is it because of Fu Xijing?" "What?" I feigned ignorance at his insinuation. Gu Ting's expression grew solemn as he continued, "Why would Fu Xijing assist you? Is that not evident? What? Do you still refuse to acknowledge it?" A sudden urge to laugh arose within me, yet I found myself incapable of doing so. "Do you truly believe our divorce is due to Fu Xijing? Otherwise, what could it be?" I was filled with fury, my heart ablaze with an overwhelming fire that threatened to consume me entirely. "Gu Ting, you are truly despicable. No one understands better than he does how our marriage has reached this point. Yet, he chooses to place the blame squarely upon my shoulders. Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau and file for divorce." Gu Ting pursed his lips, a fleeting look of evasion flashing in his eyes, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwan, appearing somewhat anxious, nudged his arm with her elbow, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and agree. You've been trampled upon, how can you endure this? Gu Ting, are you still a man? Be silent." Gu Ting shot her a fierce glare, "Don't embarrass yourself here, let us go." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the exit. Lu Qingwan, her lips pursed in reluctance, hurried after him, "Wait for me. Don't walk so fast." As I watched them leave, I sank into the sofa of the waiting area, feeling utterly drained, my expression one of bewilderment. This is the person I have adored for 12 years. Yet, at this moment, I realize he lacks even the most basic sense of responsibility that a man should possess. How could I have been so blind to have loved him? "Xia Xia?" Noticing my prolonged silence, Lin Shi held my hand with concern, "Calm down, don't let this scoundrel ruin your health over such nonsense." "Yes, you're right." I took a deep breath, making an effort to compose my emotions. "By the way, may I ask? I heard Gu Ting mention that Fu Xijing helped you get a divorce yesterday. What is the story behind that?" Instinctively, I turned to glance at Lin Shi, only to meet her gaze, which burned with the fervor of insatiable curiosity. I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, it was Gu Ting who had pursued me to my residence yesterday, and it was Senior Fu who had conveniently escorted me home, thereby dismissing Gu Ting. Lin Shi nudged my shoulder, her expression brimming with intrigue as she exclaimed, "So, what do you think? I told you Fu Xijing likes you. Yet only you remain oblivious to it." "Please, don't say such things," I implored, unable to suppress my urge to halt her. "Such jest is simply unacceptable." Lin Shi rolled her eyes in response, declaring, "Fine, believe it or not." The following afternoon, I donned a form-fitting long dress that Lin Shi had meticulously chosen for me, as I prepared for my audition at Fingxi. Despite not having engaged in voice acting for quite some time, my foundational skills remained intact. The audition proceeded smoothly, however. It was accompanied by a 3-month internship during which the salary would be halved, with full compensation and benefits granted only upon confirmation of employment, alongside contributions to social insurance. "Xia Xia, I find your voice quality exceptional, particularly suited for the role of the female protagonist in this cross-dressing historical drama," the business manager remarked, sliding a document in front of me. I was taken aback, astonished that I would be entrusted with such a significant role so early in my tenure. Thank you, manager. I shall endeavor to excel. Yet, as my gaze fell upon the details within the document, I found myself momentarily stunned. Lu Qingwan? The character I was to voice was none other than Lu Qingwan? Is something the matter? The manager inquired, noticing my lingering stare at the document with a hint of confusion. Do you find yourself facing a challenge? Voice acting does not require direct interaction with the actors. Does it? Of course not. The manager paused momentarily, seemingly misunderstanding my intent. Is Xia Xia a fan of Lu Qingwan? If you wish, I could arrange for you to meet her. I quickly shook my head, clarifying that I was merely inquiring. The manager chuckled, explaining that voice actors are behind-the-scenes performers. No one truly cares whether an actor's voice is original or dubbed, the audience's attention is solely on the actors themselves. I understood and expressed my gratitude to the manager, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Although the prospect of voicing Lu Qingwan was somewhat unsettling, it was ultimately a job, my very first internship. In fact, and I resolved to treat her as a stranger. As it was my first day, many aspects of the work were unfamiliar, leading me to put in some extra hours. By the time I returned home, night had fallen. After completing my evening routine, I lay in bed, familiarizing myself with the voiceover materials, hoping to achieve a seamless recording in the studio the next day. Just as I became engrossed in my reading, a sudden knock echoed through the air, followed by a low, slightly inebriated voice calling out, "Xia Xia, open the door, it's me, Gu Ting." Frowning, I peered through the peephole and indeed saw Gu Ting, swaying drunkenly on my doorstep. Was he intoxicated and causing a scene outside my door? I had no intention of acknowledging him and turned back to my bed to resume my study of the materials. However, Gu Ting continued to pound on the door, disrupting my concentration entirely. I opened the door, seething with pent-up fury, and exclaimed, "Gu Ting, cease your drunken antics here, or I shall call the police." Yet, scarcely had my words left my lips when Gu Ting abruptly enveloped me in his embrace, burying his face in the crook of my neck. "Xia Xia. Please do not leave me, let us not divorce, shall we?" Chapter 29, Xia Xia Xia, do you truly wish for a divorce? The overpowering scent of alcohol from him nearly made me retch. "Gu Ting, release me." "I will not." Gu Ting tightened his hold. A look of grievance etched upon his face. "Xia Xia Xia, how long do you intend to create this uproar? Gu Ting, do not act foolishly in my presence." My anger transformed into a bitter smile as I struggled more fiercely, yet Gu Ting's strength was alarmingly formidable, rendering my efforts futile. "Xia Xia. You were never like this before." His warm lips brushed against my ear, his heated breath penetrating my senses. In the past, whenever I was inebriated, no matter how late it was, you would always prepare a hangover remedy for me. You acknowledge that it was in the past? I fought against him with increasing fervor. "Gu Ting, let me go. We are on the brink of divorce." Yet his arms encircled my waist like iron bands, unyielding and impossible to break free from. "Do not move, I merely wish to hold you." His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of gravel. As I found myself ensnared, my frustration reaching its zenith, I was on the verge of calling for help from the neighbors when I noticed Gu Ting's face gradually descending down my neck, and the arms that had once constrained me began to loosen their grip. Instinctively, I pushed back, and without support, Gu Ting collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, his towering frame effectively blocking the entrance, rendering the door unable to close. I took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to vomit that arose from the strong odor of alcohol emanating from Gu Ting. Just as I was about to call Lin Bei to come and retrieve him, Gu Ting's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Frowning, I retrieved the device, and upon seeing the caller ID display the name Lu Qingwan, a cold smile crept onto my lips. "How attentive you are, Gu Ting. I've made you some hangover soup. Where are you?" "I'll bring it over," Lu Qingwan's voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Truly virtuous." I smirked coldly, "Gu Ting is here. You better hurry and come to collect him." "Xia Xia Xia?" Lu Qingwan's voice suddenly rose by an octave. "How could Gu Ting be there with you? Didn't you say you were getting a divorce? Why are you still clinging to him? You're aware we are preparing to divorce. So by what right do you inquire about my situation?" Lu Qingwan paused, momentarily stunned, but then regained her composure with indignation. "I'm Gu Ting's friend. What is wrong with me asking? Xia Xia Xia, are you playing hard to get, not truly wanting a divorce?" I had no desire to listen to her ramble. Coldly, I replied, I'm giving you half an hour. If you don't come to pick him up within that time, I'll have him sent to a homeless shelter. Xia, you're being too ruthless. Before Lu Qingwan could finish, I had already raised my hand and hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, Lu Qingwan hurriedly arrived, seemingly in a rush to leave, as she had not even applied her makeup. Wearing a pair of oversized frog-eyed glasses late at night, I wondered if she could see the path ahead. As I observed her assistant helping Gu Ting to his feet, finally clearing a space, I made my way towards the entrance. Xia, since a divorce is imminent, it is best not to entangle yourself further with Gu Ting. With a decisive slam, I shut the door, effectively blocking out Lu Qingwan's irritating voice. This episode involving Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan had soured my mood. I had intended to familiarize myself with my lines in preparation for the recording studio the next day. However, the mere thought of having to voice over for Lu Qingwan's detestable face extinguished any enthusiasm I had for work, and I promptly shoved my tablet into my bag. Sleep. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, I shouldered my bag and descended the stairs, ready to head to work. Just as I reached the ground floor, a familiar lazy yet magnetic voice called out, Junior, good morning. Fu Shuizhang? I exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Leaning against the car door, Fu Sijing straightened his back upon seeing me approach. I uncovered some intriguing information yesterday and couldn't wait to share it with you. Get in the car. But I have to go to work, I protested. Fu Sijing appeared unfazed, simply stating, give me the address, I'll take you there. I had questions of my own for him, so I decided against further refusal, provided him with the address, and climbed into the car. The vehicle glided along the road toward the city center. In the golden autumn of October, beneath the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, the morning air is refreshingly cool, and the sunlight envelopes one in a warm embrace. I perceive that you seem to have something to inquire of me. As Fu Sijun navigates the road, a subtle smile plays upon his lips as he glances at me, prompting me to speak. What is it that weighs upon your mind? I cannot help but inwardly marvel at his keen perceptiveness. Indeed, Fu Sijun is a master in reading intentions. I promptly recount the events of yesterday, when he initially agreed to accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau for our divorce but then abruptly rescinded his promise. After laying out the entire narrative, I finally pose a question. Fu Shuizhang, what prompted you to suddenly suggest that Gu Ting undergo a medical examination? Fu Sijun briefly turns his gaze towards me, his eyes dark and tranquil, imbued with a depth that eludes comprehension. Yet, just as I am poised to scrutinize further, he diverts his gaze, his tone remaining nonchalant as ever. At that moment, I noticed the shadow beneath his eyes and casually suggested he seek a medical checkup, not anticipating he would actually follow through. To think it was for such a trivial reason. I had anticipated something absurd, yet I never imagined it would be so casual. However, this seemingly innocuous suggestion has now indefinitely postponed the divorce that Gu Ting had reluctantly agreed to. A wave of helplessness washes over me. Must we truly await the divorce proceedings? Would that not drag on for a year or more? What is it? Do you find my presence detrimental to your affairs? Fu Sijun lightly tapped the steering wheel with his long fingers, a hint of languid amusement gracing his lips. No, I quickly interject, waving my hand in denial. Even if such thoughts linger in my heart, I cannot voice them, for the matter of divorcing Gu Ting relies heavily on Fu Sijun's assistance. Fu Sijun chuckled softly, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes, though the source of his mirth remained a mystery. By the way, did Fu, my senior, not mention he had something to discuss with me? What could it be? Surely, it must be significant if Fu Sijun personally drove all the way downstairs to await my arrival. He wasted no time beating around the bush, addressing me directly. Did you not ask me to investigate Lu Qingwan? I have results. The revelation momentarily took me aback as I pondered when I had requested him to look into Lu Qingwan. However, I quickly recalled a casual mention of encountering her suspiciously registering at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Could it be? Suddenly enlightened, I eagerly inquired. What is the outcome? Chapter 30, signing the divorce agreement early. Seeing my intense gaze fixed upon him, Fu Sijun's lips curved into a knowing smile. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he deftly navigated a right turn. Once we rounded the corner, he glanced at me and declared, Lu Qingwan is pregnant. At his words, my mouth fell open in astonishment. Pregnant? Whose child could it be? Fu Sijuan chuckled, it should not be Gu Ting's. Did you not mention he suffers from oligospermia? Instinctively, I parted my lips, poised to proclaim that I, too, was pregnant, but the words caught in my throat. Is something the matter? What were you about to say? Fu Sijuan seemed to sense my hesitation and turned to look at me. Nothing, I am simply too shocked. The matter of my pregnancy is something I prefer not to discuss with too many people. Since I am to divorce Gu Ting, it is evident that I cannot keep the child. An abortion will inevitably need to be performed sooner or later. Therefore, the fewer individuals who are aware of this, the better, to avoid unnecessary complications. Fu Sijing pressed his lips together, his gaze lingering on me for a moment. Sensing his scrutiny, I lifted my eyes, only to find him already diverting his attention elsewhere. The child is most likely a result of Lu Qingwan's affair with her ex-husband, Fu Sijing observed. I nodded in agreement, as this was also my suspicion. However, given that Lu Qingwan wishes to rekindle her relationship with Gu Ting, it is clear that she cannot keep this child. As I lost myself in thought, my phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Gu Ting. Without a second thought, I hung up. Yet, Gu Ting seemed relentless, calling repeatedly. A pair of slender hands reached toward me. I instinctively turned my gaze, locking eyes with his deep, dark orbs, which held an unusual sharpness beneath his usual nonchalant demeanor. Inexplicably, I found myself handing over the phone. By the time I realized what I had done, Fu Sijing had already pressed the answer button. Xiao Xiangxiang, have you lost your mind? How could you leave me with Lu Qingwan? Do you even comprehend what you've done? Gu Ting's voice erupted. He began, but Fu Sijing casually interrupted. Merely uttering Gu Ting's name caused the previously irate voice on the other end to fall silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Fu Sijing? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when Gu Ting's voice finally emerged, laced with a palpable bitterness. How could you possibly answer Xia Xia's call? Thanks to Fu Sijing's speakerphone, I could distinctly hear Gu Ting's tone. Their exchange was laden with tension, a palpable clash of wills. For a fleeting moment, I was transported back to a time when these two once shared a vibrant camaraderie on the same basketball court, effortlessly dribbling and leaping, leaving Gu Ting in disarray. Their hands meeting mid-air, radiating the brilliance of youth. Now, however, the world had irrevocably changed. Fu Sijing maintained his unhurried demeanor, his fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel. What do you say? Gu Ting roared like an enraged lion. Fu Sijing, Xia and I are not divorced yet. She is still my wife. Even if I have wronged her in the past, that is a matter between us, and you have no right to interfere. Gu Ting's words dripped with resentment. This is my final warning, stay away from her. Fu Sijing let out a light chuckle. And what if I refuse? Fu Sijing. Gu Ting's voice was laced with urgency. As a brother, I advise you to sign the divorce agreement sooner rather than later. Do not force my hand. As Fu Sijing uttered this, a smirk danced upon his lips, yet to my ears, it bore the weight of unspoken threats. I was acutely aware that Fu Sijing was not merely boasting. The power of the Fu family rendered Gu Ting utterly powerless. Even during their school days, it had been Gu Ting who sought out Fu Sijing's friendship. The disparity between the Fu and Gu families was not trivial. For a few seconds, there was a silence on Gu Ting's end, followed by the beeping sound of the call disconnecting. I hastily grabbed my phone, feeling a twinge of anxiety in my heart. I was somewhat perplexed as to why Fu Sijing would suddenly extend his assistance to me. Could it be that he had harbored a disdain for Gu Ting for quite some time? Was his help merely a means to settle the score with Gu Ting? Just as I was lost in these thoughts, the car came to an abrupt halt. We had arrived. Oh. I quickly took my bag and stepped out of the car. Thank you, Senior Fu, drive safely. But before I could finish my sentence, I noticed Fu Sijing had also exited the vehicle. I looked at him, my face a canvas of confusion, unsure of his intentions. Fu Xiao. At that moment, I saw several men approaching us, and to my surprise, our department's business manager was among them. You have finally arrived. Thank you for your generous support of Fingxi. And more importantly, for your backing of the voiceover industry. A middle-aged man in his 40s greeted Fu Sijing with a warm smile, slightly bowing. As I stood there in a daze, I suddenly felt a gentle poke on my arm. Instinctively, I turned to see the business manager gesturing subtly toward me. Manager? how did you end up in Fu Xiao's car? Do you know each other? He is a senior from my university. I quickly realized the uniqueness of Fu Xijuan's status and hastily provided a plausible explanation, stating that we had coincidentally crossed paths on the road and he kindly offered me a ride. The business manager's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lowered his voice, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Fu Xiao is our major benefactor. Our company's investment relies heavily on this esteemed figure. Since you are acquainted with him, things will be much easier." It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder the company's owner personally came out to greet us. Soon, the owner seemed to have noticed my presence and inquired a few questions, discovering that I was the newly hired voice actor for their company, and moreover, a junior of Fu Xijiang from university. How splendid. Given this connection, it seems that in the future, I shall be the one handling the liaison work between Fu and the company, right? I couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and honor. Yet I understood that networking is indeed a form of soft power. I promptly accepted the responsibility, expressing my gratitude to the owner, assuring him that I would strive to do my utmost. Once I finally managed to bid farewell to the multitude of company executives, I exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. What's the matter? Fu Xijiang smirked, his lips curling in a teasing manner as he observed me. Are you unhappy about being entrusted with such an important task? I couldn't resist rolling my eyes in exasperation, replying with a hint of irony, Fu. Could you possibly give me a heads up next time you decide to pull such a grand stunt? A swarm of company bigwigs came rushing in, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Nevertheless, thanks to Fu Xijiang's intervention, I did manage to gain some recognition within the company. Whether as a networking asset or an infiltrator, I had become a colleague not easily trifled with, which also alleviated some challenges in work coordination. Fu Xijiang playfully ruffled my hair, his large hand tousling my locks as if they were a bird's nest. Got it. Oh dear, my hair. I quickly tidied up the mess he had made, watching him smile as he got into his car, and I waved goodbye. Only after seeing that black SUV disappear into the distance did I turn back towards the company. However, before I could take more than a few steps, someone abruptly seized my wrist. Chapter 31, After all, we are husband and wife, let us not make a scene too embarrassing. I stumbled slightly, nearly losing my balance. And upon raising my gaze, I was met with a pair of furious eyes. Gu Ting, what madness has possessed you this early in the morning? I forcefully shook off Gu Ting's hand, rubbing my reddened wrist, my gaze icy as I glared at him. Gu Ting's eyes were slightly reddened, stubble adorned his jawline, and his hair was disheveled, giving him an air of dishevelment that aged him by a decade. Xia Xia Xia, you are the truly mad one. Why did you entrust me to Lu Qingwan last night? Are you not aware? As he trailed off mid-sentence, I could not help but furrow my brow, contemplating what Gu Ting would say next. Yet, he abruptly changed the subject, gritting his teeth, Xia Xia Xia, even if it costs me my life, I will not agree to a divorce. Abandon that thought. His words left me feeling agitated, and I coldly retorted, if you are not averse to the trouble, then proceed with a divorce lawsuit. I am resolute in my decision to end this marriage. Gu Ting seemed to suddenly recall something, taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions. Xia Xia, stop toying with me. I truly realize my mistakes. From today onward, I shall sever all ties with Lu Qingwan. You must believe me. However, no sooner had he spoken than his phone in his pocket began to vibrate. I regarded him with cold eyes. His expression revealed it was undoubtedly a call from Lu Qingwan. However, Gu Ting furrowed his brows and abruptly ended the call, subsequently blocking Lu Qingwan's number in one swift motion. I gazed at Gu Ting in astonishment, never anticipating that he could be so resolute and unfeeling towards Lu Qingwan. Could it be that she provoked him last night? Yet, before I could ponder further, Gu Ting suddenly grasped my hand. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Instinctively, I attempted to pull away, but his grip was surprisingly firm, and an inexplicable sense of helplessness surged within me. His belated affection felt as insubstantial as withered grass. Even from my perspective, Gu Ting seemed devoid of genuine feelings for me. His reluctance to divorce appeared merely rooted in a desire to preserve his male pride. Gu Ting, we are beyond redemption. After all we've shared as a couple, must we make this any more disgraceful? I inhaled deeply, meeting his gaze. You need not do anything. Simply remain as you were. Whether I revolve around you endlessly or exhaust myself trying to please you, it matters not to you. Isn't that preferable? Are you resenting me for my past treatment of you? Gu Ting's voice was low. I will change. I will make amends for my neglect and betrayal. Xia xia. Grant me another chance, please? Let go of me. Xiao xia xia, can you truly be this heartless? I suddenly chuckled. How could my heart be more ruthless than yours? I earnestly implored him to organize that wedding anew, solely to bring solace to my mother. Yet, despite his awareness, he remained unyielding. Gu Ting fell silent for a moment, clearly comprehending my words. His gaze dropped, revealing a hint of frustration, yet devoid of any remorse. Xia xia. I have reiterated this to you countless times, Lu Qingwan's husband saved my life. I cannot stand idly by while Lu Qingwan attempts to take her own. She is a living being. I jerked my hand away, my voice icy. Gu Ting, you have already made your choice between Lu Qingwan and me. I am the one you deemed expendable after weighing the pros and cons. And what of Fu Xijing? Gu Ting's expression shifted abruptly. His eyes fixated on me with an intensity that was almost menacing. Do not claim that your liaison with him is recent. Who is Fu Xijing? Over the years, I have not seen a woman who could capture his interest. Can you honestly assert that your relationship with him is entirely innocent? Suddenly, a realization struck me. Gu Ting scoffed, continuing, Fu Xijing has exhibited peculiar behavior since his return from the research institute last month. He inexplicably insisted I undergo a medical examination, and shortly thereafter, he submitted his resignation. This is a pivotal moment for his promotion. Is it possible that you two have been involved since then? Before he could finish, I raised my arm and struck him sharply across the face. The suddenness of my action caused Gu Ting's head to turn, and he pressed his tongue against his cheek, his gaze slicing through me like a dagger. What? Have I hit a nerve? Enraged and humiliated. Gu Ting, you truly disgust me. My body trembles uncontrollably, and my chest feels as if it might explode. What of Fu Xijing? Is he not repugnant? He dares to covet his brother's woman. What redeeming qualities can he possibly possess? I gaze at him coldly, as if seeing the true nature of this man for the first time. This man, who dominated my entire youth, whom I cherished with all my heart. I rushed headlong into a love fraught with solitary courage, only to find myself in such a dismal predicament in the future. Xia Xiangxia, mark my words, I shall not divorce you. I intend to see what audacity Fu Xijing possesses to dare pursue a married woman. With that final, biting remark, Gu Ting stormed away. I stood there, wearied, feeling as though all my strength had been drained. I do not know how long I remained in that state, but eventually, I rubbed my stiff face vigorously, striving to muster a semblance of a smile. I had lingered long enough, I must return to work, for I cannot allow that wretched Gu Ting to tarnish my mood. Once I had composed myself, I took a deep breath and turned towards the company. Today marked the day I would enter the recording studio. Perhaps it was due to my appearance at the company entrance that morning, but the staff treated me, the parachute and connected person, with remarkable warmth. After all, anyone associated with the major investor deserves to be courted in any establishment. During the lunch break, I received a call from the major investor, Fu Xijing. There is an evening banquet at Donghe Mansion, would you care to accompany me and make an appearance? The man's slightly languid, magnetic laughter emanated from the microphone. Donghe Mansion, the most coveted social arena in Kyoto. The soirees here attracted the Armée de la Armée of Kyoto's elite. Gu Ting had attended several of these events previously, but he loathed the idea of me embarrassing him. He invariably brought along a female secretary to such occasions. Consequently, I had only perused them through news articles or newspapers, never having attended one myself. Could I possibly go? Why not? Fu Xijing replied with a laugh. What I mean is, given my current status. I bit my lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Ting's harsh words from earlier today echoed in my heart like a steel stamp. I was undeniably concerned about implicating Fu Xijing. Perhaps it would be best if I abstained from attending. Are you certain? Fu Xijing's laughter lingered. And I must inform you that Gu Ting will be bringing Lu Qingwan to the banquet this evening. I found myself momentarily stunned. Then furrowed my brow and spoke in a grave tone, Fu Xuezhong, I shall attend. Chapter 32, Misunderstanding. The phone call I received at noon left my thoughts in turmoil, rendering the afternoon voiceover work far less fluid than it had been in the morning. In an effort to finish early and leave, I forced myself to manage my emotions and concentrate on my tasks. This, however, resulted in a delay of half an hour beyond my usual quitting time. After bidding farewell to my colleagues, I hurriedly grabbed my bag and made my way outside. Just as I descended the first floor, I spotted a tall, striking figure leaning against the reception desk. Perhaps due to my experiences at the research institute, I appeared languid and unperturbed. Yet the air of exquisite nobility surrounding me compelled passing women to glance back repeatedly, though none dared to approach. After all, the aura I exuded was one of wealth and privilege, unmistakably daunting. Apologies for the delay, I was caught up at work, I said. However, Fu Xijing seemed unperturbed, flashing me a charming smile as he said, "Let us go." The car drove smoothly to Donghe Mansion on Fuxing Middle Road. The setting sun cast a breathtaking array of crimson hues across the sky, filtering through the clouds and illuminating faces with a splendid glow, leaving behind a striking silhouette. It was only upon entering the magnificently appointed Donghe Mansion with Fu Xijing that I realized something was amiss. Since we were attending a banquet, a change of attire was undoubtedly in order. Yet, I was still clad in the light green gown I had purchased with Lin Shi the previous day. And as for Fu Xijing, despite his dark gray crew neck sweatshirt being impeccably fitted, it was decidedly inappropriate for the occasion. This was Donghe Mansion, after all. Who among its guests was not of high status? If Fu Xijing and I were to present ourselves in such attire at the banquet, we would surely become the center of attention. Just as I was contemplating how to voice my concerns, I watched Fu Xijing navigate the grand entrance hall with ease, swiping his card for the elevator and unlocking the door with his fingerprint. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, I remained momentarily lost in thought. Even though I was previously aware of Fu Xijing's considerable wealth and distinguished status, my understanding was merely superficial. It was only upon witnessing that he possessed a room uniquely his own in a place like Donghe Mansion that I belatedly realized the immense value of the figure I was associated with. "Your clothes are in the bedroom. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I had several outfits sent over. You may select one to change into," Fu Xijing remarked, simultaneously tugging at the collar of his sweatshirt and effortlessly discarding it with one hand. I blinked in bewilderment, my gaze fixated on Fu Xijing's broad shoulders and narrow waist. His honey-toned, muscular physique turned toward me, with fluid lines of muscle cascading down to his abdomen. The subsequent sound of his belt buckle echoed in the air. "Junior, you wouldn't want to watch me change, would you?" My face instantly flushed as if engulfed in flames, and I hastily turned away, exclaiming, I will go change." Hearing the faint, low laughter behind me, I dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. How embarrassing. Once inside, I couldn't help but cover my face with my hands, feeling an overwhelming heat radiate from my cheeks. After a considerable period, as the warmth slowly dissipated, I finally took notice of the gowns within the room. Fu Xijing had mentioned sending over a few outfits. Yet what lay before me was far beyond mere few. There were a total of 12 exquisite dresses. As I quietly marveled at Fu Xijing's extravagant generosity, I began to sift through the array of gowns. Although I had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Fu Xijing's attire earlier, I recalled that he had chosen a pure black suit adorned with subtle, dark-patterned designs. I surveyed the surroundings before finally selecting a silver sequined gown. Once I had changed into the attire, I inhaled deeply, contemplating that Fu Xijing must have also changed by now, and thus I pushed open the bedroom door. At that moment, Fu Xijing was leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape of Kyoto. It seemed he sensed movement behind him. He instinctively turned to look, his gaze fixed intently upon me. After a long silence, I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me and quickly glanced down, wondering what was wrong. Was the dress unappealing? Fu Xijing swallowed hard, a smile gracing his lips. "It looks beautiful." I finally exhaled in relief. Today, Fu Xijing had brought me here. I certainly could not tarnish his reputation. To complement the sequined gown, I had deliberately styled my hair into a loose bun and applied makeup that emphasized a radiant, shimmering effect, strikingly resplendent. "Let us go, the banquet is about to commence." Fu Xijing extended his arm towards me, tilting his head with a charmingly roguish yet gentlemanly smile. I chuckled softly and linked my arm with his as we made our way towards the banquet. Even though I had envisioned the scene of the Dongfu banquet, upon entering the grand hall, I realized my imagination had fallen short. The spacious banquet hall was resplendent with crystal brilliance and gilded opulence, bustling with people amidst the fragrance of fine wine and exquisite dishes. From the table linens to the dining ware, everything exuded sophistication and luxury. As I linked arms with Fu Xijing and entered the banquet hall, I was immediately met with countless gazes directed our way, and many approached Fu Xijing to exchange pleasantries. A clear testament to his esteemed position within the elite circles of Kyoto. "Mr. Fu, may I introduce?" Soon, inquisitive gazes fell upon me, tinged with mild surprise, as though it were a rarity for Fu Xijing to present a female companion at such an event. Fu Xijing chuckled lightly, gesturing toward me with a sense of ease. "This is my junior from elementary school." I promptly extended my hand in greeting, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. "Hello, my name is Qiao Xiaxia, and I am Fu's junior in university." "Miss Qiao. It is a pleasure to meet you." I endeavored to project an air of elegance and poise, not daring to exhibit any semblance of carelessness. After all, this was Fu Xijing's domain. My objective was to perform admirably and not tarnish his reputation. With this thought in mind, I inhaled deeply, instinctively surveying the surroundings, mentally noting the individuals with whom I had exchanged greetings with Fu Xijing, pondering what I might say to assist him later. "What is the matter?" Fu Xijing observed me with amusement, inquiring about my murmured thoughts. "I am memorizing names and identities, in case they approach you again for conversation. I need to recognize them and avoid any blunders that might embarrass you." Fu Xijing smiled. "As my companion, you need not concern yourself with such matters." Perplexed, I looked up at him. "Then what is expected of me?" "Nothing at all," Fu Xijing replied with a soft laugh. "Simply await others to seek your favor." I was left in a state of bemusement, ready to articulate a response when my peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, causing the smile on my lips to freeze abruptly. Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan have arrived. Chapter 33, A Scene of Turmoil. At this moment, Gu Ting had shed the despondency of the morning, his well-tailored suit accentuating his commanding presence and spirited demeanor. Beside him, Lu Qingwan dazzled in her attire, and as they exchanged glances and laughter, an indescribable rapport seemed to envelop them. Rumor has it that on the day of Gu Ting's wedding, Lu Qingwan fled, leading many to speculate about an impending divorce. I have even heard whispers that Gu Ting is already divorced. It is said that he did not even appear at the wedding, leaving his mother-in-law so incensed that she nearly fainted. Poor Mrs. Gu truly is a pitiable figure. As I stood by, listening to the hushed murmurs of the crowd, I felt a sense of disorientation. Though it has not been long since the wedding day, it felt as if it belonged to another lifetime. At that moment, Gu Ting was engaged in conversation while Lu Qingwan animatedly stirred the atmosphere. As a rising star, her status felt somewhat diminished in a place like Dongha Mansion. Yet with Gu Ting by her side, no one dared to trouble her. Just then, Fu Xijing leaned in, lowering his voice to whisper in my ear. "Do you know why you were brought here today?" Instinctively, I turned to look at him, only then realizing the proximity between us, so close that I could see my reflection in his dark eyes. Startled, I slightly withdrew, creating a bit of distance. Fu Xijing smiled and took my hand, his gaze intent and dark as he said, "Come with me." I am uncertain of his intentions. Yet as he took my hand and led me toward Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan, a tightening sensation gripped my heart, causing a tension to ripple through my back. Ah. Conversing, indeed. Fu Xijing's nonchalant voice interrupted the exchange among Gu Ting and the others. In this setting, he appeared to be thoroughly at ease, his indifferent expression adorned with a hint of disdain, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. "Mr. Fu, I did not expect to see you here." The man who had been engaged in amiable discourse with Gu Ting turned his warm gaze toward Fu Xijing, exclaiming, "It has truly been a long time since we last met." Fu Xijing smiled lightly, remarking that he had recently returned from the research institute. "I hear you are involved in military technology research, Mr. Fu." Observing their conversation unfold, I maintained a subtle smile, exuding the most appropriate demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Ting's gaze was fixed intently upon me, as though he wished to scorch a hole through my very being. Lu Qingwan, clearly taken aback by my unexpected presence, shifted her attention between Fu Xijing and myself, ultimately resting on the hand he held in his. She narrowed her eyes slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on Gu Ting's arm, a smirk of triumph dancing upon her lips. At that moment, however, Gu Ting abruptly released Lu Qingwan's hand, his eyes locked onto mine, filled with an unsettling intensity. As he ground out through clenched teeth, "Qiao Xiaxia, what are you doing here?" His voice bore none of the gentle warmth he typically possessed, instead cutting through the air with an icy chill that sent shivers down my spine. I remained unperturbed, casting a glance at Lu Qingwan, who was awkwardly attempting to grasp Gu Ting's arm once more. With a cold smile, I remarked, "You are all here, why should I not be?" Gu Ting's brows furrowed tightly, brimming with seething anger as he moved to seize my wrist, demanding, "Come back with me." Yet, before he could reach me, Fu Xijiong had already pulled me protectively behind him, questioning Gu Ting, "What are you doing? You are divorced, why do you still meddle so much?" This statement left the onlookers utterly astonished. What was happening? A divorce? Could it be that Fu Xijiong's companion today was Gu Ting's ex-wife? And Lu Qingwan, whom Gu Ting had brought, was his current partner. The former and the present? Or perhaps the legendary duo from Jing University? My goodness! This was a top-tier battleground. Who says we are divorced? Gu Ting gritted his teeth in fury. Fu Xijiong raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward Lu Qingwan beside him, "Isn't the current partner right here? And you still kept it a secret." Fu Xijiong, stop spouting nonsense. Gu Ting forcefully shook off Lu Qingwan's arm, striving to contain the fury surging within him. "Xia Xia is my wife, I have nothing to do with Lu Qingwan." Nothing to do with her? Fu Xijiong chuckled lightly, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. Do you even believe that yourself? Since you are divorced, you should refrain from meddling in others' affairs. A casual smile lingered at the corners of Fu Xijiong's lips as he continued, "Do you know what a qualified ex-husband should be like?" He paused, his thin lips parting slightly. "It should be as if he were dead." Fu Xijing, we have yet to. However, before Gu Ting could finish his sentence, Lu Qingwan unexpectedly seized his arm and, in her usual forthright manner, interjected, "All right, Gu Ting, everyone is watching, let us not go any further." With that, she forcibly led Gu Ting toward a secluded corner, reproaching him lightly, "Let's not make a spectacle of ourselves in such a setting. You know Fu Xijing is an unashamed playboy, and you still need to uphold the reputation of the Gu family enterprise." As I observed Lu Qingwan guiding Gu Ting away, a cold smile crept upon my lips. To outsiders, Lu Qingwan appeared to embody the role of the legitimate wife, yet who would suspect that she was, in fact, a thoroughgoing mistress? What do you think of this tactic? Just as I simmered with indignation, Fu Xijing flashed a smirk in my direction. After today's commotion, the entire capital would be aware of Gu Ting's impending divorce. Instinctively, I glanced up at Fu Xijing, finally comprehending his true intention in bringing me to Donghe Mansion today. Gu Ting was not resisting the divorce after all. Once the public outcry surged and the dust settled, he would have no choice but to proceed with the separation. A smile blossomed on my face, dissipating the earlier frustration in an instant. Fu Xijing gazed at me intently, his eyes shimmering like a cascade of diamonds, sparkling with myriad emotions. I felt my heart flutter involuntarily, but just as I was about to scrutinize him further, he reverted to his usual nonchalance. "So, are you at ease now?" "Thank you, Senior Fu. Why are you being so polite with me?" I let out a soft laugh, just about to say something when I suddenly noticed a tall and imposing figure approaching. "Miss Zhao, it has been quite some time." The man in a tailored suit greeted me. "Dr. Lin? What brings you here?" I asked, slightly surprised. Lin Jinyu smiled faintly, a hint of teasing amusement flitting across his face as he glanced at Fu Xijiong beside him. "I simply came to watch someone perform," he remarked. "This act of blending the fake with the real is truly remarkable." I gazed at him in confusion, struggling to comprehend his words. Meanwhile, Fu Xijiong furrowed his brow, kicking him lightly in annoyance. "What nonsense are you spouting here? Go somewhere cool and keep quiet." Lin Jinyu laughed as he dodged the playful kick, suggesting a rapport between the two. I chuckled along, but at that moment, I suddenly felt a piercing gaze slicing through the crowd and landing on me. I instinctively raised my eyes, only to meet a pair of eyes filled with hostility. Lan Qingwan. Chapter 34, Who was Fu Xijiong's favorite girl? My brows furrowed involuntarily. I couldn't fathom what had provoked Lan Qingwan. At this moment, Gu Ting was nowhere to be seen beside her, and I had no interest in discovering his whereabouts. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to me. I dismissed her with an impassive expression and averted my gaze. Fu Xijiong's unique status drew a constant stream of political figures eager to be near him, even as he ventured into the business world. After all, given the prominent military and political positions held by Fu Xijiong's parents, they were unable to attain such lofty heights. Fu Xijiong seldom graced such gatherings, so how could they possibly forego the opportunity to curry favor with him? In no time, the crowd around Fu Xijiong began to swell, with individuals of considerable influence approaching him to converse, while those of lesser stature lingered at a distance, contemplating how they might connect with this formidable ally. However, Fu Xijiong maintained an air of indifference throughout, his expression tinged with a hint of impatience, clearly indicating his distaste for such occasions. At that moment, one individual's gaze shifted from Fu Xijiong to me, smiling as they inquired, "Young Master Fu, is this your girlfriend?" A smile finally graced Fu Xijiong's face. He glanced at me with a subtle curve of his lips, yet said nothing. Nevertheless, to onlookers, this was tantamount to an affirmation. At last, the crowd found their opening and lavished me with compliments. I began to comprehend why some individuals revel in the company of sycophants. The flattery was undeniably delightful, enhancing my mood immensely. Yet, amidst this joy, I recognized that their affections were not genuinely directed towards me. The thought left me both amused and exasperated, realizing that they had miscalculated their flattery. "What's the matter? Feeling bored?" At that moment, Fu Xijiong turned his head towards me. His pure black suit adorned with subtle patterns fitting him impeccably, presenting a strikingly formal appearance. He rarely donned such attire, his usual casual demeanor replaced by a more robust and upright presence. I let out a dry laugh. "No, I don't. Shall I take you outside for some fresh air?" Observing the crowd surrounding Fu Xijiong, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave him here unattended. "No need, Senior Fu. You continue your conversation, I'll just make a quick trip to the restroom." Fu Xijiong nodded, his dark as ink eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. "Hurry back." Finally escaping the throngs in the banquet hall, I couldn't help but exhale in relief. The light-colored carpet stretched along the long corridor, and with most people in the banquet area, this place felt particularly serene. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling window at the corridor's end, gazing down at the bustling traffic below. I must admit, Dongha Mansion truly exemplifies a sanctuary amidst the chaos, despite being in the city. It presented a verdant vista that was refreshing. I inhaled deeply, feeling my spirits lift. "Ah, so you are here." At that moment, a low, resonant female voice interrupted my reverie. Frowning, I turned to see Lu Qingwan standing a short distance away, arms crossed, her expression radiating arrogance. "Xia Xiangxia. I believe we need to have a serious discussion." I scoffed, "There's nothing for us to discuss." Lu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly, yet her tone was confrontational and icy. "You needn't glare at me that way, I have never interfered in your marriage. It is you who has consistently misconstrued my relationship with Gu Ting." "Misunderstanding?" I laughed incredulously. "You certainly weren't saying that when you came to my house to take Gu Ting away yesterday." Lu Qingwan, clearly displeased, replied, "I am trying to have a civil conversation with you. Why are you bringing up irrelevant matters?" I gazed at her with a cold stare. It is indeed rare for someone to possess such shamelessness as she does. "I am aware of your desire to divorce Gu Ting, and I shall counsel him accordingly." Lu Qingwan spoke with an air of self-importance, asserting that as Gu Ting's close friend, she could not condone the presence of such a fickle woman in his life. As she spoke, her disdainful eyes scrutinized me, and she dared to suggest that I was attempting to flirt with Fu Xijing. "Were you not aware of his close bond with Gu Ting?" Silence. My pent-up anger erupted, and my sharp command silenced her. "Put away your hypocritical facade, Lu Qingwan. You are fully aware of the thoughts that occupy your mind. You are the hypocrite." Lu Qingwan retorted, her irritation evident. "You claim with righteous fervor that you wish to divorce Gu Ting, yet you seem to occupy his thoughts incessantly. It appears you have no intention of parting ways." I let out a derisive laugh. "What I choose to do requires no explanation to you. Moreover, it seems you are mistaken on one point." My voice faltered slightly as I enunciated each word carefully. "It is Gu Ting who incessantly pursues me. If you truly possess any influence, ensure that he never appears before me again throughout his life." All right. Lu Qingwan nodded repeatedly. "You had better keep your word. Rest assured, I will prevent Gu Ting from seeking you out again. I will make certain he consents to the divorce." With that declaration, Lu Qingwan turned on her heel and departed. Watching her retreating figure, I could not help but feel that the world had become surreal and absurd. To think that someone as peculiar as Lu Qingwan existed. I exhaled a breath of exasperation. Although Lu Qingwan's words were infuriating, there was an aspect that I found reassuring. She mentioned that she would prevent Gu Ting from seeking me out again and would facilitate his agreement to our divorce. I hope she can indeed keep her promise. After emerging from the restroom, I returned to the banquet hall. At that moment, Fu Xijing remained in his original position, though he was no longer surrounded by others. Save for Lin Jinyu. I promptly made my way toward the two of them. I mused that had you been as resolute back then as you are now, others would not have had the chance to seize the initiative, wasting 2 precious years in the process. At this rate, the child would have grown up by now. Silence. I interjected. What? Did I strike a nerve? Are you filled with regret? From a distance, I could faintly catch snippets of their conversation, though the words eluded clarity. Fu Xijing lifted his gaze, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. You know just how stubborn that girl is. I hardly stood a chance. That girl? I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Were they discussing a young woman? Could it be that Fu Xijing harbored feelings for her? You see, you are. Lin Jinyu seemed poised to elaborate, but at that moment, Fu Xijing caught sight of me and, with a swift kick, signaled him to be silent. Lin Jinyu nodded helplessly, lowering his head to take a sip of his drink. Come, sample the cherry cake that old Lin just brought over, Fu Xijing beckoned me. I promptly accepted the exquisite little cake, beaming at Lin Jinyu. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Lin Jinyu merely lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at Fu Xijing, before breaking into a mischievous smile and saying, It was Fu Xijing who mentioned you enjoy cherry cake, so I casually brought it over. I was somewhat taken aback as I looked at Fu Xijing, surprised that he knew of my fondness for it. Fu Xijing shot a glare at Lin Jinyu before tearing open the packaging and handing me a small fork, saying, Here, give it a try. Thank you. I quickly accepted it, picking a cherry and popping it into my mouth. Instantly, the sweet and tart flavor of the cherry, combined with the rich creaminess, exploded on my taste buds. Habitually, I smiled with my eyes crescent-shaped and exclaimed, Delicious. However, when I glanced up at Fu Xijing, I found him staring at me, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 35, truly generous in Fu Xijing's profound and luminous eyes, my somewhat dazed expression was reflected. For a moment, I felt my breath hitch. I said, Young Master Fu, if you wish to have some cherry cake as well, do let me know. Why do you keep staring at the cake in Xiao Qiao's hands? At that moment, Lin Jinyu suddenly spoke up with a teasing expression, Aren't you going to get some? Fu Xijing turned to cast a glance at him, and Lin Jinyu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, his gaze playfully sweeping over Fu Xijing until the latter could no longer resist giving him a playful kick. Only then did Lin Jinyu chuckle and turn to leave. Watching the interaction between Fu Xijing and Lin Jinyu, I couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the evident camaraderie they shared. In the past, whenever I saw Fu Xijing and Gu Ting together, they always appeared to be rather aloof. I once believed that it was simply his inherent demeanor, little did I know. It was merely his attitude towards Gu Ting. It seems that their relationship is not as amicable as the rumors suggest. Upon reflection, the so-called childhood friends and brothers seemed to be concepts solely emphasized by Gu Ting. Once Lin Jinyu had walked a distance away, I finally mustered the courage to voice a question that had long lingered in my mind. Fu Xuezhang, why do you assist me? Has Gu Ting wronged you? Fu Xijing's smile faded slightly, and with a huff, he remarked, He has indeed offended me gravely. My face was a canvas of confusion. To my knowledge, Gu Ting had always endeavored to curry favor with Fu Xijing, especially considering that in terms of lineage and background, Fu Xijing undoubtedly surpassed Gu Ting. Even the so-called Jingda duo of years past was primarily due to Gu Ting basking in Fu Xijing's brilliance. Just then, Lin Jinyu returned, cradling 2 cherry cakes. Noticing the discomfort etched on Fu Xijing's face, he flashed a broad grin, revealing 2 rows of perfectly aligned white teeth, and inquired with genuine curiosity. What are you two discussing? What an insufferable busybody. Fu Xijing shot him a glance, taking the 2 cherry cakes from his hands, only to pass one to me. Lin Jinyu, empty-handed, pouted and clicked his tongue, exclaiming, You prioritize romance over friendship. As I savored the cake, I watched the two engage in playful banter reminiscent of immature schoolboys, my laughter brightening my features. However, at that moment, Fu Xijing's phone in his pocket began to vibrate unexpectedly. As I cast a fleeting glance at the incoming call, the smile on my face faded instantaneously. Hello, Mom. Although I couldn't discern the words emanating from the receiver, the sight of Fu Xijing's furrowed brow and his palpable impatience indicated that the other party was likely offering a lecture. It dawned upon me that the news of the banquet would inevitably spread. While it might indeed exert pressure on Gu Ting to pursue a divorce, it would also ensnare Fu Xijing in this murky affair, potentially placing him in an even more precarious position than Gu Ting. The thought sent a tremor of anxiety through me. Previously, my sole focus had been on hastening my divorce from Gu Ting, without considering the implications for Fu Xijing's circumstances. At that moment, Fu Xijing, evidently exasperated, responded with a curt acknowledgement and cast a sidelong glance at me before furrowing his brow and declaring, "I'm hanging up." "Fu. Did my situation inadvertently implicate you?" I asked, my heart racing as I gazed at him. Fu Xijing offered a faint smile and replied, "No, it's not your concern." Yet, despite his words, I was acutely aware that the reality was far from what he claimed. I had previously overheard Gu Ting mention Fu Xijing's parents. They were the quintessential product of a military-political marriage, their relationship marred by discord, bound together solely by familial interests. Consequently, since the day of their ostentatious wedding, they had become strangers under the same roof. Fu Xijing had been raised by his grandparents in the military compound, leaving him distant from his parents. Perhaps influenced by this phone call, Fu Xijing lingered only briefly before swiftly escorting me away from the banquet hall. Upon returning home, I found myself reflecting on the events of the banquet earlier that day. I promptly called Lin Shi to recount everything that had transpired. "I told you. Fu Xiao is interested in you," Lin Shi exclaimed with palpable excitement. "This is a subtle declaration of his intentions." I could only respond with exasperation. "Enough with the nonsense. I am genuinely troubled by this situation. Fu Xuezhang has been immensely helpful to me. Shouldn't I express my gratitude with a thoughtful gift?" "Absolutely," Lin Shi concurred. "But what would be appropriate? Given Fu Xijing's stature, he surely lacked for nothing, particularly when it comes to luxury items." During the banquet, I noticed the watch he wore, which must have been worth at least 8 figures. After pondering for a considerable time, Lin Shi suggested, "How about a lighter? It's a consumable item. Even an extravagant one wouldn't break the bank." "But Fu Xuezhang doesn't seem to smoke." I hesitated. "How can you say that? I saw him smoking from a distance a few days ago at the city hall." Lin Shi quickly retorted. I found myself in a dilemma, as I had never seen Fu Xijing smoke while he was with me. Perhaps his craving was not significant. "Alright, then, I'll take your advice and purchase a lighter." Due to my status as a newcomer still in the probationary period, coupled with the production team's urgent demand for voiceovers, my colleagues and I were compelled to work 3 consecutive days of overtime to complete the recordings. At last, we can enjoy some well-deserved rest. Indeed, these past 3 days have been exhausting. Everyone felt like mere beasts of burden, yet we remained composed. Having finally secured a day off, everyone seems to be buzzing with plans. Where shall we venture? What activities shall we indulge in? Yet, all I yearn for is to return home and succumb to slumber. As I chuckle quietly, listening to my colleagues' chatter, I gather my belongings. Upon the department manager's announcement of the holiday, I had already made arrangements with Lin Shi to select a gift for Fu Xijing. At that moment, my colleague Han Juanji approached me. "Xiao Qiao. Do you have time this afternoon? A friend gifted me 2 tickets to a musical, which coincidentally corresponds with the historical backdrop of the upcoming play. Would you care to join me? The forthcoming production has indeed assigned both Han Juanji and me to provide the voices for the leading characters, set against the backdrop of the spring and autumn period. Thus, familiarizing ourselves with the historical context at the opera house is undoubtedly prudent." However, I felt compelled to apologize. "I'm truly sorry, but I've made plans to go shopping with a friend." Han Juanji smiled. "No worries, we can arrange another time." Just then, Lin Shi's call came through, and I hastily answered, "Hello, Shi, where are you? I've finished work and will be downstairs shortly, please wait for me." Once I hung up, I grabbed my bag and made my way outside. Xia. Lin Shi stood at the entrance, waving at me. I rushed over. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all," she replied with a smile, as she opened the car door for me. "Let's go, hop in." Yet, just as I turned to enter the vehicle, Han Juanji unexpectedly dashed over and placed the 2 tickets into my hands. "Xiao. Perhaps you could go with your friend to see the show. It would be a shame for me to go alone." I was somewhat taken aback that he had pursued me all the way here. I quickly replied, "No need, Han. You don't have to be so courteous. As he spoke, he pressed 2 tickets into my hand, then turned to wave goodbye, urging me to enjoy myself. Instinctively, I wanted to chase after him. But I saw that he had already disappeared into the distance. It was indeed impressive that within just a few days of joining the company, someone had taken notice of me. My dear Shasha truly possesses an unmatched charm. Linchi winked at me, her face beaming with delight. I could only respond with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. Don't be ridiculous, we are merely colleagues. Just colleagues who gift opera tickets? Linchi snatched the 2 tickets from my grasp. Each ticket costs over 1,000, he must have really splurged. Is it really that expensive? I asked. My expression one of astonishment. What should I do now? Should I call him to return the tickets? I hurriedly pulled out my phone, as I did not wish to be indebted to a colleague without cause. It's fine, Linchi said, shoving the tickets back into my arms. These tickets are valid for another week, you can return them tomorrow. That's a relief, I replied, feeling reassured as I tucked the tickets safely into my bag. I can certainly return them tomorrow. Let us go then. After a leisurely afternoon of shopping, I finally purchased a silver windproof lighter. This seemingly unremarkable lighter, however, cost me nearly half a month's salary. Yet, in comparison to the favor I owed to Fu Sijong, it felt trivial. No more procrastinating. Upon hearing my intention to postpone the gift for Fu Sijing, Linchi immediately expressed her discontent, insisting that I should present it today while the opportunity was ripe. After a moment of contemplation, I concurred and retrieved my phone to dial Fu Sijing. The call connected swiftly. Hello. His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre. I hastily replied, today happens to be a holiday at the company, so I took the liberty of purchasing a gift for you. A gift? Fu Sijing's tone lifted slightly, revealing curiosity. For me? It's to express my gratitude for your assistance these past few days. I paused momentarily. Do you have time now? If it's inconvenient. Before I could finish, Fu Sijing interjected, I have time, I'm currently at the office. Recalling their discussions during the recent banquet about Fu Sijing's involvement in military research projects, I wondered, is it appropriate for me to come over? Given the sensitivity of military research, it involves a plethora of confidential matters. I'll send you my location. All right. Once I hung up, she playfully nudged my arm with her elbow, a knowing glint in her eyes. Xia Xia, I am now certain that Fu Xiao must have feelings for you. How could that be? I replied, bemused, unable to entertain such an idea. With Fu Sijing's status and identity, how could he possibly be interested in someone like me? A married woman? It was absurd to think that a domineering CEO would fall for a divorced mother like myself. Such melodramatic tales belonged solely to the realm of fiction. They had no place in the fabric of reality. Linchi gently cupped my face, saying, My dear Xia Xia, do not underestimate yourself. In the past, countless boys admired you, surely, among them was Fu Sijong. With a light-hearted smile, I waved goodbye to Linchi, promising to treat her to a delightful meal another day. Then hailed a taxi to depart. Before long, I arrived at the foot of Fu Sijong's company. As I approached the entrance, I caught sight of a tall, striking figure. Fu Sijong was clad in a simple trench coat today, his height and long legs accentuated by the slight breeze that lifted the hem of his coat, rendering him irresistibly handsome. Even in casual attire, he resembled a model, a veritable clothes hanger. I hurriedly jogged over. Slow down, don't trip. Fu Sijong said as he strode towards me. What are you doing out here? Have you been waiting long? I felt a bit embarrassed. I had intended to express my gratitude with a gift, yet I was surprised to find him waiting at the entrance. From the moment I hung up the phone to the taxi ride, which was hindered by traffic, nearly an hour had passed. I wondered just how long he had been waiting. I just stepped out for some fresh air, Fu Sijong replied with a charming smile. Come. Let me show you around my company. I had previously speculated that, given Fu Sijong's status, his military technology company must be quite significant. However, upon entering their laboratory, I quickly realized my earlier assumptions had been exceedingly modest. Is this military weaponry? I gasped in awe, my heart racing with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Does this count as a confidential project? Shouldn't it be off limits to outsiders? Although I am not particularly well versed in military affairs, I have certainly heard of confidentiality agreements and the like. Fu Xijing gazed at me for a moment, then slowly smiled, stating that I was not an outsider. I promptly raised 3 fingers in a vow, assuring him that I would not speak a word to anyone yet. Before I could finish, Fu Xijing grasped my fingers, indicating that a vow was unnecessary. His palm was warm and calloused, and a spark seemed to dance between our skin. When I instinctively attempted to withdraw my hand, he had already released it, his smile casual as he inquired about the gift he was to receive. Why haven't you presented it yet? Oh right. I hurriedly opened my bag and handed him the exquisitely wrapped small box, hoping he would find it to his liking. Fu Xijing accepted it and opened it, his eyes widening in surprise upon discovering a lighter nestled within. Did you choose this? Yes, I replied, feeling a twinge of nervousness. I wasn't quite sure what to buy, but I thought it might be something you could use. I really like it. Fu Xijing held it in his hand, playing with it repeatedly. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as a blue flame erupted, illuminating his bright, shining eyes. Thank you. I let out a silent sigh of relief. Glad that he liked it. Fu Xijing tucked the lighter into his pocket, his lips curving into a subtle smile, his joy almost palpable. Observing his demeanor, the anxiety that had initially lingered in my heart finally dissipated, reassuring me that my token of gratitude was well received. Boss, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. At that moment, someone in the laboratory unexpectedly spoke up, and instantly, the atmosphere transformed as a chorus of voices erupted. I instinctively glanced at Fu Xijing, hoping he would promptly clarify the misunderstanding with his employees. However, Fu Xijing merely smirked and cast a fleeting glance, playfully rebuking. Mind your own business and focus on your work. The crowd chimed in with increasingly outrageous remarks, wishing the couple a lifetime of happiness and early progeny. As I listened to their absurd banter, I couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment wash over me, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. It remained unclear whether Fu Xijing was disinclined to explain or simply oblivious to the situation's seriousness, yet it was imperative that the truth be articulated. I hastily waved my hands, attempting to interject, I am not, but before I could finish, I was interrupted by laughter. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Indeed. There were those who egged them on, their laughter resonating. As the revelry escalated, I cast a desperate glance at Fu Xijing, yet he seemed oblivious, offering me a charming smile and advising, don't stoop to their level, come, let me show you around. Finally escaping the laboratory, the raucous laughter faded behind us. As Fu Xijing led me on a tour, he began to provide introductions. Just as I feared he might divulge sensitive information, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Lin Jinyu. Hello, what's the matter? However, upon hanging up, the smile on Fu Xijing's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression. Alright, I understand. Xia, and I will head over immediately. Upon seeing Fu Xijing's grave expression as he hung up the phone, I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety and hurriedly asked, what happened? Is everything alright? Chapter 37, My mother-in-law's hospitalization. Aunt Lan has suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and has been rushed to the hospital for emergency care. What? I was taken aback, never expecting my mother-in-law to fall so gravely ill. The last time I saw her, she merely appeared a bit frail. Are you going to the hospital? Shall we go together? I nodded eagerly. My mother-in-law treated me as if I were her own daughter. Hearing that she was in trouble, it was impossible for me not to go see her. Let us go. Soon, we were en route to Jingda Hospital. Upon our arrival at the emergency room, I spotted Liao Zhenhua and Lu Qingwan seated on a long bench in the corridor. As if sensing our approach, Lu Qingwan instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Fu Xijing and me walking towards them, she abruptly stood up and positioned herself directly in front of me. Xia? What are you doing here? You are not welcome. I cast her a cold glance. Who do you think you are? Step aside. Lu Qingwan was caught off guard by my assertiveness. After a moment of surprise, her brows furrowed. Aunt is like this because of you. How dare you show your face here? You haven't even divorced Gu Ting yet. And you're already entangled with another man. I ignored her completely and continued towards the emergency room, but just a few steps in, Liao Zhenhua intercepted me. Xia, do you not understand human language? Didn't Wan just say? You are not welcome here. A chill swept over me as I realized that Liao Zhenhua consistently favored Lu Qingwan, yet I never anticipated that at such a critical moment. He would still concern himself with whether Lu Qingwan was suffering any grievances. How could my mother-in-law be so blind as to choose such a man? I took a deep breath to compose myself. I was here to visit the patient, not to engage in a quarrel with you. Do you think anyone wishes to argue with you? Lu Qingwan strode several paces to Liao Zhenhua's side, exclaiming, Uncle Liao, just look at her. After finding a man on the side, she has become so arrogant, ignoring even your words. Liao Zhenhua furrowed his brow, and suddenly, with a forceful shove, he pushed me away, declaring, Go, leave. You are not welcome here. The unexpected shove caused me to stumble back several steps until Fu Xijing deftly caught me, preventing me from falling. What a display of authority from Uncle Liao. Fu Xijing's lips were pressed tightly together, his jawline becoming increasingly pronounced. Liao Zhenhua, somewhat flustered, lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Fu Xijing, yet he attempted to maintain his composure as he explained, I merely gave her a light push. I never imagined she would be so fragile. I refrained from further entanglement with them and hastily approached the door of the emergency room, peering anxiously inside. However, the door remained firmly shut, and the frosted glass offered no clarity about the situation within. Prior to my arrival, I had inquired with Fu Xijing, but he only relayed that Dr. Lin mentioned my mother-in-law had suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Beyond that, he had no further information. As Liao Zhenhua and Lu Qingwan were deterred from further troubling me due to Fu Xijing's presence, they fell silent, idly scrolling through their phones on the bench. Don't stand, take a seat for a while, Fu Xijing said, unexpectedly bringing over a chair, gently placing his hand on my shoulder as he reassured me, Aunt Lan will be protected by destiny, she will surely be fine. I nodded, unconsciously echoing him, yes. She will be fine. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Instinctively, I looked up to see Gu Ting hurrying toward us. Gu Ting. Lu Qingwan immediately stepped forward, you finally made it. How is my mother? Gu Ting's brow furrowed in concern, his face etched with anxiety. How could she suddenly suffer myocardial infarction? Lu Qingwan sighed, I'm not entirely sure of the details. I merely heard that Aunt's health was deteriorating, so I came to check on her. I didn't expect. Gu Ting instinctively opened his mouth to respond. But as his gaze swept over me, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, and his expression darkened. Just then, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged, removing his mask. Doctor, how is my mother-in-law? I was closest to the door and rushed forward, my face a mask of tension. Soon, Gu Ting and the others gathered around, asking anxiously, How is she? Rest assured, the patient has been stabilized, the doctor replied. However, she is currently in a fragile state and will need to remain hospitalized for further observation. Upon hearing this, Gu Ting let out a long sigh of relief, thanking the doctor. As the physician departed, the tension in my heart finally eased. Thankfully, my mother-in-law was unharmed. I had always believed that Aunt Lan was blessed with a guardian angel, and indeed, she would be fine. Fu Xijing turned his head with a smile, our eyes meeting perfectly. I nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Lin Jinyu coincidentally arrived, exchanging pleasantries with Gu Ting and others before mentioning he needed to speak with Fu Xijing, subsequently leading him to the office. Wait here for me. I will take you home shortly, Fu Xijing instructed in a lowered voice after scanning Gu Ting and the rest. I absent-mindedly replied, all right. As Fu Xijing departed, I remained lost in thought, pondering the peculiar nature of my mother-in-law's illness, which raised my suspicions. She had always been robust and took great care of her health. So it was hard to believe that, even if it were due to excessive worry, her condition could deteriorate so drastically within just a week. With this thought, I promptly made my way towards the doctor's office, eager to inquire about my mother-in-law's health. However, before I could take more than a few steps, Gu Ting blocked my path. Xiao Xiaoshan, the entire city is abuzz with rumors of our divorce. Your scheme has succeeded, are you not elated? Gu Ting's voice was low, his eyes bloodshot, a clear indication that he had not rested well in days. I frowned involuntarily, suppressing my anger, and retorted with a mocking tone, so, when shall we proceed with the divorce formalities? Don't even think about it. Gu Ting gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, proclaiming that he would rather perish than divorce me. I should abandon any hope of him allowing me to be carefree with Fu Xijing. A wave of helplessness surged within me, I could not comprehend what Gu Ting was clinging to. Was it stubbornness? Yet, it was evident that he held no affection for me. Why, then, this relentless entanglement? Suit yourself. I chose not to engage further, expressionless as I uttered a parting remark before turning towards the doctor's office. Upon explaining my purpose, the doctor furrowed his brows and stated gravely, "Indeed, Ms. Land's condition appears to be rather abnormal." My heart tightened. It was as I feared. "Doctor, can you ascertain the specific cause of her ailment?" "That will require some time." I promptly seized a piece of paper from the desk and scribbled down my phone number. "Could you please inform me of the diagnosis once you have it?" The doctor glanced at the note, nodded, and replied, "Certainly. Thank you, doctor." After bidding farewell to the physician, I made my way towards the exit, but before I could take more than a few steps, I heard someone call my name. "Xia Xia Xia." It was Lu Qingwan. I narrowed my eyes slightly, finding her presence persistently unsettling. Upon seeing her, my expression darkened, and I instinctively turned to walk away. However, Lu Qingwan quickly closed the distance, seizing my arm. "I'm talking to you, why are you running?" I shrugged off her grip with a smirk, retorting, "Isn't it obvious? I have no desire to converse with you." Lu Qingwan's face was a portrait of incredulity as she furrowed her brows and remarked, "Are you out of your mind? I haven't provoked you." Her words incited a mix of amusement and irritation within me, and I retorted coldly, "The one who is truly unhinged is you." Lu Qingwan shot me a disdainful glance, asserting, "I am not the third party in your relationship with Gu Ting. Did you not realize he did not harbor any affection for you before your marriage? Why should it concern me? Please do not project your frustrations onto me." I found myself admiring her audacity in the face of such shameless accusations. Truly, I had witnessed the essence of turning the tables today. "I have no desire to converse with you, kindly step aside," I stated firmly. Lu Qingwan scoffed, "Do you think I wish to engage in conversation with you? If it were not for Gu Ting, I wouldn't even bother." As she prepared to entangle me further in her nonsense, I swiftly turned to leave. "Come back." Lu Qingwan instinctively attempted to grasp my arm. Reacting on impulse, I tried to evade her grasp, only to feel her nails graze my hand, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. She paused momentarily, then with an air of indifference remarked, "I didn't do it on purpose. I merely wished to speak with you." "Why are you being so aggressive?" "Very well. Then I shall accidentally grip you as well." My temper flared, and I aimed to seize her wrist. "Ah. Xia Xia Xia, have you lost your mind?" Before I could grasp her, she shrieked as if someone had stepped on her tail. Just as I managed to catch Lu Qingwan's wrist, intending to retaliate, another hand suddenly seized my wrist, accompanied by a stern voice from above, "Xia Xia Xia. What on earth are you doing?" "Gu Ting, Xia 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 has gone mad, she actually attempted to harm my hand." The moment Lu Qingwan spotted Gu Ting approaching, she immediately seized the opportunity to complain. Yet, Gu Ting scarcely acknowledged Lu Qingwan, his brow furrowed as he regarded me with a complex expression. "Xia Xia. What anger do you harbor against me? Do not misplace your ire onto Lu Qingwan, she is not to blame." I let out a cold laugh. "What? Are you feeling sympathy now?" "Xia Xia." Gu Ting frowned, poised to articulate something, but his gaze abruptly fell upon the bloodstain on the back of my hand. "Your hand." Following his line of sight, I glanced down to see blood beads emerging from the wound inflicted by Lu Qingwan's grasp, a sight rather distressing. Gu Ting, evidently grasping the situation, immediately snapped back to focus, glaring fiercely at Lu Qingwan. "Did you harm Xia Xia?" Lu Qingwan appeared somewhat defiant. "I didn't do it intentionally. It was Xia Xia's reckless movements that led to this unfortunate incident. Apologize to Xia Xia at once." Gu Ting's expression turned severe. Lu Qingwan's face displayed disbelief. "Gu Ting, have you lost your mind? Is it truly necessary to escalate this trivial matter? We have been good friends for decades. Is this how you prioritize your romantic interests over friendship?" I observed the heated exchange between them with a chilling detachment. Although I harbored a desire to retaliate against Lu Qingwan, I recognized that with Gu Ting present, he would undoubtedly prevent me from inflicting any harm upon her. Additionally, the wound on the back of my hand had begun to throb, leaving me uncertain about the necessity of receiving rabies vaccinations. With these thoughts in mind, I felt no inclination to linger any longer and turned to head towards the elevator. "Xia Xia." Gu Ting instinctively sought to follow me. "Gu Ting, clarify your stance. I came to confront Xia Xia on your behalf, to uphold justice." Your lack of appreciation is one thing, but to turn the tables on me is quite another. Enough said, I must insist. As the elevator doors closed, severing the playful banter between the two of us, I instinctively cast my gaze downward to the wound on the back of my hand, exhaling a resigned sigh. At that moment, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a call from Fu Xijing. Knowing he had concluded his discussion with Dr. Lin, I answered and inquired about his whereabouts. I am at the elevator entrance on the 7th floor. Nodding, I replied, I shall come find you shortly. However, upon locating Fu Xijing, before I could utter a word, his gaze immediately fell upon the injury on my hand. What happened to your hand? It's nothing, just a minor scrape. Fu Xijing's brow furrowed slightly. Wait here. I will fetch some medicine for you. There's no need. Wait. His tone was imperious, leaving me no room for argument. I nodded in resignation, yielding to his insistence. In a short while, Fu Xijing returned with a large bag of medical supplies. He tenderly treated my wound, meticulously wrapping it in gauze. Before expressing his concern, for the next 3 days, avoid getting the wound wet. I understand. Let us head home, I'll see you back. Before long, the car came to a halt outside my residence. Thank you, Senior Fu, for escorting me home. No need to be so formal with me. Fu Xijing smiled, seemingly casually asking, what us for dinner tonight? There are leftovers in the fridge, I can whip up something simple. You cook? Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow. I nodded in confusion, wondering what was going on. However, Fu Xijing simply grabbed the large bag of medications and stepped out of the car. Wasn't it said that one should avoid water for the next few days? Come on, I'll cook for you. I was taken aback. Fu Senior, you can cook? Who do you look down on? Fu Xijing's voice, elongated and magnetic, teased, today, I shall let you experience my culinary skills. Initially, I thought he was jesting. Yet, when I saw him genuinely donning an apron and skillfully chopping vegetables in the kitchen, it dawned on me that he indeed possessed the ability to cook. But how could he know all this? Seemingly perceiving my astonishment and doubt, Fu Xijing glanced at me while chopping and smiled. During my time at the research institute, we had communal meals, coupled with field work, where no one was in sight for miles. If one desired something different, one had to take matters into their own hands. Suddenly, everything fell into place. However, I had initially believed that Fu Xijing could merely prepare a meal. When he presented 2 exquisite dishes and a soup, I realized that his talent extended far beyond simple cooking. Is it delicious? He asked, noticing my eagerness as I devoured my meal. Yes, it's delicious. I swallowed the food in my mouth and gave him a thumbs up, utterly impressed by the feast. Fu Xijing's eyes sparkled with joy. Then I'll cook for you from now on. I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, Fu Xijing seemed unfazed as he served vegetables into my bowl, advising me to eat slowly to avoid choking. I hurriedly focused on my meal, thinking perhaps I was being overly sensitive. He might simply be engaging in polite conversation without any deeper intention. Once we had satisfied our appetites, Fu Xijing stood to clear the dishes. I had intended to assist him, but he dismissed my offer with a firm no water allowed, leaving me no choice but to stand aside and watch as he washed the dishes, engaging in casual conversation in the meantime. As we chatted, Fu Xijing suddenly lifted his gaze, a smile playing on his lips, and mentioned that Lin Jinyu had shared some gossip with him today. My interest piqued at the mention of gossip. I immediately looked up at him. Fu Xijing placed the clean dishes into the cupboard, then removed his apron, revealing a crisp white shirt and tailored black trousers. The pure black belt accentuated his strong waist, highlighting broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with the contours of his well-defined muscles subtly visible beneath his clothing, exuding a distinctly masculine strength and an abundance of hormones. Feeling somewhat uneasy, I quickly averted my gaze, realizing the kitchen felt rather cramped. I promptly exited the kitchen, returning with the tea set to prepare tea for Fu Xijing. Upon receiving the tea I offered, he took a delicate sip and raised an eyebrow, inquiring if I had purchased new tea. I nodded eagerly, affirming that he shouldn't continue drinking the cheap tea priced at 29 yuan and 9 jiao per jin. Fu Xijing's intense gaze locked onto me, his dark eyes exceptionally bright, as if an unusual light danced within the depths of his pupils. I felt a flutter of anxiety under his gaze, and just as I was about to speak, Fu Xijing suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Would you still like to hear some gossip? I nodded, curious. What gossip? Without further ado, Fu Xijing revealed. Lu Qingwan's ex-husband has returned to the country for treatment, and it was Liao Zhenhua who arranged for his admission. I blinked in confusion, each word he uttered was clear. Yet when pieced together, it left me bewildered. Lu Qingwan's ex-husband had returned for treatment, and it was Liao Zhenhua who facilitated it? I was aware of Liao Zhenhua's favoritism towards Lu Qingwan, being the daughter of his beloved Bai Guang. Yet I had not anticipated that he would extend such care even to her ex-husband. Could this be the proverbial love extending to all associated? Was Lu Qingwan considering reconciliation with her ex-husband? I speculated. She had already discovered her pregnancy, and her previous visit to the hospital was clearly not for an abortion. She must have intended to keep the child. With her ex-husband now back in the country, it seemed they might be on the path to rekindling their relationship. Fu Xijing merely smiled, offering no further comment. I regarded him with a hint of curiosity, feeling that he must possess more information. Is that not the case? I retorted. Fu Xijing shook his head, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. I am unaware of that. Seeing that he remained tight-lipped, I refrained from pressing further. After all, it was merely a piece of gossip, and one concerning Lu Qingwan at that, which I found unworthy of deeper investigation. The room was suffused with the delicate aroma of tea, and the afternoon sunlight filtered through the silhouettes, creating a sense of comfort and ease. It was just as I was engaged in a casual conversation with Fu Xijing that the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Instinctively, I glanced at the caller ID, which read Gu Ting. However, before I could react, Fu Xijing, who had been toying with a silver lighter, unexpectedly ignited a flicker of dim flame. I instinctively cast a glance at him before abruptly ending the call. Ding. Almost immediately, Gu Ting sent a text, "Come down. I'm outside your building." I furrowed my brow slightly, taken aback by Gu Ting's relentless persistence. I decided to silence my phone, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Gu Ting was here? It was evident that Fu Xijing had noticed the text, and he inquired in a low voice, "Do you want me to drive him away?" No need, I shook my head, allowing matters to unfold as they would. Besides, I had already incurred too many debts to Fu Xijing, if I continued to accumulate them. When would I ever be able to repay them? For the past few days, Gu Ting had taken to calling me from downstairs whenever he had been drinking. A habit that had initially annoyed me but now barely registered on my radar. Over time, he would naturally tire of it. I couldn't quite fathom why Gu Ting had suddenly transformed so drastically. Previously, I had always been the one orbiting around him, while he remained indifferent, cold as ice. Now, the roles had completely reversed. Fu Xijing lowered his gaze, taking a delicate sip of tea. "Do you want me to help you get rid of him?" "No need," I reiterated, letting it be. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door, followed by Gu Ting's voice from outside, "Xia Xia, I know you are inside. Open the door." The persistent banging reverberated loudly. I took a deep breath, gradually feeling overwhelmed. After all, everything here had just been tidied up. Moving again would indeed be a hassle. Just as my thoughts spiraled, Fu Xijing, who had been seated across from me, abruptly stood up and strode to the door, swiftly opening it. "Xia. Fu Xijing? What are you doing here?" Upon realizing that it was not me who had opened the door, Gu Ting's expression darkened. Leaning against the doorframe, Fu Xijing nonchalantly remarked, "That's a question I should be asking you." As he spoke, he scanned Gu Ting from head to toe, his gaze ultimately settling on the large bag he was carrying. "What do you have there?" "None of your business," Gu Ting retorted coldly before turning to me. "Xia Xia. I just went to buy you some medicine. You need to treat the scratches on your hand promptly, otherwise, they could become inflamed and infected." "Scratches?" Fu Xijing keenly caught that word and immediately turned to look at me with a furrowed brow. I awkwardly averted his gaze, took another deep breath, and coldly addressed Gu Ting, "You need not concern yourself with that, just take care of your good friend, Lu Qingwan." "Xia Xia." Gu Ting instinctively tried to enter, but Fu Xijing stepped in to block him, his voice low and demanding, "Did Lu Qingwan inflict Xia Xia's injuries?" Gu Ting pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yet in Fu Xijing's eyes, his demeanor had already signified acquiescence. "I am asking you a question." Fu Xijing suddenly seized Gu Ting's collar and forcefully thrust him out the door. A dull thud resounded as Gu Ting's back collided heavily against the wall opposite. Startled by Fu Sijong's sudden aggression, I hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm. Senior Fu. Fu Sijong's gaze inadvertently fell upon my hand, prompting him to release Gu Ting's collar. With a sharp reprimand, he declared, "Get lost." Freed from the grip, Gu Ting stumbled against the wall, gasping for breath. He glared fiercely at Fu Sijong, his expression almost grotesque, akin to a husband caught in the act of infidelity. "Fu Sijong, she is my wife. The one who should leave is you. One must not covet a friend's spouse. Do you not grasp this most fundamental principle?" Fu Sijong's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold laugh. "What? Assisting her in obtaining a divorce is an ulterior motive?" Gu Ting clenched his teeth, retorting. "It is said that it is better to dismantle a temple than to destroy a marriage. Where in this world does one help another to divorce?" Fu Sijong's dark, abyss-like eyes swirled with indifference. "Why not? Am I not doing just that? Then I advise you to abandon this hope. I will absolutely not divorce Chia Xia. That is not for you to decide." Chapter 40, is the next step not cohabitation? Fu Sijong scoffed, yet did not even cast a glance in Gu Ting's direction. After uttering his words, he took my hand and strode into the room, promptly slamming the door with a resounding thud. Listening to Gu Ting furiously banging on the door outside, I felt a twinge of anxiety as I glanced towards the entrance. It was time to move. This place felt increasingly unsafe. "Where to?" Fu Sijing inquired without a moment's hesitation. "I have a residence across from your company in Shanling Garden. Fully furnished with all the necessary appliances. You can relocate there today." I hesitated, recalling the earlier conversation between Fu Sijing and Gu Ting, which left me somewhat unsettled. "What's the matter?" Fu Sijing seemed to sense my uncertainty and chuckled lightly. "Is Gu Ting's earlier display intimidating you?" "No." His playful tone eased my worries, and I replied. "Then I shall trouble you, Senior Fu." Gu Ting caused quite a ruckus for a while before the security personnel finally escorted him away. To avoid any lingering complications, I began packing my belongings as soon as he departed. Having recently moved, I found the process much more familiar this time. I hired a moving company to assist, and the task was completed swiftly. To prevent Gu Ting from pursuing me again, I even changed my phone number. Since he would likely refuse to agree to a divorce by mutual consent, I decided to proceed directly with legal action. Although it would require time and effort, it would ultimately free me from Gu Ting's harassment. Upon hearing that I had moved again, She immediately surmised the reason. "Has that scoundrel Gu Ting been bothering you again?" "Yes," I nodded, not wishing to engage further with him, hence my decision to relocate. "Where have you moved to? Send me the address so I can come over and warm up some food for you," She exclaimed with enthusiasm. With a smile, I sent my location. "Shanling Garden?" She exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. "After all, it is an affluent residential area. Senior Fu has graciously allowed me to stay for a while. And once the divorce procedures are finalized, I will return home." "Goodness." She couldn't help but marvel, having a wealthy and influential senior is truly advantageous. "Why? As his junior, do I not enjoy such privileges?" She. I sighed in exasperation. "Senior Fu isn't helping me out of pure generosity, there are conditions attached." "I know. It's about meeting the parents, right?" Her words made me realize that perhaps things were indeed a bit unusual. Could it be that Senior Fu? Just as that thought crossed my mind, I quickly shook my head. Impossible. With Fu Sijing's background and wealth, what kind of girl would he not be able to find? How could he possibly be interested in someone like me, a woman on the verge of divorce? Not to mention, the Fu family would never approve. All right. Enough of this nonsense. I'm going to order some hot pot takeout. Do you want to join? Wait for me. Before long, She arrived in her car. Why so fast? I hurriedly opened the door to welcome her in. It's close to my office, she replied while taking off her bag and looking around. Wow. How spacious is this place? The living room is enormous. It should be over 200 square meters, much larger than my previous residence. And there are 3 bedrooms alone. She gave me a thumbs up, impressed. Impressive. However, her gaze soon fell upon the wound on the back of my hand. What happened to your hand? She inquired. I was bitten by a dog. Oh? Have you received the rabies vaccine? She asked, her face filled with concern. I chuckled softly before clarifying that it was actually a scratch from Lu Qingwan. What transpired? Has that woman gone mad? I succinctly recounted the events of the day, also sharing with Lin Shi the juicy gossip Fu Xijing had disclosed to me. The entanglements of these relationships are quite intricate. I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss. Lin Shi scratched her head, exclaiming, "Ah, my head hurts, I feel like I need to think more." I laughed as I gently took her hand away. "Alright, let us not dwell on that." Just then, the doorbell rang, followed by a shout from outside, "Delivery." Our hot pot had arrived. Lin Shi, brimming with excitement, dashed to open the door. "Your delivery." "Thank you," Lin Shi quickly replied as she accepted the takeout bag. However, just as I was about to close the door across the hall swung open. "Fu Xuezhang?" I looked in astonishment at the man emerging from the opposite door, feeling as if my brain was about to short-circuit. "Fu Xijing lives here too? And right across from me? Why are you so surprised?" Fu Xijing asked with a tilted smile. "Am I not allowed to live here?" Lin Shi was the first to regain her composure. "Fu Xiao, have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" "No, something came up at the company, so I need to head over." "Enjoy your meal." As I watched Fu Xijing depart, Lin Shi excitedly closed the door behind him. I believe Fu Xiao has been plotting this for quite some time. How incredible that he is now my neighbor. Does this mean we are destined to cohabit next? Stop talking nonsense. Alright, I won't say another word. Let's eat hot pot, goodness. After a long day at work, I feel utterly famished. The meal lasted for nearly an hour. After seeing Lin Shi off, I tidied up the room briefly, as there was a meeting at the company early the next morning, and I proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, as I finished breakfast and was about to leave for work, the door across from mine swung open. "Good morning, Fu Xuezhang," I greeted. Fu Xijing was clad in a remarkably ordinary windbreaker, with army green trousers tucked into black military boots, presenting an air of ruggedness. "Shall I take you to the office?" "No need, it's south just across the street, I can take the bus." "Come on, it's on my way." Unable to decline his kind offer, especially since I had questions for him, I acquiesced. "Fu Xuezhang, may I pose a question?" I inquired as soon as we boarded the vehicle. Fu Xijing flashed a smirk and glanced at me, replying, "Why do you want to meet Fu Laofuren?" "Last night, Lin Shi's mention of meeting the parents had me dreaming about it all night." Fu Xijing fastened his seatbelt, then turned to me with a knowing look and said, "It seems you've forgotten, you've already met my esteemed grandmother once before, do you recall?" I was utterly astonished. Had I ever encountered the esteemed matriarch, Madame Fu? When did this transpire? 3 years ago. Fu Xijing's voice resonated deeply, rich with magnetism. "You once rescued an elderly lady at the school gate." I blinked in bewilderment. 3 years ago? At the school gate. At that moment, a vivid image flashed through my mind, causing my mouth to fall open in disbelief. That elderly lady was indeed Madame Fu? Chapter 41, Do you not wish to take responsibility for the child within me? 3 years prior, I had witnessed an elderly lady collapse by the roadside, while passers-by merely ignored her plight, some even recording the scene, intent on extortion. Unable to bear the sight, I called for an ambulance and accompanied it to the hospital, remaining until I ascertained her safety before departing. Had Fu Xijing not mentioned this today, I would have nearly forgotten this minor episode. "Do you recall now?" Fu Xijing smiled lightly. I nodded, suddenly enlightened. It was for this reason that Senior Fu had offered his assistance. Fu Xijing cast me a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "I suppose so." With this clarity, the unease that had previously gripped my heart began to dissipate. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the company building. I hurriedly expressed my gratitude and exited the car. Just then, as the window descended, Fu Xijing leaned against the steering wheel, his posture exuding a wild, untamed charm, his shirt collar slightly open. "Junior, see you tonight," he said. His words were indeed ambiguous, however. Living just across the way necessitates our daily encounters. I paused momentarily, then quickly nodded, urging to drive slowly along the road. Fu Xijing languidly waved his hand, and as the window gradually ascended, the car sped away. "Xiao Qiao." At that moment, I suddenly heard someone calling my name from behind. Turning around, I spotted Han Juanji standing not far off, his brow slightly furrowed. Recalling the opera tickets he had given me yesterday, I hastily retrieved them from my bag. Brother Han. Here is your ticket back. Han Juanji pressed his lips together and inquired, was that person your boyfriend? I was taken aback and quickly shook my head, stating, no, he is my senior from university. Han Juanji seemed to exhale in relief, then smiled as he asked, do you have a boyfriend? It was only then that I grasped his implication. I am married. Ah? Han Juanji's face registered disbelief, you're married? I nodded. Han Juanji bit his lip. His disappointment palpable, yet he still mustered a faint smile. I see then before he could finish, I heard someone else call my name. Xia xia xia. Upon hearing that familiar voice, my heart tightened, and I instinctively frowned at the approaching figure. There stood Gu Ting in front of the car. His brow knitted as he looked my way. After a few days apart, he appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his tailored suit accentuated his stature. Still embodying the essence of a corporate elite. What are you doing here? I shot a cold glance at Gu Ting. I have something to discuss with you. Gu Ting spoke as he reached out to grasp my hand. Instinctively, I recoiled, and before I could utter a word, Han Juanji had already positioned himself protectively in front of me. Who are you? What do you want? Gu Ting furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Han Juanji, whose commanding presence emanated authority even without anger. I am her husband. Han Juanji was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to gauge my reaction. I pressed my lips together and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Han Juanji pursed his lips, astonished. Is he truly your husband? Yes. I, fearing a potential confrontation between them, urged. Brother Han, I'm fine. Please return to the office. Then you two can talk. Han Juanji observed me with concern. If anything arises, call me. Thank you. Brother Han. Once Han Juanji departed, Gu Ting finally smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. There are quite a few gallant knights around. I was disinclined to entertain his taunts. What do you want from me? Gu Ting pressed his lips together, and after a considerable pause, he spoke in a low tone. Have you moved? Are you so eager to rid yourself of me? I interrupted him impatiently, is that what you wanted to say? A complex expression crossed Gu Ting's face, hinting at a struggle within him. Xia xia, are you truly so impatient even to converse with me now? He seemed perplexed as to how the girl who once found joy in our conversations could transform into someone so distant. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss? Gu Ting took a deep breath, striving to control his emotions. He instinctively moved his lips, only to seemingly change his mind at the last moment. Xia xia. Is it truly impossible for us to return to the past? No, came the reply. Yet Gu Ting was unconvinced. Xia xia. I genuinely intend to make amends for the debts I owe you. Could you grant me one final chance? Your mother, even if she were watching from above, would surely not wish to see us divorced. Gu Ting, you are unworthy to mention my mother. Gu Ting seized my shoulders with urgency. Xia xia. Haven't you always longed for a child? We could consider in vitro fertilization. I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world. Before he could finish, the car door nearby was abruptly pushed open, revealing Lu Qingwan, adorned with sunglasses, approaching us. I let out a cold laugh, brushing Gu Ting's hand away, a smirk of derision gracing my lips. Gu Ting, you truly disgust me. You plead for my reconciliation while another woman sits in your car. Why have you been talking for so long? Lu Qingwan inquired, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Is it possible that Xia Xia is refusing to agree to the divorce? Gu Ting remained silent, his expression a mixture of turmoil. Lu Qingwan's frown deepened as she gazed at me. Xia Xia, I must admit I overestimated you, thinking you would actually proceed with the divorce. It seems you are merely playing hard to get? Instinctively, I turned to Gu Ting, astonished. Have you agreed to the divorce? Gu Ting moved his lips slightly. Xia xia. Gu Ting, what did you say to me before you came here? Seeing Gu Ting's hesitant demeanor, Lu Qingwan looked at him in disbelief. Do you not want to take responsibility for the child in my womb? Upon hearing these words, I abruptly turned my head to look at Lu Qingwan, unable to believe my ears. Take responsibility for the child? What did she mean by that? Wasn't the child the offspring of her ex-husband? How could it be? Could it be that Gu Ting had Gu Ting clearly did not anticipate that Lu Qingwan would so bluntly shatter the veil of ambiguity. He quickly turned to me. Xia, let me explain. I was drunk that day. I intended to find you, but you handed me over to Lu Qingwan. I gazed at Gu Ting in disbelief. That day? The day Gu Ting got drunk and was taken away by Lu Qingwan? But at that time, Lu Qingwan was already pregnant. Gu Ting, do you not want to take responsibility? Lu Qingwan's face flushed with anger at Gu Ting's explanation. Fine, if that's the case. I will terminate the child in my womb right now. Qingwan. Gu Ting was unwilling to give up on this child. He suffered from oligospermia. And even with in vitro fertilization, the chances of survival were minimal. Lu Qingwan had finally managed to conceive, and this child might be his only offspring in this lifetime. How could he possibly let go of it? Chapter 42, Gu Ting actually agreed to the divorce just like that. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he were enduring some profound internal struggle. In the end, he took a deep breath and fixed his gaze upon me. Xia. I shall ask you one final time, do you truly wish to divorce? At that moment, I was still reeling from the shocking revelation of Gu Ting being an unexpected father, and my reaction was delayed. Yes. Once I regained my composure, I nodded without hesitation. Very well. Gu Ting exhaled heavily. Tomorrow morning, I shall await you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, he cast a lingering glance at me before taking Lu Qingwan's hand and striding towards the car. Do you still harbor feelings for Xia? Lu Qingwan, not far behind, playfully pinched Gu Ting's waist. You are the one who wronged me, yet it seems I am the one at a disadvantage. Enough of that, Gu Ting replied, grasping her hand and ushering her into the vehicle. As I watched the car speed away, I stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Gu Ting had so readily agreed to the divorce. I do not know how much time passed before I finally erupted into laughter. This laughter was uncontrollable, continuing for quite some time before I could compose myself. I eagerly dialed Lin Shi to share the joyous news. After I finished recounting the events, Lin Shi paused for several seconds, her mind gradually processing the information. Lu Qingwan is using your ex-husband's child, claiming it is Gu Ting's? Her voice conveyed a sense of astonishment. Gu Ting, he actually believed that? Indeed. Lin Shi expressed her disbelief. Isn't Gu Ting aware that he has a low sperm count? With such a slim chance of success, he could be so easily convinced? I let out a light laugh. It mattered little whether he believed me, as long as he consented to the divorce. Indeed, Lin Shi nodded in agreement, her smile radiant. However, she seemed to suddenly recall something. By the way, wasn't your pregnancy a result of just one encounter? It appears that even with asthenozoospermia, there can be fertility. Her remark inevitably reminded me of that absurd incident with Gu Ting last month. At that gathering, I had no idea who had slipped something into my drink, but fortunately, Gu Ting arrived just in time. Yet, during that encounter, he seemed particularly ferocious, claiming me again and again, like a beast insatiable in its desires. From the bed to the sofa, and then to the bathroom, I found myself questioning whether it was I who had been drugged or Gu Ting. Nevertheless, despite his rough and fierce actions, there was also a tenderness that compelled me to open up and yield to him, plunging into overwhelming ecstasy time and again. As I contemplated this, my gaze fell, and my hand instinctively rested on my abdomen. Cece, once we finalize the divorce procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, accompany me for the abortion, will you? The last time I visited the hospital, the doctor had advised that my body was not yet ready for the procedure. Now, a week had passed, and it was time to put an end to it. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Very well. I shall accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. Perhaps the long-awaited wish was on the verge of realization. My spirits lifted, my work efficiency soared. Remarkably, I completed today's voiceover work half an hour ahead of schedule. Due to finishing work early, I made a special trip to the supermarket, intending to prepare a delightful meal to celebrate. As I was carrying my vegetables and fruits in the elevator, someone unexpectedly took the items from my hands. Startled, I instinctively thought I was about to be robbed and nearly reacted by snatching them back. It was him. Almost immediately, a deep, resonant voice broke the moment. Fu. Is that you? I exhaled deeply, gently patting my chest in relief, nearly frightened to death. Fu Sijong chuckled softly. then glanced down at the items he had just taken from me. Buying so much? Did you receive your paycheck? I couldn't help but smile, my eyes sparkling. Gu Ting had come to see me today. Fu Sijong's smile faltered slightly. He said he agreed to our divorce. And he wants to meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to finalize the proceedings. Fu Sijong froze for several seconds. Then smiled as if a weight had been lifted. Is that so? That's wonderful. Congratulations, Junior, on finally getting your wish. I nodded with a smile, looking at him with gratitude. I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. The corners of Fu Sijong's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly leaned closer to me, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Such heartfelt gratitude. Are you planning to renege on our previous agreement? The unexpected closeness enveloped me in a faint scent of cold, dark wood. No, my heartbeat skipped a beat, feeling that Fu Sijong's previous action was undeniably provocative. Once the divorce is finalized, I will accompany you to Shanghai to meet the old lady. Fu Sijong gazed at me with intense, penetrating eyes, making me feel somewhat uneasy. Finally, he slightly curved his lips and declared, "All right, it's a deal." Soon after, we ascended the building in the elevator. Would you mind joining me for a meal, Junior? As we reached the door, Fu Sijong lifted the items in his hand and suggested, "You provide the ingredients, and I'll lend a hand. How about we share dinner?" Initially, I had intended to share my joy with Lin Shi, but she was unable to come due to an unexpected work commitment. Now, having someone to dine with, especially someone who would take charge of the cooking, and whose culinary skills were undoubtedly superb, was an opportunity one could not refuse. Of course. I would love that. Fu Sijong smiled, his eyes gleaming with delight. Then you relax for a bit, the dishes will be ready shortly. I must admit, being a former researcher, he was remarkably efficient in the kitchen. In no time, a sumptuous array of dishes was laid out before us. Why is there so much food? I exclaimed, astonished. You bought a few ingredients, didn't you know how much you had? Fu Sijong chuckled softly, pulling out a chair for me. Come, try the flavors. I immediately picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, its tangy sweetness enticing my palate. Delicious. Ever since I became pregnant, my taste preferences had shifted, with a particular fondness for sour flavors. Eat slowly. Observing my voracious appetite, Fu Sijong chuckled in resignation. You've got food all over your face. Instinctively, I raised my hand to wipe my face before gazing up at Fu Sijong. Is there more? Here, he indicated to his left cheek. I mimicked his gesture and gently rubbed my own face. Fu Sijong couldn't help but chuckle softly, as if finally unable to contain himself. He slightly leaned forward and brushed his fingertips against my cheek. Almost reflexively, I turned my head, and as I lifted my gaze, I found myself staring into a pair of obsidian eyes. They resembled an unfathomable abyss, yet the pupils shimmered with an ethereal light, reflecting in my own. Chapter 43. To the Civil Affairs Bureau. A faint, cold scent of sandalwood enveloped me, almost imperceptibly. My brow twitched slightly, snapping me back to reality. I hurriedly stepped back and raised my hand to wipe the spot where Fu Sijong had touched me. Is there more? No, he replied with a light laugh, his expression still serene. However, as he withdrew his fingers, he instinctively rubbed them together, then tightened his grip into a fist. After a meal, despite my efforts to moderate my intake, I still felt uncomfortably full. I told you to eat less, now you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? Fu Sijong shook his head in exasperation. There's a pharmacy downstairs. I'll go buy you some digestive medicine. Seeing him grab his coat to leave, I quickly pulled at his sleeve. There's no need for medicine, I can just take a walk to aid digestion. After all, I'm pregnant now. And there are many medications I cannot take. Fu Sijong cast a glance at my hand gripping his sleeve. Once I released it, he lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. I shall accompany you for a stroll, it will serve to aid digestion. Since relocating, this marked my inaugural promenade within the community. Being an upscale neighborhood, the landscaping was exquisitely crafted, atmospheric lights adorned the path, creating a warm and romantic ambience. However, at that moment, my phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from my elder brother. Ever since our mother passed away, he had seemingly vanished from existence, and his calls had gone unanswered. No one knew of his whereabouts. I was acutely aware of his resentment towards me, which is why I had kept my distance. I never anticipated he would suddenly reach out. Hello, brother. As soon as I answered, his weary voice came through. Where are you now? I instinctively wanted to say at home, but at the last moment, I altered my response. I am at a friend's house. Where have you been these days? I have been worried about you. Do not concern yourself with my whereabouts. He took a deep breath. I ask you, have you been unfaithful? Unfaithful? I was momentarily taken aback. I have not. Do you dare claim there is no relationship between you and Fu Sijong? He scoffed. Everyone is spreading rumors of your infidelity with Fu Sijong, which is why Gu Ting wants a divorce. His agitation intensified as he spoke. On the day of the wedding, that Fu fellow was behaving oddly towards you. Sha, have you lost your mind? You are acutely aware that our mother's health cannot withstand such blows. Yet you dare to act in this manner? It is you who has caused our mother's demise, not me. My heart is consumed by confusion as I ponder what rumors my elder brother has heard that would lead him to blame me for our mother's death. Brother. Please allow me to explain. It was only because I sought to divorce Gu Ting that I enlisted Senior Fu's assistance. Do not attempt to deny it. Sha, it is you who has brought about our mother's death. Brother. I shall never forgive you for this. But before I could utter another word, my brother had already terminated the call. Listening to the beeping sound of the busy line, I felt utterly lost and quickly redialed. Only to be met with the insistent message of unable to connect. What has happened? Fu Sijing, noticing my distressed expression, furrowed his brow and inquired, has your brother misunderstood our situation? Would you like me to clarify things for him? I shook my head, striving to compose myself. No, I shall explain it myself. My brother must have misconstrued something to think I was responsible for our mother's passing. Once the misunderstanding is clarified, all will be well. However, if Fu Sijing were to intervene, it might only deepen the confusion, and I fear my brother would not be inclined to believe him. Yet, my brother is currently ignoring my calls, leaving me without a means to clarify matters. Fu Sijing pressed his lips together, seemingly aware of my despondency, and chose to remain silent. I inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. It is quite late, let us return. Fu Sijing nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. Due to the unexpected incident involving my elder brother, the joy I had anticipated from finally being able to divorce was significantly diminished. I spent a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Lin Shi arrived at my door, knocking gently. In the midst of my morning routine, I hurriedly rinsed my mouth and dashed to open the door. Have you had breakfast yet? I bought some soup dumplings and millet porridge on the way. Let us eat before we head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shi cheerfully announced, carrying the breakfast towards the dining table. I quickly turned back to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Sitting across from me, Lin Shi observed my less than cheerful demeanor and raised an eyebrow, remarking, today is a momentous occasion, xia. Why do you seem so glum? Are you perhaps still attached to that scoundrel Gu Ting? Of course not, I replied with a faint smile, followed by a deep sigh as I recounted the phone call from my brother the previous night. How could your brother behave so cruelly? Lin Shi exclaimed, clearly displeased. Even if you had strayed during your marriage, he shouldn't cast such a vile accusation upon you, his own sister. I frowned, also feeling that my brother's call had been rather unusual, as if he was eager to finalize matters without even considering my explanations. Yet, after much contemplation, I could not discern his motives for such behavior. Enough of this melancholy, Lin Shi urged. We still have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce formalities with Gu Ting. This is a day for celebration. Her playful antics elicited a laugh from me, and I couldn't help but nod in agreement. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, Lin Shi casually tossed the dishes into the sink, disregarding the need to wash them, and urged me to leave, urging me to hurry. The dishes could wait. The divorce was paramount. Upon our arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I was taken aback to find Gu Ting had already arrived. Instinctively, I glanced at the car behind him. I was alone, Qingwan had not come. Gu Ting pursed his lips, his voice somewhat husky. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but sneer, mockingly remarking that he must be resting at home. Xia, I quickly tugged at Lin Shi's sleeve. Given that Gu Ting had finally agreed to the divorce, I did not want to complicate matters further. I simply wished to complete the divorce formalities swiftly. Wait for me in the car, once it's done, I'll come find you. Lin Shi nodded, casting Gu Ting a disdainful glance before turning to enter the vehicle. As Lin Shi settled into the car, I finally shifted my gaze back to Gu Ting. Shall we go in? However, he remained rooted to the spot. His lips pressed together, his eyes fixed intently on me. Just as my patience began to wane, he suddenly asked, his voice hoarse, "Xia Xia, do you still love me?" I couldn't help but furrow my brow slightly, surprised that at this juncture, he would still pose such a question. Seeing my silence, Gu Ting's expression brightened. An undercurrent of excitement evident as he grasped my hand tightly. You still love me, don't you? Xia Xia, if you simply say you don't want a divorce. Then we 1T part ways. Chapter 44, the divorce is finally finalized. I forcefully wrenched my hand from his grasp and coldly declared, Gu Ting. I no longer love you. My affection for him had long since evaporated, having been drained away with my tears on the day my mother passed. In this one-sided, courageous love, I sacrificed my youth and, in a cruel twist of fate, indirectly contributed to the demise of the one who loved me most. If any feelings lingered for him now, they had been reduced to nothing but hatred. Yet, despite this, he still harbored the audacious hope that, after all that had transpired, I could remain as carefree and devoted as I once was. How contemptibly low must he think of me? Gu Ting shook his head in disbelief. No. I don't believe it. You must still be angry with me, right? I inhaled deeply, weary of further debate. Gu Ting. Do you believe there is any significance in our discussion at this moment? Lu Qingwan is expecting your child. Although that child bore no blood relation to him. The offspring I carried, soon to be divorced from him, was indeed his flesh and blood. Yet, this truth would remain forever concealed from him. Xia Xia. That night I was drunk, I mistook Lu Qingwan for you. Gu Ting. I could no longer endure his words, interrupting him coldly. Let us not speak of this any longer. We should hasten to finalize our divorce. With that, I took the lead towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fearing that if I listened to Gu Ting any longer, I might be compelled to retch. Gu Ting hesitated for a few seconds before finally following my lead. Seeing that he did not waver, I felt a slight sense of relief. However, despite this, my heart remained in suspense until the divorce certificate was truly obtained. Today is Tuesday, and the crowd in the Civil Affairs Bureau hall is relatively sparse. Are you here to collect your certificate? The staff inquired, gesturing towards the marriage registration window. Just then, a staff member approached us with a warm smile, directing us with a friendly demeanor. We are here for a divorce. I replied, my expression unchanged. The staff member paused in surprise, momentarily taken aback, and awkwardly surveyed both me and Gu Ting. I am so sorry. Seeing how young you both are, I assumed you were here to collect a marriage certificate, she lamented, her face filled with regret. You two seem quite compatible. It must be that you haven't been married for long. Coming together is not easy, and divorce is no trivial matter. Please do not act on impulse. I shook my head, assuring her that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather one that had been thoroughly contemplated. The staff member, still looking regretful, directed us, well. The divorce window is over there, please proceed to take a number. Following her indication, I walked towards the designated area and took a number from the machine. Since there were not many people attending today, it wasn't long before our turn arrived. Do you have all the necessary documents for the divorce? Both parties' identification cards. Household registration book, marriage certificate, and the divorce agreement? Yes, I have brought them, I quickly nodded, retrieving the documents from my folder and presenting them to the staff member. These are the documents for the male party. I immediately turned to look at Gu Ting. A flicker of conflict crossed his face, as if he hesitated. But ultimately he produced a set of documents from his folder and placed them on the table. I hastily reached for the folder, only to be firmly restrained by Gu Ting. I looked up at him in surprise, noticing a fleeting expression of pain and struggle flicker in his eyes. Gu Ting? I couldn't help but frown, perplexed by his intentions. His jaw muscles tightened as he gazed intently at me for a prolonged moment, nearly 10 seconds. Before finally releasing his grip. With a slight sigh of relief, I promptly opened the folder and handed the documents to the staff member. The staff member furrowed their brow, scrutinizing the materials in hand while casting a discerning glance at both Gu Ting and me. Are you two voluntarily seeking a divorce? They inquired. Yes, I quickly affirmed. However, Gu Ting remained silent. I frowned again, bewildered as to why he was putting on such an emotional display at this critical juncture. Sensing the discontent in my gaze, Gu Ting took a deep breath and nodded. It is a voluntary divorce. The staff member pursed their lips, their gaze shifting between us before they returned to the procedural task at hand. The documents were undoubtedly in order. The divorce agreement had been meticulously drafted by lawyer Chi, ensuring that both rights and asset division were optimally arranged. Yet, what was this handwritten clause on the agreement? Just then, the staff member unexpectedly laid the divorce agreement before us. Was this modified by the male party or the female party? They asked. Naturally, I had not altered the clause. However, upon examining the contents, I couldn't help but frown and instinctively turned to look at Gu Ting. Gu Ting's voice was low as he spoke. This villa is situated in the location you initially chose, and you oversaw its renovation. It naturally belongs to you, serving as my compensation. I couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. The divorce agreement explicitly stated what was rightfully mine, and I would certainly pursue what belonged to me. Conversely, I had no intention of claiming what was not mine. Yet, Gu Ting had audaciously added a clause. Did this not render the divorce agreement null and void? Fearing any complications in the divorce proceedings, I quickly turned to the staff, inquiring if the handwritten clause could be struck out without compromising the validity of the divorce agreement. The staff glanced at me, then shifted their gaze to Gu Ting. Did you add this handwritten clause? They asked. Gu Ting nodded affirmatively. Yes, I did. Then please sign it and affix your seal. All right, Gu Ting complied. As I watched the staff retrieve the divorce agreement, the tension in my chest finally eased. Time ticked by in the quiet hall, the only sounds being the rustle of documents and the stamping of seals. My gaze remained fixed on the diligent staff. Yet I could still sense Gu Ting's intense gaze upon me. Now, both of you need to sign this document. And then return in 30 days to collect your divorce certificate. The staff pushed a document towards us. I promptly picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed my name, hastily asking, is it not possible to receive it today? The nation has instituted a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce, during which either party may withdraw their request at any time if they have a change of heart. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of urgency. Can it truly be rescinded? Indeed, it is a newly promulgated decree. How can this be? Does this mean that if Gu Ting decides to retract his decision within these 30 days, the divorce proceedings would become null and void? A cooling-off period for divorce? Why has such a policy emerged at this particular moment? Despite my anxiety, I understood that the law was in place. No amount of impatience could alter that fact. I could only wait for another month, hoping that no unforeseen circumstances would arise during this time. At that moment, Gu Ting had already signed the documents and handed them to the staff. Thank you. Let us depart, he stated, rising first. I followed him out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, feeling somewhat disheartened. Outside, Lin Shi was eagerly awaiting my arrival, and upon seeing me, she rushed forward. Xia xia. How did it go? Is everything settled? I nodded, replying, yes, the divorce procedures are complete. Wonderful. Lin Shi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she clapped her hands. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet, at that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind us. Are you so happy about divorcing me? I could not help but glance back at him, our eyes meeting, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of pain flickering in the depths of his gaze. I furrowed my brow slightly, yearning for a closer inspection, but Gu Ting had already averted his gaze. Xia xia xia, you will regret this, he declared, casting aside those words before he stepped into his car and swiftly drove away. I watched him depart. Perplexed by the confidence he exuded in proclaiming that I would regret my decision, a sentiment he had expressed more than once. He had said the same when he agreed to our divorce. Yet, what transpired afterward? The only one who experienced regret was him. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight that had been pressing on my heart finally lift. Once the 1-month cooling-off period for the divorce concluded, I would be entirely free from this union. Xia xia. Hurry and show me the divorce certificate, Lin Shi urged, her face alight with excitement, clearly unable to contain herself. At the mention of this, I frowned slightly. Given the stipulated 1-month cooling-off period, the divorce certificate could only be collected after a month. What nonsense is this? Lin Shi exclaimed, bewildered. What kind of absurd regulation is that? It is a newly enacted rule, I replied. Lin Shi's expression turned to one of concern. So, it's just a delay in obtaining the certificate? There won't be any unexpected changes during this time, will there? I shook my head. During this 1-month period. If either party wishes to withdraw their divorce application, the certificate becomes null and void. What? She was taken aback, finding it utterly ridiculous. Does that mean I would hesitate to marry? 1 minute of marriage, a month of divorce? She pursed her lips, wondering if it was time to pray that Gu Ting wouldn't have a change of heart. I couldn't help but bite my lip, as this was indeed my greatest concern. However, with Lu Qingwan now pregnant, and Gu Ting blissfully unaware of his impending fatherhood, he was certainly more inclined towards a divorce than I was. After all, Lu Qingwan's condition could not afford to wait. Surely, it wouldn't happen. I glanced at Lin Shi, considering that Lu Qingwan was now carrying his child. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Lin Shi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of schadenfreude. Even if a paternity test is conducted, it will have to wait until after the child is born. I nodded in agreement, instinctively lowering my gaze to my slightly protruding abdomen. Shi, accompany me to the hospital for the abortion procedure, please. It is high time to put an end to this. Before long, Lin Shi drove us to Capital University Hospital. After registering, I stood in line, waiting for my name to be called, while Lin Shi held my hand, her palm slightly damp with sweat. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing she seemed even more anxious than I was. Soon enough, it was my turn. Upon entering the examination room, I was greeted by the same doctor from that day. As the procedure involved an abortion, a series of examinations was unavoidable. After completing the various tests, I returned to the outpatient clinic, holding a stack of test reports. Miss Jiao, your results are even more alarming than last time. The doctor's brows knitted in concern. The embryo has adhered to the uterus. And if we proceed with the dilation and curettage, there may be risks involved. My heart sank, a chilling thought creeping in, could this result in lifelong infertility? The doctor nodded, indicating a high probability that I may not bear children. I found myself momentarily stunned, lost in thought. How could this be? Observing my reaction, the doctor sighed and said, Miss Jiao, everything in existence possesses a spirit, especially a small life connected to your very blood. It likely does not wish to depart from you so easily. Perhaps you should reconsider? After all, this child was not easily conceived. A shiver ran through my heart, and instinctively, I lowered my gaze, gently resting my hand upon my abdomen. Xia, shall we keep this child? Lin Shi whispered from beside me, clearly concerned about the potential consequences of miscarriage. Moreover, Lin Shi possessed a tender heart. Despite her fierce exterior, it was merely a facade. Yet, could I truly keep this child? He was the flesh and blood of Gu Ting. As long as he existed, a part of me would always be linked to Gu Ting. But this child was also my own flesh and blood, one of the few relatives I had in this world. Sensing my hesitation, the doctor slid a sonogram photo before me. You are now 6 weeks pregnant, and the gestational sac is clearly visible, he explained. At this stage, it resembled a small blueberry, and from this moment on, it would gradually differentiate into a head, brain vesicles, facial features, respiratory, digestive, and nervous systems. The basic facial features were forming, allowing us to discern the nostrils and the preliminary shape of the eyes. The physician's voice was soft, and my gaze followed the direction of his finger, as if I could truly see the baby's eyes. It felt as though he was blinking at me, gazing intently with a smile. Moreover, his organs, including the kidneys and heart, had already begun to form. His heart, small as a sunflower seed, was already beating vigorously at a rate of 150 beats per minute, double that of an adult. And the cardiovascular system was starting to acquire the ability to circulate blood throughout the body. Furthermore, his neural tube had connected to the brain and spinal cord, while the digestive tract was gradually taking shape, with the stomach and chest beginning to develop. Doctor. At that moment, I suddenly interrupted him, declaring that I wished to keep the child and would not undergo the procedure for abortion. The doctor seemed to exhale quietly in relief and smiled, saying that from that day forth, he would create a medical file for me, and I would need to come for monthly checkups. Should I experience any discomfort or abnormalities, I was to come to the hospital immediately. Thank you, doctor. Once the file was completed, I walked out with Lin Shi. Are you truly intent on keeping the child? Lin Shi asked, still a bit apprehensive. No regrets? No regrets, I replied, pressing my lips together. This child was mine alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but grin. Count me in, I want to be the baby's godmother. I chuckled at Lin Shi's playful spirit. Compared to the complex and heavy emotions I had felt upon arrival, having made the firm decision to keep this child now brought me a sense of lightness and relief. However, just as Lin Shi and I were exiting the hospital, preparing to get into the car and leave, a piercing screech of brakes suddenly echoed from the entrance, followed by the scathing shouts of bystanders, driving so recklessly, are you in a hurry to meet your fate? This is a hospital, are you so careless with your life? Instinctively, Lin Shi and I turned our gazes towards the commotion, initially thinking it might be a distressed family member of a patient. To our astonishment, we spotted a tall figure we knew all too well stepping out of the vehicle. Fu Xijing? What on earth has happened to him? Perhaps accustomed to his usual nonchalant demeanor, the visible agitation on his face made me wonder if something grave had transpired. Fu Xiao. At that moment, Lin Shi unexpectedly waved and called out to him. She. I was taken aback by her action. What are you doing? It was evident from Fu Xijing's demeanor that something significant had occurred. Why was she greeting him at such a precarious moment? Just then, upon noticing Lin Shi and me, Fu Xijing froze for a full 3 seconds before striding towards me. Chapter 46, Could Fu Xijing possibly be fond of men? As he drew closer, I realized that his appearance was somewhat alarming. A deep gash marred his arm, apparently inflicted by some sharp object. Although the wound had begun to scab, the blood had nearly saturated half of his sleeve. Senior Fu, are you all right? However, at this moment, it seemed as though Fu Xijing had not heard my words. His gaze swept over me from head to toe, and it was only after quite some time that I noticed his previously tense body gradually relaxing. Fu Xiao. Just then, a nonchalant voice drifted over. Why haven't you answered your phone? I turned to see Dr. Lin Jinyu standing at the hospital entrance, frowning as he approached. I was just about to call you to inform you that your comrade is fine, yet you chose not to answer. Comrade? Lin Shi beside me blinked in confusion. Yes, Lin Jinyu replied, raising a hand to touch his nose. His comrade encountered a minor incident. I had just finished my call with him when he hurried over here. Later, I discovered everything was all right. I intended to call him to convey the good news, but this gentleman refused to answer. Fu Xijing pursed his lips and replied in a low voice. I left in such haste that my phone fell. Lin Jinyu raised an eyebrow. And your arm? Fu Xijing glanced at his own arm and stated matter-of-factly. I'm not certain, something must have scratched it. Lin Jinyu promptly gave him a thumbs up. Lin Shi and I stood to the side, utterly perplexed. Although we were unaware of the specifics, it was evident that this comrade held significant importance for Fu Xijing, otherwise, the usually composed individual would not have been so flustered. Is your wound all right? Would you like me to have a nurse clean it for you? Fu Xijing casually glanced at the injury and replied, no need. Originally, I assumed that Fu Xijing would accompany Lin Jinyu to visit his comrade. However, to my surprise, upon learning that his comrade was unharmed, he departed, leaving both Lin Shi and me utterly baffled. I couldn't fathom the reason behind his actions. Fu Xiao was rather uncharacteristic today. On our way back, Lin Shi couldn't help but analyze the situation with me. You might say he doesn't care about that comrade, yet his disheveled appearance was no act. Conversely, if he truly cared, why would he leave without so much as a glance? I nodded in agreement. It was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Shi seemed to have a revelation, flashing a grin that showcased her perfectly aligned white teeth. What if that comrade is Fu Xiao's romantic interest? She exclaimed. I was taken aback, caught between laughter and exasperation. Don't be ridiculous. But Lin Shi appeared to have unearthed a thrilling discovery, her excitement palpable. I've never seen any women around him. He has always been surrounded by men. This could make sense. Fu Xiao must be attracted to men. However, her train of thought swiftly shifted. Wait a moment. Isn't Fu Xiao interested in you? That can't mean he's gay. Could he be bisexual? Lin Shi. I was truly astonished by her imaginative leaps. Lin Shi beamed at me. So, what do you think? Are you feeling a bit happier? It dawned on me that she was merely trying to lift my spirits. I'm fine, I replied with a smile, glancing at Lin Shi. In truth, I did not wish to lose this child. It is often said that a mother and her child share a profound connection. Even though he has only been nurtured in my womb for a little over a month, a bond has already formed between us that makes it impossible to let go easily. Lin Shi, taking advantage of the brief pause at the red light, reached out to gently caress my abdomen, reassuring the baby, rest assured, godmother will take good care of you. And you, my dear, must be well behaved. I smiled softly, finally releasing a long sigh of relief. No matter what, I will give birth to this child. Now and forever, I shall harbor no regrets. Perhaps due to the advancing weeks of pregnancy, I find myself increasingly fatigued and drowsy. The journey from the hospital to home felt but a fleeting moment, and I unknowingly drifted into slumber. It was only when Lin Shi called out to me that I blearily opened my eyes. Are you tired? You should get some proper rest, she suggested. I nodded in agreement. Since I had taken a day off to handle divorce proceedings, I had only utilized half of it thus far, leaving the latter half perfectly suited for a much-needed nap. After bidding farewell to Lin Shi, I ascended the stairs to my apartment. Just as I was about to unlock the door across the hall swung open unexpectedly. Fu Xuezhang? You. I was puzzled by Fu Xizhong's presence at home at this hour, but my attention was drawn to the injury on his arm. Haven't you treated your wound? I furrowed my brow in concern. It's easy for bacteria to thrive and cause infection. Fu Xizhong, however, seemed unfazed, glancing down at his arm dismissively. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. I could hardly bear to continue. Remembering the medication that Fu Xizhong had purchased for me previously, I immediately said, please wait here for a moment. I will go inside to fetch the first aid kit to tend to your wound. I had anticipated that Fu Xizhong would exhibit impatience, yet to my surprise, when I returned with the kit, he was still waiting at the door. I hope I am not imposing on you, Junior, he remarked with a slight smile, gesturing with his chin towards the room behind him. Would you mind coming to my home for treatment? Very well. Initially, I believed the two units would be relatively similar. However, upon entering his abode, I realized that Fu Xizhong's residence was significantly more spacious than mine. The living room boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, through which a vast wetland park unfolded before my eyes, and in the distance, I could even discern the iconic structure of the tallest building in Kyoto. The panoramic views were extraordinary, as if I were perched among the clouds. As I sat on the sofa in the living room, surveying my surroundings, I was unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of unreality. Although I had previously known that this neighborhood was affluent and considered my own 200+ square meters quite lavish, I was astonished to find Fu Xizhong's quarters to be even more opulent. Have some water. At that moment, Fu Xizhong poured a glass of water and placed it before me. I quickly expressed my gratitude and noticed that he had taken a seat on the adjacent sofa. After a moment of hesitation, I bit my lip and asked, shall I begin? Fu Xizhong rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms and the wound upon his forearm, then turned his gaze towards me. I hurriedly retrieved a cotton swab from the medicine cabinet, dipped it in iodine, and began to disinfect the wound on his arm. You completed the divorce procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning, did you not? I instinctively raised my gaze, only to meet his obsidian eyes. I quickly averted my eyes and nodded, affirming that everything was finalized. In a month, if Gu Ting does not retract his decision during this period, the divorce certificate will come into effect. Fu Xizhong nodded almost imperceptibly, a soft, lingering laugh escaping his nose, imbued with a hint of languor and casualness, his voice carrying an alluring undertone. If that is the case, should it not be your turn to reciprocate? Chapter 47, No face to see anyone. I was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Fu Xizhong was referring to our prior agreement of mutual assistance. Of course, I nodded eagerly. When shall we go? Fu Xizhong cast a knowing glance my way, teasingly asking if I was no longer afraid of being sold by him. His tone left me momentarily at a loss for words, holding the cotton swab in my hand, unsure whether to set it down or keep it raised. Do not worry. I would not dream of parting with you, Fu Xizhong jested. Senior Fu. I spoke, somewhat bashfully. If it's not too urgent, could we perhaps choose a weekend? After all, I am still in my internship period, and frequent leave may not be well received. That is agreeable, Fu Xizhong smiled. How about this weekend? So soon? Is there a problem? No, I quickly shook my head, affirming that I had time. I arranged for someone to book the flight tickets. We shall depart early Saturday morning, spend a night in Shanghai, and return on Sunday afternoon. As the time settled into silence, the sunlit living room was enveloped in tranquility. At that moment, I was clutching a cotton swab, and when I lifted my gaze, I discovered Fu Xizhong was intently staring at me. To avert the awkwardness, I hastily lowered my eyes and began rummaging through the medicine cabinet for gauze, intending to dress his wound. What was I searching for? Just then, Fu Zijiang leaned closer. His warm breath cascading over my ear, sending a shiver coursing up my neck and igniting a flush in my ears. Unaccustomed to such proximity, I instinctively recoiled. Only to realize too late that I was perched on a chaise lounge, with the space behind me leading to the sofa. In my flustered state, I lost my balance and began to fall backward. In a moment of panic, I reached for something to grasp, and suddenly, a strong arm encircled my waist, pulling me aside, and we both tumbled onto the sofa. Our breaths mingled in a chaotic rhythm, and the faint scent of aged wood enveloped my senses. As I looked up in confusion, my gaze locked onto his profound, abyss-like eyes, while my hand rested against his solid chest. Even through his shirt, I could feel the intimidating firmness beneath. "Senior Fu," I uttered. "Hmm?" His voice, deep and magnetic, sent a tingling sensation through my ears. I quickly pressed my hand against his shoulder, my face flushed with embarrassment. You should get up first." Yet, despite my efforts to push him away, he remained utterly unmoved, his gaze fixed upon me. His long eyelashes fluttered like raven feathers, the interplay of light and shadow casting a crimson hue that accentuated his chiseled features and the profound darkness of his eyes. "Junior," he murmured, suddenly lowering his head. His warm breath enveloping me, mingling with the thunderous rhythm of my own heart. His face loomed closer, inch by inch. Instinctively, I turned my face aside, tightly closing my eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. When I realized that Fu Zijiang had not made any further advances, I opened my eyes, only to find myself locking gazes with his amused, dark eyes, the corners of his mouth curving in an unabashed grin. "Junior, you are pressing on my wound." My face flushed crimson in an instant as I hurriedly sat up, rushing to examine Fu Zijiang's arm. The wound, which had just been disinfected, had reopened under my pressure, faint traces of blood seeping through. "I'm so sorry," I quickly apologized. "It's nothing," Fu Zijiang replied, lifting his hand to glance at the injury on his arm, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "It seems I must trouble you again, Junior, to tend to it." "Of course." I promptly opened another packet of disinfectant swabs, preparing to treat the wound, only to find it in a worse state than before, feeling increasingly inept. "Does it still hurt?" I instinctively raised my gaze, only to meet the man's eyes, which were narrowed in a soft laugh, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, shimmering with a brilliance akin to scattered diamonds. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury." Fu Zijiang withdrew his arm and then rummaged through the first aid kit, handing me a roll of gauze. "Just wrap it up." I hastily took the bandage to tend to his wound, however, the memory of the earlier incident flooded my mind, making me wish I could find a crevice to hide in. It was truly, exceedingly embarrassing. Once I finished dressing the injury, I swiftly grabbed the medicine box and fled, feeling utterly ashamed to remain any longer. Upon returning home, I immediately rushed to wash my face, which alleviated some of the heat that lingered. "Xia xia xia, have you lost your mind? Get a grip." I quickly splashed my face with cool water to calm myself down. I was indeed a victim of Lin Shi's antics. It was all her fault for incessantly rambling on about nonsensical matters. I felt utterly humiliated. After retreating like a turtle from Fu Zijiang for 2 days, on the morning of the 3rd day, just as I was stealthily preparing to leave for work, the door across the hall unexpectedly swung open. "Good morning, Junior." "Good morning." I forced a smile, how fortuitous. Fu Zijiang regarded me with a bemused expression. Indeed, quite a coincidence that we hadn't crossed paths in 2 days despite living so close. Noticing my silence, he gently tapped my forehead with his fingers and declared, "I'll drive you to work. The journey from here to my office would take no more than 5 minutes." Yet, perhaps due to it being a Friday, the roads were particularly congested this morning. "You're heading to Shanghai early tomorrow, have you packed everything you need?" Fu Zijiang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel as he glanced at me with a slight smile. "There's not much to prepare, just a few changes of clothes." As I spoke, I reconfirmed the timing with him. Would we be spending just 1 night in Shanghai before departing? He nodded affirmatively. In a matter of moments, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the Fengshi company. After watching Fu Zijiang's car drive away, I turned to enter the office. However, upon my arrival, I immediately sensed that my colleagues regarded me with an unusually fervent enthusiasm. While I was still pondering this, the department manager approached me with a smile. Xiao Qiao. Have you seen the trending topic on Weibo from last night? His words left me momentarily bewildered, and I shook my head in confusion. What trending topic? The drama you provided voice work for, featuring Lu Qingwan, just aired on CCTV last night. Somehow, a video of your dubbing was edited by a blogger with millions of followers, and it has gone viral. The manager continued, just now, Lu Qingwan's agent called, expressing a desire to sign you on as her exclusive voice artist. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brow slightly. Manager, am I allowed to decline? The manager seemed taken aback by my unexpected refusal, pausing for a moment before blinking in surprise. Why? For personal reasons. The manager appeared somewhat anxious, earnestly pleading, Xiao Qiao. Lu Qingwan is an internationally renowned star, planning to develop her career domestically. She is currently riding a wave of success. If you could become her exclusive voice artist, it would solidify your standing in the dubbing industry. Opportunities like this are what many voice artists dream of. I truly do not wish to pursue it. With a face full of remorse, I looked towards the manager, yet my tone remained resolute. I kindly request that you decline on my behalf. Or perhaps assign another colleague instead. In any case, I wish for Lu Qingwan to keep her distance from me. In Chapter 48, giving you face yet you remain unrepentant. The manager initially attempted to persuade me with grand promises and tempting offers. However, upon realizing my unwavering stance, he ceased his insistence and reluctantly went to inform Lu Qingwan of my refusal. I had thought the matter was settled. To my astonishment, while I was recording other voiceover tasks in the studio, a colleague hurriedly approached me, asking me to visit the manager's office. I quickly completed my current voiceover work before making my way to the manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As I pushed open the door, I was greeted by the sight of a short, shrewd-looking woman seated on the sofa, her chin slightly raised in an air of superiority. Zhang Jia. This is our company Xiao Qiao, the manager promptly introduced. I frowned slightly, taken aback that Lu Qingwan's agent had personally come to the company. Zhang Jia scrutinized me with a discerning gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. Xiao Qiao. You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? With a stoic expression, I shook my head. No, you must be mistaken. Zhang Jia appeared taken aback by my frosty demeanor, her tone growing more somber. I heard from Manager Zhao that you are unwilling to be my Warner's voiceover artist? Why is that? Is it because the price is too low? As she spoke, she reclined against the back of the sofa with her legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. A voiceover fee of 30,000 per episode is considered quite high within the industry, however, my dear Warner is discerning when it comes to talent. If you were to agree, we can negotiate the price further. I apologize, but I am not interested. Sister Zhang pressed her lips together in displeasure, mistakenly believing I was being difficult. 50,000 per episode is our utmost concession. I hope you will recognize the opportunity and not be greedy. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, indeed, like attracts like, as Zhang's demeanor was as insufferable as Lu Qingwan's. I reiterated, I am not interested in this. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall return to my work. With that, I pretended to turn and walk away. However, Sister Zhang banged her hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, you are merely an intern voice actor, why act so high and mighty? Do you believe I cannot make it difficult for you to survive in this industry? The manager quickly interjected, trying to calm the situation, Sister Zhang, please. Let us not escalate this. Xiao Qiao is new to the field and young, she may not fully understand. Please be magnanimous and show some leniency. Sister Zhang scoffed, clearly unappreciative, stating, there are long lines of people outside eager to voice for my Warner, you are overstepping your bounds. Seeing her words become increasingly harsh, I couldn't resist glancing back at her. The manager, fearing I might react impulsively, quickly shot me a warning glance, urging me to remain composed. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, forcing myself to suppress my anger. I had repeatedly expressed my stance, and I believe our manager has conveyed my sentiments accurately. I find it quite perplexing, since your illustrious star is so popular, why are you persistently pursuing a mere voice acting intern like myself? You, Sister Zhang, pointed at me, rendered speechless by her frustration. I refrained from saying anything further and glanced at the manager. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my work. I said. Oh? Alright, go ahead. Due to the commotion caused by Lu Qingwan's manager earlier that morning, my reputation within the company has been steadily rising. Colleagues have privately dubbed me Queen Xiao. Fortunately, thanks to the previous favor I received from Fu Xijing, they are aware of my strong connections. And no one dares to speak ill of me in my presence. I chose to ignore the whispers. Finally, as I prepared to leave after a long day, my phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. It was a call from Fu Xijing. Hello. Have you finished work? He inquired. Just got off, what's up? I replied. Let us grab a meal together, I'm outside your company. Please hold on a moment, I'll be right out. After hanging up, I quickly made my way towards the exit. Just as I was about to step through the company doors, I heard someone call out to me from behind, Xiao Qiao. I instinctively turned around to see Han Juanji. Brother Han? I asked, my face a mask of confusion. Is there something you need? Today. I heard from a colleague about the incident involving Lu Qingwan's agent, and it seems your handling of the situation was somewhat inappropriate, which might lead to complications. Han Juanji expressed his concerns with a worried expression. I smiled lightly, assuring him that I was not afraid of troubles. Han Juanji pressed his lips together, saying, You may not be aware, but Lu Qingwan has powerful backing in the capital, specifically the Gu family from the affluent circles of Jingdu. I have heard she is the former girlfriend of the president of the Gu group. It is said that he even fled his wedding for her. And they are now divorced. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, realizing that my melodramatic affair with Gu Ting had become common knowledge. I do have a rapport with Lu Qingwan's agent, perhaps I could arrange a meeting to clarify the misunderstandings and prevent any future inconveniences for you, Han Juanji earnestly suggested. I understood his good intentions, but the grievances between Lu Qingwan and me were not trivial enough to be resolved by this minor episode. Thank you for your kindness. Han Gu, but it's truly unnecessary. You. Han Juanji seemed poised to offer further counsel, but before he could speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure striding towards us, exuding an overwhelming presence that instinctively drew his gaze upward. Junior, I heard the familiar address from behind, prompting me to turn around. At that moment, Fu Xijing was approaching, the orange hues of the setting sun elongating his shadow. The contours of his face were sharply defined, with the arch of his brow and prominent nose casting deep shadows, enhancing his striking features. What are you discussing? Fu Xijing inquired, his commanding aura intensifying as he fixed his gaze upon us. Han Juanji could not help but swallow hard, feeling as though he had diminished in stature before he even uttered a word. This is my colleague, Han Juanji. I quickly introduced the two men. Brother Han. This is my senior from university, Fu Xijing. Han Juanji promptly nodded, and just as he was about to extend his hand to greet, Fu Xijing turned to me, a playful smile gracing his lips. Come on, let us eat, I've been waiting so long I might just starve. I was left in a state of bemusement. When did you arrive? How long have you been waiting? In any case, I'm hungry. Let us go. With that, he draped his arm around my shoulders and made a pretense of heading outside. I was taken aback by his sudden display of affection and was about to pull away when Fu Xijing ruffled my hair with an air of carefree amusement. We should swing by the mall to get you something nice. Tomorrow we're going to Shanghai to meet the esteemed old lady. You must dress appropriately. I cannot have you embarrassing me. How could I possibly embarrass you? I shot Fu Xijing a glare, and after taking a few steps with him, I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to bid farewell to Han Juanji. Brother Han, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Han Juanji's expression was somewhat rigid. Yet he waved back, goodbye. Fu Xijing narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively glancing back, his voice cooling. His name is Han Juanji, right? Yes, why? I looked up at him, puzzled. Fu Xijing smiled, no particular reason, I'll remember this name. Chapter 49, What if Gu Ting discovers that the child in Lu Qingwan's womb is not his? I am uncertain about the purpose behind Fu Xijing's deliberate mention of Han Juanji's name, nor did I pursue the matter further. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of the Juxian building. You have lost considerable weight recently, you must take care to nourish yourself. Fu Xijing remarked as he opened the door to exit the vehicle. The tomato beef brisket and pigeon soup here are quite exquisite, you should indulge in them. Upon hearing Fu Xijing mention these two dishes, my mouth began to water. Perhaps due to my pregnancy, I have been particularly craving meat, reaching a point where I find it difficult to enjoy a meal without it. However, my culinary skills are rather lacking, and the meals I prepare seldom satisfy. I hesitate to eat at small restaurants, fearing the lack of healthiness in their offerings. Thus, today, I consider myself fortunate to partake in Fu Xijing's company. The Jushan building is an elegantly antiquated structure, grand in scale, tapering at the bottom and expanding at the top, exuding an imposing and magnificent aura. As Fu Xijing and I stepped inside, the restaurant's manager promptly approached us. "Young Master Fu, the private room you requested has been prepared. And the beef and lamb served today are freshly slaughtered, exceedingly fresh." Fu Xijing acknowledged him with a nod before turning to me. "Watch your step." It was evident that he was a frequent patron, as he navigated the establishment with ease, guiding me towards the rear courtyard. It was the depth of autumn, and the lotus flowers in the ponds along the path had withered, leaving only dried leaves to sway gently in the breeze, presenting a unique charm. "Gu Ting, do not walk so quickly, support me a bit, for I am with child." Just as we neared the private room, a familiar voice echoed through the corridor. "The ground is not slippery, you won't fall. You can walk by yourself." "Gu Ting, you're being harsh with me. I am carrying your child. If it weren't yours, why would I endure daily bouts of nausea and a lack of appetite, losing several pounds in just a few days?" "Very well. I will support you as you walk, is that acceptable?" Gu Ting, somewhat helpless, stepped forward to assist Lu Qingwan in exiting, but upon raising his head, he caught sight of me and Fu Xijing standing outside the circular archway. His brow furrowed, and almost instinctively, he released Lu Qingwan's arm. I observed the two with an impassive expression, a faint smirk curling at the corners of my lips as I recalled Gu Ting's heartfelt plea at the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days prior. It now seemed nothing short of a farce. What a coincidence. "You're here dining as well?" Lu Qingwan smiled brightly, exuding a cheerful demeanor. As she spoke, she gently caressed her barely noticeable belly and turned to Gu Ting, saying, "I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days. So Gu Ting specially brought me here, I didn't expect to run into you." Her expression was serene, devoid of any hint of insincerity, presenting herself as entirely forthright. I couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that it was no wonder she had made a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Her acting prowess was indeed unparalleled. Why waste words with them? We should leave. Gu Ting pressed his lips together, his expression darkening as he prepared to pull Lu Qingwan away. However, Lu Qingwan abruptly shook off Gu Ting's arm, her face full of reproach as she said, "What's wrong with exchanging a few words? They say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. You and Xia Xia were married for 2 years, and even if you're divorced, you can still be friends." Gu Ting coldly interrupted her, "Enough. Be silent." Lu Qingwan immediately felt displeased. "Gu Ting, what do you mean? What have I said that is incorrect? Even if Qiao Xiaxia betrayed your brother during their marriage, placing the blame solely on her is unjust. As a man, you should possess a greater magnanimity. Have you said enough?" Fu Xijing coldly interjected, cutting off her words. "Lu Qingwan, the one who has disrupted the marriage and assumed the role of the mistress is you. Have some decency for the child you carry." Lu Qingwan frowned at once. "Fu Xiao, what do you mean by that? Gu Ting and I are completely innocent." "Innocent?" Before she could finish, I scoffed derisively. "Then from where did the child in your womb come?" Lu Qingwan instinctively shielded her abdomen, her expression shifting. We were drunk that day." Her voice faltered, as if a sudden realization struck her. "If it weren't for your threat to throw Gu Ting onto the street that day, none of this would have happened. Ultimately, it is still your fault." "So, it is I who orchestrated your entanglement?" I retorted with a cold laugh. "Enough." Gu Ting scolded sternly, his face dark with anger. "Stop embarrassing yourself here, let's go." However, Lu Qingwan was unwilling to relent. "Gu Ting, what do you mean? Clearly, she has cast dirt upon us, and you still defend her? Whose side are you on?" Gu Ting's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. His lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent, his gaze ominous. At that moment, Fu Xijing suddenly let out a soft chuckle, his voice resonating with an eerie calmness. "Lu Qingwan, do not concern yourself with his origins for the time being. I advise you to first ascertain the lineage of the child within you." Lu Qingwan's expression shifted subtly. "What do you mean by that?" Take it at face value, decipher it yourself. With that, Fu Xijing took my hand and led me towards the private room, ignoring Lu Qingwan's futile attempts to engage us from behind. Upon entering the room, I could still faintly hear Lu Qingwan interrogating Gu Ting in the hallway, her demeanor unmistakably tempestuous. Gu Ting, are you still a man? They are questioning whether the child in my womb is yours. Enough of this disgraceful display, it will only lead to photographs being taken. Gu Ting appeared increasingly exasperated. Let them take their pictures, I shall announce our marriage on Weibo tomorrow. What did Fu Xijing's earlier remark imply? Is the child truly mine? Gu Ting, have you lost your mind? You actually believe his provocations? Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge this child, then I have no use for it either. I shall go to the hospital and terminate this pregnancy. It will be the end of it. I merely inquired out of curiosity, I harbor no doubts regarding you. The ensuing conversation grew faint, suggesting they had departed. What is the matter? Fu Xijing asked, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Why do you appear so discontent? Did you not win the argument just now? It is not a matter of contention. I pulled out a chair and sat down. My mind preoccupied with the worry that if Gu Ting were to discover that the child in Lu Qingwan's womb was not his, he might reconsider the divorce. After all, there remains a month in the cooling-off period for the divorce. If he wishes to retract his decision, he is free to do so at any moment. However, Fu Xijing smiled slightly, pouring me a cup of water from the teapot. Do not fret, do you really think Lu Qingwan cannot handle such trivial matters? I was momentarily taken aback, yet soon found solace in his words. Given Lu Qingwan's prowess over the years in manipulating Gu Ting, how could such a situation possibly remain concealed? Chapter 50, Whose favor are we seeking? Call her sister-in-law. Soon, the table was laden with an array of dishes. And my attention was immediately captivated by the culinary delights before me. I sampled the stir-fried soft bone dish. Fu Xijing scooped a bowlful and handed it to me. It was a delightful medley of various mushrooms and tender pork soft bones, their flavor infused with a rich broth. I eagerly took a bite, far from merely decent. It was exquisite and tender, igniting my taste buds like fireworks. It is utterly delicious. Take your time, Fu Xijing chuckled softly, offering me a napkin. The food here is quite good, at least the ingredients are clean and hygienic. I nodded in agreement, too engrossed in savoring the meal to engage in conversation. It seems the cravings of pregnancy have stirred within me. It appears that the baby in my belly is also a little glutton. Ever since I became pregnant, apart from an aversion to the smell of smoke and alcohol, I have experienced little in the way of morning sickness. Instead, I find myself constantly devising ways to indulge in delectable foods. Moreover, he hardly troubled me, clearly a well-behaved darling. As for the braised goat leg, despite its modest ingredients, the preparation is somewhat intricate, first frying, then boiling, and finally braising. However, the flavor was merely average. If time permits, I shall prepare one for you that surpasses this dish in taste. As I savored a bite of the tender meat, I couldn't help but glance at him. This was already quite delectable. Yet he claimed his version was even better. His mere words elevated my expectations immensely. I was even contemplating purchasing a goat leg from the market upon my return from Shanghai, urging Fu Xijing to prepare it for me. By the end of the meal, I found myself thoroughly satiated. Let us go, there happens to be a mall next door where we can buy some clothes, a perfect excuse to aid digestion. Fu Xijing suggested, rising with his jacket draped over his arm. Is that really necessary? I possess quite a few respectable outfits that certainly wouldn't embarrass Senior Fu Xijing regarded me with a knowing smile. Are you certain you have attire suitable for meeting parents? The phrase meeting parents caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily bewildered, questioning if I had misheard. Fu Xijing's lips curled into a smile. I forgot to mention, this trip to Shanghai is to introduce my girlfriend to my family, otherwise my grandmother would refuse to see me. Ah? Then, I faltered, feeling rather flustered. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I revealed it earlier, would you have agreed? Undoubtedly, I would not have. Fu Xijing's eyes shimmered with mirth. I inquired beforehand, asking if you were afraid I might sell you off. It was you who claimed not to be afraid. I was left in a state of bemused laughter. Yet who could have anticipated that Fu Xijing would employ such a tactic against me? Even more surprising was how Lin Shi's initial jest inadvertently proved to be quite accurate. However, regarding my identity, I still harbored some reservations. But before I could articulate my thoughts, Fu Xijing chuckled, asserting that my status as a lifesaver was more advantageous than any other. In truth, I had no intention of manipulating you, rather. I was being pressed by my family matriarch. If I failed to present a girl to her soon, she might well come to Kyoto wielding her cane to break my legs. Nonetheless, rest assured, I will bring her back a person, and should she be unsatisfied, that would be fortuitous, as it would merely be a performance on my part. Upon reflection, I realized that Fu Xijing's perspective held merit. If I were to seek another girl, considering Fu's matriarch's eagerness for her grandson to marry, as long as the conditions were not too unfavorable, she would likely acquiesce. However, should I present myself, a divorced woman, pregnant with my ex-husband's child, I would certainly not pass muster in the eyes of Fu's matriarch. Very well, in the spirit of reciprocity, I ultimately conceded, agreeing to accompany Senior Fu to Shanghai for this charade. Fu Xijing smiled, sealing the deal. The following morning, I boarded a flight to Shanghai with Fu Xijing. This marked my inaugural visit to the city. As the plane touched down at Pudong Airport, Fu Xijing and I navigated through the bustling crowd, immersed in the distinct charm of a city that starkly contrasted with Kyoto. Today, Fu Xijing adorned himself in a rare formal attire, a well-tailored gray suit that accentuated his tall stature and long legs, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He chose not to wear a bow tie, leaving 2 buttons of his inner collar undone, revealing a pronounced Adam's apple and a glimpse of his collarbone. Exuding a wild and carefree demeanor. As he walked, he effortlessly attracted the gaze of every passerby. Are you tired? Hungry? Just as we were about to exit the airport, Fu Xijing turned to me and inquired, shall I take you to find a place to eat first? I quickly shook my head, insisting, no, I'm not hungry. A smile played on Fu Xijing's lips. Once we leave the airport, I suspect someone will be waiting for us, so it's time to enter performance mode. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of energy and nodded eagerly, rest assured, Senior Fu, I am prepared. Fu Xijing chuckled softly before suddenly grasping my hand. I was taken aback by his gesture and instinctively tried to pull away. Is this what you meant by being prepared? He merely smiled, saying nothing more. Yet his fingers tightened around mine, our hands entwined. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a slight perspiration in my palms. Thus, hand in hand, we exited the airport, only to be met by a striking cobalt blue convertible parked by the roadside. Passers-by couldn't help but glance back, while a man leaning against the car, wearing sunglasses, remained impervious to the attention. Jingu. Upon spotting Fu Xijing, the man promptly removed his sunglasses and grinned widely. I thought you weren't coming. I've been waiting for over an hour. As he spoke, he reached out to take the luggage from Fu Xijing's hands. His gaze then swept over me, and he inquired about the beautiful young lady. Fu Xijing playfully smacked him on the head, exclaiming, what are you doing, you flirt? Address her as sister-in-law. The young man immediately flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of perfectly white teeth, and cheerfully said, hello, sister-in-law. Fu Xijing seemed pleased and nodded. Then gently placed his arm around my shoulders, giving a slight squeeze. This is Fu Zhengran, my uncle's cousin. Nice to meet you. I quickly extended my hand for a handshake. Fu Zhengran, with a cheerful demeanor, wiped his hands on his clothes before reaching out to shake mine. However, before his hand could touch mine, Fu Xijing mercilessly swatted it away, saying, what are you being so courteous for? Go open the car door. Yes, sir. Fu Zhengran, undeterred, feigned a bow and then scampered off to open the car door. I couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Thank you. No need for thanks, sister-in-law. We are all family. Chapter 51, when are you planning to get married? Although I was merely pretending to be Fu Xijing's girlfriend for a charade, Fu Zhengran's continuous address of sister-in-law left me feeling somewhat unsettled. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Fu Xijing asked. Not at all, I quickly shook my head. Don't worry. My family matriarch isn't intimidating. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Fu Xijing smirked but chose not to tease me further, instead directing his gaze towards Fu Zhengran. How has our esteemed matriarch been lately? Rest assured, I am quite resilient. Fu Zhengran lifted her gaze to the rearview mirror, remarking that she had heard about your intention to bring a young lady, which had brought her immense joy these past few days. She could now indulge in an extra bowl of food at every meal. Fu Sijiong gently squeezed my palm, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "Did you hear that? Do not fear, the old lady is pleased." Despite his comforting words, I could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety within me. As the vehicle glided along the bustling streets heading south, the towering edifices gradually receded, revealing glimpses of secluded mountain pathways lined with villas. These were not the austere mansions of affluent families, but rather exquisite and luxurious abodes, discreetly cloaked in understated elegance. Upon the car's gentle halt, Fu Zhengran promptly exited, taking a damp towel from the servant to wipe her hands before turning to smile at Fu Sijiong, stating that their grandmother was likely napping, and suggesting we head to the living room first. Upon hearing that there was no immediate need to meet my elders, the tension in my heart began to ease. Yet, as I was quietly preparing myself mentally, I found my hand grasped in Fu Sijiong's warm hold. "Are you tired? Would you like to rest in my room for a moment?" he inquired. "Not at all," I quickly replied, shaking my head. He led me inside, guiding me along the stone pathway while introducing me to the various flowers and plants in the garden, which indeed alleviated my nervousness. However, before I could gather my composure, as soon as we stepped through the doorway, I caught sight of several individuals seated on the sofa in the living room. Before Fu Sijiong's arrival, I had been given a brief introduction, allowing me to recognize the distinguished middle-aged couple as his uncle and aunt. The elderly lady in the center, with her silver hair yet full of vitality, was unmistakably Fu's esteemed grandmother. At that moment, it was evident they had spotted us, and 3 pairs of eyes swiftly turned our way. Caught off guard, my heart raced, and I instinctively glanced at Fu Sijiong. He gently squeezed my hand, as if silently offering me reassurance and courage in this moment. "Ah Jiong, you finally made it. Knowing you were arriving today. Your grandmother rose early and kept urging us to fetch you, nearly heading to the airport herself," began a graceful woman with poise. Fu Sijiong maintained his languid demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. "Aunt San, I took the earliest flight this morning, and upon landing, I rushed straight here without delay. Besides, didn't I inform you I would arrive in the afternoon? You rascal. I told you to come a few days early, yet you insisted on prolonging your stay." Fu's grandmother chided, her words laced with indulgence and affection. Soon, her gaze fell upon me, and with a warm smile, she beckoned, "Come here, dear child. Sit by your grandmother." I instinctively looked at Fu Sijiong for reassurance. "Do not fear, my venerable grandmother does not bite," he said, as he took my hand and guided me to sit beside his grandmother. "Did you concoct stories about me on your way here?" Lady Fu cast a reproachful glance at Fu Sijing before taking my hand, examining me from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with approval and warmth. "Your name is Xia Xia, is it not?" I nodded in affirmation. With a heartfelt expression, Lady Fu patted my hand and continued, "I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for your assistance last time, my old bones might have met their end then and there. I had asked Jing to seek you out afterward, wishing to express my gratitude in person, but he kept making excuses about being too busy." At this, she shot another disapproving look at Fu Sijing. "Afterward? That lad secluded himself in the research institute for 3 whole years, only recently revealing he intended to bring you here." I was taken aback that Lady Fu had sought me out afterward. I recalled how Fu Sijing had looked after me during his university days, and this must have led Lin Shi to mistakenly believe that he had feelings for me. Reflecting on it now, what a grand misunderstanding it was. By the way, I forgot to ask, how long have you and Jing been together? Since I had rehearsed my responses prior to my arrival, I answered with ease, 1 month. Suddenly, Lady Fu seemed to have an epiphany as she chuckled. "So, Jing left the research institute because of you?" I feigned a shy smile, reluctantly accepting the weight of such a compliment. Before coming here, I had carefully considered my role, determining that a sweet and demure girl would surely endear herself to her elders. "You are quite stubborn, aren't you? Why not just speak directly to your father instead of enduring such punishment?" Aunt Sam remarked, her voice tinged with concern as she recalled the incident where he had been bedridden for 3 days following a severe beating. Upon hearing this, the smile on my face abruptly froze. What? Fu Sijiong was brutally beaten by his father over leaving the research institute? Does this mean I have unwittingly become the catalyst for his misfortune? Why even bring this up? Besides, it has nothing to do with Xia. It was my own choice to resign. Fu Sijiong's expression darkened, his deep-set eyes now exuding an intimidating chill, amplifying the pressure in the room. However, the old lady chuckled. Her tone a mixture of playful reprimand and affection. You cheeky boy, who are you trying to scare with that sour face? None of us blame Xia. You seem quite protective. I couldn't help but reflect on what Gu Ting had mentioned previously, that Fu Xijiong was the most cherished grandson of the old matriarch. I had thought it was an exaggeration, but now it was clear he had not been misrepresented at all. Fu Xijiong raised an eyebrow, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Isn't it thanks to you, dear grandmother, that I learned to protect my wife? The term wife made my ears burn with embarrassment. Even though I knew it was all an act, my heart raced nonetheless. That cheeky boy. The old lady was thoroughly entertained by his words. Just then, Aunt San, with a beaming smile, inquired, Jing, when do you two plan to get married? At that moment, the entire living room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 52, Fond of you. Upon hearing Aunt San's remark, I found myself momentarily stunned. Marriage? Instinctively, I cast a glance at the elderly lady, only to notice the subtle fading of her smile. I could not ascertain whether it was due to the abruptness of Aunt San's inquiry or some other reason entirely. The elderly lady refrained from responding to Aunt San's question. Instead, she cast a fleeting glance in her direction before turning her attention to me. Xia. Where are you from? Are your parents aware of your relationship with Jing? This was a veiled inquiry into my family background, yet fortunately, I had prepared for such questions beforehand. I quickly composed myself, stating that I hailed from Kyoto, my parents having passed away, and that I had an elder brother. What a pitiable child, you have truly endured much, the elderly lady remarked, her eyes brimming with compassion as she gently patted her hands. Jing, you must treat Xia well from now on, do not bully her. Why would I ever bully her? Fu Xijing replied, grasping my hand with a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic. It would be a feat just for her not to be bullied by me. I feigned modesty, lowering my gaze, while my nails dug into his fingers as a form of retaliation for his teasing. Yet, Fu Xijing seemed completely oblivious to my silent protest, his smile only growing more radiant. For a moment, the atmosphere became delightfully harmonious. Fu Xinran? What brings you here so suddenly? You didn't even bother to give a heads up. Just then, the sound of Fu Zhengran conversing with someone outside the door interrupted us. What is it to you? I'm here to see Brother Jing's girlfriend. Pfft, as if anyone cares about that. The two continued their playful banter, and I instinctively turned my gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zhengran as she entered the room. You little rascal, you actually came back. The elderly lady chuckled while playfully scolding, then turned to introduce me. Xia, this is Xian Ran. Also from the Sanshu family, she is a fraternal twin with Gung Ran. Suddenly, it dawned on me why the two resembled each other so closely. Fu Xian Ran cast a scrutinizing glance at me, her brow slightly furrowed, displaying a critical demeanor, yet refrained from expressing her discontent in front of the elders. Jinggu, I've missed you terribly. She beamed as she lunged toward Fu Xijing, appearing eager for a warm embrace. At that moment, I was seated beside Fu Xijing, and her actions inadvertently nudged me aside. Instinctively, I intended to shift and make room for her. But I observed Fu Xijing firmly placing a finger on Fu Xian Ran's forehead, pushing her aside. What are you crowding for? Go where it's cooler. Fu Xian Ran pouted, and when she turned to glance at me, her gaze was unambiguously filled with animosity. You're all grown up yet still so reckless. Noticing her discontent, San Auntie promptly approached and pulled her aside with a gentle smile. Although Fu Xian Ran appeared somewhat disgruntled, she was still led to a nearby sofa with a composed expression. I furrowed my brow in confusion, wondering why Fu Xian Ran harbored such hostility towards me. After chatting with the elderly lady for a while longer, Fu Xijing excused us, citing travel fatigue, and took me upstairs to rest. Once we entered the bedroom, I finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all my muscles were about to seize up. It seemed that acting was no trivial matter. What's the matter? Are you tired? Fu Xijing raised his hand to gently knead my shoulders, the perfect amount of pressure making me almost emit a sound of pleasure. Why do I feel like Fu Xinran doesn't particularly like me? Have I offended her in some way? I hastily voiced my doubts. Don't mind her, just a little brat. Fu Xijing replied nonchalantly. I couldn't help but bite my lip, a hint of worry creeping in. When will we reveal my true identity? If the old lady discovers the truth, will there be any repercussions? From our earlier interaction, it was evident that the elderly matriarch held Fu Xijing in immense affection. If she were to learn that her beloved grandson had taken a liking to a divorced woman, it would likely be quite a shock. What if something were to happen? What's the rush? We must play our parts convincingly, Fu Xijing said with a smile. I haven't even had the chance to portray my deep and unwavering affection for you yet. I must ensure that our dear matriarch loses her impetus to urge marriage. I was left in a state of bemusement. Why must we proceed in such a manner? Did Senior Fu not have anyone he cherished? Indeed, I do, he replied. Who is it? You. My heart skipped a beat, yet I quickly realized he was teasing me, and I feigned indignation. Fu Xijing. With a chuckle, he tousled my hair, reassuring me, don't worry, I'm in control, nothing will happen. Just focus on your performance. Fu Xijing rarely made a trip to Shanghai, and before long, he was whisked away by Fu Zhengran for a gathering of acquaintances. Naturally, as his girlfriend, I had to accompany him. The gathering was set at a business building by the Huangpu River, where the afternoon sun shone resplendently, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows like a cascade of dazzling gems. However, upon entering the lobby, Fu Xijing received a phone call. You and Zhengran go ahead, he said, gently patting my back. I'll find you shortly. With that, he cast a sideways glance at Fu Zhengran, reminding him to take good care of his sister-in-law. Understood, Brother Jiang. After watching Fu Xijing depart, I accompanied Fu Zhengran in the elevator to the luxurious private room on the top floor. Throughout the ascent, Fu Zhengran, seemingly concerned about my shyness, regaled me with amusing anecdotes from Fu Xijing's childhood. When I learned that Fu Xijing had once been dressed as a girl, I couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Sister-in-law. We've arrived. The moment the door to the private room swung open, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards us. The scene before us was one of opulent splendor, as if we had stepped into another realm. Fu Zhengran greeted his friends with familiarity, yet he remained attentive to my needs, kindly offering me a glass of wine. Thank you, but I don't drink. Given my current pregnancy, indulging in alcohol was out of the question. Then what would you like to drink? I instinctively waved my hand, wishing to convey that he needn't fuss over me, when suddenly, someone nearby chimed in with a laugh. Oh, who is this lovely lady? Isn't that obvious? She must be Fu Zhengran's girlfriend. Don't spout nonsense. Fu Zhengran shot back, glaring at the speaker. She is not. However, the crowd surrounding us clearly expressed their disbelief, with some even whistling in jest. Little sister-in-law, how old are you this year? How did you come to know Fu Zhengran? One person inquired with a smile. I realized he had misconstrued my relationship with Fu Zhengran, but before I could clarify, a deep voice resonated from behind me, asking, who is calling someone little sister-in-law? The group instinctively turned to see Fu Xijing approaching with an impassive expression. Yet his eyes bore a hint of coldness that exuded an undeniable aura of authority. In the next moment, Fu Xijing swept me into his embrace, his lips curling into a smirk as he proclaimed, call her sister-in-law. Chapter 53, Are we to share a room? The utterance of sister-in-law left the crowd utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. This certainly escalated the misunderstanding. It turned out the charming young lady was not Fu Zhengran's girlfriend but rather Fu Xijing's. In an instant, all eyes converged on me, filled with curiosity, for it was indeed the first occasion anyone had witnessed Fu Xijing bringing a girl to such an event. Aren't you going to clarify things with them? Fu Xijing remarked, raising a hand to ruffle my hair, his tone ending on a playful note. I barely had the chance to explain before he intervened. I'll trust you this once. Fu Xijing's fingers grazed my neck, gently pinching before quickly releasing. However, the coarse pads of his fingers pressed against my neck, and the tingling sensation that arose from the friction of our skin made me uncomfortably touch my own neck. Though Fu Xijing's touch was fleeting, the familiarity it evoked lingered. It was as if this intimate contact bore a haunting resemblance to something I had experienced before. I hastily composed myself, wondering if perhaps I had become too engrossed in the moment, almost entranced. Sister-in-law, they called out in unison. A chorus of voices surrounding me. I had never encountered such a scene before, I could only smile and respond to each one, feeling as if my face would freeze in a grin. They should all disperse and stop creating such a ruckus. Fu Xijing seemed to sense my discomfort, playfully reprimanding the crowd and shooing them away, before leading me towards a secluded booth on the side. This gathering was organized by Fu Zhengran. And everyone present was his friend. If you feel overwhelmed, just let me know, and we shall return home. Fu Xijiong settled beside me, his hand resting possessively on the back of the sofa, exuding an air of dominance. Yet, those whom Fu Xijiong had dismissed lingered at a distance, their attention fixated on him. Clearly, there exists a distinction between social classes, just as every circle has its nucleus and its periphery. Fu Xijiong was undoubtedly the absolute center. Soon, a few close acquaintances approached. Brother Jing, I heard you're involved in military research? Fu Xijiong nodded slightly, his legs casually crossed. What? Are you considering an investment? Amusingly, I do wish to participate, but I am uncertain if Brother Jing will grant me the opportunity. Fu Xijiong merely smiled faintly, mentioning that a bidding project is forthcoming next month, inviting anyone interested to take a look. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, gathering around, exchanging enthusiastic remarks, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Aside from a few initial comments, Fu Xijiong spent the majority of the time smiling intermittently, predominantly focused on bringing fruits and snacks closer to me. Brother Jing, shall we play cards? At that moment, someone in the distance waved at Fu Xijiong. He turned to me, inquiring if I wished to join. I wouldn't know how. I quickly shook my head. Come on, I'll teach you. Fu Xijiong took my hand, pulling me to my feet and gesturing towards the card table. Initially, I felt a bit anxious, my palms sweating as I held the cards. However, with Fu Xijiong acting as my strategist from behind, we won several rounds consecutively. As the chips in front of me piled higher, potentially worth hundreds of thousands, I hastily declined, claiming fatigue and opting to stop playing. It was evident that the other three players at the table were intentionally allowing me to win, all in deference to Fu Xijiong's reputation. Such favors, when accumulated excessively, can become burdensome. Moderation is essential. By the way, have you all seen today's trending topics on Weibo? Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting have officially announced their romantic relationship. I have heard that both of them have experienced marriage and divorce. It seems to be true love. After all these years of circling around each other, they have ended up together. Meanwhile, a man in a floral shirt spoke animatedly nearby, oblivious to the sudden chill that enveloped the room. However, I also heard that Gu Ting's ex-wife is not to be underestimated, as she had an affair during their marriage. And it appears that the object of her affection was none other than Gu Ting's close friend. Just as he was speaking with fervor, his gaze inadvertently met Fu Xijiong's piercing stare, abruptly silencing him. Fu Xijiong's eyes narrowed, a glacial coldness lurking within. The man in the floral shirt could not help but tremble. My apologies, Brother Jiang, this person has just returned from abroad and is rather naive. Please forgive him for his indiscretion. Soon after, another individual, with a face full of caution, attempted to smooth over the situation. I pursed my lips, instinctively turning to glance at Fu Xijiong, who displayed a fleeting hint of panic in his eyes. It dawned on me then that the nature of my relationship with Gu Ting and Fu Xijiong seemed to have lost its secrecy. Everyone knows that I am Gu Ting's ex-wife. Are you feeling tired? Fu Xijiong's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at me, the earlier severity in his expression dissipating. I nodded, as such gatherings have never been to my liking, and now, knowing that everyone feigns ignorance while being aware of the truth, it naturally felt rather pointless. Once we exited the private room and saw that the coast was clear, I tugged at Fu Xijiong's sleeve. If they are aware of my identity, does your family also know? With the formidable influence of the Fu family, they undoubtedly surpass those frivolous second-generation rich individuals, making it improbable for them to be as uninformed. As this thought crossed my mind, I felt a bead of sweat form in my palm. Reflecting on how I had passionately performed before others earlier that day, I now realized that, to the onlookers, I might have appeared as nothing more than a capering jester. Fu Xijing leisurely curled his lips into a smile, which only tightened the knot in my chest. What should I do? It seems my esteemed elder has a rather open-minded perspective. She likely does not care about your status. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Then, what should I do? Before my arrival, it was clearly agreed that I would accompany them to Shanghai, hoping to leverage my identity as a divorced woman to dissuade the old matriarch from pressing for marriage. However, I never anticipated that she would be indifferent to even that. Must this charade continue indefinitely? What is there to worry about? Fu Xijing chuckled, suggesting that since my esteemed elder can accept you, it would be a labor of love for you to continue playing your part. But what if she takes it seriously? The smile on Fu Xijing's face faded slightly, and in our close gaze, I was ensnared by his deep, dark eyes, which seemed to harbor unnameable emotions. My heart raced uncontrollably. Yet just as I sought to scrutinize him further, he resumed his usual languid demeanor, stating that we would discuss it later and questioning why we should rush. However, Fu Xijing raised his hand and tousled my hair, interrupting my thoughts, insisting that there would be no buts and that we should head home soon. The car returned to the Fu family estate. It was only during dinner that I noticed the absence of the old lady. The dining table was occupied solely by my third uncle and aunt. The matriarch had suffered from indigestion at noon and decided to forego dinner, retreating upstairs to rest. My aunt warmly explained, while serving me more dishes, "Come on, Xia, eat more. You look so thin." "Thank you, aunt." Just as I was relishing my meal, I caught sight of Fu Xijing, who was frowning intensely at a bowl of meat soup in front of him, his expression radiating disdain. "Aging. This was specially prepared for you by the old lady, you should give it a try." Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow. "This was made for me by the old lady? Are you certain?" My aunt's expression stiffened momentarily before she replied with a smile, "How could there be any doubt? You are the apple of her eye." Fu Xijing's face remained impassive as he tugged at the corner of his mouth, lifting his hand to push the bowl of soup aside. Observing this, my aunt turned her attention to me. "Xia, you come on, quickly persuade Aging to drink the soup. You're the only one who can convince him now." I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, surprised to find that Fu Xijing was so finicky. "This is all done with good intentions from aunt, just drink it, will you?" Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow, his thin lips pressed together. "Are you sure you want me to drink it?" Confused by his reluctance over a mere bowl of soup, I nodded, "Yes, just drink it." Fu Xijing looked at me for a moment, then shook his head with a resigned smile. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you." With that, he lifted the bowl and drained the meat soup entirely. After indulging in a hearty meal, my aunt led me for a stroll in the courtyard. Noticing that time was slipping away, she finally guided me back to my room for some rest. However, upon pushing the door open, I was taken aback to find Fu Xijing standing by the bed, clad only in a black t-shirt, his upper body bare. Upon noticing my entrance, he turned to face me. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his honey-toned, muscular physique was turned slightly towards me, showcasing the smooth, full lines of his muscles and spine. The black belt around his waist had been loosened and rested aside. I quickly realized my mistake, stammering an apology for entering the wrong room, and hurriedly turned to leave. Yet, Fu Xijing's light chuckle stopped me in my tracks. "This is indeed your room." My throat tightened as I swallowed hard. "So, are we to share a room?" Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow, a half-smile gracing his lips. "What other option is there?" Chapter 54, Venison Blood Soup. Now, the night had deepened into stillness. Yet, I stood in the room, feeling a sense of helplessness as I gazed at the sole large bed dominating the bedroom. Surely, we wouldn't be expected to share it. Moreover, there was only one blanket. The mere thought of having to sleep alongside Fu Xijing under the same covers sent me into a panic. "How about you? Sleep in another room?" I suggested hesitantly. Fu Xijing laughed incredulously, gesturing towards the door. "Do you honestly believe my aunt would allow you to leave? She has someone stationed at the door, watching over you. Where do you expect me to sleep?" "What?" I exclaimed, my face a mask of shock. I rushed to the door and twisted the handle, flinging it open. "Miss Xia, is there anything else you require?" At the entrance stood an elderly woman with a benevolent smile, unmistakably the old housekeeper of the Fu family. No, thank you." I hurriedly closed the door, pressing my back against it, still lost in a haze of shock. What was going on here? Why was there someone stationed at the door? A hint of mocking amusement curled at the corners of Fu Xijing's lips. It seemed that the one most eager for us to be together in the entire Fu household was none other than my third aunt. Why? Just as I was enveloped in confusion, I noticed Fu Xijing tugging at his collar in apparent agitation, yet his complexion was visibly reddening at an alarming rate. "Fu Xijing, what is the matter with you?" I rushed forward. "Are you really asking me?" Fu Xijing shook his head with a wry smile, casting a helpless glance my way. "Was it not you who insisted I drink that bowl of soup?" Bewildered, I blinked. What was wrong with that soup? That was a soup made from deer blood. Immensely nourishing. The last two words he nearly spat through clenched teeth. I was momentarily taken aback, and then I felt my cheeks flush with sudden heat. How could this be? I involuntarily stepped back a pace, creating some distance between Fu Xijing and myself. I was well aware of the effects of deer blood soup. For men, its potency was akin to that of an aphrodisiac. In the past, to facilitate conception, I had deceived Gu Ting into consuming it. But it seemed to have little effect on him. Later, I learned from a doctor that for someone like Gu Ting, who suffered from oligospermia, such remedies were futile. However, for a normal man, the outcome would be entirely different. What should I do? I couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. At this moment, I find myself in the same room as Fu Xijing. Should the effects of the medication take hold and unleash his primal instincts? Fu Xijing cast a resigned glance in my direction, his throat's contour subtly shifted, and his voice emerged, deep and gravelly, akin to a layer of sand, exuding a magnetic allure. Stay put, I'll just step into the restroom. Upon hearing this, I nodded eagerly. As I watched Fu Xijing turn towards the bathroom, I took a deep breath, raising my hand to fan my face, which had begun to cool slightly. Just then, the sound of rushing water echoed from the restroom. Having been married before, I am no longer an innocent girl unaware of the world. I understood that Fu Xijing was likely taking a cold shower. After all, deer blood is a food source, not a drug. Once time passes, the energy will be absorbed by the body. Once the heat within him subsides, everything should be fine. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief. At that moment, my phone vibrated, prompting me to quickly retrieve it. It was a message from Lin Shi, which I opened without delay. Are you asleep? Surely you're not sharing a bed with young Master Fu. Lin Shi's message was as cheeky as she herself. Yet the phrase sharing a bed struck a chord. My face flushed involuntarily, and I begrudgingly sent her a selfie, adding the note, I have a room to myself. However, just as the message was dispatched, I heard a deeply muffled groan emanating from the restroom. I am not an oblivious young girl. The moment I heard that sound, it felt as though something exploded in my mind. Fu Xijing, the soundproofing in the bathroom is utterly atrocious. The man's voice resonates clearly in my ears. The heavy panting intermingles with the rushing water, and an embarrassingly vivid image involuntarily materializes in my mind. I hastily cover my ears, but it proves futile. As the low gasps continue to penetrate like hooks into my consciousness, I cannot discern how much time has elapsed when I faintly hear some commotion from the bathroom behind me. Yet, before I can react, a wave of dampness, imbued with the scent of shower gel, envelopes me completely. What on earth is happening? What incantation is being recited? Fu Xijing, with an amused expression, gently takes my wrist and lowers my hands from my ears. Instinctively, I turn around, only to be met with a pair of deep, laughter-filled eyes. I was reciting the company's voiceover lines. I quickly step back, pulling my wrist from his grasp. Is that so? Fu Xijing chuckles softly, slightly bending forward to look at me. Come, tell me, what are you reciting? At that moment, his bath towel hangs loosely, revealing his sculpted chest and the faint outlines of his abdominal muscles. Perhaps he hasn't even used the towel to dry off. Glistening droplets of water trail down the chiseled terrain of his torso, gliding over the distinct contours of his muscles, ultimately vanishing into the enticing V-shape. I swiftly avert my gaze, my mind racing with thoughts, yet I find myself at a loss for words. Fu Xijing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly taken by surprise that I had indeed recited it to him. Well, there was no need to waste any more brain cells. After a long day, it was time to rest. As I observed Fu Xijing turning towards the grand bed, a sense of unease crept over me. The bedroom contained only a large bed. There were no couches or window seats for sleeping. With late autumn upon us, the evening air had grown quite chilly, and I certainly could not sleep on the floor. However, suggesting that Fu Xijing take the floor felt utterly implausible. Thus, it seemed we were destined to share the same expansive bed. What's wrong? Why are you standing there? Come to bed, Fu Xijing said, pulling back the covers and climbing onto the bed. Noticing I remained frozen in place, he patted the bed and smiled at me, his demeanor entirely devoid of any invitation, as if discussing the weather in the most mundane manner. What? Afraid I might unleash my wild side and take advantage of you? Fu Xijing mused, raising an eyebrow, his voice languid and magnetic. laced with a hint of playful laughter that sent delightful shivers through my senses. I truly harbored such concerns, yet his candid words somehow alleviated my fears. After all, it had been quite some time since I had consumed the dear blood soup, and he had already taken care of certain matters in the bathroom moments ago. Surely, there was nothing to worry about. Then, I shall sleep on this side, I said, cautiously retrieving my pillow and gingerly lifting the covers as I settled onto the edge of the bed, careful not to brush against Fu Xijing. As I turned off the lights, a soft whisper escaped my lips, "Good night." The corners of Fu Xijing's mouth curled slightly, his voice imbued with a hint of huskiness. Junior. Chapter 55, Do not fear, I shall be very gentle. The moment the room was shrouded in darkness, my breath faltered ever so slightly. Perhaps it was the absence of sight that heightened my other senses. The man's steady and prolonged breathing resonated with an unusual clarity in the tranquil night, as if he were breathing directly into my ear. Not to mention the lingering scent of his shower gel that enveloped him after his bath. I found myself holding my breath, instinctively closing my eyes and beginning to count sheep. Yet, contrary to the drowsiness that usually accompanied my pregnancy, I felt increasingly alert with each count. I turned restlessly in bed, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Unable to sleep? At that moment, Fu Xijing's deep voice pierced the silence. Are you having trouble with the bed? The fleeting semblance of sleep I had managed to conjure dissipated instantly. Perhaps, I conceded reluctantly, a little. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? Fu Xijing's voice was laced with amusement, and I could almost envision the languid, carefree smile adorning his face at that moment. No need, I replied, turning away from him, determined to sleep. Fu Xijing chuckled softly, falling into silence. Perhaps it was his playful banter that made me feel drowsy, or perhaps I was truly exhausted, for as I closed my eyes once more, a wave of sleepiness washed over me. However, it may have been the whirlwind of thoughts that occupied my mind before slumber that led me into a dream. In this dream, I found myself transported back to the banquet of a month prior. At that time, I was wholly intent on pleasing Gu Ting, even going so far as to chase after him to the banquet, hoping to surprise him with an unexpected gesture. However, after searching high and low, I could not find Gu Ting. Instead, I encountered Liao Zhenhua, who greeted me with a barrage of scornful remarks. Frustrated, I requested a drink from a waiter. But as soon as I took a sip, I realized something was amiss with the beverage. A wave of heat surged from my lower abdomen, leaving me parched and restless. Initially, I attributed this discomfort to mere thirst, yet after consuming several glasses of water to no avail, it dawned on me that the drink must have been tampered with. Panic set in as I hastily fished out my phone to call Gu Ting, only to be met with the incessant message, "Sorry. The user you are trying to reach is currently on another call. Miss, is there anything I can assist you with?" At that moment, a waiter noticed my distress and approached with concern. Yet, in that moment, I trusted no one but Gu Ting. "Could you help me find Gu Ting?" "Certainly. Let me assist you to the lounge." "Thank you." Everything in my dream felt so vivid that it stirred a vague sense of aversion within me. I couldn't fathom why Gu Ting would haunt my dreams again. Just as I struggled subconsciously to awaken, through my intoxicated haze, I felt someone drawing near. "Xia Xia? Xia Xia. Wake up." I drowsily opened my eyes, but the face before me remained a blur. However, I instinctively knew that the figure in this dream was Gu Ting. The effects of the drug spurred me to recklessly wrap my arms around his neck, driven by instinct to press my lips against his. In that fleeting moment, I could even sense the man's body tense up instantaneously. Yet, he promptly pushed me away. "Xia Xia Xia, take a good look at who I am." However, at that moment, my vision was clouded, overwhelmed by wave after wave of heat that engulfed me entirely. It was unbearably hot, I needed. In a fit of abandon, I pressed my lips against his once more. Just as I began to pull back slightly, the man suddenly leaned in, chasing after me. The instant our lips met felt like water splashing in scalding oil. I never anticipated that I would still dream of that wild encounter with Gu Ting. As I struggled to awaken from this dream, I suddenly caught a clear glimpse of the man's face. Was that Fu Xijing? Just as I stood there, stunned, he unexpectedly lifted me effortlessly, positioning me across his lap. His body radiated like a blazing fire, threatening to melt me away completely. Gu ah. My habitual call was abruptly severed by a sharp pain in my chest. The man raised his head, and a fleeting sharpness flashed in his inky black eyes. The floor-to-ceiling window reflected the two of us locked in a deep kiss. Slow down a little. Don't be afraid, I will be gentle. No. Just then, I jolted awake. However, what met my eyes was a luxurious, exquisite crystal chandelier, with the fragmented morning sunlight streaming through the sheer curtains, creating an almost surreal sensation. What happened? Was it just a dream? At that moment, a magnetic voice resonated above me, prompting me to sit up quickly, clutching the blanket. Only to find the very man who had entwined with me in my dream standing right before me. At this moment, Fu Xijing had likely just completed his morning ablutions. The damp strands of hair at his forehead glistened, a single droplet of water poised precariously, as he casually left 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a robust and well-defined chest. A sudden rush of warmth flooded my face, my mind bombarded with the inappropriate images from my recent dream. What is happening? Am I feverish? Fu Xijing furrowed his brows slightly, instinctively raising his hand to gauge my forehead temperature. I recoiled as if electrified, stammering, I am fine. I'll go wash up. With that, I threw off the covers and hurried to the bathroom in my slippers. I promptly locked the door behind me, propping myself against the sink as I beheld my flushed visage in the mirror. I hastily splashed cool water on my face, striving to regain my composure. I actually had a spring dream? And the subject of that dream was Fu Xijing? This is utterly absurd. However, perhaps the bathroom's surroundings rekindled the vivid memories of my dream, particularly that frenzied moment when Fu Xijing had pinned me against the sink. Slap slap slap. I quickly patted my cheeks, bewildered. Why was I still recalling the scenes from yesterday's dream? It was all a fabrication. Merely a dream. Drawing a deep breath, I noticed the sink nearly overflowing with water and, holding my breath, submerged my face into it. Just as I began to exhale bubbles, a sudden knock echoed at the door. I swiftly lifted my face from the cold water, wiping it dry as I called out, "What's wrong? Are you done washing up? It's time for breakfast." "All right, understood. I'll be down shortly." After I finished freshening up and pushed the door open, I found Fu Xijing leaning by the window, gazing outside. "Shall we head down?" As we walked side by side down the stairs, Fu Xijing suddenly turned his gaze towards me, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked, "Junior, did you sleep well last night?" His mention of last night made my cheeks heat up slightly, and as I pondered how to respond, I heard a teasing voice interject, "What's the matter? You didn't dream of me, did you?" By the time we reached the ground floor, I sensed that San Auntie's gaze towards me and Fu Xijing was rather peculiar, brimming with an unmistakable air of intrigue. Recalling the words Fu Xijing had spoken to me the previous day, I couldn't help but feel a flutter of anxiety. Yet, the intrigues of the wealthy were hardly a novelty. Even someone like Fu Xijing, the eldest son and grandson, likely had many eyes covertly watching, waiting for an opportunity to bring him down. "Come, Xia Xia, sit beside Grandma," Fu Laofuren beckoned to me with a warm smile, pulling me from my thoughts. I hurried over to take a seat next to her. "I heard from Jing that you are now a voice actor. This profession is indeed quite fascinating." The elderly lady chuckled as she gently patted my hand, and then, without hesitation, slid a jade bracelet from her wrist onto mine. "Good child. I owe my life to you last time. This bracelet was a token of affection bestowed upon me by Jing's grandfather. Please do not disdain it." I was taken aback by her unexpected generosity and hastily attempted to remove it. "Grandma, I cannot accept this." "Enough, take it," she insisted, firmly holding my hand. Instinctively, I wanted to refuse, as this item bore profound significance, and given my false identity, how could I possibly accept such a precious gift? Seeing her grip my hand, preventing me from removing the bracelet, I could only cast a pleading glance towards Fu Xijing. "Accept it, this is a heartfelt gesture from our venerable matriarch. One must not dismiss her goodwill, right?" I was taken aback by his audacity, yet the elderly lady, already satisfied, commanded the servants to bring forth the dishes. Reluctantly, I decided to accept it for the time being, hoping to return it to Fu Xijing later. However, witnessing Aunt San's increasingly radiant smile beside me made my heart flutter with unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that this jade bracelet symbolized something more. After finishing breakfast, the elderly lady engaged me in conversation in the living room, while Fu Xijing lounged on a nearby armchair, his head tilted as he observed our exchange, occasionally interjecting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Just then, a lively chatter erupted from the entrance. Sister Yujing, if Grandma sees you, she will surely be delighted. I instinctively raised my gaze and beheld Fu Xinran gracefully entering with a slender figure, her high heels clicking melodiously against the tiled floor. Every movement exuded the elegance of a refined lady. Grandma, look who has arrived. The elderly lady smiled gently. Dear, I have come to see you. The newcomer was a girl in her early 20s, her face adorned with a serene smile. She placed an exquisite gift box on the table, saying, "This is a specialty I brought back from Guangzhou, do have a taste." The elderly lady replied with a faint smile, "You are thoughtful, Yuzhen." "I am glad you like it," Luo Yuzhen said, her gaze shifting to the side where Fu Xijing sat, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. "Brother Jigging. It has been so long." Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow, responding with a casual indifference. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Luo Yuzhen's face, yet she quickly regained her composure. Her attention soon fell upon me, feigning surprise as if she had just noticed my presence. And who might this be? In an instant, I discerned that this girl harbored feelings for Fu Xijing. After all, the gaze of someone in love is impossible to conceal. Alas! It was a case of the flower has intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. "Hello, my name is Xiao Xiaxia," I smiled and nodded at her. "Xiao Xiaxia?" Luo Yuzhen couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, turning to Fu Xinran with a puzzled expression. "Xinran, why does this name sound somewhat familiar to me?" Fu Xinran was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, she pursed her lips and frowned with a hint of displeasure. Recalling the uproar surrounding Gu Tingli's divorce just a few days prior, which involved a certain Xiao Xiaxia. Ah, yes, that was indeed the name. Luo Yuzheng feigned a sudden realization, clapping her hands. Observing the clumsy performances of these two before me, I couldn't help but chuckle. They were evidently still children. Likely university students or fresh graduates, their eyes betraying a naive innocence. They probably remained oblivious to the inadequacy of their acting. Or perhaps they believed that those present could not discern their underlying intentions. Amused, I glanced at Fu Xijing, only to meet a pair of deep, dark eyes, exuding an air of indifference, inscrutable in their emotions. Luo Yuzheng turned to me, inquiring if I had heard of the coincidence of sharing a name with her. I decided to be straightforward, smiling as I declared, "I am the Xiao Xiaxia you speak of." A flicker of pride appeared in Luo Yuzheng's gaze, quickly replaced by astonishment as she raised her hand to cover her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. You are Gu Ting's ex-wife?" Her words revealed my identity with startling clarity. I mused that I ought to thank these two young ladies, otherwise I would have been at a loss for how to proceed with the ensuing drama. Now, it seemed rather straightforward. "It is I affirmed." "Madam, are you aware of this matter?" Luo Yuzheng turned to look at the elderly matriarch. Just then, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me. Yet, the matriarch suddenly rose, her smile fading, replaced by an imposing presence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Luo Yuzheng's mouth hung agape, truly astonished and taken aback, evidently caught off guard by the blunt revelation of my identity. To her surprise, old Madame Fu remained utterly indifferent. A sense of urgency washed over her as she hastily interjected, "Madam, I heard from Shiran that Miss Qiao is the girlfriend brought back by Brother Jing." "She?" Her voice faltered, laden with unspoken worry. Could there be some misunderstanding? Indeed. Fu Shiran nodded in agreement. Brother Jing must have been deceived. At that moment, Aunt San abruptly strode over to Fu Shiran, seizing her ear with a firm grip. "What nonsense are you spouting in front of the old lady, you little brat?" "Ouch. Mom, what are you doing?" Fu Shiran yelped in pain, tugging at her mother's wrist. "It hurts, let go." "May you feel the pain then." Aunt Sam glared at her fiercely. Then, with a face full of contrition, she turned to Fu Xijing, saying, "Jing, this child has been spoiled by me. Please don't take her to heart. At 19, she is no longer a child," Fu Xijing remarked coolly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "How foolish to let oneself be used as a pawn. It seems the old lady's teachings have gone in vain." Fu Shiran's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, for she was not foolish, she was acutely aware that today she had indeed been used as a tool by Luo Yuzheng. Moreover, it is evident to me that the two of them had prearranged for Luo Yuzheng to break the ice, yet when the moment arrived, Luo Yuzheng unexpectedly turned against them, pushing Fu Xinran forward. This sisterhood truly lacks loyalty. I merely feared that you, Jing Ge, might be deceived. Fu Xinran. spoiled and haughty, disdainfully pointed at me, asserting that this divorced woman is unworthy of you. With your stature, what kind of woman could you not attract? Why bring back a divorced woman, of all people? I relish it. Chapter 57, As long as A Jiang is pleased, I relish it. Fu Xijing's voice was icy. His deep black pupils merging with the light, casting a cool glance at Fu Xinran, his gaze frigid. Fu Xinran stood frozen in place. Having never encountered such an expression from Fu Xijing, nor had she ever heard a coarse word from his lips. Let alone the condescension and chill embedded in I relish it. After all, she was still merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl. And Fu Xinran was rendered teary-eyed by his retort. Aunt San stood awkwardly to the side, momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, Fu Xijing was indeed the younger generation. And her previous apology on behalf of her daughter was already a significant concession. Yet, she also understood that the pillar of the Fu family remained Fu Xijing's father, while his mother was ascending the ranks in the political realm. In terms of identity and status, Fu Xijing was undoubtedly in a realm far beyond that of a young girl like Xinran. It can be said that Fu Xijing's standing in the Fu family is indeed transcendent. Aside from the elderly lady and the eldest son of the Fu family, it was he. Grandmother, look at Jinggu. Fu Xinran has grown up in front of the old matriarch, and upon witnessing the misfortune, she immediately sought rescue. He has been utterly captivated by that vixen. The moment his words met a fixed gaze, they were abruptly silenced. At that moment, the old matriarch furrowed her brow as she regarded Fu Xinran. Years spent in a position of authority had imbued her with an air of dignity, usually. She presented a kind and gentle demeanor, yet when she retracted all semblance of mirth, an instinctive sense of reverence and trepidation arose from the depths of one's heart. I stood by, secretly astonished. Although I had prepared myself for everything prior to my arrival. Knowing that the Fu family would never accept someone of my stature standing beside Fu Xijian, the reality of the situation struck me. And I felt an abrupt constriction in my chest, as if my heart were being tightly grasped. Enough, stop this commotion. What is all this wailing about? The old matriarch's piercing gaze swept over the third aunt, prompting her to quickly take Fu Xinran away to wash her face. The third aunt nodded in compliance, hastily dragging her daughter away. Grandmother. Fu Xinran clearly harbored reluctance, but before she could voice her thoughts, the third aunt pulled her along. I could not help but be taken aback. I had not anticipated that the old matriarch would disregard Fu Xinran's accusations. Or perhaps, was it time to address me next? Once the third aunt and her daughter departed, the vast living room fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Luo Yuzheng, standing nearby, appeared somewhat at a loss. Her expression was one of bewilderment and anxiety, clearly indicating that the unfolding events had far exceeded her expectations. I, too, found myself in a state of confusion. What is happening? The elderly matron was evidently aware that I am Gu Ting's ex-wife, otherwise she would not have shown the slightest surprise when Fu Xinran revealed this matter. But why? The Fu family, with its distinguished status, straddles the realms of military, politics, and commerce. One could hardly exaggerate their immense power. How could they possibly allow Fu Xijing to marry a divorced woman like me, especially the wife of his dear friend? Could it be that the Fu family has decided to forsake their dignity? If such news were to circulate, what would become of Fu Xijing's reputation? It was precisely for this reason that Luo Yuzheng was certain that, given my background, the matron would never consent. Emboldening her to incite Fu Xinran to come to the Fu residence, hoping to shatter this fragile facade and force Fu Xijing to relinquish his hold on me. Little did they know, dear matron, I could not bear to witness Jinggu being deceived. Luo Yuzheng pinned her last hope on the Fu matron. Promptly pointing at me, declaring that Xinran was correct, this woman is unworthy of Jinggu. However, whether or not one is deemed worthy is not for you to decide. The matron's gaze, laced with a formidable intensity, swept over Luo Yuzheng, rendering her unable to meet her eyes. Yet almost immediately, the matron reverted to her usual benevolent demeanor, her voice imbued with a deliberate coolness, as she stated, as long as a Jing is happy. Luo Yuzheng's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Her intent today had been to sever the bond between Fu Xijing and me. Witnessing the absence of any hope, she naturally chose not to linger, casting a teary glance at Fu Xijing before concocting a convenient excuse to take her leave. Once the elderly lady ascended the stairs, the living room was left with only myself and Fu Xijing. What is happening? I was still trying to comprehend the situation, instinctively surveying my surroundings. Noticing the absence of others, I leaned closer to Fu Xijiong and lowered my voice, inquiring why the old lady seemed unperturbed by my identity. It is one thing for someone like Fu Xijiong, a scion of the affluent and distinguished Fu family, to accept me, even in ordinary households. One would rarely find consent to marry a divorced woman. Fu Xijiong mirrored my actions, leaning in towards me and whispering. Perhaps it is because the junior is simply too exceptional? He continued, look at you, beautiful, charming, and amiable without being ostentatious, who wouldn't be drawn to such a person? Fu Shuezhong. I exclaimed, while he chuckled, ruffling my hair playfully. Why concern yourself with this? We will return home this afternoon. I could not help but exhale in relief. After a few days of anxiety, the prospect of finally going home lightened my spirits. However, at that moment, I sensed a gaze upon me. Instinctively, I raised my eyes and caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the corner of the second floor, the hem of a dark red dress fluttering briefly. I furrowed my brow slightly, recalling that Aunt San was indeed wearing a dark red long gown today. What is it? Fu Xijiong followed my gaze. I quickly shook my head, it's nothing. When shall we depart? Let us leave now, I will bid farewell to my grandmother upstairs. I nodded eagerly. Then I shall wait for you. I had anticipated that Fu Xijiong would engage in conversation with the elderly lady for a while, however, to my surprise, he descended the stairs just a few minutes later. Let us go, he said, taking my hand and making to leave. I looked up at him, somewhat perplexed, struggling to keep pace with his strides. At that moment, I sensed some movement behind me and instinctively turned my head. There stood the old matriarch. Having appeared at some point by the railing on the second floor, her gaze fixed upon us, her expression inscrutable. The old lady is behind us, I whispered urgently. Yet. Fu Xijiong paid no heed, resolutely pulling me towards the estate's exit. As the car gradually pulled away, the estate receded from view, shrinking until it vanished completely. I couldn't help but release a long, relieved sigh, intending to take in the beautiful scenery of Shanghai one last time when suddenly, my phone in my bag vibrated. Instinctively, I glanced at the caller ID, Gu Ting. Chapter 58, Does Fu Xijiong actually like me? Upon recognizing the caller, I furrowed my brow slightly. Although I was reluctant to answer Gu Ting's call, the 30-day cooling-off period before the divorce was still in effect. And I couldn't afford to completely alienate him before matters were entirely resolved. Reluctantly, I pressed the answer button. You went to Shanghai with Fu Xijiong? Gu Ting's voice emerged from the receiver, cold and laden with ominous undertones. Just after finalizing our divorce agreement, he was already eager to meet his family? I felt a surge of anger mixed with irony. He was aware that our divorce paperwork had been completed, so why did it concern him whom I chose to meet? However, at present, I find myself unable to confront him directly. Instead, I take a deep breath and coldly inquire, is there something you need when you called? There is a brief silence on the line before he states, your belongings are still at the Gu residence, you may come to collect them when convenient. I cannot help but frown, surprised that Gu Ting's call pertains to this matter. I don't want them anymore, you may dispose of them. I retort. You mean to say you no longer want the gifts I bestowed upon you? Gu Ting's voice rises in pitch, reflecting his astonishment. Indeed, I have no desire for them. What about your clothes and shoes? He presses. I do not want those either. Gu Ting falls silent, only the sound of his breath on the line revealing his agitation. My patience wanes, and without waiting for him to utter another word, I abruptly terminate the call. The nature of this phone call strikes me as rather perplexing. I furrow my brow, aware that Gu Ting's temperament does not lend itself to irrational outbursts without cause. Could something have transpired? My initial instinct is to ponder whether he has discovered that Lu Qingwan's child is not his. Yet, I quickly dismiss this notion. If that were the case, he would surely confront Lu Qingwan instead of contacting me. What could be the reason behind this? Just as I am lost in thought, Fu Xijian suddenly calls out my name. My mind is momentarily adrift, and I respond slowly, only to have him patiently repeat, Xiao Xiangxia. Instinctively, I turn to meet his gaze. What is it? I ask, my face a canvas of confusion. From now on, do not answer Gu Ting's calls. Haven't you already divorced him? It is best to ignore him. Not just yet, I hastily shake my head. Although the formalities have been completed, signifying that the divorce is effectively finalized. The certificate has yet to be issued. Gu Ting could revoke the divorce application at any moment. Thus, my previous efforts may prove futile. Fu Xijing pressed his lips together. His innate aura is formidable, yet he has consistently maintained a semblance of restraint in my presence. Now, as he gazes intently at me, I feel a palpable sense of pressure. What's wrong? I inquire, puzzled by his demeanor. I may feel jealous. I am momentarily taken aback, then I can only smile wryly at his theatricality. Fu Xijing studies me deeply for a moment before a subtle smile graces his lips, a smile imbued with significance. However, when I turn to look more closely, he has already averted his gaze. Our flight departs at 10 in the morning. By the time we land at Kyoto Airport, it is just past noon. Are you hungry? Upon disembarking, Fu Xijing takes the suitcase from my hands. Let me take you to eat something first. All right. I do not feel the need for pleasantries, after all. We are now a couple. Even if I am not hungry, the child within me certainly needs nourishment. I had felt some hunger during the flight. But the meal served was far too scant, and now my appetite has returned. After we have dined satisfactorily, Fu Xijing drives me home. However, perhaps due to the exhausting journey and the fatigue that accompanies pregnancy, I find myself drifting into slumber before I even realize it. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. And in a haze of drowsiness, I became aware of a pair of hands gently caressing my face, as if delicately tracing some unseen outline. A familiar scent of aged wood subtly enveloped me, instantly banishing my slumber. It was Fu Xijing. Yet, I found myself paralyzed, too fearful to move or react. Even though my eyes were shut, I could still sense an intense gaze fixed upon me. Moments later, his fingers brushed softly over my lips. Even this fleeting contact sent a jolt of electricity coursing through me. My breath seemed to falter. And all my previous uncertainties crystallized into a singular realization: Fu Xijing harbored feelings for me. The thought of lingering in his presence, fearing the uncontrollable events that might unfold, compelled me to feign a yawn and discreetly rub my nose, finally allowing my eyes to flutter open. Where were we? Fu Xijing's hand rested on the steering wheel. His eyes unwaveringly locked onto mine, his emotions laid bare in a way that rendered me almost unable to meet his gaze. Are you still dazed? We've arrived home, he remarked. Instinctively, I averted my eyes and stretched languidly before unfastening my seatbelt. Fu Xijing exited the car as well, effortlessly maneuvering 2 suitcases while nodding toward the entrance of the building. As we approached our respective doorsteps, I took the suitcase from his grasp. I'll head in first, I said. However, before I could unlock the door, Fu Xijing's voice broke through the silence. When did you wake up? As I was about to unlock the door, a tremor ran through my hand, nearly causing me to drop the key. Ah? What's wrong? I feigned composure, casting a quizzical glance at Fu Xijing, while inwardly my heart pounded like a drum. I was at a loss as to how to face him, especially now that I was aware of his affections for me. Nothing, Fu Xijing replied with a smile, gently ruffling my hair. Go get some rest. Without hesitation, I waved goodbye and turned to unlock the door. The moment it closed behind me, I leaned against it, hand pressed against my racing heart. Once my pulse had steadied, I bit my lip. The memory of Fu Xijing's lips on mine in the car resurfacing in my mind. I rubbed my lips together, as if the tingling sensation still lingered. Fu Xijing cares for me? My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly regained my composure and began to analyze the situation. Fu Xijing was likely playing the long game, perhaps anticipating my rejection, which is why he hadn't explicitly confessed his feelings. However, his assistance in my divorce and taking me to Shanghai to meet his family hinted at his underlying intentions. I inhaled deeply, bewildered by how things had progressed. But one thing was certain: a relationship between Fu Xijing and me was out of the question. The obstacles we faced were far more significant than mere social disparity. My gaze inevitably descended, resting upon my slightly protruding abdomen. While Fu Xijing might overlook my past marriage to Gu Ting, he could hardly disregard the fact that I carry Gu Ting's child within me. Therefore, before this delicate situation is thoroughly revealed, I must first extinguish Fu Xijing's lingering affections for me. Chapter 59. He wouldn't confess his feelings to you, would he? A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, I arrived at work bearing the weight of dark circles beneath my eyes. The issues surrounding Fu Xijing needed resolution, yet work obligations remained. upon my arrival at the office. However, I was met with a circle of colleagues surrounding the manager's office, all straining their necks to glimpse inside. Wow. Indeed, she is a major star, incredibly beautiful. Ah, she looks even more stunning in person than on television. Listening to my colleagues' astonished remarks, I surmised that a certain celebrity had graced our office with her presence. Yet, I held little interest in celebrity culture. Just as I settled into my seat, preparing to organize the materials I would need shortly, Han Juanji approached, his brow furrowed as he regarded me. Xiao Qiao. Brother Han, what's the matter? Lu Qingwan is here. At this revelation, I paused, momentarily stunned. Lu Qingwan? Han Juanji nodded. I just came from the manager's office, where I overheard their conversation. Lu Qingwan is here for you. She stated that if you agree to be her voiceover artist, the previous matters will not be pursued any further. That's impossible, I will not agree to that. A wave of irritation washed over me, it seemed fate had conspired against me. As Lu Qingwan persisted in haunting my life. Upon hearing this, Han Juanji couldn't help but furrow his brow even more, anxiety etched upon his face. Xiao Qiao. Do not act impulsively. You cannot afford to offend a renowned actress like her. If she truly wishes to make things difficult for you, your days in the voice acting industry may become quite arduous. Brother Han, I appreciate your concern, but I will handle this matter on my own. Xiao Qiao. Before Han Juanji could finish his sentence, a colleague approached, calling for me to head to the manager's office. Thank you, I understand. I'll be there shortly. As I pushed open the door to the manager's office, I found Lu Qingwan seated on the sofa with her back to me, while her manager sat beside her. Sensing my presence, the manager instinctively turned to look at me, exuding an air of arrogance, with a fleeting glance of disdain in her eyes. The manager quickly rose, walking towards me while signaling discreetly. Xiao Qiao, look how sincere Miss Lu is, she has personally come to invite you. You must show her some courtesy this time. At that moment, the manager also pretended to stand, but merely raised her chin slightly. Our Wanwan is both beautiful and kind-hearted, let bygones be bygones. Miss Jiao. I advise you not to provoke her. As she spoke, she pointed to a contract on the coffee table. Then swiftly removed the pen cap and slammed it on the table. Please sign this, the remuneration has been adjusted to 60,000 per episode. This is the price of a top-tier voice actor. I have stated that I will not sign. As my words fell, the manager could not help but clutch his forehead, appearing as if the sky were about to collapse. The agent, visibly flustered, pointed at me and exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? Or do you simply not comprehend human speech? However, before the agent could finish, Lu Qingwan seemed to recognize my voice and turned around abruptly. Her face a mask of disbelief. Xia xia xia? What are you doing here? A cold smirk curved my lips, I should be the one asking you that. The agent, bewildered, turned to Lu Qingwan and stammered, Wan, do you know her? Having regained her composure from the shock, Lu Qingwan bit her lip and leaned closer to the agent. Lowering her voice to whisper, she's Gu Ting's ex-wife. The agent gasped in astonishment, finally connecting the dots and murmuring, so that's why she seemed somewhat familiar. At that moment, the manager approached me, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Qiao, do you know Miss Lu? Sort of. I replied. That's wonderful. The manager's face lit up with excitement. What is your relationship like? Is it good? I chuckled softly, not at all. In that instant, I could see the manager's expression shift to one of utter despondency. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwan had already risen to her feet, her chin held high, exuding arrogance. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. She declared, her disdainful gaze sweeping over me. I heard you received quite a share in the divorce settlement. Why are you still working? As her words sank in, the manager's mouth fell open in shock. His face reflecting sheer disbelief as he looked at me. There is no need for Miss Lu to worry about this, she should be more concerned about her own belly. Lest she find herself unable to fit into her wedding gown. Lu Qingwan was visibly infuriated, clearly struck at a sensitive spot. At that moment, the manager, with a look of astonishment, directed her gaze towards Lu Qingwan's abdomen, her expression akin to a startled hare amidst a field of melons. Overwhelmed and unable to consume all that was before her. Sister Zhang, let us depart. Upon witnessing Lu Qingwan storm out in a fury, the manager snapped back to reality and hurried over to my side, her face alight with curiosity. Is Lu Qingwan pregnant? I could only nod. A mixture of laughter and tears on my face. Indeed. Goodness. An unwed pregnancy? Is it that president from the Gu family? I was equally unsure. The manager, deep in thought, stroked her chin and remarked, I would estimate Lu Qingwan's pregnancy to be at least 2 months along. It has already begun to show. Yet. The president of the Gu family just finalized his divorce this month. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, an affair during marriage, a mistress rising to prominence, what juicy gossip. I was quite taken aback by the manager's enthusiasm for gossip. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my work, I stated. The manager quickly nodded, no. You may go back, focus on your work. That evening, after work, She ordered a plethora of delicious food to my residence. I recounted the encounter with Lu Qingwan to her. This Lu Qingwan truly seems to be a persistent specter. How is it possible to run into her everywhere? It is quite vexing. She wore an expression of displeasure. Given her temperament, I surmised she would undoubtedly scheme against you behind your back. So you ought to be cautious in the near future. If things become too overwhelming, perhaps seek assistance from young Master Fu. Xia. I wish to move back, I interjected, interrupting her discourse. Why? She inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. Isn't it quite pleasant here? It's significantly larger than your previous place and, most importantly, it's closer to your workplace. At this point, she seemed to have an epiphany. Her face lighting up with a teasing smile. Xia, confess, did something indescribable happen between you and young Master Fu during your trip to Shanghai? No. I hastily shook my head. Then why are you moving? I pressed my lips together, pondering for a moment before finally revealing, it seems that Senior Fu has developed feelings for me. I am aware, he has always liked you. Linchi's expression shifted to one of confusion. Wait a minute. How do you know this? He hasn't confessed to you, has he? Chapter 60, he leaned down and pressed closer. How could that be? I vehemently denied it. Then how do you know? The scene from that day in the car resurfaced in my mind, causing my ears to flush with warmth. TSK. Linchi chuckled, her expression filled with mischief. Xia, you are blushing. I found myself struggling against Linchi's playful teasing and quickly grasped her hand to halt her antics. Alright, enough of that, I am trying to discuss something serious here. I am discussing something serious too. Seizing my hand with palpable fervor, Linchi exclaimed, I knew it. I just knew Mr. Fu harbored affections for you. My intuition was spot on. I'm so thrilled. An alliance between him and me is untenable. Why is such a union infeasible? He is unencumbered by matrimony, whereas I am encumbered by marriage and pregnancy. Moreover, given Mr. Fu's esteemed lineage and affluence, it is implausible that he would espouse a woman with a history of divorce. Furthermore, I am presently carrying Mr. Gu's offspring. Upon hearing my pronouncement, Linchi's initial exhilaration waned, evidently subdued by the starkness of reality. The kind of all-consuming love that defies all odds is relegated to the realm of television dramas. In the quotidian world, such unwavering devotion is scarce. The dictum of marrying within one's social stratum serves to sever the bonds of countless lovers. Furthermore, my present aspiration is solely to bring forth my child and nurture him into adulthood. I have no desire to contemplate any further entanglements. Linchi sighed despondently, very well. Nevertheless, the more she contemplated the situation, the more incensed she became. It's all Mr. Gu's fault, that despicable scoundrel. I offered a rueful smile, acknowledging that culpability could not be ascribed to any individual. If blame were to be apportioned, it would fall upon my own folly in succumbing to Mr. Gu's allure in the first place. As this thought permeated my consciousness, I found myself reminiscing about the past. It was during a physical education class in junior high school when I experienced my first menstruation. My school uniform trousers were stained. And as I stood there in utter disarray, a school uniform was cast in my direction, landing squarely upon my head. Emblazoned upon the collar of the garment were the characters Mr. Gu. It was precisely because of this school uniform that I was spared the embarrassment of being humiliated in front of everyone, thus preserving the delicate dignity of a young girl. Afterward, I returned the uniform to Gu Ting, expressing my gratitude in person. However, he merely nodded indifferently before departing with the uniform. At that time, being on the brink of first love, I fancied that I had encountered my dream prince. Consequently, I found myself ensnared in the throes of infatuation. In retrospect, perhaps I had been mistaken from the very beginning. Feeling grateful should have sufficed as a form of repayment. There was no need to sacrifice my entire life in the process. Regrettably, it is only now that I comprehend this truth. That evening, I began to pack my belongings. Lin Shi, fearing I might tire myself, assisted me until most things were in order before taking her leave. Having recently moved, the items I needed to relocate were not particularly numerous. Moreover, having moved several times before, I was well acquainted with the process. However, given my decision to leave, it was essential to inform Fu Xijing. The following morning, I knocked on Fu Xijing's door, but after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no response. Was he not home? I furrowed my brow slightly, instinctively checking my phone, which indicated that it was 7:30. Had he already left for the office at such an early hour? With no other option, I proceeded to work, planning to speak with Fu Xijing after my shift. Yet, when I returned and knocked on the door across the hall, I was met with silence yet again. I waited until after 9 o'clock that night when I finally heard some rustling at the door. I quickly opened it, only to find Fu Xijing being supported by another man. You are Miss Chiao? I inclined my head, regarding the unfamiliar man before me with a touch of perplexity. You recognize me? Who are you? I am Mr. Fu's assistant, Qin Hai. What about Fu? The project was successfully developed today. At the celebration banquet, Mr. Fu was overjoyed and indulged a bit too much. Just then, Fu Xijing, who had been leaning on Qin Hai, opened his eyes. His dark pupils were clear, though tinged with a hint of intoxication. Xia Xia? Fu, you're awake? I was delighted, as I had anticipated having to postpone the matter of moving out for another day. Fu Xijing pushed Qin Hai away, then raised a hand to massage his brow. Yes. What is it? Did you need something? I nodded promptly. I'm fine now, you may return. Fu Xijing frowned slightly, glancing at Qin Hai. Qin Hai cast a subconscious look at me before nodding. Yes, Mr. Fu. Once Qin Hai had departed, Fu Xijing turned to open the door. Come in and speak. As this was not my first visit, I promptly poured Fu Xijing a glass of water upon entering. Fu, drink some water first, and I'll prepare some sobering soup for you. Fu Xijing had clearly imbibed a fair amount, carrying a faint aroma of alcohol. He nodded, accepting the glass I offered, and tilted his head back to drain it in one gulp. Seeing Fu Xijing leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed in repose, I hurried to the kitchen to prepare the sobering soup. However, by the time the hangover soup was ready, I found Fu Xijing already reclining on the sofa, fast asleep. Senior Fu? Wake up. I gently nudged him. Fu Xijing opened his eyes, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, his dark orbs appeared particularly luminous. Yet he seemed still in a daze, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Xia Xia. As he called my name, I couldn't help but exhale in relief, knowing he was regaining his senses. Senior Fu, you should drink some hangover soup, I said, presenting the bowl to him. But Fu Xijing did not take it. Instead, his gaze remained unwaveringly on me. A sense of unease washed over me, and I instinctively attempted to set the soup down. Yet, Fu Xijing preemptively seized my wrist, and in a sudden motion, pulled me into his embrace. Ah! I involuntarily gasped, the soup spilling across the floor. Senior Fu, what are you doing? Seeing the pristine carpet stained with the liquid, I frantically pushed against the man's chest, trying to rise. Don't move. Fu Xijing's chin rested against my neck, his warm breath flooding my ear. A shiver coursed through me, and only then did I realize the closeness of our position. In a panic, I attempted to free myself from his grasp, but as soon as I managed to create a bit of distance, Fu Xijing drew me back once more. It was then that I noticed his stern visage was mere inches away, close enough to hear the faintest sound of his breath, and to see the fierce flames igniting within his eyes. My heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, Fu Xijing suddenly drew closer. Startled by his decisive action, I hastily covered his mouth with my hand. However, as soon as I performed this gesture, both of us were momentarily taken aback. Fu Xijing instinctively lifted his gaze to meet mine, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with an inscrutable emotion. A sense of panic surged within me. And just as I was about to turn my head away, Fu Xijing grasped my hand forcefully and leaned down, pressing himself against me. Chapter 61, The Embrace After Drinking. My mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, and I instinctively attempted to push him away. Only to find that he had tightly secured my hands with his. His long, slender fingers interlocked with mine, binding me in place. Meanwhile, his other hand found its way to my neck, enveloping me entirely in his embrace. The scent of alcohol clung to Fu Sijong, sharp and penetrating, igniting a primal urge to resist. Yet, my body remained firmly held within his grasp. Everything felt like a torrent unleashed, spiraling beyond control. Just as I was on the verge of gasping for breath, Fu Sijong's lips trailed down my neck, igniting a sudden wave of tension within me. I unconsciously called out. Fu, Senior. Fu Sijong gradually halted his movements, burying his face in the crook of my neck, his breath warm and searing against my skin. For a moment, I dared not move, until I discerned the steady rhythm of his breathing by my ear, confirming that he had truly succumbed to slumber. Only then did I muster the courage to gently lower him onto the sofa. In a flurry, I stood up, instinctively raising my hand to touch my chest, feeling my heart thundering incessantly, as if it were about to leap from my throat. I remained bewildered by how events had unfolded. An embrace after drinking? Yet, I found it impossible to seek justice from a drunken man. I could only resign myself to misfortune and pretend that nothing had transpired. Taking a deep breath, I realized that Fu Sijong was far too intoxicated to regain consciousness that evening. His towering stature rendered it futile for me to attempt to drag him to the bedroom, regardless of my efforts. Instead, I procured a blanket to drape over him, and concerned that his position might lead to discomfort upon waking, I fetched a pillow to place beneath his head. By the time I completed these tasks, I was drenched in sweat. I must admit, Fu Sijong possessed commendable drinking etiquette. He indulged freely, then succumbed to slumber, his long, straight eyelashes resembling a weary ink butterfly, resting peacefully in deep sleep. However, upon realizing that I was intently gazing at his face, I hastily averted my eyes, filled with chagrin. As I prepared to return home, a sudden thought struck me, prompting me to halt and retrace my steps to clear the dishes from the coffee table into the kitchen. Once I had tidied everything and ensured no trace remained, I stealthily returned to my own room. Perhaps it was due to that drunken embrace, but I inevitably dreamt that night, revisiting the dream from the banquet. This time, the protagonist was Fu Sijong instead of Gu Ting, and in my dream, Fu Sijong exhibited a more domineering demeanor, as if he intended to consume me whole. The night rushed by in a flurry, a fleeting spring dream that left no mark. When I awoke, I shook my heavy head, feeling as though I had lost my sanity. Recently, why have I been plagued by such dreams? Once would be tolerable, yet I find myself experiencing it a second time. Surely, it must be the consequence of last night's embrace from Fu Sijong after his indulgence in alcohol. I flung off the covers and descended from the bed. After freshening up, I prepared a simple bowl of wontons for myself. Only after finishing my breakfast did I finally grab my bag and step outside. However, just as I pushed open my door, I noticed the door across the hall opening simultaneously, compelling me to instinctively retreat. Good morning, Junior. With a stiff movement, I opened my door, feigning calmness as I offered him a smile. Good morning. Fu Sijong raised a hand to rub his brow, seemingly still suffering from the remnants of a hangover. Once he lowered his hand, he turned his gaze towards me. I was quite inebriated last night. I believe I recall you visiting me? At the sound of those words, my entire back stiffened. Seeing my silence, Fu Sijong chuckled. When I drink, I tend to forget things, so I can't quite discern whether it was a dream or reality. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief and quickly shook my head. No, you must be mistaken. That's good to hear. Fu Sijong's lips curled into a slight smile. Shall we go together? I happen to be heading in the same direction to take you to the company. I nodded, and together we walked side by side towards the elevator. Once inside, I turned to Fu Sijong and said, Senior Fu, I've been contemplating moving back. Especially since Gu Ting and I have finalized our divorce. I doubt he will trouble me at the previous residence anymore. Is it that you're not accustomed to living here? I quickly shook my head, certainly not. My ability to smoothly divorce Gu Ting was largely due to Senior Fu's assistance. I merely felt that I had imposed on you for too long and should return home. When will you move? This weekend, I have already packed my belongings. So just let the moving company come to take them away. Fu Sijong nodded in agreement. indicating that it was acceptable and that I should handle it as I see fit. Seeing his swift acquiescence, I couldn't help but question whether my previous assumptions were merely self-indulgent fantasies. Yet, the incident of him caressing my face in the car cannot be dismissed. Never mind. Once I move away, our interactions will naturally diminish, along with my lingering thoughts. As the vehicle traversed the broad road, I turned to gaze at the bright sunshine outside, and my mood lifted considerably. However, at that moment, my phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar call. Hello, is this Miss Chiao? This is Dr. Zhou from Jingda Hospital. I paused momentarily, swiftly realizing that this was my mother-in-law's attending physician. Hello, Dr. Zhou. May I ask why you are calling? I slightly furrowed my brow, recalling that I had given Dr. Zhou my number to stay updated on my mother-in-law's condition. Was this call concerning her? Your mother-in-law's condition is somewhat perplexing. It does not appear to be a simple myocardial infarction. She has been hospitalized for over a week now. Yet there has been no improvement, and her periods of consciousness are becoming increasingly scarce. My heart sank, and I felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the hospital to see her. How is she doing now? I hurriedly inquired, is the situation really that dire? How could this be? My face was etched with disbelief. Logically, her health should not be in such a precarious state. Although she had a history of heart issues, she had been meticulously caring for herself. Dr. Zhou remained silent, yet I could discern an unspoken urgency in his demeanor. Dr. Zhou, do you wish to convey something to me? Taking a deep breath, he seemed to gather his resolve over 3 or 4 seconds before solemnly stating, I suspect that your grandmother is not merely ill, but rather poisoned. Poisoned? My voice ascended sharply, as if I could scarcely believe my own ears. The driver, Fu Xijing, turned to glance at me, his brow furrowed in concern, his expression somewhat grim. However, this is merely a suspicion, I possess no concrete evidence. The reason I called you was to request something else from Miss Chiao. Dr. Zhou, please continue. Could Miss Chiao assist in checking your grandmother's room? Or perhaps bring me the medication she has taken recently? I need to ascertain whether she is truly poisoned. If so, identifying the toxin is essential for effective treatment. Otherwise, his voice lowered, given your grandmother's current condition, she cannot endure much longer. Chapter 62, Someone is Poisoning. After ending the call, my heart remained tumultuous, and I scarcely registered Fu Xijing's attempts to engage me in conversation. Junior? It was only when Fu Xijing gently nudged me that I regained my senses. Instinctively reaching for the door to exit the vehicle, he swiftly grasped my wrist, exclaiming, not yet. As I emerged from my daze, I instinctively raised my gaze, only to realize that Fu Xijing was waiting at a red light. What happened? Who called just now? You seemed utterly lost. I bit my lip, contemplating that with Fu Xijing's capabilities, he was undoubtedly far superior to me. Having his assistance would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. With this thought in mind, I promptly recounted the words spoken by Dr. Zhou earlier. Poisoned? Fu Xijing frowned, inquiring, are you suggesting that the doctor suspects someone has poisoned Aunt Lan? I nodded vigorously, yet my brow furrowed in concern. However, my mother-in-law has always been kind to others and has hardly made any enemies. If it truly were poisoning, who could have administered it? Fu Xijing pondered for a moment, before speaking as if a thought had struck him. I recall that when Aunt Lan was first taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, the person who discovered her was Lu Qingwan. Upon hearing this, I instantly understood the implication of his words. Indeed, it was Lu Qingwan. She must be the one who poisoned her. Ever since my mother-in-law fell ill and was hospitalized, Lu Qingwan has been the one with the most to gain. Aside from my mother-in-law, no one could impede her from marrying Gu Ting. As for Liao Zhenhua, he is even less worth mentioning, for from the very beginning, he has been eager for Lu Qingwan to marry into the Gu family, fulfilling his own unfulfilled aspirations from his youth. I'll investigate Lu Qingwan on my end. A warm sensation enveloped my heart as I instinctively turned to look at Fu Xijing. Sincerely expressing my gratitude, thank you. Fu Xijing chuckled softly, ruffling my hair, why so formal? Before long, the car came to a halt at the company entrance. After watching Fu Xijing depart, I did not hasten to enter the office. Instead, I retrieved my phone and sent a message to the department manager, requesting a half-day leave. Once I received his approval, I casually hailed a taxi by the roadside, directing it towards the Gu family residence. It had been over half a month since I moved away from the Gu household. Yet, as I stood once more at the gates of that residence, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over me, akin to a distant memory from a past life. "Madam." The security guard, upon recognizing me, instinctively began to speak, but quickly recollected that I was now divorced from Gu Ting. "May I ask what brings you here?" I composed myself before responding. "Gu Ting just called me, asking me to return and collect some belongings I left behind." This statement was not a fabrication, for Gu Ting had indeed mentioned this in a recent phone call, despite my previous insistence that he dispose of everything. "Oh, please come in," the guard, convinced of my intent, promptly opened the door for me. "Thank you." I made my way through the garden towards the living room, observing how the once meticulously tended yard, cared for by my mother-in-law, had undergone a dramatic transformation. The swing, the flower wall, the pavilion, everything appeared gaudy, eliciting a furrowed brow from me, without any need for contemplation. I am well aware of the ostentatious aesthetic that emerges from a particular hand. Perhaps it is due to my mother-in-law's illness and hospitalization, but as I traverse this path, I encounter not a single soul. Typically, the servants would be bustling about in the living and dining areas, yet at this moment, the expansive living room lies devoid of life. This, however, serendipitously aligns with my intentions. Such an opportunity is truly rare. With this thought in mind, I ascended the staircase with ease and made my way directly to my mother-in-law's bedroom. Yet, upon twisting the doorknob, I discovered that the door was unexpectedly locked from the inside. What on earth is happening? Who could be inside? Before I could ponder further, Liao Zhenhua's voice suddenly erupted from within, demanding to know who was outside. Did I not expressly forbid anyone from ascending the stairs? No sooner had he spoken than he forcefully swung the door open, only to be momentarily taken aback upon recognizing me standing at the threshold. His expression changed swiftly to one of furrowed brows as he hastily shut the door. "What are you doing here?" However, in that fleeting moment as he closed the door, I caught a glimpse of a floral figure darting past through the crack. A woman? In an instant, a surge of indignation welled up within me. My mother-in-law lies in the hospital, her life hanging in the balance, and here is Liao Zhenhua brazenly engaging in an affair in her bedroom in broad daylight. "Xiao Xia Xia? What are you doing here?" Liao Zhenhua's brow knitted tightly. "Did you not already divorce Gu Ting? Why are you still shamelessly showing up?" I suppressed my anger, recognizing that the immediate priority was to ascertain whether my mother-in-law had indeed been poisoned. Thus, it was not the appropriate moment to confront Liao Zhenhua. It was Gu Ting who called, instructing me to retrieve my belongings. Liao Zhenhua furrowed his brow, questioning why I would come down from the third floor to the second. Surely, he did not suspect I intended to pilfer something? I pressed my lips together, inhaling deeply, for there were indeed items of mine in my mother-in-law's possession. Indicating the door, I stated that I would merely fetch a few things and leave promptly. However, Liao Zhenhua resolutely clutched the doorknob, denying me entry, exclaiming that there was nothing of mine in our room and to get lost. In a fit of anger, he shoved my shoulder. I was taken aback by his sudden aggression, stumbling backward and barely managing to brace myself against the wall to avoid falling. The jolt caused a slight pang in my abdomen, and I felt a heaviness in my lower belly. Instinctively, I cradled my stomach, thinking of my child. At that moment, the butler, having heard the commotion upstairs, hurried up the stairs. Upon witnessing Liao Zhenhua push me against the wall, he rushed forward, his face etched with concern. "Miss Jiao, are you all right?" I took a deep breath, feeling the discomfort in my lower abdomen ease, and waved my hand dismissively, assuring him that I was fine. "Old Wang, accompany her upstairs to gather her belongings, and keep a close watch on her. Ensure she does not secretly take anything." The old butler pursed his lips, replying, "Understood." Seeing that I could not enter my mother-in-law's bedroom, I reluctantly decided to abandon my attempt, hoping for another opportunity in the future. Upon ascending the stairs, I discovered that my belongings remained untouched in their original places, entirely undisturbed. "Miss Jiao." The old steward, noticing the absence of others, approached me and lowered his voice. "Are you searching for something?" Chapter 63, Divorce and Marriage Arranged on the Same Day. I eagerly nodded, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. "Uncle Wang, do you know something?" This old steward had accompanied my mother-in-law from her family when she married, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to her. His inquiry surely indicated he had uncovered something significant. The steward pursed his lips, and the dark bags under his eyes hinted at a somber revelation. On the day the lady fell ill and was taken to the hospital, Lu Qingwan entered the lady's room. Moreover, I overheard a maid mention that a fierce argument transpired within the room. A sudden tension gripped my heart. What were they arguing about? The steward shook his head. At that time, the maid could not discern the specifics, but I am certain that Lu Qingwan is the one who harmed the lady. At this point, his expression grew animated, his voice barely contained. I quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. Uncle Wang, please remain calm. I too suspect that someone is plotting against my mother-in-law. The steward's countenance turned pensive at my abrupt change of address. Isn't the divorce between the young master and the young mistress also a result of Lu Qingwan's interference? I have also heard that she is pregnant. The master mentioned that a wedding is to be held for them by the end of this month. This month's end. Time is indeed pressing. Coincidentally, the effective date of my divorce certificate with Gu Ting is also that very day. Is Gu Ting planning to obtain a marriage certificate with Lu Qingwan immediately after our divorce? To arrange both divorce and marriage on the same day. A seamless transition. How remarkable. The old butler grew increasingly animated as he spoke, that Lu Qingwan seems to regard herself as the future lady of the Gu family. Frequently visiting even in the absence of the young master, often staying for several hours. She came by at noon today and has yet to leave. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Lu Qingwan is currently at the Gu residence? The old butler nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. He then gestured toward a red Lamborghini parked in the courtyard, which the master had just picked up from the dealership this morning. She had arrived in that very car. I hastily inquired, where is she now? The old butler shook his head. I do not know either. Considering that Lu Qingwan is the primary suspect in my mother-in-law's poisoning, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Due to Liao Jinhua's influence, Lu Qingwan frequents the Gu family as if it were her own backyard, naturally providing her ample opportunity and motive to administer poison. However, the critical task now is to locate the source of the poison. Only then can the doctor determine the appropriate treatment. Uncle Wang, please have someone assist me in moving these items to the living room downstairs. I will send someone to collect them shortly. The old butler promptly nodded. Certainly. I will arrange for it at once. Once the old steward departed, I began to organize my belongings, even though I had no intention of keeping them from the outset. Since I was already here, it was only natural to put on a show to avoid raising any suspicions. However, just as the steward summoned others to begin moving things, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed at the doorway. It was quite enlightening to witness a divorced woman casually entering her ex-husband's residence. Could it be that the division of assets was insufficient, and she now sought to pilfer further? I couldn't help but frown and turn to see Lu Qingwan standing at the bedroom door, arms crossed, attempting to feign an air of righteous indignation, yet appearing rather petty. The divorce certificate had yet to take effect. I remained, for all legal purposes, Mrs. Gu. At this thought, I raised an eyebrow towards Lu Qingwan, curious about the identity she was currently employing to address me. Lu Qingwan straightened her posture, instinctively yearning to declare herself the future Mrs. Gu. Yet, my initial statement had already effectively blocked her escape. Regardless of the guise she adopted, she would always be viewed as the contemptible mistress. Not to mention, she harbored within her a child of uncertain parentage. How sharp-tongued she was. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingwan quickly composed herself and, with a disdainful expression, retorted that I need not resort to the petty tactics of women, as such methods might work on men, but they were futile against her. It is indeed true that Gu Ting's benevolence led him to bestow upon you a considerable portion of his inheritance, out of pity for your plight. I advise you to recognize the favorable circumstances and withdraw gracefully. Should you provoke my ire, I shall ensure you leave with naught but empty hands. A smile involuntarily crept upon my lips. The divorce agreement was signed by Gu Ting and myself. Allow me to inquire, what concern is it of yours? Lu Qingwan furrowed her brow and retorted, you need not engage in such convoluted arguments here. I recall your unwavering resolve to divorce. Are you now contemplating a change of heart? Rest assured, I replied coldly, I am determined to proceed with the divorce. Lu Qingwan scoffed, her expression rife with skepticism. I have warned you not to play such games in my presence. Are you lying? I can discern the truth at a glance, otherwise, why would you return to retrieve these worthless remnants you have long discarded? I chuckled suddenly. You need not concern yourself, I harbor no interest in collecting refuse. Lu Qingwan sneered. Even now, you cling to your defiance. If it were not for your relentless pursuit back then, Gu Ting would never have married you. However, since you have already divorced him, I advise against any attempts to rescind your divorce application. Such actions would elevate Gu Ting's regard for you. As I gazed at Lu Qingwan, who spoke with such fervor, I found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. I was even somewhat intrigued by the character of her mother. Liao Zhenhua's so-called white moonlight, after all, a person capable of giving birth to such an extraordinary individual as Lu Qingwan must be anything but ordinary. I had no desire to engage in further futile debate with her. Observing that the servants had successfully removed all the items, I turned to descend the stairs. However, Lu Qingwan persistently seized my wrist, exclaiming, I haven't finished speaking with you yet. Where do you think you're going? I disdainfully shook off her grip. But as I was about to respond, my gaze fell upon the faintly visible red mark on her collarbone, a clear indication of a hickey. My expression turned icy. I mused internally how careless Gu Ting was, given that Lu Qingwan was still expecting a child. Did he not fear the risk of miscarriage? At that moment, noticing my unwavering stare, Lu Qingwan followed my gaze downwards. Upon discovering the mark on her collarbone, she hurriedly covered it. Her demeanor akin to that of a thief caught in the act. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. At least she possessed some sense of shame. Aware enough to attempt concealment, albeit ineffectively. Just then, a voice filled with surprise echoed from behind me. Before I could fully comprehend, Gu Ting strode toward me, his face alight with joy. I knew you would come. Chapter 64, This is the obstetrics and gynecology department. You aren't pregnant too, are you? Ah Ting. What brings you back? Lu Qingwan quickly approached, positioning herself directly in front of Gu Ting. Didn't you say there was a meeting today? Gu Ting then noticed Lu Qingwan's presence, his brow furrowing. What are you doing here? Lu Qingwan promptly replied, Uncle Liao mentioned that your mother's condition has improved. So he asked me to come and help arrange her bedroom, thinking it would be more comfortable for her if she were to be discharged. I can only find it ironic that the very person who caused my mother-in-law's hospitalization is here feigning concern. Yet, at that moment, a fleeting image flashed through my mind. Lu Qingwan mentioned she was arranging my mother-in-law's bedroom, but just moments ago, Liao Zhenhua was clearly engaging in an affair. An absurd and ludicrous thought surged within me. But as quickly as it appeared, I dismissed it. Impossible. I must be overthinking. Besides, Lu Qingwan is currently with child, it cannot be her. Is my mother's health improving? Gu Ting inquired, his brow relaxing as he looked towards Lu Qingwan. I haven't visited Auntie recently. I have only heard what Uncle Liao said. As Lu Qingwan spoke, she reached out to link her arm with Gu Ting's. Why don't we visit Auntie at the hospital later? I could share the news of my pregnancy with her, it would surely bring her joy, and who knows? She might even awaken. I narrowed my eyes slightly, my gaze growing colder. If my mother-in-law were to learn that Lu Qingwan was carrying Gu Ting's child, she would be infuriated, not delighted. Gu Ting seemed to sense my expression, he was evidently aware that his mother despised Lu Qingwan. He pursed his lips and gently withdrew his arm, stating in a calm tone, let's discuss it another day. Now that Gu Ting has returned, it seems improbable for me to enter my mother-in-law's room again. I decided to leave. As Gu Ting noticed my departure, he instinctively attempted to follow. I'll see you out. No need. Gu Ting was still intent on pursuing her when Lu Qingwan abruptly seized him, exclaiming, what are you doing? They are clearly uninterested, and yet you persist in your advances. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted. Fine, I am indeed speaking nonsense. As I overheard their playful banter, my descent down the stairs quickened. However, at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly gripped my lower abdomen. I instinctively grasped the handrail, only to realize something was trickling down below. A wave of panic washed over me as I hurried to the restroom. Upon noticing a vivid crimson stain on my underwear, I felt the world spinning around me. What is happening? Could it be from the forceful shove against the wall by Liao Zhenhua earlier? In a state of distress, I hastily arranged my clothing and emerged, my complexion pale as I made my way outside. Miss Jiao, everything is packed and ready. Shall we go? At that moment, the delivery driver approached me eagerly. I need to rush to the hospital, could you please take the items there first? I handed him the keys to my previous residence. Just unlock the door and place everything inside, thank you. But that contravenes company policy, he hesitated. I'll pay extra. Very well then. I could not afford to linger in conversation with the driver, promptly hailing a cab to the nearest hospital. In a state of turmoil, I dialed Lin Shi's number. I've started bleeding. What? How did that happen? I just returned to the Gu residence and was shoved by Liao Zhenhua, crashing into the wall. That old scoundrel. Lin Shi uttered a vehement curse. Her anxiety palpable, yet she did not forget to console me. Xia, do not be afraid. Are you on your way to the hospital? Which hospital? I will rush over immediately. Jingda Hospital. Alright, I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions. Just then, a sharp pain surged through my lower abdomen, accompanied by a sudden rush of warmth. I hastily pressed my hand against my belly, tears cascading down uncontrollably. Baby. Please don't leave your mother. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor promptly ordered an ultrasound upon hearing my condition. Lying on the examination table, the cold gel was applied to my abdomen as the female doctor maneuvered the ultrasound probe back and forth, my heart racing in tandem. Doctor, how is my child? The doctor placed the probe back on the machine and reassured me, rest assured, the baby is still there. Hearing that my baby was safe, the weight on my heart finally began to lift. The doctor then placed several tissues on my abdomen, instructing me to clean myself and get dressed before standing up. However, she added, the results of the examination are not very good. For specifics, you will need to consult the physician. My heart sank once more, and after expressing my gratitude, I hurried out of the examination room. Xia. At that moment, Lin Shi rushed in, her urgency evident. What happened? Is the baby still with us? I nodded, affirming. Yes, still here. You scared me to death. Lin Shi exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. Soon, the two of us returned to the consultation room together. As the doctor perused the report, Lin Shi and I held our breath, anxiety etched on our faces, fearing he might deliver some distressing news. The fetal condition appears unstable. The doctor furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing increasingly tense. Just a few days ago, during the examination, everything seemed perfectly fine. How could there be sudden signs of bleeding? You were jostled and bumped against the wall. How careless. The doctor's expression was grave. Did they not realize you were pregnant? The first 3 months are particularly crucial. You must avoid exertion and impact. You must be more cautious. I will, thank you, doctor. He instructed me to rest in bed for the next few days, avoiding any movement, to nurture the fetus properly. The doctor meticulously outlined several precautions for the first trimester, emphasizing the necessity of absolute bed rest, the importance of not overexerting oneself, and maintaining emotional stability. He urged me to monitor my condition closely and to come to the hospital immediately if anything arose. Finally, he reassured me, there's no need to be overly anxious. As long as you navigate these 3 months steadily and the fetus settles, there should be no significant issues. Thank you, doctor. After exiting the consultation room, Lin Shi and I proceeded to the pharmacy to collect the prescribed medication. Once we finished our errands, we prepared to head home. At that moment, however, a voice I knew all too well pierced the air. Gu Ting, my stomach hurts terribly. Is the baby going to be all right? I'm so scared. My body stiffened in shock. I never anticipated encountering Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan here. Lin Shi, clearly flustered, instinctively reached for my arm, attempting to guide me into a nearby corridor to hide. Xia. However, Lu Qingwan, with her keen eyes, spotted me and offered no chance for me to evade her. What are you doing here? Faced with the unavoidable confrontation, Lin Shi and I could only turn back and regard her with cold stares. Yet, she furrowed her brow and glanced at my abdomen, remarking, "This is the obstetrics and gynecology department. You're not pregnant, are you?" Chapter 65, Whose child is it? The moment those words escaped her lips, Gu Ting instinctively turned his gaze towards me, his eyes fixating on my midsection. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Shi interjected, swiftly positioning herself protectively behind me, her chin raised defiantly. Do you think everyone is like you? Pregnant with the child of a married man before even getting a divorce. The waiting area of the obstetrics and gynecology department was bustling with people. And upon hearing her words, many turned their attention to Lu Qingwan. dressed in a cap and mask that concealed her features meticulously. She still instinctively lowered her head at the prying eyes of the onlookers, anxious to avoid being photographed. Meanwhile, Gu Ting appeared unfazed by the commotion. He strode towards me with purpose. Lin Shi, realizing his intent, quickly attempted to intervene, but he effortlessly pulled her aside. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, steadying Lin Shi while casting an angry glare at Gu Ting. His expression darkened as he seized my wrist, his voice laced with tension as he demanded, "Are you pregnant? Whose child is it? What insane talk is this?" I retorted coldly, attempting to wrench my hand free, but his grip was unyielding. "Let go." Gu Ting furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping over my abdomen with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "What brings you to the obstetrics and gynecology department? Surely, you haven't contracted some vile disease?" Before I could respond, Lu Qingwan, who was cloaked in layers behind me, chimed in with a mocking tone, "Well, it's either pregnancy or a filthy illness. This is. After all, the obstetrics department, you could deduce that with a bit of common sense. What else could she possibly be doing here?" I let out a cold laugh, drawing upon an unexpected surge of strength to wrench my arm free from Gu Ting's grip. "Be quiet," Gu Ting snapped, turning to glare at Lu Qingwan. She retorted, exasperated. "You dare tell me to be quiet? Am I mistaken? Then please enlighten me, why is she here in obstetrics? Have you lost your mind?" Gu Ting cast her a frosty glance. "We just divorced a week ago, even if she were pregnant, it wouldn't happen so swiftly. Moreover, have you forgotten the medication she took before?" The moment those words escaped his lips, both Lu Qingwan and I were momentarily taken aback. It was true. In my quest to enhance the likelihood of conception, I had ingested numerous ovulation-inducing drugs. Ironically, it was precisely this that led to the unexpected pregnancy with Gu Ting's child. Lu Qingwan rolled her eyes, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of her mouth. "Oh right, I nearly forgot. You were so desperate to bear Gu Ting's child that if you were indeed pregnant, you would have proclaimed it to the world. How could you possibly keep it a secret? Indeed, it is utterly futile. Despite consuming an abundance of ovulation-stimulating medications, I remain childless. TSK, TSK. Lu Qingwan gazed at me with a look of schadenfreude. "Xia xia xia, could it be that you harbor some flaw as well? You are the one with a flaw. Your entire family is flawed." Lin Shi could no longer contain her anger, vehemently rebuking. "I truly question whether the child you carry is even Gu Ting's. Perhaps it belongs to your ex-husband, and you're merely using Gu Ting as a stand-in. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Qingwan's face flushed with rage, and she made to confront Lin Shi. Fearing that Lin Shi's words might provoke Gu Ting's suspicion, I hastily intervened. "All right, Cici, let us depart. There's no need to stoop to the level of a rabid dog." "Xia xia xia, who are you calling a rabid dog? Come back here. Gu Ting. What are you doing blocking my way? Did you not hear those two wretches insulting me and our child? Are you not a man at all? How can you endure this? Enough of this commotion, there are numerous onlookers. Do you truly wish to be tomorrow's headline?" Gu Ting stated, his voice low and composed. "But you mentioned your stomach hurt, did it not? Is it no longer painful?" "It still hurts immensely." "Then you ought to see a doctor instead of causing a scene here." It was only when I pulled Lin Shi into the elevator that their conversation was finally severed. Lin Shi continued to breathe heavily, clearly infuriated. "This is infuriating. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? Enough. It is not worth damaging your health over such people." I hastily patted her on the back. "Fortunately, you pulled me away just in time." I was on the verge of speaking my mind. I couldn't help but shake my head and smile wryly. It wasn't merely on the verge, I had already spoken out. However, at that moment, both of us were caught up in our anger, and surely Gu Ting would not take Lin Shi's words to heart. With more than half a month left before the divorce certificate takes effect, I wish to prevent any further complications before then. Once everything settles, I shall certainly hold Lu Qingwan accountable. "Miss Jiao, please hold on." Just as Lin Shi and I were walking side by side towards the exit, a tall man suddenly blocked our path with an impassive expression. Lin Shi anxiously shielded me behind her, asking, "What do you want?" "My master wishes to see you." "Master?" Lin Shi furrowed her brows, puzzled by this inappropriate title. "Who is your master?" There is no need for the two ladies to panic. At that moment, another tall and robust man approached, pushing a wheelchair. Seated in the wheelchair was a man casually draped in a coat. Despite the slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, there lingered an air of detachment and indifference about him. "I am Wei Shuli. I apologize for this impudent introduction," he said with a smile. "I merely wished to meet you both and make a friend." Lin Shi frowned. "We do not know you." I gently tugged at Lin Shi's sleeve and whispered, "He is Lu Qingwan's ex-husband." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her face adorned with surprise as she gazed incredulously at Wei Shulai, her eyes reflecting her disbelief. What could Mr. Wei possibly want from us? I pressed my lips together and turned my gaze towards Wei Shulai. I had previously heard Fu Xijiong mention that Liao Zhenhua had arranged for Lu Qingwan's ex-husband to be admitted to the hospital in Beijing. I had assumed that our paths would never cross. Yet, I never anticipated that he would seek me out. "It's nothing, really." Wei Shulai chuckled softly. His features were strikingly handsome, perhaps a result of prolonged exposure to the shadows, his skin pale enough to reveal faint blue veins beneath. With that smile, he exuded an air of refined elegance. "There is just a little something I would like Miss Chiao to see." He slightly tilted his head to glance behind him. And the burly man who had been standing there immediately nodded respectfully before retrieving an envelope from his pocket and handing it to me. I looked at him with a hint of confusion, instinctively opening the envelope to glance inside. I could barely make out 2 photographs. But the identities of the individuals remained obscured. What is this? If Miss Chiao opens it, she will understand. Chapter 66, Can you keep this a secret? I furrowed my brow, casting my eyes down at the envelope, momentarily torn with uncertainty. I was unsure of the true intentions behind Wei Shuli's actions. Especially considering he was Lu Qingwan's ex-husband. And if that were not complicated enough, the child Lu Qingwan was carrying belonged to him. It was difficult to discern whether he was friend or foe. Meanwhile, Lin Shi leaned in with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the contents of the envelope. Never mind. What is a blessing may not be a misfortune, what is a misfortune cannot be avoided. I immediately pulled out the photograph from the envelope. Only to be taken aback as I recognized the figures within. The individuals captured in the image were none other than my elder brother and Lu Qingwan. They were positioned closely together, with Lu Qingwan even linking her arm through my brother's, beaming radiantly at the camera. Instinctively, I raised my gaze and met Lin Shi's astonished expression. My brother and Lu Qingwan? How could these 2 entirely unrelated individuals come together? Mr. Wei. What do you mean by this? I clutched the photograph and looked towards Wei Shuli, my heart racing to my throat. In that moment, a plethora of thoughts surged through my mind, nearly overwhelming me. Wei Shuli leisurely adjusted the blanket draped over his knees before finally lifting his eyes to meet mine. A faint smile gracing his lips. Miss Chiao, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely stumbled upon this photograph and thought that it would be more fitting for you to possess it than for me. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded into a serene composure. The imposing figure clad in black behind him promptly began to wheel him away. Mr. Wei. I instinctively sought to follow. However, before I could take more than a few steps, another burly man in black obstructed my path, leaving me to watch helplessly as Wei Shuli was pushed away in his wheelchair. Xia xia. With the imposing figure now departing, Lin Shi hurriedly grasped my arm. Let us go, we can discuss matters at home. I could not help but take a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Very well. On the way home, I found myself fixated on the photograph in my hands. The eldest brother in the picture wore a radiant smile, exuding an unmistakable sense of joy. Yet, how could he possibly be connected to Lu Qingwan? What was Wei Shuli trying to convey by giving me this photograph? A myriad of questions clouded my mind. And I instinctively rubbed my temples, feeling somewhat distressed. Xia xia, it seems we are being followed. At that moment, Lin Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with a look of anxiety. The moment those words left her lips, my heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. A black Maybach was indeed tailing us closely. However, when I caught sight of the license plate number, the tension in my chest eased immediately. It's Senior Fu. I exclaimed. Huh? It's Fu Xiao? I nodded. I could never mistake him, having ridden in his car numerous times. Lin Shi then let out a long breath, patting her chest and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, you scared me. I thought someone sent by Lu Qingwan's ex-husband was after us." I chuckled, it's not that dramatic. Lin Shi grinned at me, what do you think Senior Fu is following us for? Perhaps it's just a coincidence? Where do so many coincidences come from? Lin Shi shot me a playful glance, you don't think Fu Xiao is interested in you, do you? Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing ridiculous about it. You know he likes you, right? But just as she was about to continue, Lin Shi's words abruptly came to a halt. I gazed at her with a hint of confusion. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shi abruptly signaled and pulled over to the side of the road. What was happening? My mind was a whirlwind of questions. Think carefully, Xia Xia, where did we come from? Lin Shi pressed her lips together and looked at me. I blinked, somewhat perplexed by her words. From the hospital, right? What's the matter? Lin Shi gently poked my forehead and then swiftly glanced at the rearview mirror. Noticing that Fu Xijing had indeed followed her lead and parked beside us, she continued, since he could follow us all the way from the hospital. It indicates he must know something. I was momentarily taken aback, slowly grasping the implication of her statement. You mean Fu Senior knows I'm pregnant? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems likely. What should we do then? Just let it be. Lin Shi gestured towards Fu Xijing, who was already stepping out of the car. I think you two should have a proper conversation. I'm rather curious to see if you'll find a father for the baby. She. Before I could finish my thought, Fu Xijing had already knocked on the passenger window. Go on, Lin Shi gently nudged me. Initially, I felt indifferent. But suddenly a wave of anxiety washed over me. Taking a deep breath, I finally opened the door and stepped out. Fu Senior, what are you? Are you all right? Fu Xijing spoke up first. I hurriedly shook my head, assuring him that I was fine. Fu Xijing pressed his lips together and explained. I had to go to the hospital to see Lin Jinyu, and I happened to see you. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon my abdomen. Are you pregnant? My heart tightened, he truly knew. I never expected that the secret I had concealed for so long would be so easily uncovered. Yes, I nodded slightly. Not entirely hiding the truth from him, perhaps because a part of me wished for him to know. I hoped he would reconsider his path. The veil between us had yet to be torn, and I could pretend to remain oblivious, continuing our friendship as it was. Do you want to keep this child? Fu Xijing furrowed his brows, his dark eyes swirling with an emotion I couldn't decipher. Yes, I nodded again. Fu Xijing pressed his lips together, raising his gaze, which locked deeply with mine. Xia, actually. His penetrating stare made my heart race, fearing that his words might shatter the fragile relationship we shared. I quickly interrupted him, this child is Gu Ting's. Fu Xijing's expression froze, as if he hadn't comprehended my words. What? I took a deep breath, enunciating clearly. I mean, this child is Gu Ting's, but I wish to give birth to him and raise him myself. Fu Xijing's lips tightened, his eyes fixed intently on me. So, what are you trying to say? Can Senior Fu help me keep this a secret from Gu Ting? Fu Xijing's lips curled into a slight arc. A gesture that appeared to be a blend of self-mockery and resignation. In the end, he merely chuckled softly, raising his gaze to meet mine. Very well. I shall keep your secret. Chapter 67, What is Fu Xijing's true identity? How could he possibly pick up Gu Ting's discarded shoes? Upon hearing his words, a sense of relief washed over me, realizing he might have relinquished his pursuit. Yet, an undercurrent of bittersweetness soon surged within me. I stifled this emotion, reminding myself that my actions were justified. Given my current circumstances, even if Fu Xijing harbored feelings for me, what difference would it make? The Fu family would never approve. The Gu family, though not as illustrious as the Fu clan, still held more sway than I could ever hope for. Thus, to recklessly plunge into this affair, relying solely on Fu Xijing's fleeting affection, would indeed be sheer folly. However, my mind had already been clouded once before, and I was unwilling to tread that path again. A decisive cut was the only way to eliminate unnecessary complications. Due to the need for bed rest during my pregnancy, I had taken a leave of absence from work. And I slept soundly until I awoke naturally. While I was in the midst of my morning routine, a knock echoed at the door. I hastily wiped my face and opened it, only to find Fu Xijing standing there with 2 large bags in hand. Senior Fu? What brings you here? He waved the bags of ingredients before me. Didn't I mention that I would prepare braised goat leg for you? Today, I happen to have some free time. I quickly stepped aside to let him in, clearly taken aback that he still remembered this promise. I had assumed his earlier words were merely a formality. As I observed Fu Sijong skillfully tying on an apron and bustling about in the kitchen, I felt it inappropriate to remain idly in bed. So I fetched a chair and seated myself at the kitchen door, engaging him in conversation to alleviate the monotony. At that moment, my phone, which lay on the dining table, suddenly vibrated. I hastily rose to retrieve it, only to find that the caller was Liao Zhenhua. I was momentarily taken aback. Since my marriage into the Gu family, Liao Zhenhua had typically treated me with contempt, hardly acknowledging my existence, let alone initiating a phone call. Today, however, it seemed as if the sun had risen in the west. Hello. Before I could articulate a response, Liao Zhenhua's frantic voice erupted from the receiver. Xia Xiangxia. Did you instigate Fu Sijong to shut down my horse ranch? His accusation left me utterly bewildered. I could not comprehend his words. Meanwhile, Liao Zhenhua continued to hurl insults. You wretched woman. Do you truly believe that by associating with Fu Sijong you can elevate yourself? Let me remind you of your place. What is Fu Sijong's status? He would never stoop to pick up Gu Ting's discarded shoes. Listening to Liao Zhenhua's vile tirade, I felt my body tremble with indignation. Have you lost your mind? I cannot fathom what you are saying. Stop pretending. Early this morning, my horse ranch was shut down, and you dare deny your involvement with Fu Sijong? It was not me. Stubborn as a dead duck. I warn you, should you truly provoke me, you shall regret it. At that moment, Fu Sijong suddenly reached for my phone. His jaw was slightly clenched, and his gaze was icy. The call was abruptly terminated when Liao Zhenhua recognized his voice, revealing himself to be someone who was easily intimidated. Are you all right? Fu Sijong inquired, noticing my agitation, his brow furrowing slightly. It was hardly worth getting upset over someone like him. I took a deep breath, striving to calm my emotions. Fu Sijong turned and poured a glass of water, offering it to me. Thank you. I quickly accepted it and took a sip, finally meeting his eyes. Regarding Liao Zhenhua's earlier mention of the racetrack. Yes. That was me. I gasped in surprise, my mouth agape. I had initially thought Liao Zhenhua was merely acting out early in the morning, not realizing it was indeed Fu Sijong involved. Why? I asked, regaining my composure. What did he do to provoke you? He pushed you yesterday, didn't he? I bit my lip, astonished that she had so quickly divulged this matter to Fu Sijong. Even more surprising was Fu Sijong's willingness to stand up for me. A warm sensation surged within me. To say I wasn't touched would be a lie. Thank you. Fu Sijong ruffled my hair gently, reminding me that I need not be so formal with him. What is that smell? I sniffed the air. Oh no. Fu Sijong's expression changed dramatically, and he hurried towards the kitchen. Watching him flustered as he tidied up the kitchen made me chuckle. And the anger I had felt from the unjust insults began to dissipate. By the way, Senior Fu, do you know what Lu Qingwan's ex-husband does? Fu Sijong lifted his gaze to me, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. What has piqued your interest in him all of a sudden? Oh. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Fu Sijong chuckled softly, not elaborating further. He gradually began. The Wei family originated from the perfume industry, with a legacy that has endured for several centuries in Europe. They are considered a prestigious family. However, when Wei Shuli assumed control, he aligned himself with the wrong political faction, leading to the family's decline. It was during that period that Wei Shuli met with an unfortunate accident, resulting in his incapacitation. Lu Qingwan eventually divorced him, but I am uncertain why he has suddenly come to Kyoto for treatment. At this juncture, Fu Sijong looked at me, inquiring. What is it? Have you discovered something? I quickly shook my head, realizing I had to rely on Fu Sijong in this matter. I produced the photograph that Wei Shuli had given me and handed it to him. This is what Wei Shuli gave me. He has met you? Fu Sijong frowned. I nodded. He approached me unexpectedly in the underground parking lot of the hospital yesterday and inexplicably handed me this photograph. Fu Sijong furrowed his brow in contemplation. When did your elder brother and Lu Qingwan become acquainted? I do not know, I replied, shaking my head. My brother has never mentioned it to me. Then you should inquire with your brother for clarity. But I cannot reach him at the moment. Do not worry, I will find someone. With the mention of Fu Sijong, I felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. At least in the realm of Kyoto, there was no one he could not locate. Soon, a feast of delectable dishes was presented before us. Merely inhaling the aroma sent my taste buds into a frenzy. How does it taste? How does it compare to Jushan building? My mouth was stuffed to the brim, rendering me incapable of speech, so I could only give him a thumbs up. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Fu Sijong remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he offered me a glass of water. I have many more dishes to prepare for you. Given the time. I nodded vigorously. Fu Sijong chuckled softly. So, are you still considering moving? If you leave, you might lose this delightful fortune. I never anticipated that he would be waiting for me here. My earlier inclination to move stemmed from a desire to maintain some distance from Fu Sijong before the delicate boundary between us was breached. Now that he was aware of my pregnancy with Gu Ting's child, and that I intended to carry the child to term, he would likely retreat from any romantic pursuit. There was no longer a need for me to be cautious. I smiled at him brightly, my eyes crinkling at the corners. As long as Senior Fu did not find me bothersome, that was enough. The corners of Fu Sijong's lips curled slightly, his smile taking on a more profound meaning. Not a bother at all, I am more than willing. By the way, his smile then faded slightly as he abruptly changed the subject. What brought you to the Gu family today? I hastily recounted the purpose of my visit to the Gu family today, my expression betraying a sense of defeat. Lamenting the missed opportunity to enter my mother-in-law's room and examine her medication. Yet, Fu Sijing's demeanor appeared contemplative as he reiterated. You mentioned that Lu Qingwan was also at the Gu residence at that time? Indeed, I replied, somewhat perplexed that this seemed to be his focal point. What of it? Nothing much, let me make a call. Before long, Fu Sijing returned, placing his phone before me. Take a look at this, he urged. I tilted my head to observe. Only to find that Fu Sijing was presenting me with a detailed report of a pregnancy consultation. Upon glancing at the name, my eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Qingwan? Was this her diagnostic report from today? Fu Sijing raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. Now, look further down. Confused, I continued to read. And once I reached the doctor's recorded diagnosis, my mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. Threatened miscarriage? Intense sexual activity? What does this mean? Although I had previously noticed hickeys on Lu Qingwan's body, I had merely attributed them to Gu Ting's lack of restraint during an intimate moment. I had not anticipated that they had engaged in such activities, and so intensely. With a hint of disdain, I furrowed my brow and pushed Fu Sijing's phone back towards him, as if fearing that another glance would taint me with some unsavory residue. Fu Sijong was amused by my actions, yet he set his phone aside before speaking. Earlier, you mentioned that you happened to see Liao Zhenhua with his mistress, correct? Indeed. I nodded, a fleeting look of disgust crossing my face. I had indeed caught sight of a figure, but I was certain it was a woman. At this juncture, my words abruptly faltered on my tongue. Something flashed through my mind, and I looked at Fu Sijong in disbelief. Only to find him with a slight smile, as if he had unraveled the mystery. My junior from elementary school was quite astute. At this moment, I could scarcely pay heed to Fu Sijong's teasing tone, and I hastily exclaimed, Are you suggesting that Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua? Fu Sijong chuckled softly and shrugged, I haven't stated anything. Fu Shuezhong. He did not continue to jest, and based on the current circumstances, the likelihood of their affair seemed greater. He refrained from making a definitive conclusion, evidently lacking evidence. Yet, I still found it hard to believe, after all. Wasn't Lu Qingwan fond of Gu Ting? How could this be? Fu Sijong let out a light laugh. What is so strange about that? When it comes to the diversity of species. I lowered my head, silently poking at the rice in my bowl. Still processing the astonishing revelation Fu Sijong had just shared. The speculation was simply too outrageous. Nevertheless, if this conjecture were true, then Lu Qingwan had even more motive to poison my grandmother. Fortunately, I had entrusted the old butler to procure the medication my mother-in-law typically consumes. And he should have already taken it for analysis. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the results should be available by tomorrow. After several days of convalescence, the following afternoon, the old butler called. Miss Jiao, you instructed me to fetch the lady's regular medication for testing, and the results are in. I inquired, what is it? Is there an issue with the medicine? The medication is fine. I was momentarily taken aback. If the medicine posed no problem, how could my mother-in-law have been poisoned? Noticing my prolonged silence, the old butler voiced his concern. Do you suspect that someone may have poisoned the lady? I pressed my lips together, contemplating the doctor's assertion that her symptoms were more indicative of poisoning. However, tests conducted there revealed no toxins. Could it be that I was mistaken? Was my mother-in-law genuinely ill, rather than poisoned? The old butler appeared to harbor doubts regarding my suspicions, yet he remarked, the lady's meals are prepared by the household maids. If she were poisoned, wouldn't the entire Gu family be at risk? Recognizing the validity of his statement, I inhaled deeply and replied, all right, I understand. Then, if you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall see to it. Thank you, Uncle Wang. After ending the call, I paced restlessly within the confines of my room, struggling to accept that my mother-in-law's condition could have deteriorated so dramatically overnight. I remained convinced that the doctor's hypothesis was not unfounded. My mother-in-law must indeed be suffering from poisoning. As I sat there, restless and agitated, my phone placed upon the table suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Fu Xijing. Are you feeling better today? He inquired. Yes, I'm fine now, I replied. What brings you to call? Is there something you need to discuss? He continued, tonight, Lu Qingwan is attending an award ceremony, and Liao Zhenhua is one of the sponsors. So he will undoubtedly be present. Would you care to join me for some excitement? Upon hearing this, I felt a stir of anticipation within me. However, the thought of attending such an event alongside Fu Xijing inevitably raised concerns about public speculation. While I was indifferent to gossip, I was wary of the potential impact on Fu Xijing's reputation. Noticing my silence, Fu Xijing chuckled lightly, if you prefer not to go, it's perfectly fine. I can provide you with a live broadcast. His words prompted me to respond quickly, no, I think I will accompany you after all. Very well, Fu Xijing replied leisurely. I will come to pick you up this evening. As night fell, the stars sparkled brilliantly against the sky. The award ceremony was even more enchanting, filled with luminaries. The autumn night had grown somewhat chilly, so I had donned a fringed shawl, which served to keep me warm while discreetly concealing my slightly protruding abdomen. I was now 2 months pregnant, and while my belly was only subtly rounded, perhaps due to my slender frame, no one would readily assume I was expecting. Which turned out to be a fortunate twist of fate. Upon entering the venue, my gaze wandered, and I soon spotted Lu Qingwan amidst the crowd. This evening, she adorned herself in a sky-blue deep V gown that accentuated her alluring curves, while a delicate band of feathers cascaded down her waist, artfully concealing her midriff. The skirt featured a daring high slit, revealing her long, slender legs. At that moment, she posed for the camera, striking various seductive and captivating postures. While a throng of reporters below fervently captured the scene, the sound of flashing cameras creating a symphony of clicks. Exhausted, perhaps? Just then, a deep voice resonated above, prompting me to instinctively glance back, only to find Fu Xijing standing behind me, his presence unnoticed until now. I quickly shook my head and scanned the surroundings, wondering where Liao Zhenhua had gone. Why the haste? Fu Xijing chuckled, placing his hand on my shoulder. Even if there's a grand spectacle, we must await the commencement of the inner banquet. Through the fabric, warmth radiated from his palm, enveloping me and causing a slight perspiration to form on my back. However, his hand soon withdrew, and he unexpectedly procured a chair for me to sit. At that moment, Lu Qingwan had just finished her photo shoot and was preparing to step down for a breather. I then observed Liao Zhenhua approaching her. Here it comes. Chapter 69, Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua are involved. Liao Zhenhua was particularly dapper today, his hair meticulously styled, embodying the quintessence of a successful elite. It must be said that, compared to the average middle-aged individuals in their 40s or 50s, Liao Zhenhua appears remarkably youthful, owing to his consistent commitment to fitness. His physique remaining impeccably intact, making it nearly impossible to discern that he is approaching 50 years of age. Uncle Liao, what brings you here? Lu Qingwan exclaimed, her expression one of genuine surprise, as if she truly did not know. I have come to support my dear Wan, Liao Zhenhua replied, his face radiant with a hearty smile, leaning in closer to her. You may not be aware, but I have invested in your upcoming film. What? Lu Qingwan's face lit up with astonishment as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Liao Zhenhua's, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Liao. I remained concealed in the shadows, Observing the two with a chilling detachment, the mere thought that my suspicions might be valid caused a tumultuous churn in my stomach, making me feel nauseous. Have a sip of water. At that moment, a glass of warm water was extended toward me. Thank you, I said hastily as I accepted it. After taking a few sips, the sensation of queasiness began to subside. However, when I lifted my gaze again to seek out Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua, I found that they had vanished without a trace. Where are they? I involuntarily rose to my feet, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Do not rush. Fu Xijing's hand suddenly pressed gently against the sides of my head, guiding my gaze in a particular direction. They went that way. Upon hearing this, I was eager to pursue them, but Fu Xijing grasped my wrist firmly, urging me to wait. Wait for what? His lips curled into a mischievous grin, exuding an air of wicked delight. Wait for the spark when dry tinder meets raging fire. Truly, a cunning fox. As time slipped away, I found myself in a state of anxious anticipation, while Fu Xijing remained remarkably composed, even presenting me with a plate of fruit he had procured from somewhere. As I devoured nearly half of the fruit, Fu Xijing finally rose, remarking he was off to witness the unfolding drama. I promptly set down the fruit plate and hurried after him, pursuing the direction in which Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua had vanished. The banquet was held within a luxurious five-star hotel, and as we traversed the corridor, we encountered not a single soul. What should I do? I couldn't locate them. A wave of urgency washed over me. My purpose for being here was to unravel the relationship between Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua, yet now I had lost them. Shoo. Fu Xijing pressed a finger to his lips, signaling me to be silent, then gestured towards a nearby changing room. I quickly covered my mouth, holding my breath as I followed him cautiously towards the changing area. Indeed, I discerned a faint moan, reminiscent of a kitten's cry. Fu Xijing gently pushed open the door to another fitting room, and immediately, the distinct voices of a man and a woman reached our ears. Liao. Uncle Liao. Please, what if someone discovers us? Lu Qingwan's voice was laced with palpable fear, evidently terrified beyond measure. Upon hearing Liao Zhenhua's voice, I instinctively covered my mouth, terrified of betraying our presence. It was true. My face was a portrait of shock and disbelief. Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua? Had they lost their minds? Hadn't Liao Zhenhua always regarded Gu Ting as his own son? Moreover, is it not the case that Lu Qingwan is set to obtain her marriage certificate with Gu Ting by the end of the month? This simply cannot be. Clearly, Lu Qingwan still possesses some semblance of reason, persistently resisting. Following a rustling sound of fabric, Liao Zhenhua's voice underwent a transformation. Wan, are you simply awaiting my arrival? Oh dear, what are you doing? At that moment, a pair of large hands suddenly enveloped my ears. Instinctively, I raised my gaze, only to meet Fu Xijing's dark, profound eyes. A flush crept to my cheeks, although my ears were covered by Fu Xijing's hands, rendering me unable to hear the sounds emitted by Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua. I was acutely aware that they were undoubtedly engaged in intimate matters. Meanwhile, I was eavesdropping with Fu Xijing. Just as I awkwardly contemplated finding a crack in the ground to escape into, the grip on my ear suddenly loosened. Surprised, I lifted my gaze. Fu Xijing's lips curled into a smirk as he silently mouthed the word "finish" to me. How abrupt. I even questioned whether a minute had truly elapsed. Oh, it's all your fault. How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Lu Qingwan lamented. Who compelled you to be so provocative today? Were you intentionally trying to entice me? I was not. Lu Qingwan playfully struck him. Uncle Liao, you are incorrigible. You always behave this way. Last time, when Gu Ting accompanied me to the hospital, he nearly caught on. Thankfully, I deceived the doctor, claiming I had bumped my stomach, which spared me from revealing the truth. Upon hearing this, I instinctively exchanged a glance with Fu Xijing, and indeed, he had guessed correctly. From the very beginning, Fu Xijing's suspicions were ignited by that pregnancy test report. It appears that the woman I encountered in my mother-in-law's home, entangled with Liao Zhenhua, was none other than Lu Qingwan. The mere thought of this ignites a surge of fury within me. How dare these two shameless individuals engage in such acts within my mother-in-law's bedroom? Do they possess no sense of decency whatsoever? Rest assured, I am aware. You are nearly 3 months along, and the child is stable, posing no issues. Liao Zhenhua, having just released his pent-up desires, speaks in a languid tone, clearly lacking vigor. 3 months. A frown creases my forehead as I realize that the child is undoubtedly not Gu Ting's. Initially, I had harbored suspicions that the offspring Lu Qingwan carries was from her former husband. However, it now seems likely that Liao Zhenhua is the father. This is utterly absurd. Carrying Liao Zhenhua's child while harboring aspirations to marry Gu Ting. If they were to wed, would Lu Qingwan's child call Gu Ting daddy or brother? That simply cannot be allowed to happen again. As Lu Qingwan busies herself with her attire, she lamented, I was counting on this child to marry Gu Ting, as he seems particularly fond of children. The moment he learned of my pregnancy, he immediately agreed to divorce Jia Shasha and marry me. After 2 years of marriage to Jia Shasha, they have yet to conceive, so it must be that she is unable to bear children. Upon discovering my pregnancy, he must be overjoyed. Liao Zhenhua suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his laughter tinged with a hint of malice. Did you sleep with Gu Ting last time? Who do you find more pleasurable, him or me? Uncle Liao. Lu Qingwan immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, stop joking. Gu Ting has never touched me. Chapter 70. Gu Ting, listen closely, it was she who no longer wanted you. Upon hearing this, Fu Xijiang and I exchanged a swift glance, clearly taken aback. Gu Ting had never laid a finger on Lu Qingwan? This was utterly absurd. I found myself feeling a twinge of pity for Gu Ting. Initially, I had assumed he was an unwitting father, perhaps at least having gained some advantage from Lu Qingwan. But now it appeared he was truly a victim of deception. Is that true? Liao Zhenhua asked, his voice laced with skepticism. The last time he got so drunk. Even when I stripped down to nothing, it was futile, Lu Qingwan retorted in frustration, adding, fortunately, he was so inebriated that I managed to fool him. He believed he had really been with me. I held my breath, listening intently from the corner, feeling utterly disgusted by the entire affair. It was as if her mother had opened the door to nausea, allowing it to flood in. From the adjacent changing room came the rustling of fabric, followed by the sound of the door opening, and 2 pairs of footsteps gradually receding. Once the corridor outside fell silent, Fu Xijiang gently pushed the door open to peek outside. It's clear, they've left. I cautiously craned my neck to survey the surroundings, and, indeed, there was no one in sight. I let out a sigh of relief, patting my chest. With such little courage, how could I pretend to eavesdrop? Fu Xijiang glanced at me, amusement dancing in his eyes. I shot him a glare, then lowered my gaze, biting my lip as I endeavored to process the shocking news I had just overheard. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? I find myself pondering the origin of the poison afflicting my mother-in-law. Fu Xijiang's large hand pressed gently atop my head, prompting me to consider, does knowing the source of the poison truly matter? What, then, is of utmost importance? To save the person in distress. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart, for I recognized the truth in his words, yet the nature of my mother-in-law's affliction remained shrouded in mystery. How could we provide aid? Previously, I had perused Aunt Lan's medical records and consulted with doctors. In cases such as hers, if poisoned, it would likely involve chronic toxins that, upon manifestation, mimic the symptoms of various ailments. I tilted my head, attentively absorbing his words, and in our shared gaze, I beheld his dark, luminous eyes, which held a glimmer of habitual sharpness and intensity. Consider this, the individuals who regularly interact with Aunt Lan are quite limited. We merely need to methodically eliminate possibilities. I nodded vigorously, prepared to suggest that I inform Uncle Wang. However, before I could finish my thought, Fu Xijing interjected, asserting that such matters required Gu Ting's intervention, as our assistance would be of little value. Gu Ting? Rest assured, I shall speak with him, I replied, swiftly realizing the validity of Fu Xijing's assertion. Clearly, Gu Ting was the most suitable and expedient choice for this task, given that it was his biological mother in jeopardy. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of concern lingered within me regarding Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua. I refrained from voicing my worries, yet Fu Xijing appeared cognizant of my unspoken thoughts. Their illicit affair was something I would choose to withhold from him for the time being. I nodded once more, reassured by Fu Xijing's thorough consideration, and felt a sense of relief wash over me. As the purpose of our visit had been fulfilled, there seemed little reason to linger at the banquet. Just as Fu Xijing and I prepared to leave, however, our path was obstructed by a towering figure. Instinctively, I raised my gaze and met Gu Ting's stern expression, his eyes betraying both anger and reluctance. Xiao Xia? What are you doing here? It was Lu Qingwan, standing beside Gu Ting, who posed the question. at that moment. She had regained her usual poised demeanor, entirely devoid of the disarray I had recently witnessed in the changing room. Had I not just overheard a rather scandalous live performance, I would have doubted that she was the same person. After all, this was a prestigious award ceremony in the entertainment industry. What business did an intern in voice acting have mingling here? Yet, Fu Xijing casually draped his arm over my shoulder, drawing me into his embrace. And with a slight lift of his eyelids, he coldly uttered 4 words, "Not your concern." The abrupt retort left Lu Qingwan's face flushed, rendering her speechless. Fu Xijing, displaying evident impatience, waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to hear more from her, but his gaze turned icy as he directed it toward Gu Ting. A good dog does not obstruct the way. However, as Fu Xijing guided me toward the exit, Gu Ting seized his arm and coldly proposed, "Shall we have a word?" Instinctively, I turned to Fu Xijing, recalling his earlier mention of discussing matters regarding his grandmother with Gu Ting, realizing this was an opportune moment. "I'll wait for you in the car," I quickly added, fearful that Fu Xijing might decline Gu Ting's request. "No need," he replied curtly. Fu Xijing smiled casually, the corners of his lips hinting at indifference, as he remained to hear what he had to say. Gu Ting's lips were pressed tightly together, and the muscles on his forehead twitched incessantly, clearly ignited by fury. "Do not presume that you can take advantage of this situation. The one Xiaoxiao loves is me." I couldn't help but furrow my brows at him, astonished that he could still utter such words at this juncture. Yet Gu Ting stubbornly fixed his gaze on Fu Xijing. His eyes reddened as if they could weep blood. "She has loved me for 10 years, Fu Xijing. Do you truly think that your fleeting days can compare to a decade? You know very well that she does not love you." However, Fu Xijing suddenly laughed, lowering his gaze as he reached for my hand, intertwining our fingers. "You need not concern yourself with that. We have 20 years, 30 years, or even a lifetime ahead of us. You are deluding yourself. Xiaoxia did not love you 10 years ago, and she will not love you 10 years hence." Fu Xijing's smile faded slightly, asserting that the one living in a fantasy is you. Perhaps I may not be the one by her side in the future, but it will undoubtedly not be you. Gu Ting, listen closely, she has chosen to let you go. You speak nonsense. The divorce certificate has yet to take effect. I can revoke it at any moment. Fu Xijing, do not even think about it. Fu Xijing stared at him, declaring, "Gu Ting, if you were to let her go willingly, I might regard you with a modicum of respect." What is this? Has Lu Qingwan's child been discarded? As Gu Ting's expression shifted, he noticed Lu Qingwan reaching out from behind to tug at his clothing, only to be forcefully brushed aside by him. Coldly, he declared, "Fu Xijing, it is not your place to reprimand me." "Reprimand you?" Fu Xijing chuckled suddenly, his amusement palpable. "Have you not discerned the truth? I am merely relishing the opportunity to exacerbate your plight. To kick a man when he is down." Fury surged within Gu Ting, nearly causing him to erupt. He clenched his fists, poised to retaliate. Yet, Fu Xijing nimbly sidestepped, seizing Gu Ting's arm and pinning him against a nearby booth, leaving onlookers in shock. However, upon witnessing the radiant smile adorning Fu Xijing's face, they assumed the two were merely jesting, and thus began to point and laugh, reveling in the spectacle. Fu Xijing lowered his body, leaning in close to whisper something in Gu Ting's ear. He then released his grip and turned towards me, declaring, "Let us depart." Unable to restrain my curiosity, I glanced back only to find Gu Ting seated on the sofa, looking utterly despondent, while Lu Qingwan frantically attempted to smooth his disheveled hair. It was not until we exited the hall that I withdrew my gaze and, unable to contain my inquisitiveness, inquired, "What did you just say to him?" Chapter 71, A Masterstroke of Using a Knife to Kill from Afar. Curious to know? Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow. I nodded eagerly, indeed. With a beckoning gesture, Fu Xijing urged me closer, and I promptly leaned in to listen intently. Fu Xijing's hand gently rested against my cheek, and as he drew closer, a crisp, deep scent of cedar wafted towards me, reminiscent of an early autumn forest, sparse yet profoundly refreshing. I remarked that he had misspoken earlier. In truth, I had harbored feelings for him for over a decade. A sudden shock coursed through me, and I instinctively stepped back, my face a portrait of alarm as I gazed at him. "I was merely teasing you." Fu Xijing's lips curled into an increasingly radiant smile. "Did you actually believe me?" "Fu, senior." I feigned anger, glaring at him. "Truly. One day, he will frighten me to death." His laughter grew even more brilliant, And after a considerable effort, he finally ceased chuckling and said, "Alright, I won't jest any longer." Still unsettled by the earlier remark that had startled me, I refrained from pressing further. However, Fu Sijiong this time was straightforward, stating plainly, I informed him about Aunt Lan's poisoning. My mouth fell agape in astonishment. I had never anticipated that Fu Sijiong would choose such a moment and setting to disclose this. Yet, would Gu Ting believe it? Fu Sijiong, however, appeared self-assured, assuring me, "Rest assured, when it concerns Aunt Lan, he has no choice but to believe." As the night deepened, Fu Sijiong returned me home, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Since I had to go to the office early the next morning, I proceeded to wash up and then went straight to bed. I slept soundly until the break of dawn. Just as I was preparing to freshen up, Fu Sijiong suddenly called. "Hello, Fu Senior? What's the matter? Have you gotten up? Come over for breakfast." "Huh? I prepared a meal for two, should I bring it over or shall I deliver it to you?" Initially, I intended to decline the invitation, but upon hearing his words, I quickly replied that I would come over after freshening up. "Alright, I'll wait for you." A few minutes later, I knocked on Fu Sijiong's door. "Come in," he beckoned. At that moment, he was still clad in an apron, his arms, taut and muscular, stretching the fabric of his black t-shirt. As he spoke, he pulled back a dining chair, gesturing for me to sit down and enjoy the meal. On the table lay 2 bowls of steaming lamb soup, its broth a pure white, adorned with delicate green onion flecks, a feast for the senses in every sense. Beside it, a plate stacked high with golden, glistening scallion pancakes, freshly cooked and still emanating warmth. My appetite was instantly piqued. "Try it and see if it suits your palate. This is a broth I prepared using lamb shank bones, and it should be quite authentic." I gazed at the richly simmered lamb soup, then at the large bones brimming with marrow in the adjacent bowl, and without tasting, I knew it would be exquisite. I promptly scooped a spoonful of the soup, blowing gently on it before bringing it to my lips. "Be careful not to burn yourself." Delicious." I enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Once we had feasted our fill, Fu Sijiong drove me to the office. However, as we arrived at the entrance, we were met with a throng of girls, illuminated by lightboards, holding up banners while chanting slogans in unison. It appeared to be a gathering of devoted fans rallying in support of a celebrity. I was not surprised, smiling as I pushed the door to get out of the car. However, just then, Fu Sijiong firmly grasped my wrist, his brow slightly furrowed, and lowered the window halfway. Instantly, the slogans from outside pierced my ears. "Xiao xia xia, get out of Fingxi. Xiao xia xia, with your questionable character and moral decay, leave the voice acting industry." My mouth fell open in astonishment. I had heard of fervent fans before, but today I witnessed them in the flesh. They were actually targeting me? What was happening? They must be fans of Lu Qingwan. Fu Sijiong pointed to one girl whose support outfit prominently displayed the flamboyant characters spelling Qingji Wenyu. I frowned slightly, clearly anticipating this. It must be related to the Weibo post Lu Qingwan made yesterday. Fu Sijiong adeptly opened his phone and handed it to me, his voice low, revealing that he was quite skilled at using others to do his bidding. I quickly took the phone and saw that Lu Qingwan bad posted around 9 o'clock last night. After finally reuniting, why must there be unexpected turmoil? Why do we have this thing called a divorce cooling off period? After a long hiatus, I've resumed my antidepressants, but it's alright. I will definitely rise again and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Beneath the post was a line of fans offering comfort and encouragement. "Take care of yourself, Wanner. We will always love you. Wanbao and brother-in-law are a match made in heaven, may you find happiness. Wanbao is so strong, I'm about to cry. Who is bullying our beautiful and kind-hearted Wanner?" I couldn't help but frown, uncertain whether it was due to an overindulgence at breakfast or the incessant scrolling through Weibo that left me feeling somewhat nauseous. More prominently, I was bombarded by a flurry of comments from fans tagging me on Weibo, all of which were unrelentingly accusatory and scathingly derogatory. "Stop looking," Fu Sijiong remarked, reclaiming his phone. "I'll handle the comments on Weibo." I pressed my lips together and retrieved my own phone, opening my Weibo account. Upon logging in, I was greeted by a staggering 99 private messages and an equal number of mentions. Upon clicking on my latest work-related post, I was overwhelmed to find it besieged by vitriol from Lu Qingwan's fans, replete with vile language. I was infuriated yet amused by the audacity of their attacks. Just then, my phone rang. It was the department manager calling. Hello, manager. Xiao Qiao, you haven't arrived at the office yet, right? Take the day off and don't come in. But I'm already at the entrance. Please, don't enter, the manager urged anxiously. The entrance is surrounded by Lu Qingwan's zealous fans, most of whom are underage girls. If a conflict arises, it could be quite troublesome. I inhaled deeply, feeling as though my lungs might burst with frustration. The manager offered a few more words of caution, and just as he was about to hang up, a colleague's voice interjected from the other end, "Manager. A surveillance video has suddenly surfaced on Weibo and is trending in the top 20. A video?" I raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering what it could possibly contain. When Fu Xijing, with a smirk, handed me his phone. In the hushed compartment, a woman's chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence. "You claim you lack the mood to accompany me in filing for divorce. Yet, you seemingly possess the leisure to accompany Lu Qingwan on shopping excursions?" I gazed at Fu Xijing in sheer astonishment. Is this truly my voice? Chapter 72, The Mother-in-Law Has Awakened. This video unmistakably captured the moment I encountered Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan while shopping with Lin Shi. How could such surveillance footage have suddenly surfaced online and ascended to trending status? As I remained engulfed in confusion, the video continued to play. Divorce? Gu Ting. Are you truly seeking a divorce? Indeed. They are to be divorced, and are you not elated? It conveniently clears a space for you two scoundrels. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Ting and I share a brotherly bond, our relationship is utterly innocent. Their divorce holds no relevance for me. Bah. Shameless vixen. The video abruptly ceased at this juncture. Clearly, this trending topic was artificially inflated, its popularity skyrocketing until it claimed the top spot on the trending list. As the influx of viewers surged, its prominence only intensified. Initially, Lu Qingwan's fans endeavored to manage the comments, "Do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors. Please support my dear Wanbao's works. Lu Qingwan has consistently emphasized their brotherly relationship, I fail to see what merits trending. The ex-wife has successfully faded from view. Her capital is indeed formidable." However, as more and more onlookers flooded in, the comments section gradually spiraled out of control. Does no one find Lu Qingwan to be rather promiscuous? Just a few days ago, when she publicly announced her romantic relationship, I didn't see her mentioning good buddy at all. The aroma of man's tea is quite overwhelming. I recall her fans affectionately referring to her partner as brother-in-law in the comments section, even when he was still married. Isn't that the very definition of a homewrecker? As the trending topics on Weibo unfolded, opinions varied widely. Yet the scales of public opinion gradually began to tip in my favor. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Lu Qingwan hastily posted a Weibo update. Lu Qingwan, first and foremost. I want to clarify that I did not interfere in anyone's marriage, the innocent shall remain untainted. Secondly, I urge everyone to refrain from further conflict. I apologize for occupying public resources. Lastly, I wish to express my sincere apologies to those who care for me, for causing them concern upon the release of this statement. Her fans flooded the comment section. Don't blame yourself, Wanbao, it's not your fault. The innocent shall remain untainted. Let us not spread rumors and instead focus on the actor's work. As an outsider, I find her apology commendable. I will observe how this unfolds. Hoping for a misunderstanding, I swiftly perused the comments and couldn't help but admire Lu Qingwan's rapid response. It's no wonder she thrives in the entertainment industry. With the situation seemingly calming down, I finally closed Weibo. Senior Fu, did you post this video? I turned to Fu Xijing. Yes. But how did you come across this video? I asked in astonishment. Considering it had occurred over half a month ago, the mall you visited belongs to the Fu Group's portfolio. I shook my head in astonishment and amusement. Then turned my grateful gaze towards Fu Xijing, expressing my thanks for his assistance this time. There's no need for such formality, he replied, casting a glance towards the company entrance. Are you still working today? The manager granted me a day off, I responded. Then accompany me to the office. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to lend me a hand. All right. Fu Xijing chuckled lightly, just as I was about to start the car. My phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Gu Ting, I promptly hung up, my expression unyielding. Yet, Gu Ting persisted, repeatedly calling, exhibiting an unrelenting determination to continue until I answered. I pressed my lips together, ultimately succumbing. Hello? Why didn't you answer my call? Gu Ting's voice was low, evidently suppressing his irritation. State your purpose, I replied coldly. After what seemed like a deep breath, Gu Ting spoke. I heard about the incident on Weibo. I will have Qingwan apologize to you. I let out a dismissive huff, my impatience evident. Have you finished? Furthermore, Gu Ting seemed somewhat anxious. Do you now find it bothersome to even converse with me? Xia, you weren't like this before. I interrupted him. You mentioned the past, that was then. I used to have feelings for you, but I no longer do. Impossible. Gu Ting's voice rose sharply. How can one simply retract their feelings? You loved me for so many years, how can you just say you no longer do? How can it be impossible? I coldly interrupted, my tone exhibiting an unprecedented calmness. Gu Ting, I truly no longer harbor any affection for you. Perhaps it was the accumulation of disappointment from repeated neglect that led me to this realization. Looking back now, I see that my love for Gu Ting resembled a castle in the air, easily dispersed. Gu Ting refrained from responding this time. Only the sound of his heavy breathing came through the receiver, clearly indicating his extreme agitation. In the past, I could never have borne to provoke his anger. I would have gone to great lengths to appease him. But now, his anger was of no concern to me. With no other matters at hand, I intended to hang up. Yet before I could finish, Gu Ting's deep voice interrupted my words. I'm sorry. What? For a moment, I failed to comprehend, perhaps I understood but could scarcely believe my ears. I'm sorry, Gu Ting repeated. I found myself momentarily stunned. Never having imagined that one day I would hear those 3 words from his lips. But what of it? I would not respond with "it's all right." For I would never forgive him in this lifetime. Is there anything else? Gu Ting took a deep breath. My mother has awakened, she wishes to see you. A surge of joy welled up within me. She has awakened? How wonderful. I immediately turned to look at Fu Xijing, my eyes brimming with delight. I heard that. Fu Xijing chuckled softly. Let us head to the hospital and visit Aunt Lan. I nodded eagerly. At that moment, Gu Ting had evidently also heard Fu Xijing's voice on the line, and his tone darkened immediately. Are you with him? However, at that moment, I had no desire to converse further with him and abruptly ended the call. When Gu Ting called again, I swiftly added his number to the blacklist. Soon, the car arrived at Jingda Hospital. As I pushed open the door to the ward, I was met with my mother-in-law's tender and affectionate gaze. For some reason, my eyes brimmed with tears, and I was suddenly reminded of my own mother. Is Xia here? My mother-in-law strained to sit up. I hurried forward, urging, please. Don't move. I heard from Gu Ting that you were the first to realize I was poisoned rather than just unwell. I instinctively glanced at Gu Ting, puzzled by his words to my mother-in-law, even though what he said was indeed true. However, this was something Gu Ting would not comprehend, in his eyes. The one informing him of this matter was Fu Xijing. Was it truly poisoning? I felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if they had identified the culprit. My mother-in-law clenched her fists, a fleeting expression of loathing crossing her face. Yes, we found out. Who was it? Chapter 73, My stomach hurt so much it was Xiao Hui, old Wang's daughter-in-law. I was taken aback, almost instinctively turning to look at Fu Xijing. His brows raised slightly. Clearly taken aback as well. That can't be true, I murmured, trying to express my disbelief delicately. Sister Hui has always been diligent and hardworking. How could she commit such an act? The poison Gu Ting had retrieved from her room had been tested by the doctors and matched exactly with what I had been poisoned with. The mother-in-law let out a long sigh, and Xiao Hui did not shy away from confessing that she was the one who poisoned me. Why did she poison you? I asked. Her son was ill, suffering from leukemia. Previously, Uncle Wang had borrowed a sum of money from me, 100,000 yuan. Who would have thought that greed would lead to such betrayal? The mother-in-law's face was etched with sorrow, lamenting, I have been so open-hearted towards their family. How could such a thing happen? Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. I exchanged a glance with Fu Xijing. But just as I was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Moments later, Liao Zhenhua burst through the door, followed closely by Lu Qingwan. Darling. You finally woke up. Liao Zhenhua entered, his face alight with excitement. However, upon seeing me and Fu Xijing, his expression softened. He quickly approached the bedside, pushing me aside. and grasped my mother-in-law's hand, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you are all right, I was nearly terrified to death." My mother-in-law was taken aback by Liao Zhenhua's sudden display of affection, though she seemed somewhat touched, interpreting it as a sign of true feelings revealed in times of hardship. Meanwhile, I observed with a cold gaze. If I had not overheard Liao Zhenhua and Lu Qingwan's secret affair just the day prior, I might have been swayed by his seemingly heartfelt concern. At that moment, Liao Zhenhua's tone shifted, his face contorted with anger as he declared, "Old Wang's family is a pack of ingrates, they would poison you for money. Such people cannot be allowed to remain." My mother-in-law, despite her soft-heartedness, has long regarded the old steward, who accompanied her on her wedding day, as family after nearly 30 years of companionship. Yet, she perceives that she has narrowly escaped the clutches of death, which inevitably leaves her with a lingering sense of trepidation. As the saying goes, once disloyal, never trusted again. Just as my mother-in-law was caught in her dilemma, Fu Xijing languidly interjected, inquiring how Liao Zhenhua had arrived with Lu Qingwan. At this utterance, all eyes turned toward Liao Zhenhua and Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan was taken aback, not anticipating Fu Xijing's sudden inquiry, momentarily rendered speechless. Liao Zhenhua, however, pressed his lips together and explained, "We happened to meet at the hospital entrance and decided to ascend together." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwan promptly nodded, "As soon as I heard you were awake, I rushed over." But before she could finish her sentence, my mother-in-law coldly commanded, "Get out." Lu Qingwan's face was a mask of disbelief as she swiftly cast a pleading glance at Gu Ting, aiding, "Did I say something wrong? Please help me explain to Auntie. Don't let her be angry." Gu Ting furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by my mother-in-law's sudden hostility toward Lu Qingwan. Nonetheless, he was well aware of her long-standing disdain for Lu Qingwan, prompting him to step forward and say, "Mom, please calm down, the doctor advised you against getting upset." Yet, my mother-in-law brushed aside Gu Ting's hand, pointing accusingly at Lu Qingwan, "It is she who has come to provoke me, causing my condition to worsen." Lu Qingwan was taken aback. "Aunt, when did I ever offend you? I was genuinely trying to visit you that day." However, her mother-in-law coldly interrupted, "I am not dead yet. You think you can marry into the Gu family? Dream on. Mom, please don't get worked up." Gu Ting hurriedly stepped forward to calm her, worried that her anger might lead to dire consequences. He furrowed his brow and subtly gestured to Lu Qingwan to leave. Yet, Lu Qingwan disregarded him entirely, taking a deep breath as if bearing an immense grievance. "Aunt, I understand that you dislike me. But Gu Ting and I truly love each other. Moreover, he has already divorced Xia Xia. Why can't we be together?" "I said no means no," her mother-in-law retorted with righteous indignation. "But I am already carrying Gu Ting's child, you can't expect the baby to be born without a father, can you?" "What?" Her mother-in-law's face was a portrait of disbelief as she turned to Gu Ting. Gu Ting shot a fierce glare at Lu Qingwan. "Why are you saying this? Just get out." "Gu Ting, is what she said true?" His mother grasped Gu Ting's shirt, clinging to him as if he were her last lifeline. Gu Ting bit his lip, torn for a moment, but eventually nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, his mother suddenly clutched her chest, her breathing becoming rapid. "Mom!" Gu Ting exclaimed anxiously, rushing toward the door to call for a doctor. As I witnessed the doctors hurriedly surrounding my grandmother, the cramped hospital room became increasingly congested, prompting Fu Xijing and me to step outside and wait. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwan sat on a bench outside the door. Upon seeing us emerge, she immediately remarked, "Xia Xia. What a clever tactic you have employed, bringing your current partner to visit your former mother-in-law. One wonders what your true intentions are." Lu Qingwan's words ignited my temper, and I seized her collar, coldly retorting, "Did you deliberately mention your pregnancy in front of Auntie?" Startled by my action, Lu Qingwan quickly grasped my wrist, exclaiming, "Xia Xia. Have you lost your mind? Let me go." At that moment, Gu Ting and Liao Zhenhua also appeared, drawn by the commotion at the entrance. "What are you doing? Xia Xia?" Liao Zhenhua rushed over, attempting to grasp my wrist. However, before he could reach me, Fu Xijing swiftly intervened, forcefully pushing Liao Zhenhua's hand aside. "Let go of me." A glint of malice flickered in Lu Qingwan's eyes. Almost simultaneously, I felt a sharp pain in my wrist, compelling me to instinctively release my grip, only to discover that Lu Qingwan had drawn blood with her nails. Fu Xijing's expression darkened, his face radiating fury as he seized Lu Qingwan's arm. "My stomach. It hurts so badly." Lu Qingwan suddenly clutched her abdomen and cried out. Observing this, Gu Ting hurriedly approached, gripping Fu Xijing's shoulder. Let her go. She is pregnant. Pregnant? Fu Xijing suddenly smiled, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He didn't even know whose child he was carrying. Yet he was eager to don the green hat. Chapter 74, Conducting a Prenatal Paternity Test. What do you mean by that? Gu Ting's brows furrowed, and his voice lowered in intensity. Fu Xijing slightly raised his chin. At that moment, as their gazes locked, his eyes were pitch black and profound, seemingly merging with the inky strands of hair on his forehead, exuding a chill devoid of warmth. Aren't you diagnosed with asthenozoospermia? The corners of Fu Xijing's lips curled up slightly. What? Did you never doubt it? As these words fell, the corridor seemed to fall silent for an instant, with everyone's eyes fixed squarely on Gu Ting. It was Liao Zhenhua who first reacted, stammering in disbelief. Asthenozoospermia? What do you mean by that? I stood beside them, astonished, never expecting Fu Xijing to reveal such a matter so openly. I quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop. Yet Fu Xijing grasped my hand in return, gently squeezing it as if to soothe me, urging me to remain calm. I was unsure of his intentions, but knowing his composed nature, I refrained from further action. What? Fu Xijing chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow and fixating his gaze on Liao Zhenhua with a mocking expression. Uncle Liao, have you never wondered why they have been married for so many years without having children? Liao Zhenhua, frowning, pointed towards me. Isn't it because Qiao Shasha is unable to bear children? Fu Xijing let out a cold sneer, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at Gu Ting. Is this how you speak to your father? He remarked. Enough, don't say another word. Gu Ting's complexion turned ashen. After all, how could he face such a matter concerning a man's dignity with composure? This was precisely why I had gone to great lengths to conceal it from him. Yet now, it seemed irrelevant. At this moment, Lu Qingwan was still theatrically clutching her abdomen, but she clearly had not anticipated that Gu Ting suffered from oligospermia. A fleeting panic crossed her face, yet she quickly regained her composure. Gu Ting, you must believe me, the child is truly yours. I have no other man. However, before she could finish her statement, Fu Xijing interrupted with a cold laugh. Is that so? Lu Qingwan involuntarily swallowed hard, taking a deep breath as she inquired. Fu Xiao, what do you mean by that? Yet Fu Xijing paid her no heed, instead retrieving his phone, opening the album, and producing a photograph to present to Lu Qingwan. Now, explain your relationship with this man. Lu Qingwan's complexion shifted slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the photo, seemingly taken aback that Fu Xijing possessed such an image. I furrowed my brow in confusion, pondering which photograph could possibly evoke such a reaction from Lu Qingwan. Isn't this? Gu Ting's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze shifting to me before returning to Lu Qingwan. How do you know my elder brother, Xia Xia? My brother? For a fleeting moment, I found myself momentarily stunned, gradually realizing which photograph Fu Xijing had shown Lu Qingwan. He is indeed my admirer, and that day we coincidentally took a picture together. Lu Qingwan's face was a portrait of grievance. Gu Ting, do you suspect that the child in my womb belongs to brother Qiao Shashan? Gu Ting pressed his lips together, clearly unconvinced. After all, my brother is worlds apart from Gu Ting, it is evident to anyone who should be chosen. Furthermore, given Lu Qingwan's status, how could she possibly be attracted to any ne'er-do-well? I never claimed to doubt you, Gu Ting replied in a deep voice. Yet your expression reveals that you harbor suspicion towards me. Lu Qingwan's tone rose and fell, expressing her indignation at Gu Ting's inquiry. If you do not believe me, you may proceed with a paternity test. A chorionic villus sampling can be performed after 3 months. Gu Ting's expression softened slightly, he neither agreed nor rejected her proposal. I observed coldly from the side, unable to deny that Lu Qingwan's tactic was indeed clever. The child within her was certainly unafraid of a paternity test, for the child's DNA would match Gu Ting's precisely. Unless a familial exclusion test were conducted, who would think to pursue such a measure? Thus, Lu Qingwan felt emboldened. Just then, several doctors emerged from the ward. Gu Ting and Liao Zhenhua hurriedly approached them, inquiring about my mother-in-law's condition. Rest assured, the patient merely fainted due to a sudden surge of anger. She is now stable. However, she must continue to rest, as her condition remains quite frail and she cannot endure further stress. Thank you, doctor. After watching the doctor depart, I felt a sense of relief. Knowing that my mother-in-law was safe, thus deeming it unnecessary for me to linger any longer. However, once outside the hospital, I could not suppress the question that had been gnawing at me. Senior Fu, why did you bring up Gu Ting's oligospermia? I pondered, realizing I had planted a thorn in their minds. Fu Sijong's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, his gaze profound. This thorn might not yield immediate repercussions. Yet who could predict the future? I cast a thoughtful glance at him, a smile forming as I grasped his intention. By mentioning oligospermia, he had cleverly baited them regarding the true paternity of Lu Qingwan's unborn child, leaving Gu Ting with no choice but to take the bait. However, the results of a prenatal DNA paternity test would undoubtedly confirm that the child belonged to Gu Ting, as their genetic relationship was unmistakable. Consequently, Gu Ting would harbor no doubts regarding the child's legitimacy, for this would be his one and only offspring. Henceforth, he would be irrevocably bound to Lu Qingwan. The entire scheme hinged on maintaining Gu Ting's resolve to proceed with the divorce, a masterstroke of strategy. The meticulousness of Fu Sijong's thoughts was truly awe-inspiring. Then, it struck me, what about my brother's photograph? I suddenly recalled the matter and quickly inquired, by the way, have you found any news about my elder brother? Fu Sijong smiled enigmatically, it won't be long now. I looked at him, puzzled, what do you mean? Upon seeing your elder brother's photograph today, Lu Qingwan will undoubtedly reach out to him. At that point, there will be no need for us to search for him, as he will come to us willingly. I couldn't help but press my lips together. Are you suspecting a connection between my brother and Lu Qingwan? Fu Sijong seemed to sense my unease and gazed deeply into my eyes. It is not mere suspicion on my part, but rather, Wei Shuli would not have provided you with that photograph without reason. Given the tumultuous history between him and Lu Qingwan, your brother must hold a pivotal role. Perhaps even serving as a catalyst. His words stirred a tumult of emotions within me. On one hand, I feared for my brother's safety, on the other, I dreaded the possibility of any ambiguous entanglement with Lu Qingwan. After all, mother had effectively fallen victim to her machinations. Chapter 75, What is the relationship between my brother and Lu Qingwan? Enough of these irrational thoughts. While waiting at the traffic light, Fu Sijong reached out to ruffle my hair, reminding me that in half a month, the skies will be vast and free. And no one will be able to confine you any longer. A sense of relief washed over me, and I couldn't help but smile gently in response, nodding affirmatively. Yes. Just half a month. 2 weeks. 14 days. As long as no unforeseen events occur during this time, come what may. Both Gu Ting and the Gu family will be severed from me completely. The sleek black Maybach glided along the road towards the city center, the wind outside howling past, already carrying a hint of chill. Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of trees, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon my face, shimmering and dancing in the gentle breeze. As I turned my gaze towards the scenery outside the car window, relishing this rare moment of tranquility, I suddenly spotted an all-too-familiar face in a vehicle not far away. It was my elder brother. I hastily grasped Fu Sijing's arm and pointed towards the taxi on the opposite lane that had just sped past us. He was in that very taxi. Fu Sijing instinctively slammed on the brakes, disregarding the cacophony of horns blaring from behind, his eyes fixated on the taxi that had already begun to recede into the distance. Without hesitation, he steered the car to follow, navigating the road ahead to pursue that taxi. Yet, the vehicle continued along the elevated road, heading out of the city. As the towering skyscrapers gradually faded from view through the car window, replaced by lush greenery along the mountain path, a sense of unease began to stir within me. Could it be that I had mistaken someone for my brother? I turned to Fu Sijing. In that fleeting moment, I had indeed believed the figure was my elder brother. But as we chased after him, uncertainty crept in. Let us not rush, let's follow and see. Fu Sijing's voice was steady. I nodded in agreement, given the current situation. Even if we were following the wrong person, it was essential to ascertain the truth to find peace of mind. We drove along the verdant mountain path until the taxi took a turn into a narrow alleyway, at which point Fu Sijing finally pulled the car over to the side. What's wrong? I quickly glanced in the direction of the taxi, now shrouded in a canopy of trees, uncertain as to why Fu Sijing had halted our pursuit. There's south no road ahead, he indicated towards the navigation system. Just as I contemplated asking further, I saw the previous taxi unexpectedly emerge from the intersection. I instinctively lowered my body, fearful that the occupants of the car might catch sight of me. What was I hiding from? Fu Zijiang looked at me with a bemused expression, the corners of his lips curving as he glanced at the taxi outside the window, which was devoid of passengers. Upon hearing his words, I quickly raised my head to peer outside. Where was my elder brother? Fu Zijiang unfastened his seatbelt, suggesting that he was likely inside. As I saw him preparing to exit the vehicle, I urgently grasped his wrist, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" His gaze inevitably fell upon my hand gripping his. Only then did I realize it was somewhat intrusive, and I hastily released my hold. "This place is too perilous, let us wait for my brother to emerge." Fu Zijiang chuckled softly, remarking that my brother was probably inside meeting someone. If we remained here, we would not glean anything. With that, he chuckled again, his eyes sparkling with delight, assuring me that I should stay in the car and wait for him, as he would be back shortly. "Be careful," I urged him anxiously. Indeed, Fu Zijiang nodded, then opened the car door and stepped out. Soon, he vanished around the corner of the narrow path. I sat in the car, anxiously awaiting his return, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. I could not fathom why my brother would venture to such a desolate location. But one thing was certain, he was undoubtedly concealing something from me. Just as I was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, a red car emerged from the path. Instinctively, I ducked down, terrified that its occupants might spot me. In an instant, my heart raced relentlessly, pounding as though it would burst forth from my chest. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the sound of someone knocking on the car window startled me, nearly causing me to leap out of my seat. I slowly lifted my gaze, only to be met with a face pressed against the glass. In that instant, my very soul seemed to vacate my body. However, as I focused, I realized that the visage plastered against the window belonged to none other than my elder brother. Yet, he could not discern the interior of the vehicle. His brow furrowed tightly as he peered inside, glancing several times, and upon confirming that he could see nothing, he turned and departed. I lost track of time. And it was only when my legs, draped over the seat, began to numb that I heard the car emit a beep sound, followed by the abrupt opening of the door. "What are you doing here?" Fu Zijiang asked, a teasing smile dancing on his lips, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his mouth. Upon recognizing him, I finally exhaled in relief, propping myself up as I recalled the recent sight of my brother pressing his face against the window of a red car. Rest assured, he saw nothing. I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over me, likely due to the anti-peeping film adorning the window. As Fu Zijiang started the vehicle, I hastily inquired, who was my brother here to meet? Fu Zijiang's lips curled into a smirk. "Did I not mention earlier? Once my photograph was revealed to Lu Qingwan, she would undoubtedly reach out to your brother." I was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending the implication of his words. Lu Qingwan? Indeed. I instinctively bit my lower lip, realizing that my greatest concern had indeed come to pass. What was the nature of the relationship between my brother and Lu Qingwan? Fu Zijiang cast a sidelong glance at me, suggesting that he was not an ordinary individual. His voice momentarily faltered, as if he were weighing his words carefully. "When I had stealthily approached earlier, I witnessed your elder brother comforting Lu Qingwan as she wept." The last flicker of hope within me collapsed with that revelation. Indeed. I felt utterly drained, slumping into my seat, momentarily lost in confusion. "Do not worry excessively, your brother is likely being deceived by Lu Qingwan." Fu Zijiang turned to me, deliberately lowering his voice, as if to ensure discretion. I was afraid of being discovered, thus I dared not draw too near. Only catching fragments of their conversation. What were they discussing? I could not hear clearly, but it seemed they mentioned Gu Ting. Gu Ting. My gaze fell, yet my mind raced with thoughts. If my brother truly shared an ambiguous relationship with Lu Qingwan, Gu Ting's name would undoubtedly surface. Considering Lu Qingwan was on the verge of marrying him. However, how could my brother possibly be entangled with Lu Qingwan? Just as my thoughts spiraled, Fu Zijiang suddenly spoke. Though his expression bore hesitation. "I also heard them mention your mother." "My mother?" A tightening sensation gripped my heart. Why would they bring her up? Chapter 76. Do you know whose child she is carrying? Fu Zijiang shook his head, indicating that he did not hear clearly. Yet, judging by Lu Qingwan's expression at the time, it seemed she was offering an apology. An apology? I could not help but furrow my brow, reflecting on how my mother had succumbed to her wrath upon hearing those misinterpreted words spoken by Lu Qingwan at the wedding banquet, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Yet, what good would her apology do? My mother would not return to life. I could never bring myself to forgive her. Instinctively, I clenched my fists, more determined than ever to prevent my elder brother from being deceived by her once more. Turning my gaze towards the direction in which my brother had departed, I suggested, "Shall we pursue him? There are certain matters I must clarify with him face to face." Fu Xijing nodded and promptly redirected the car. However, after driving several kilometers, we still failed to catch a glimpse of my brother. He must have taken a taxi. "Fu Xuezhang, could you assist me in locating my brother?" I asked earnestly, my expression pleading. "Certainly," Fu Xijing replied, "as long as he remains in Kyoto, I shall find him within half a day." "Thank you. Now, let us return and ensure you rest well. You are still with child and must not overexert yourself." Indeed. I must admit, Fu Xijing's efficiency was remarkable. That very afternoon, I received a message from him stating that he had located my brother. Shortly thereafter, he sent me a detailed address for a hotel room. I hastily dialed Fu Xijing's number, but the phone rang for quite some time without an answer. Just as I assumed he must be occupied, a sudden knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I quickly rose to open it, and there stood Fu Xijing. "How are you? Have you rested well?" he inquired. I nodded eagerly, affirming that I had indeed recuperated. "Are you hungry?" Fu Xijing inquired, glancing at his watch. It was nearly time for dinner, and there was an excellent restaurant located just beneath the hotel where your elder brother was staying. "Shall we give it a try?" Initially consumed by anxiety, eager to confront my brother without delay, I felt my heart lighten a bit at Fu Xijing's words, realizing he was granting me a moment to compose myself. "Well then, let us dine first." It must be acknowledged that a restaurant deemed noteworthy by Fu Xijing truly deserved such praise. Perhaps it was the culinary delights that provided solace, for my previously restless spirit began to settle. After we had savored our meal, I followed Fu Xijing to the hotel where my brother was residing. As I stood outside the door, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over me. The memory of our last phone conversation, fraught with discord, echoed in my mind, causing my heart to race. Just as I summoned the courage to ring the doorbell, the door swung open, revealing my brother's radiant, hopeful smile. "Qingwan, you." However, the moment he beheld the two of us standing at the threshold, the smile vanished without a trace. He instinctively attempted to shut the door, but Fu Xijing was swift, halting the door with a firm grip and forcefully pushing it open, causing my brother to stumble back several steps. "What are you doing?" my brother exclaimed, glaring furiously at Fu Xijing. Yet, Fu Xijing paid no heed to his bluster. Instead, he stepped inside, glancing back at me. "You two siblings should have a good talk. I'll be right here at the door. Call for me if you need anything." "Thank you, Senior Fu." Fu Xijing chuckled softly. And as he reached to close the door, his gaze inadvertently fell upon my elder brother. His ink-black eyes were shrouded in a dim and inscrutable depth, devoid of any warmth or emotion. My brother was taken aback by this gaze, his heart jolting as he pressed his lips together and averted his eyes. It was only when I heard a soft click behind me that I turned to my brother and asked, "Who are you waiting for? Is it Lu Qingwan?" A fleeting look of panic crossed my brother's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't comprehend what you're saying. Don't hide it from me." "I saw you this afternoon when you went to meet Lu Qingwan," I replied coldly. My brother was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Was the car parked by the roadside at that time, Fu Xijing's?" "You were in the car, weren't you?" "Brother. How do you know Lu Qingwan? What is your relationship with her?" He pursed his lips and replied, "You don't need to know that." "Why don't I need to know? She indirectly caused our mother's death. It's not her fault, it was clearly Gu Ting." My brother instinctively defended Lu Qingwan. "What does it have to do with her?" I stared at him in disbelief, as if I had never known him. In a fit of rage, I laughed bitterly. "So, are you aware that she is going to marry Gu Ting?" My brother's lips pressed tightly together, his brows furrowed as he looked at me. "She and Gu Ting are just good friends, you've been misunderstanding her all along." I took a deep breath, disappointment washing over me as I gazed at my brother. "Is that what she told you? Then why do you still insist that there is no relationship between the two of you?" I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts. Her profession necessitates confidentiality, and I cannot be a hindrance to her. "But do you know that Lu Qingwan is pregnant?" I nearly shouted in disbelief. The weight of disappointment in my elder brother was overwhelming, and I almost blurted out, "Do you know whose child she carries? Pregnant?" My brother furrowed his brow, "Xiao Xiaoshan. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Qingwan possibly be pregnant?" I was infuriated to the point of laughter. Given the current circumstances, even without my brother's words, I had gathered a fair understanding. My previous intuition had proven correct. Indeed, my brother's connection with Lu Qingwan was far from simple. "Alright, Xia, enough of this nonsense. Qingwan will be arriving shortly. She is a public figure, and not a whisper of scandal must leak out. You should leave at once." My brother glanced anxiously at the time, clearly aware that his meeting with Lu Qingwan was imminent. I refused to depart. Resolutely, I seated myself on the sofa. Planning to confront Lu Qingwan in front of him when she arrived, I was eager to see how she would attempt to justify herself. However, my brother suddenly grew frantic, seizing my arm and dragging me towards the exit. "I have yet to hold you accountable for the death of our mother. How dare you create a ruckus here? It was not I who caused our mother's demise." I glared furiously. It was Lu Qingwan. She was the one responsible for our mother's death. "Stop spouting nonsense." My brother was incensed, and with a forceful shove, he sent me crashing against the door. I instinctively cradled my abdomen, furrowing my brow in distress. At that moment, the door swung open, and Fu Xijing, upon seeing me propped against the wall, clutching my abdomen, could not help but change his expression slightly. "Xia, are you all right?" I waved my hand at him, reassuringly saying, "I'm fine." Just moments before, as I nearly collided, I had braced myself with my arm, the sound of impact resonating from my elbow. However, Fu Xijing's eyes turned cold as ice. He immediately clenched his fists, seizing my brother's collar, and swung a punch directly at him. Chapter 77, I am not your brother, I do not have a sister like you. Accompanied by a gasp, my brother's face jerked to the side as he fell heavily to the ground. Fu Xijing had clearly exerted considerable force. My brother's left cheek swelled instantly, and he clutched his face in disbelief, exclaiming in exasperation, "You actually dared to hit me? It was you I struck." Fu Xijing scoffed, his gaze as menacing as a wolf's, and he delivered another fierce blow. Having grown up in a military compound, Fu Xijing was no match for my brother, and each punch landed with brutal precision on my brother's face. "Senior Fu, please stop." I feared that Fu Xijing would continue until he inflicted mortal harm upon my brother, and I hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Seeing me approach, Fu Xijing halted his assault but continued to glare at my brother, an aura of savage fury emanating from him that instilled terror. I swiftly pulled Fu Xijing away from my brother, my face etched with concern as I asked, "Are you all right, brother?" At that moment, my brother, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, appeared utterly disheveled. "I am not your brother. I do not have a sister like you." He glared at me fiercely, forcefully shoving me aside. Fu Xijing swiftly stepped forward to shield me, furrowing his brow and seemingly ready to strike again. I hastily intervened, fearful of further violence. My elder brother tore a towel from the sofa to wipe the blood from his face, his chest heaving violently, clearly agitated. I took a deep breath, hoping to engage him in a calm discussion. With our father having passed away early and now our mother gone as well, it was just the two of us siblings remaining. He was now my sole family in this world. "Brother, Lu Qingwan is truly not a good person. If it weren't for her, our mother would never have." Before I could finish, my brother coldly interrupted, "Shut up. You are the one who caused our mother's death. You are a jinx. Father should never have rescued you. If it weren't for you, he would still be alive." I stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend his words. What did he mean? Wasn't father killed in a car accident? Why was he accusing me of causing his death? And why did he say father should never have saved me? "Get out. I do not want you as my sister. Just leave," he shouted, pushing me away. I was forced to retreat, wanting to say more, but he offered me no chance, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. I stood outside, bewildered, my mind still reeling, staring blankly at Fu Xijing. What did my brother mean? Why did he claim I was responsible for our father's death? Fu Xijing's lips were pressed tightly together, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in his dark eyes. Do not heed his ramblings, he is likely speaking out of anger. As he spoke, Fu Xijing scrutinized me with deep concern, asking if I felt unwell. I shook my head, assuring him that I was fine. though my expression remained somewhat dazed. My elder brother's demeanor had been far from mere nonsense, it felt more like the unrestrained outpouring of someone in a fit of rage. Just as I was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the elevator beside us chimed and opened. Almost instinctively, I turned to see a woman, entirely enveloped in layers of clothing, stepping out. Despite her face being obscured, with only her nose and mouth visible, I recognized her immediately, Lu Qingwan. At that moment, Lu Qingwan appeared furtive, and upon spotting Fu Xijiong and me, she instinctively turned to flee. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, Fu Xijiong swiftly intercepted her path. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. "What's the rush?" Lu Qingwan, being accustomed to the entertainment industry, initially displayed a flicker of panic but quickly regained her composure. Looking up at Fu Xijiong, she smiled. "I was merely concerned about encountering you too awkwardly. Coming to a hotel in broad daylight." Turning to me, she added, "Chia sha sha. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded, coming to a hotel with another man while still married to Gu Ting." "Are you aware that I am still married to Gu Ting?" I retorted coldly, fixing my gaze on Lu Qingwan. "Then where did the child in your womb come from?" Lu Qingwan pressed her lips together, resolutely asserting, "I have already stated that this child is merely an accident." I had no desire to entertain her feeble excuses and coldly interrupted, cutting straight to the point, "How did you come to know my elder brother?" "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Lu Qingwan feigned ignorance. "Who is your brother?" "I am not acquainted with him." "Did you not arrange to meet him here?" "Do not slander me unjustly, I could accuse you of defamation," Lu Qingwan warned, her brows furrowing. "One must speak with evidence." Observing her audacity, I was nearly amused by my indignation. Evidence? Given her notorious talent for distorting the truth, even if caught red-handed, she would likely argue that they were merely sharing a blanket and engaging in innocent conversation. "I warn you, do not set your sights on my brother. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Lu Qingwan scoffed derisively, setting aside the fact that I do not even know who your brother is. "Why do you not enlighten me on how you intend to spare me?" I replied with a cold laugh, "What is done by man is observed by heaven." Lu Qingwan, do you truly believe that your sordid affairs remain unknown? At my words, a fleeting look of panic crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure, retorting, "Pray tell. What sordid affairs do I possess?" Anyone can boast empty threats. I pressed my lips together, recognizing her attempt at provocation. However, with less than a month remaining until the divorce certificate becomes effective, I wished to avoid alarming her into rash actions that might complicate matters. Lu Qingwan, you should act wisely, I declared, before turning to look at Fu Xijiong. "Senior Fu, let us depart." As I sat in the elevator descending with Fu Xijiong, I couldn't help but stamp my foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Today, she has the upper hand." Fu Xijiong chuckled at my irritated demeanor, remarking, "I must admit, your restraint was quite unexpected." I looked at him with a hint of resignation. After all, I had no tangible evidence to support my claims, and there was a strong possibility that Lu Qingwan might retaliate. "Who says there's no evidence?" Fu Xijiong smiled, "I have something at hand." "Are you referring to the child Lu Qingwan is carrying?" I shook my head, realizing that the moment was not yet ripe. Moreover, if I were to expose this fragile truth now, Lu Qingwan could easily feign a miscarriage and lay the blame at my feet. At this thought, I couldn't help but smirk cynically. Such deceit was entirely within her capabilities. Fu Xijiong, still smiling, clarified, I possess evidence." Chapter 78, The Recording. Upon hearing this, my eyes brightened with curiosity. "What evidence?" Fu Xijiong parted his lips to respond, but just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He instinctively glanced at the caller ID before pressing the answer button. "Hello. Alright, I understand. Just send it directly to my phone." After he hung up, I noticed his phone vibrate again. A quick glance revealed that he had received a video file. Fu Xijiong, unfazed by my presence, opened the file, and the video began to play automatically. In the familiar corridor, Lu Qingwan stood still, gazing expectantly in the direction of the elevator for quite some time before stealthily approaching her elder brother's room to knock on the door. "Oh. What happened to your face?" Lu Qingwan exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. "Come in," came the voice from within. The camera captured only my brother's hand reaching out to guide Lu Qingwan into the room. The video abruptly ended there. A wave of frustration washed over me. Although I had previously suspected that my brother's relationship with Lu Qingwan was extraordinary, witnessing them hand in hand enter a hotel room stirred unease within my chest. After a considerable effort to suppress my agitation, I bit my lip, reminding myself that this hardly constituted evidence. After all, no faces had been captured. Naturally, even if they had been, I would not permit my brother to be ensnared in this murky situation. The evidence I had referred to was not this. Fu Xijing smiled gently, promptly retrieving a Bluetooth earpiece from his pocket and placing it on my ear. I gazed at him in bewilderment, uncertain of the purpose behind his gesture. As I exited, I had left a recording device in the room. I silently gave him a thumbs up, preparing to commend him further when voices began to emerge from the earpiece. It was Lu Qingwan's voice. "Didn't I tell you not to contact anyone? Why did you call your sister and young Master Fu?" "It wasn't me, they sought me out themselves," my brother replied, a hint of indignation lacing his tone. "They had been following us since our meeting in the woods." "What?" Lu Qingwan's voice suddenly ascended an octave. "Are you saying that when I met you, they were also present?" No wonder. There was a hint of gritted teeth in Lu Qingwan's tone. Likely a result of recalling my earlier words in the corridor. I exchanged a quick glance with Fu Xijing, our lips involuntarily curling into slight smiles. Nothing is more exhilarating than a boomerang, especially one that is broadcast live. "No wonder what?" my elder brother pressed. "Did you encounter them outside?" Lu Qingwan took a deep breath. "It seems your sister dislikes me greatly, even suggesting that I keep my distance from you. Don't listen to her nonsense. Otherwise, perhaps we should part ways." Lu Qingwan sighed. "You only have this one sister, please don't let me ruin your sibling bond." "She is not my sister," my elder brother hastily interjected. The moment those words left his mouth, my heart felt as though it had been viciously stabbed. And my eyes began to sting. Since childhood, my elder brother had never been fond of me. I thought it was merely his inability to express emotions. So I had never taken it to heart. However, hearing him outright deny having me as a sister for the sake of an outsider was undeniably painful. At that moment, Lu Qingwan seemed ready to leave, but my elder brother stopped her. A rustling sound crackled through the headphones, followed by Lu Qingwan's voice. "To speak frankly, I feel we are not suited for each other." "What do you mean by not suited?" My elder brother's voice was filled with urgency, but where was the flaw? "A flaw is simply a flaw." Lu Qingwan's patience had evidently worn thin. "Perhaps it was best for us to remain friends." Wan. As I spoke, the sound of a door opening echoed through the earphones, followed by the crisp click of high heels gradually fading away until they were completely inaudible. At that moment, Fu Xijing and I had already descended to the underground parking lot in the elevator. I returned the Bluetooth headset to him, feeling a tumult of frustration and unease within me, yet unable to find an outlet for it. Though it was merely a few words, I could discern that Lu Qingwan was utterly exploiting my brother, using him and discarding him once her needs were met. Just as this thought emerged, I abruptly halted my steps. Fu Xijing, who had been attentively observing me, immediately stopped as well, softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" If Lu Qingwan merely sought to take advantage of my brother, then surely he must possess some value to be exploited? Yet, as an unemployed drifter, what could he possibly offer? Over the years, due to the Gu family's connections, my brother, this big brother-in-law, had garnered a fair amount of attention, even becoming known as Mr. Xiao in others' conversations. However, I knew that without Gu Ting, no one would regard my brother with any significance. So why would someone as seemingly inconsequential as him provoke such efforts from Lu Qingwan to get close? Fu Xijing furrowed his brow, suggesting, "It must be aimed at you." I nodded in agreement, harboring the same suspicion. But what could her intentions be in approaching my brother? Fu Xijing shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips, assuring me that clarity would come with time. At that moment, my peripheral vision caught sight of an individual standing beside the car, someone who seemed vaguely familiar. "Mr. Fu, Miss Jiao." The instant the person spoke, recognition dawned upon me. Qin Hai, Fu Xijing's assistant. Just days prior, he had been the one to escort Fu Xijing home after a night of intoxication. As we returned to the Shenlin residence, Fu Xijing casually tossed the keys to Qin Hai. Once inside the vehicle, Fu Xijing retrieved his phone, rummaging through it momentarily before flashing a smile and presenting it to me. "Were you not curious about the evidence I mentioned earlier?" My eyes lit up with intrigue as I eagerly took the device and instinctively pressed the play button. Suddenly, suggestive voices of a man and woman echoed through the entire cabin. My face flushed with embarrassment as I fumbled to lower the volume, only to mistakenly hit the lock button instead. At that moment, I heard a click, and the partition in front of us slowly ascended, revealing Chin Hai had pressed the button to shield our view and muffle the sound. Surely, he could not have misunderstood the situation. Just as I blushed furiously, attempting to return the phone to Fu Sijing to silence the mortifying audio, a familiar voice emanated from the device. Uncle. Uncle, please. What if someone discovers us? I could no longer endure it. Wan, dear. With disbelief etched across my face, I turned to Fu Sijing, astonished. This was the recording of Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua's clandestine rendezvous in the changing room. How could it possibly reside on Fu Sijing's phone? Chapter 79, hanging from a crooked tree. As if sensing my bewilderment, Fu Sijing chuckled softly, revealing that he had recorded the audio while eavesdropping that day. I could not help but admire his cunning, even in such an awkward moment, when she was blushing and flustered. He managed to think of capturing the moment on his phone. However, now that I possessed this recording, I felt a surge of relief. Once I obtained the divorce certificate, I would present this evidence before my brother, along with the undeniable truth of Lu Qingwan's pregnancy. She would have no room for denial. Due to the incident instigated by Lu Qingwan's fans besieging the company, the following day, upon my arrival at the office, I was summoned to the manager's office. Initially, I anticipated a reprimand or warning, but to my surprise, the manager handed me a document, instructing me to examine it closely. What could this be? I received it with a sense of confusion. It was an invitation from H Television for a voiceover variety show titled Voices Unending. A variety show? My expression was one of utter astonishment. Were they inviting me to participate? The manager nodded and smiled, saying, "They say fortune often hides within misfortune." And this couldn't be truer. Do you have any idea how many followers your Weibo account gained from yesterday's trending topics? I shook my head, perplexed. The Weibo account is a mandatory work account for newly employed individuals in the company. Aside from occasionally sharing the company's posts, I seldom utilize it. My manager, with an expression of sheer excitement, extended 3 fingers towards me. 3,000? I inquired. The manager shook his head, his eyes sparkling, and declared, 3 million. I was utterly taken aback. Surprised, aren't you? Ha ha ha. My manager chuckled heartily. I was also startled when I first saw the number of your followers. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. What is going on? It's related to that trending video from yesterday, my manager patiently explained. Initially, the focus was on Lu Qingwan, and the comments section was rife with intense debates. However, before anyone knew it, someone uploaded a photo of you. And then the infatuation began to unfold. What photo? I asked. It should be one from your school days, he replied, handing me his phone. It was a candid side profile taken during my sophomore year, while I was backstage waiting for my turn in a performance at the sports meet. At that time, Gu Ting was in his final year, delivering a speech as the student representative on stage. I was hiding backstage, secretly watching him with a face full of admiration and joy. Merely 4 short years have passed, yet upon seeing that photo again, I was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, as if I were transported to another era. I truly did not expect that you, Xiao Qiao, are indeed the much-discussed Mrs. Gu online these days. The manager expressed with a sigh, revealing that Lu Qingwan had ascended as a mistress. Upon hearing this, my heart sank, and I hurriedly interrupted him. Manager, how could you know about this? Yesterday, that video trended on Weibo for an entire day and night. It would be challenging for anyone to remain oblivious, he replied. I nearly forgot. I had been preoccupied with suppressing the chaos instigated by Lu Qingwan's fans, not realizing it would also coincide with my own exposure. Although I had never concealed the fact that I was married to Gu Ting, having colleagues become aware would inevitably lead to whispers and pointed fingers behind my back, which was quite troublesome. With a sense of resignation, I returned to perusing the documents in my hand, only to furrow my brow upon seeing the invitation list. How was Lu Qingwan's name included? Indeed, the program team must be seeking sensationalism. Understanding dawned upon me. I was the spectacle they sought. Manager, is it possible for me to decline participation in this variety show? I inquired. This is a rare opportunity. Should you not contemplate it further? How many people get a chance to appear on a variety show? Moreover, for someone like me, who comes with built-in popularity, once the show airs, it will undoubtedly attract a significant wave of viewership. Transitioning into the entertainment industry might not be far-fetched. After all, voice actors like us have always been behind the scenes, and such an opportunity is one that many would eagerly pursue. I have made up my mind. I will not participate. The manager sighed with a look of regret, for although our time together had been brief, he understood my obstinate nature. Once I resolved to do something, not even 9 horses could pull me back. Upon exiting the manager's office, I sensed an unusual scrutiny from my colleagues. Indeed, not long ago, I frequently overheard them gossiping about the complicated entanglements involving myself, Gu Ting, and Lu Qingwan. Now, with one of the rumored protagonists right beside them, how could they remain indifferent? Maintaining a composed demeanor, I returned to my workstation, preparing to organize the materials for my voiceover. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. Instinctively, I glanced at it and noticed a message from Han Juanji. Curiously, I turned to look at his desk, where he gestured towards his phone and then towards the direction of the pantry. I quickly opened the message, which contained only 4 words, "Go to the pantry." I replied with a question mark, only to see Han Juanji already heading towards the pantry with a cup in hand. With no other option, I followed suit, holding my own cup. Han, what's going on? Did you get divorced? Han Juanji fixed his gaze steadily upon me. I hadn't anticipated he had summoned me merely for gossip, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Han Juanji seemed to realize that his inquiry was rather intrusive. He gently rubbed the tip of his nose, then pursed his lips and turned his gaze towards me. I had no intention of being offensive. Nor was I prying into your private matters, I merely sought clarification. I did not find anything offensive about it. Whether one is married or divorced is merely a matter of status, with no one holding superiority over another. Yes, I have already initiated the divorce proceedings. Han Juanji's eyes brightened at once, and he almost exclaimed, "That's wonderful, no. That's not what I meant." Han Juanji's face flushed crimson as he hastily waved his hands in explanation. That was not my intention. I smiled at him, understanding that embarking on a new chapter in life is indeed a positive development. Just as a flower that begins to rot at its roots will only delay its inevitable wilting by maintaining the status quo, one cannot remain suspended in the shade of a crooked tree. Han Juanji nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are right, Qiao." We exchanged a smile. And as I noticed someone entering the tea room, I slightly inclined my head towards Han Juanji and turned back to my workstation. Perhaps due to the revelation of my status, my colleagues, who had previously engaged in light-hearted banter with me, suddenly fell into a tacit silence. Even during lunch, no one invited me to join them. I, however, was unconcerned. Just as I was about to head downstairs for a casual bite, my phone in my pocket vibrated unexpectedly. "Hello, Senior Fu?" I was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Fu Xijing to call me at this hour. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. As I happened to pass by your company's entrance, I decided to step down and treat you to a delightful meal." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, agreeing to join immediately. However, just as I was about to rise and descend the stairs, Han Juanji unexpectedly approached. "I know a splendid Western restaurant. Would you care to join me?" I gazed apologetically at him. "I'm sorry, Brother Han, but a friend has invited me to dinner." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Han Juanji's face, but he quickly waved it away with a smile, saying, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. Let us plan for another day. Come on, let us head down together." Once we descended in the elevator, Han Juanji and I walked side by side towards the exit. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly began discussing the details of our voiceover work from the morning, and I patiently listened as he continued. Just then, I heard a familiar voice call out, "Xia Xia." Instinctively, I turned my head to see Fu Xijing striding towards us, his hands tucked into his pockets, his long legs carrying him with an air of unconstrained confidence. The sharp contours of his rugged face were striking. Han Juanji, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly lost his cheerfulness upon encountering Fu Xijing. Their gazes locked, tension palpable in the air. Chapter 80, Paternity Test Report. "Why are you coming down so late?" Fu Xijing's gaze shifted, and when he turned to me, a hint of laughter sparkled in his eyes. "Are you hungry?" I nodded slightly, "Yes, a bit. I've made a reservation at Jushan Pavilion." They've recently developed some new dishes that are quite good, let us go and try them. Before I could utter a word, Han Juanji suddenly interjected, the Gathering of Talents Pavilion? Isn't that a bit too far? The round trip would take an hour. Xiao Qiao. Would you care to join me at the nearby Western restaurant? The head chef just changed, and I've heard he previously worked at a Michelin 5-star establishment. Upon hearing this, Fu Xizhong's expression turned frigid, his eyes, dark and profound, resembled an unfathomable ancient well, devoid of any warmth or emotion. After a brief moment of eye contact, I sensed an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, as if I could faintly detect the scent of gunpowder. Han Juanji, is it? Fu Xizhong suddenly smiled, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Do you know how to write first come, first served? If not, I can teach you. Perhaps due to his background in research, he wore casual attire and appeared relaxed, yet an air of aggression emanated from his brows and eyes. Han Juanji, however, merely chuckled. It's just a meal, what does it matter who came first? Ultimately, it depends on Xiao Qiao's preference. Saying this, he turned to me, Xiao Qiao. Would you like to give it a try? Even with my somewhat blunt nature, I could feel the tension between the two men. They're tall, statuesque figures were reflected in the glass, presenting an almost confrontational stance. Thank you, Han Ge, but I think I shall dine with Senior Fu. As we had already made plans. Han Juanji pressed his lips together and suddenly smiled, very well, we shall arrange another time. As I watched Han Juanji depart, Fu Xizhong suddenly spoke up, advising me to keep my distance from him, claiming that the lad harbored ulterior motives towards me. I couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, replying, you're being ridiculous, we are merely colleagues. Fu Xizhong, however, chuckled coolly, indicating that he harbored a different opinion. Yet, he did not dwell on the matter any longer and swiftly shifted the conversation, suggesting we forego further discussion about inconsequential individuals and head out for a meal, during which he promised to share some intriguing news he had just acquired. Upon hearing about this intelligence, I instantly perked up, nodding eagerly and following him into the car. As we sped down the highway, I could no longer contain my curiosity and inquired, what's the news? About whom? Fu Xizhong glanced at me, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, before slightly lifting his chin and gesturing towards the compartment in front of me. There's a document in the box, open it and you will find out. I promptly followed his instructions and opened the compartment, discovering a file within. Eagerly, I unsealed the folder, only to find a photocopy of a DNA paternity test report. This. I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively searching for key information. And upon spotting the name Gu Ting, I suddenly comprehended the significance of the document. It was a prenatal paternity test report that Lu Qingwan had undergone. And I had arranged for a copy to be made. As if struck by a sudden realization, I hurriedly flipped to the last page, where I found the words, affirmative parent-child relationship, compliant with genetic laws, parental probability exceeds 99.99999. Indeed. I immediately turned to Fu Xizhong. Just as you had previously surmised. Fu Xizhong smiled, glanced at me, and slightly curled the corner of his mouth, saying, there is more below, take another look. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly continued to scroll down, only to discover another DNA paternity test report. The name on the sample was also written as Gu Ting. What was going on? My face was a canvas of confusion, was there a duplicate? What was the meaning of this? Fu Xizhong's smile remained as audacious as ever. Junior. Pay attention, the second report is not a copy. Prompted by his reminder, I hurriedly lowered my gaze and indeed noticed that the upper right corner of the second DNA paternity test report bore the red stamp of the testing agency. This is the original? In that moment, a realization struck me like a bolt of lightning, causing my heartbeat to quicken. I swiftly turned to the last page of the report, where the final line boldly stated, not compliant with genetic laws, parental probability is less than 999,999. No blood relation. No blood relation. I couldn't help but exclaim. All previous conjectures had merely been speculation, yet at this moment, this DNA paternity report confirmed my suspicions. The child in Lu Qingwan's womb truly belonged to Liao Zhenhua. How could Lu Qingwan dare to do such a thing? Not only did she betray Gu Ting, but she also chose none other than Liao Zhenhua, who Gu Ting regarded as a benefactor, to be her lover. I can't help but wonder if Gu Ting had wronged Lu Qingwan's entire family in a past life. prompting her to retaliate against him so ruthlessly in this one. "What's the matter? Are you at a loss for words?" Seeing that I had been silent for a long time, Fu Xijing's lips curled into a smirk, his deep black eyes shimmering as if sprinkled with fragments of diamonds. Indeed, I nodded. I was utterly taken aback. My earlier speculations seemed trivial in comparison to the magnitude of this revelation. Now, with the DNA paternity test report firmly in my grasp, I could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. "But how did you acquire this report?" I quickly turned to Fu Xijing. It seemed evident that the first report was undoubtedly forged. The identity of the forger was glaringly obvious. However, the second report was the original. I had arranged for a DNA paternity screening using Gu Ting's sample, which must have been substituted with Liao Zhenhua's. Sure enough, I hurriedly tucked the report back into the folder. It needed to be safeguarded. Once I obtained the divorce certificate from Gu Ting, I would present this to my elder brother. Fu Xijing smiled with a carefree and indulgent demeanor, encouraging me to keep it safe. I clutched the report tightly to my chest. It was imperative to protect it. The recording of Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua's affair, along with this DNA paternity test report, served as irrefutable evidence. At that moment, regardless of how eloquently Lu Qingwan spoke, she would no longer be able to distort the truth. Chapter 81, The Lin family's kidnapped daughter who has been missing for years. Just then, the car phone of Fu Xijing suddenly rang. "Hello." Upon pressing the answer button, a slightly weary, deep voice resonated through the car speakers. "I'm back. This trip has utterly exhausted me. Where are you? Hurry and treat me to a meal. Is the beggar so audacious now?" Fu Xijing's lips curled into a faint smile, jesting with him. "It's not convenient right now. I have an appointment." "What could possibly be inconvenient? A woman?" "Yes." Fu Xijing replied lazily. "Is it Xiao Xia?" I instinctively turned my head. Just in time to meet Fu Xijing's gaze, and I quietly inquired, "Is it Dr. Lin?" "Yes." Fu Xijing smirked, his dark eyes glinting with mischief. Should I grant him a pardon? Invite him to dine with us? I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought he would elevate my status so high? I shot Fu Xijing a glare, then quickly leaned closer to the microphone. "If Dr. Lin doesn't mind, he can join us for dinner. Miss Chiao is quite understanding." Lin Jinyu's voice came through, tinged with a hint of delight. "I will come find you shortly." At the Jushan Pavilion, the lunch rush was in full swing, and the dining hall was packed to capacity. Fu Xijing and I headed straight to the private room on the top floor. Upon entering, we found Lin Jinyu already seated inside. "You certainly arrived quickly." Fu Xijing chuckled derisively as he casually hung his trench coat on the rack. The proximity to the airport meant a mere 10-minute taxi ride. Lin Jinyu, while speaking, directed his gaze towards me, remarking with a smile, "Miss Chiao, you have become even more beautiful in these few days apart." I couldn't help but feel a blush creep onto my cheeks as I reached out to him. "Dr. Lin, it's been a while." However, just as Lin Jinyu was about to shake my hand, Fu Xijing swatted it away, exclaiming, "Who taught you such flattery? Go away." Lin Jinyu rolled his eyes and promptly pulled out a chair to sit down. Hardly had he settled when steaming dishes began to fill the table. "I shan't be polite any longer," he declared. Lin Jinyu must have been genuinely hungry. Upon seeing the food, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Curiosity piqued, I observed him, wondering where he had been to return in such disarray. Perhaps it was the contrast from his usual white coat that rendered his casual attire less refined and more carefree. "Where did you run off to this time? Any news?" Fu Xijing inquired, serving a piece of meat onto my plate while casting a nonchalant glance at Lin Jinyu. After swallowing his food and leisurely sipping a glass of wine, Lin Jinyu finally responded, "I traveled quite a distance, all the way to the southern part." At that moment, I attentively listened to their conversation while my gaze was drawn to a plate of chilled cherry salad on the table, its sweet and sour allure making it utterly irresistible. As the turntable neared my position, I intended to scoop a spoonful, but just as I grasped the spoon, someone abruptly spun the turntable away. Instinctively, I looked up to see Lin Jinyu inserting a small lamb chop into his mouth, his demeanor dejected as he lamented the lack of news. While I was still in a daze, the turntable unexpectedly rotated back, and I swiftly turned my head to catch a glimpse of Fu Xijing. His hand resting on the tray, the tendons on the back of his hand taut. He subtly lifted his chin towards me. urging me to quickly take a spoonful before he resumed his conversation with Lin Jinyu. In my view, after so many years and with such substantial resources expended, the chances of finding anyone were slim. I advised them to cease their efforts. However, Lin Jinyu clearly disagreed, shooting him an irritated glance. She is my beloved sister. The thought of her possibly enduring hardships weighs heavily on my heart. She might be waiting for me, her brother, to rescue her. How could I ever give up? At this juncture, Lin Jinyu drew a deep breath, asserting, even if it takes a lifetime, I will continue searching. Fu Xijing cast a sidelong glance at him, calculating. Considering her age, your sister is now 25. His voice momentarily faltered, his gaze landing on me. She is just a year older than Xiaxia. She may even be married with children by now. Listening from the sidelines, I felt utterly bewildered and could not refrain from interjecting, who are you talking about? Lin Jinyu's younger sister was kidnapped by enemies and went missing when she was merely 2 or 3 years old. Fu Xijing pointed at Lin Jinyu with his chopsticks, revealing that this fellow had spent years searching for her. My mouth fell agape in astonishment. I had never imagined that such a tragedy had befallen Dr. Lin. Kidnapping and disappearance, especially of a child so young, it seemed that Miss Lin was unlikely to be in good fortune. However, I understood that uttering such cruel words would only extinguish the hope of finding her, leaving the Lin family in unbearable despair. I sighed softly, silently praying for the well-being of the Lin family's eldest daughter whom I had never met, hoping that she would encounter kind-hearted individuals and grow up safely. I planned to go abroad next year. Lin Jinyu, having had his fill, wiped his mouth with a tissue before raising his gaze to continue speaking. There happens to be an exchange program in the courtyard, and I wish to search overseas. Over 20 years ago, there were not many foreigners adopting Asian girls. But the process was fraught with complications. Such matters could only be conveniently handled abroad. Aren't you planning to search domestically? Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow. But you are here, aren't you? Lin Jinyu smirked, asserting that Fu Xijing's connections and influence far surpassed his own. What if I help you find her? Fu Xijing teased. How do you intend to repay me? Lin Jinyu furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he raised his gaze with utmost seriousness and remarked. Well, if my sister is still single, I shall offer myself in gratitude. Get out of here. As the atmosphere grew lively, Lin Jinyu felt a significant alleviation of his own inner turmoil. With a mischievous smile, he teased, What's this? Did you not once declare in front of my grandparents that you wished to wed my sister? Have you forgotten so soon? I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Gazing at Fu Xijing with a playful expression, surprised to discover that he had once been so endearing in his youth. Fu Xijing shot him an exasperated glance. But upon noticing the smile on my face, he shook his head in resigned amusement. That was eons ago. Why bring it up now? Besides, I was merely 4 or 5 at the time. Perhaps he had become accustomed to adults jesting about the matter, mimicking their behavior without a second thought. Such things were, of course, not to be taken seriously. All right, enough jesting. Let us discuss something of substance. Lin Jinyu's smile faded slightly as he turned to Fu Xijing. The military project your company has been developing has launched, hasn't it? Is it not time to begin seeking bids and investments? Yes, the day after tomorrow, Saturday morning. What of it? Is your Lin family interested in this? Fu Xijing raised an eyebrow. The Lin family, a century-old lineage in medicine, had no ties to military research and development. Who wouldn't want to earn more money? Your project is a lucrative opportunity. What do you say? Can you let your brother partake in some of the benefits? Sure. Prepare a bid proposal and send it to me. If it passes, I'll make sure you're included. Although the Lin family is renowned for its medical lineage, most of its descendants are closely associated with the medical profession. However, it is quite understandable that a few might wish to venture into the business realm to partake in its lucrative opportunities. Lin Jinyu smiled broadly, her grin reaching her eyes, eagerly anticipating my response. I shall have Qingqing prepare a tender for you, she declared. Fu Xijing pressed his lips together, suggesting a change of personnel. Unable to contain my curiosity, I cast a sideways glance, wondering why a change was necessary. Was there perhaps some discord involving the one named Qingqing? Lin Jinyu shot me a mischievous glance before turning her attention back to Fu Xijing. All right, I will have my second brother handle this matter. Only then did Fu Xijing withdraw his gaze. Noticing my fixation on my phone, he inquired, have you eaten enough? Shall I escort you home? I nodded eagerly. Would you mind taking me along? He replied, it is not on the way. Nevertheless, Lin Jingyu managed to hitch a ride, and before long, I heard a soft snoring from the back seat. Upon turning to investigate, I discovered Lin Jingyu had succumbed to slumber, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Clearly a result of a long journey without rest. As I pondered this, a large hand waved in front of me, snapping me back to reality. I looked at Fu Xijiong. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? My third uncle and aunt will be visiting. I momentarily froze, only to realize that his insinuation was for me to continue playing the part of his girlfriend in this charade. Time. I nodded eagerly. But the thought of having to continue this charade in the future was unsettling. I felt indifferent, yet with nearly 3 months passing, perhaps I could still conceal it with loose-fitting garments for now. However, come March or even later, it would be impossible to hide. Surely, I wouldn't have to enact a premarital pregnancy scenario, would I? It seemed I might not be able to keep up the ruse. What's wrong? Fu Xijing appeared to sense my hesitation, chuckling softly as he inquired if I had something to express. Well, I bit my lip, realizing that this situation was untenable. I contemplated whether to stage a breakup performance instead. After all, the effect of being in a relationship versus just ending one would ultimately be similar in evading an unwanted marriage. Even if the old lady Fu were eager for grandchildren, she wouldn't be pushed to that extent. If I were to break up with him, it would at least provide some respite. A breakup act? Fu Xijing's gaze remained fixed ahead, his voice carrying a hint of languor as a subtle smirk played at the corners of his lips. Are you contemplating a graceful exit, Junior? Reflecting on how diligently Fu Xijing had assisted me with my divorce before, always available at my beck and call, it felt rather disingenuous for me to now hesitate in offering him my help. I articulated my concerns, acknowledging my pregnancy, though it was manageable now, it would be unmanageable as time progressed. Fu Xijing's gaze drifted over my slightly protruding abdomen, a fleeting emotion flashing in his eyes. If it could not be concealed, then perhaps it should no longer be concealed. I do not quite grasp his meaning. Fu Xijiong tugged at his lips, reassuring me, rest assured. This is the only time, I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, I finally felt a sense of relief. Before long, the weekend arrived. Lin she initially intended to invite me for a shopping spree, but upon learning that I had plans for the afternoon, she immediately became inquisitive. Who is it? Fearing that she might misunderstand, I hurriedly clarified the entire situation to her. Breaking up? Lin she furrowed her brows. Did Fu Xiao truly back out at the last moment? What an inappropriate use of idioms. I couldn't help but correct her. This is known as timely loss mitigation. Although Fu Xijiong had harbored other feelings for me previously, he was unaware that I was already carrying Gu Ting's child. Ever since I laid bare the truth, he had not crossed any boundaries, clearly indicating that he had relinquished any pursuit. Yet Lin she still seemed reluctant to accept it. Xia, do you truly not harbor any feelings for Fu Xiao? I was momentarily taken aback. To claim that I had no feelings would be disingenuous. It wasn't the typical affection a woman holds for a man, but rather a simple admiration. After all, individuals like Fu Xijiong are simply a delight to behold. It wasn't love. Then, is there a fondness? Lin she pressed on. I pursed my lips, this time not denying it, and nodded in acknowledgement. I suppose so. Lin she's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feelings can indeed be nurtured. I believe Fu Xiao is a rare gem of a man, handsome, wealthy, and not frivolous with his affections. You two are simply a match made in heaven. I shook my head in amusement. I am not nearly as admirable as you suggest. Having endured the anguish of a failed marriage, I now find myself in a state of disarray, wondering how I could ever dare to hope for anything more. Fu Xijing is indeed an extraordinary man. His exceptional qualities could easily match him with the most beautiful women in the world. What merit do I possess to be deemed his destined partner? Xia. Do not underestimate yourself. Your failed marriage with Gu Ting was not your fault. Moreover, who hasn't encountered a few scoundrels in their lifetime? Enough of this. I no longer wish to discuss it with Lin Shi. Since I have made up my mind, I must not waver. Vacillation only leads to pain for both parties. Lin Shi sighed, aware of my stubborn nature. Once I resolved to pursue something, not even 8 horses could pull me back, so she relented. By the way, I have something to show you. Noticing Lin Shi's despondent demeanor, I eagerly presented the document that Fu Xijing had given me, saying with a touch of mystery. We were both mistaken, the child in Lu Qingwan's womb is not from her and her ex-husband. Who is it then? Lin Shi asked, flipping through the materials with impatience. Take a guess. It wouldn't be Liao Zhenhua, would it? Lin Shi casually remarked. I was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't anticipated her to hit the nail on the head. Seeing my silence, Lin Shi paused in disbelief, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, no way. Is it really Liao Zhenhua? I nodded in affirmation. How thrilling. Lin Shi was filled with emotion, marveling at Lu Qingwan's audacity. Carrying Liao Zhenhua's child and still aspiring to marry Gu Ting, such a plot would scarcely be accepted in a television drama, yet it was unfolding in stark reality. After her moment of reflection, Lin Shi noticed a small USB drive nestled within the file bag, prompting her to inquire, what is this? An audio recording of Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua's affair. Goodness. You have that too? Surely, you didn't witness the live show as well? My face flushed. And I quickly diverted the conversation, it was recorded by Senior Fu. Then I must give it a listen. I was left speechless, aren't you disgusted? Consider it akin to watching an adult film. Such a sharp tongue. Chapter 83, One Down. Countless more to go. Lin Shi promptly plugged the USB drive into her phone for playback. Since the sound was on speaker, I was inadvertently compelled to listen along. Once the recording concluded, Lin Shi removed the USB and exclaimed in astonishment, what a force. What is Lu Qingwan after? The allure of an older man? I could hardly contain my incredulity. Perhaps he is even less appealing than Gu Ting, who suffers from oligospermia. Speaking of which, Xia. You have truly endured much over the years. As Lin Shi's remarks became increasingly outlandish, I hurriedly covered her mouth. Enough, don't say any more. Seeing my flushed cheeks, Lin Shi found it even more amusing and couldn't resist teasing me further. How does Gu Ting compare in duration? Surely, he can't be worse than Liao Zhenhua? Stop talking nonsense. I feigned anger, glaring at her. Lin Shi nudged my arm with her elbow, her face alight with curiosity. Just tell me. How long has it been since your last encounter? Memories of that wild and absurd night in the banquet lounge flooded my mind. A night when Gu Ting's stamina was nothing short of astonishing, as if he could melt me away entirely. From afternoon until dusk. I even found myself waking to a darkened sky. The lounge had been tidied up immaculately, the sheets replaced, and the clothes brought in by the maid, who informed me that Gu Ting had to leave for work and had arranged for a driver to take me home. I was filled with joy at Gu Ting's thoughtful arrangements, believing that our relationship would subsequently flourish. However, that very evening, he did not return home but instead spent the night drinking with friends. Afterward, he remained as indifferent as ever. As if that intoxicating union had merely been a fleeting dream. And now, it seemed time to awaken from that dream. Sensing my melancholic expression, Lin Shi curled her lip and refrained from pressing further, instead murmuring softly, I just can't fathom how you were ever infatuated with Gu Ting. Perhaps I had simply been blinded by my feelings? It was Gu Ting's school uniform that shielded my fragile pride on that sun-drenched yet desperate afternoon. Yet, his seemingly casual kindness had wormed its way into my heart. I often wondered how someone so warm and kind in youth could lose that gentleness in adulthood. They say people change, and Gu Ting was no exception. Thus, it was I who foolishly clung to that flicker of kindness. Who was truly the most naive of all. All right, my fault, let us not dwell on that. Lin Shi snuggled against my arm, urging me to discuss something cheerful. I detached myself from past memories and turned to meet Lin Shi's twinkling eyes, sensing she was concocting some mischievous idea. What's on your mind? Speak up, I prompted. Immediately, Lin Shi adopted a playful demeanor, her small fist playfully tapping my shoulder. Can you take me along to this afternoon's gathering? I want to broaden my horizons. I was momentarily taken aback. You want to go too? I queried, my expression riddled with confusion. If I recalled correctly, Lin Shi's company was linked to the automotive industry. What interest did she have in a military research event? I remembered that the company headquarters had been considering a transformation lately, and such opportunities were rare. With sparkling eyes, she exclaimed, Fu Xiao is famously well-connected. The line of people wanting to gain his favor could stretch from here to the banks of the Pujiang River in Shanghai. Of course, I just want to join in the excitement and see if I can expand my business network. As the regional manager of her company, Lin she had already achieved a remarkable stature at a young age, making her quite the powerful woman. In comparison, I felt rather inadequate. However, I needed to consult Senior Fu regarding this matter. After all, I had also received an invitation and did not possess the authority to bring someone else along. It was imperative that I inquire with Fu Xiao. Lin she eagerly nodded, then playfully nudged my shoulder, saying, Fu Xiao will definitely listen to you. She. Ha ha ha, I shall not tease you any longer. Please inquire swiftly, as I must return to prepare my attire. I nodded. For it is imperative that one's attire in such commercial settings is not overly casual. Just as I was about to dial Fu Xijing's number, his call fortuitously came through. Lin Shi, standing beside me, grinned with an air of ambiguity. Could this be what they call a tacit understanding? I quickly gestured for her to be silent before pressing the answer button. The bidding conference had been rescheduled to commence half an hour earlier than anticipated. I will have Qin Hai deliver the gown shortly, and I shall pick you up at 5 this afternoon. There is no need for such trouble. I have a gown here. The size surely would not fit. As this ensemble was tailored by the designer to accommodate your previous measurements with a slightly larger waist for comfort. I was taken aback by Fu Xijing's thoughtfulness. Considering even such minute details. Just as he was about to end the call after relaying his instructions, I hastily interjected, What is it? Fu Xijing inquired. She would also like to join to broaden her horizons. However, before I could finish, Fu Xijing replied, Certainly, I shall come to fetch you both. Thank you, Senior Fu. We shall see each other soon. Once the call was concluded, Lin Shi gently nudged my arm and said, So? Did I not tell you that young Master Fu is attentive to you? If you continue to chatter nonsense, I shall not take you with me. Ah, my dear great-aunt. I must hasten back to prepare myself. Alas, I find myself without anyone to tailor a gown for me. It is truly disheartening to see how one can be overshadowed by others. The golden autumn of October has passed, and the weather is growing increasingly chilly. Although the sun has yet to set, the temperature has undeniably dropped. As I disembark, a sudden chill envelopes me, prompting me to instinctively wrap my shawl tighter around myself. I must admit, the attentiveness of Fu Xijing surpasses all expectations. He has even arranged for this. I cannot help but glance up at him. Perhaps due to his time spent at the research institute, he seldom dons a suit. Yet at this moment, he is clad in a well-tailored and fluidly cut black suit. Paired with a black shirt, devoid of a tie, the buttons at his chest casually undone, exuding an air of luxurious nonchalance. Slow down, watch your step. As the elevator arrives, Fu Xijing gently places his hand on my lower back, guiding me into the lift. Behind us, Lin Shi follows. Her face nearly splitting from her smile. I can only discreetly signal her to temper her exuberance. Ding. The elevator doors slide open at the top floor, and I exclaim. Finally, Master Fu, you have arrived. As the doors part, the melodious strains of a piano and Lin Jinyu's slightly anxious voice reach my ears. What follows is a sweeping view of a spacious and comfortable indoor garden, where elegantly attired men and women converse softly, holding their champagne flutes. The atmosphere resembles not a bidding meeting, but rather a gathering of the elite. What's the matter? Fu Xijing glances at him nonchalantly. My dear Jin Qing has gotten into a quarrel with your cousin, you should hurry and take a look. If you delay, it might escalate into a fight. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the mention of cousin. Could it be that Fu Xinran has also arrived? Recalling our previous trip to Shanghai. A bitter smile crept onto my lips. This little girl truly possesses an abundance of fighting spirit, seemingly ready for battle wherever she goes. Ignore them. One less is one less, Fu Xijing remarked, yet he turned to me and gently added, Come, let me take you to the lounge for a bite. Instinctively, I parted my lips, intending to suggest that he attend to his matters first, when suddenly, a slightly irate voice rang out from a distance. Jingu. Someone is bullying me. You must help me seek justice. There she was, Fu Xinran, pouting and striding towards us. However, upon spotting me, her brows knitted together. And her tone noticeably escalated, Xia xia xia? What are you doing here? Chapter 84, The Protector of His Wife. That question ought to be posed by me. Before I could utter a word, Fu Xijing, with a calm tone, cast a glance at Fu Xinran and coldly stated, What are you doing here? I distinctly remember only sending an invitation to my third uncle. The bidding conference requires stringent financial verification. An invitation is merely one aspect. The financial report and other relevant qualifications must also be comprehensive and precise. Not just anyone can participate. Realizing her fault, Fu Xinran pouted but shot me an annoyed glare before attempting to divert attention. Lin Jinqing wasn't invited either. Jingge, you must make her leave. Who says I don't have an invitation? At that moment, a melodious voice resounded. Instinctively, I turned towards the sound and beheld a girl clad in a simple yet elegant white ensemble, gracefully making her way towards us. Fu Xinran let out a disdainful snort, her face etched with contempt. Lin Jingqing, stop pretending. That invitation clearly belongs to Brother Jinyu, you must have snuck in. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu beside her let out a dry laugh, clearing his throat. Well, the invitation was indeed meant for Qingqing, I am the one who intruded. However, Fu Xinran appeared unconvinced, curling her lip in displeasure. Lin Jingqing is your sister, you will undoubtedly side with her. The implication was that Lin Jinyu was lying. Enough with the antics. Fu Xijing seemed to have finally lost his patience, furrowing his brow as he directed a stern gaze at Fu Xinran. His originally chiseled features appeared even more frigid and indifferent when he frowned, causing a slight tremor in the hearts of those present. Fu Xinran, having been publicly embarrassed, felt a wave of indignation wash over her, her eyes turning red, yet, she dared not defy Fu Xijing's wishes. With a resentful glare directed at Lin Jingqing, she turned on her heel and fled. A faint smile crept onto Lin Jingqing's face, and when she glanced at Fu Xijing, her gaze held a newfound warmth. Brother Jing. Yet before she could utter another word, Fu Xijing turned to me, saying, Come, I will take you to the lounge. I couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. As it was evident that this Miss Lin harbored affections for Fu Xijing, I distinctly sensed the scrutinizing hostility in her gaze directed towards me. Fearing that I might cause trouble, I quickly urged Lin Shi, there's no need to trouble yourself, please go ahead and attend to your matters. I can stay with Lin Shi. However, Fu Xijing merely smiled and took my hand, saying, that won't do. I must ensure you are settled first. Instinctively, I attempted to withdraw my hand, but before I could make a move, Lin Jingqing, beaming with delight, turned to me and inquired, Jingge, who is this? This is my girlfriend, Xiao Xiaxia. The smile on Lin Jingqing's face froze momentarily, only to be quickly replaced by a warm grin as he extended his hand towards me. Hello, Miss Jiao. I am Lin Jingqing, the general manager of Lin Corporation. Hello, Miss Lin, I replied hastily, shaking his hand. Miss Jiao, you seem somewhat familiar. Lin Jingqing remarked with a slight smirk, his brow furrowed as if he were trying to recall something. Was it perhaps when Jingge brought you out before? I could easily discern the underlying message in Lin Jingqing's words, however, her tactics were evidently far more sophisticated than those of Fu Xinran and Luo Yuzheng. Unfortunately, she should not have employed them in front of Fu Xijing. Why are you so talkative today? Fu Xijing interrupted Lin Jingqing, his expression reflecting impatience as he turned to Lin Jinyu. Did I not instruct you to send someone else? Lin Jinyu, looking helpless, replied, the second one is busy. Fu Xijing was not inclined to believe his excuses and pointed a finger at him. Immediately, Lin Jinyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Ignoring him, Fu Xijing took my hand and said, let us go. Upon entering the lounge, I hastily withdrew my hand from Fu Xijing's grasp, feeling as though my palm was about to break into a sweat. It seems that the profession of an actor is not one for the faint of heart. I had arranged for some delicacies to be prepared in advance, please indulge in them first. Fu Xijing gestured toward the exquisite pastries on the coffee table. I nodded eagerly, urging, Senior Fu, you should attend to your matters. Fu Xijing smiled, replying, all right, I understand. Enjoy your snack, I shall return shortly to escort you. After bidding farewell to Fu Xijing, Lin Shi picked up a pastry and took a bite, then cast a teasing glance my way. Fu Xiao was quite the fierce protector of his wife just now. I promptly stuffed a morsel into her mouth, retorting, eating does not silence your chatter. Lin Shi patted her chest, finally managing to swallow the food before declaring, I wasn't wrong. Did you not see that Miss Lin, the one named Lin Jean? Her face turned positively green. While Lin Shi seemed to revel in the drama, I harbored a sense of unease. I could not deny that being Fu Xijing's girlfriend was an invitation to enmity. I was a complete stranger to that Miss Lin, yet I had inadvertently forged a rivalry. By the way. Lin Shi suddenly seemed to recall something. As she swallowed her morsel, she looked at me and said, did you notice? That Miss Lin bears a slight resemblance to you. When I first saw her, I momentarily thought it was you. How is that possible? I exclaimed, bewildered. There is absolutely no resemblance. Lin, she gently stroked her chin, lost in thought for a moment, her features still bearing a slight resemblance. Not quite, she mused. If you say it doesn't resemble, then it doesn't. This is delicious, do give it a try. Just as Lin, she and I were immersed in our meal, a sudden knock on the door interrupted us. We exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if it could be Fu Xijing returning, when the door swung open to reveal a well-maintained woman in her 30s or 40s. Xia Xia. I've been searching everywhere for you, so you've been hiding in the lounge. The newcomer was unmistakably Fu Xijing's third aunt. Instantly, I slipped into character. Greetings, Auntie. It's been a few days, you look even more radiant. The aunt approached warmly and grasped my hand. Ever since you left last time. The old lady has been incessantly mentioning you. I had been thinking of her as well. However, the aunt suddenly lowered her gaze, examining my wrist with a puzzled expression. Xia Xia, where's the bracelet the old lady gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? That piece is far too precious, I feared it might get damaged. So I put it away. I spoke the truth, for after leaving the Fu household, I had intended to return the bracelet to Fu Xijing. Yet, he insisted it was a gift from the old lady and refused to accept it back. Thus, I had no choice but to keep it for the time being, planning to return it to him at a more opportune moment. You must take good care of that bracelet. Aunt San smiled radiantly. And you have no idea how long Ah Jing had pleaded with the elderly lady before she finally relented and agreed to give it to you. I was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Fu Xijing had sought that elderly lady? Indeed. Aunt San's face was full of sentiment. This item is a treasured heirloom of the Fu family, passed down only to the firstborn son and grandson. It carries significant weight, so you must safeguard it well. I was instantly bewildered. What did Aunt San mean by all this? Chapter 85, Now, let me give you a kiss. Yet, before I could ponder further, Aunt San cheerfully rose, saying, All right, I merely came to check on you. Enjoy your time with your friend, I shall take my leave. Aunt San departed slowly. Once I had seen Aunt San off, Lin she immediately tugged at my sleeve, her face brimming with curiosity. What bracelet? An heirloom? The young Master Fu is truly sincere. Do refrain from stirring up trouble, I replied with a helpless expression. Aunt San of Senior Fu is quite the enigmatic character. Lin she was momentarily stunned before she reacted, exclaiming, My goodness. She appears so kind and amiable, I thought she genuinely liked you. The fact that she specifically came over to mention that bracelet, could she be laying a trap for you? I nodded, fearing it was not so simple. As I spoke, I recounted the incident at the Fu family estate regarding that bowl of deer blood soup to Lin Shi. It seemed she was genuinely trying to bring me and Fu Xijing together. Claiming it was out of goodwill was certainly implausible. The only answer lies in the fact that my identity is a taboo within the Fu family. If Fu Xijing were to be with me, he would undoubtedly be implicated as well. Should Fu Xijing fall from grace, the greatest beneficiaries would likely be his uncle and his family. She must be harboring such intentions. However, if this is indeed the case, then her calculations are fundamentally flawed. For my relationship with Fu Xijing is merely a performance, never meant to be genuine. The intricacies of this aristocratic world are manifold. Lin Shi sighed with a contemplative expression. I previously thought that Fu Xiao and you were quite well matched, but it seems now, it's best to keep a safe distance. I smiled softly, recognizing that Lin Shi had finally come to an understanding. Moreover, I am currently carrying Gu Ting's child, and I suspect that regardless of who it may be, they would not tolerate the existence of this child. With this thought, I gently caressed my abdomen, reassuring my little one that mommy will protect you and will not allow anyone to bully you. Before long, the door to the lounge swung open, and Lin Shi and I instinctively turned to look, only to see Fu Xijing entering. My third aunt had just visited? Aware that this is Fu Xijing's domain, where information flows freely, I recounted my aunt's words to him verbatim. Fu Xijing's expression darkened, his pupils as black as ink. My third aunt is known for her enthusiastic nature. Though he wore a smile while speaking, his words felt chilling, akin to shards of ice, sending a shiver down one's spine. She remarked that the bracelet was yours. The wordplay lingered on the tip of my tongue, yet I swallowed it back. Just as I was contemplating a different approach, Fu Sijong suddenly chuckled. Indeed, I sought it out. I gazed at Fu Sijong in astonishment, only to find his eyes dark and profound, as if they could draw one in. What's the matter? Fu Sijong continued to smile, wondering why I appeared so surprised. If I did not perform this way in front of my esteemed elder, how would she believe in my deep affection for you? I was momentarily stunned. So, you were merely acting? Fu Sijong tilted his head with a half-smile, retorting, what else could it be? At that moment, I felt so embarrassed that I wished to vanish into the ground. Narcissism is a malady. It needs remedy. What was I thinking just now? I actually believed Fu Sijong was specifically seeking out the esteemed Fu matriarch? How absurd. Well, the time is nearly up, the bidding conference is about to commence. Will you stay here, or venture out to witness the excitement? Fu Sijong inquired with a smile. Let us go outside. I hurriedly waved my hand, telling him to attend to his matters while Lin Shi and I would step out shortly. My primary purpose for accompanying Fu Sijong today was to placate his third aunt. Since the goal was achieved, it was best not to provoke any unnecessary misunderstandings. Fu Sijong seemed to comprehend my apprehensions, merely smiling without further elaboration. Very well. I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, seek out Qin Hai. Understood. As soon as Fu Sijong departed, Lin Shi eagerly expressed her desire to go out and witness the commotion. She arrived this time with a mission, having already squandered too much time in the lounge. Reluctantly yielding to her insistence, I accompanied her outside. As I pushed open the grand door of the lounge, a cacophony of laughter and conversation surged towards me. A stark contrast to the tranquility within. Miss Chiao. At that moment, Qin Hai, who had been stationed at the entrance, approached promptly, inquiring if I had any instructions. I waved my hand dismissively, responding, no, my friend and I simply wish to explore a bit. Qin Hai's gaze swiftly scanned Lin Shi before he smiled and said, then do let me know if you require anything. Thank you, I replied, linking my arm with Lin Shi as we made our way to a nearby booth. In the distance, I spotted Fu Sijing, surrounded by admirers like a celestial body amidst stars. I initially intended to diminish my presence, yet to my surprise, Fu Sijing's gaze transcended the crowd, landing directly upon me. Under the dazzling lights, his eyes were dark as obsidian, sparkling like scattered diamonds within his pupils. As the attention of those encircling him remained fixated on him, his glance shifted, causing the entire assembly to turn in unison towards my direction. Just as I contemplated turning away, I noticed Fu Sijing suddenly raise his hand, beckoning me over, a gesture that left me feeling flustered and uncertain about his intentions in front of so many onlookers. My gaze soon fell upon my third aunt, who was observing me with a contemplative expression, alongside Fu Xinran, pouting and glaring at me with evident displeasure. I took a deep breath. Just as I was about to pull Lin Shi along with me, she unexpectedly released my hand and said, you go ahead, I'll take a look over there. Observing as Lin Shi busied herself with her own matters, I had no choice but to feign composure and walk towards Fu Sijing alone. As I approached, the crowd surrounding Fu Sijing automatically parted to make way for me. What's going on? I whispered, glancing at Fu Sijing. To my surprise, he grinned and placed his hand on my shoulder, enveloping me in his embrace. Just as I was taken aback, I heard a deep, warm laughter emanating from above. Old Qian, I really do have a girlfriend now. Perhaps you should introduce your granddaughter to someone else? You little rascal. An elderly man with gray hair but a vigorous demeanor shot a displeased glare at Fu Sijing. Where did you find this girl to play along with you? Just the other day, I asked your father, and he said you were still single. Upon hearing this, I finally understood the situation. I had once again been enlisted by Fu Sijing to fend off unwelcome admirers. My father is always busy at the research institute. How would he know anything? Fu Sijing chuckled lazily, casting a glance at me before shifting his gaze back to old Qian, jesting, if you truly do not believe me, shall I kiss her right now? At these words, every hair on my body stood on end. Alas, in the presence of so many onlookers, I could not betray a single emotion, merely feigning modesty as I lowered my gaze. Yet, as my hand brushed against Fu Sijing's, I discreetly pinched his waist. You rascal. Are you playing tricks on me here? Old Mr. Qian raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Fu Sijing's arm, urging, come now, give me a kiss. I felt cold sweat rushing forth from my pores, soaking my back, and without a moment's hesitation, I reached out to pinch his waist again. Hiss. Fu Xijiong inhaled sharply but chuckled as he pinched the nape of my neck, merely teasing old Mr. Qian. Fear not, there will be no kiss. And even if there were, I shan't allow them to witness it. At that moment, I wished to vanish into the ground. But I could only lower my eyes and feign shyness. This man is truly incorrigible. I vowed never to accompany him in this charade again. Old Mr. Qian huffed in disbelief, squinting. Is this little girl truly your girlfriend? Indeed, she is. Old Mr. Qian pursed his lips, conceding, let us pretend I never said anything. It's unacceptable to have a girlfriend. Beside him, Lin Jingyu quickly attempted to defuse the situation. Old Mr. Qian, I'm still single. Why not consider me? You will not do. Old Mr. Qian's face was one of disdain, lacking in manliness. Lin Jingyu. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, someone approached briskly. Mr. Fu, the bidding meeting is ready, we may commence. Fu Xijiong nodded with a smile, then surveyed the surroundings. Shall we head to the conference room? As I observed the crowd of people surrounding Fu Xijiong making their way towards the conference room, I hastily tugged at his sleeve and whispered, you all go ahead, I shall not join. Fu Xijiong, not insisting, turned his head to survey the area. Qin Hai, who had been keeping an eye on us, promptly approached and said, President Fu, please take good care of her. Certainly. Only when the prominent figures began to depart did I finally exhale a sigh of relief, realizing how startled I had been. Even now, my heart raced uncontrollably. Miss Zhao. Would you like some water? Qin Hai thoughtfully brought me a glass of lemonade. Thank you, I replied, taking a sip which helped to calm my nerves. However, as I scanned the room in search of Lin Shi, I noticed that Lin Jingqing, who had intended to head to the conference room, was intercepted by Fu Shiran. Step aside. Lin Jingqing frowned slightly, visibly impatient. Still harboring delusions about Jinggu? Can't you see? He already has a girlfriend. Fu Shiran stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. And what of it? Lin Jingqing raised an eyebrow, retorting, in this day and age, even marriage can end in divorce, what of merely having a girlfriend? You. Fu Shiran was taken aback, unable to muster a response to such a retort. Moreover, Lin Jingqing leisurely lifted her eyelids, her peripheral vision aligning perfectly with mine. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I quickly averted my gaze, but I could still hear her quietly stating, that woman is unworthy of Fu Xiao. I am acutely aware that she is referring to me, yet my heart remains utterly unperturbed. After all, she speaks the truth. I am indeed mismatched with Fu Xijiong. Moreover, I have never aspired to such compatibility. The reality of my relationship with Fu Xijiong has always been nothing more than a mere performance, and it seems that while I was merely acting, those observing have taken it to heart. Just as I was about to turn and seek out Lin Shi, Fu Xinran, having evidently noticed me, called out directly. I glanced back in confusion to see Fu Xinran striding towards me confidently, seizing my hand and inquiring, where is your bracelet? Didn't Grandma give it to you? It symbolizes your status as the Fu family's daughter-in-law. You ought to wear it at all times to deter those ill-intentioned individuals from setting their sights on my brother. Though her words were directed at me, I understood they were intended for Lin Jingqing. Children will indeed be children. I couldn't help but smile at Fu Xinran, finding this little girl rather endearing. What bracelet? Suddenly, Lin Jingqing approached with quick strides, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized me. Have you visited the old Madame Fu? Instinctively, I parted my lips to respond, but before I could utter a word, Fu Xinran, with an air of pride, interjected, indeed, not only have we met, but Xia Xia is also Grandma's savior. What do they call it? A faithful connection across 1,000 miles. At this moment, Lin Qing was entirely oblivious to what Fu Xinran was saying, her gaze fixated on me, devoid of her usual icy composure. Were you the one who saved old Madame Fu all those years ago? I was somewhat taken aback to discover that Lin Qing was aware of this matter. It was I replied. Lin Qing's expression was one of disbelief, and she immediately inquired, did you truly meet old Madame Fu? Was it Fu Xiao who brought you there? I was uncertain as to why she was so agitated, but I could only nod in affirmation. Yes. Impossible. Lin Qing vehemently denied my words. As if struck by a sudden realization, she sneered, you must be lying. Did you conspire with Fu Xinran? Frankly, I was indifferent to whether she believed me or not. After all, accompanying Fu Xijiong to Shanghai to meet old Madame Fu was merely a performance. Thus, her assertion of lying was not entirely inaccurate. However, Fu Xinran was incensed by Ling Qing's skepticism. She promptly retrieved her phone and declared, "Here is a photo I took. Open your eyes and take a good look." The screen displayed a picture of old Madame Fu grasping my hand while conversing with me, both of us wearing smiles, clearly indicating a pleasant atmosphere. How is this possible? Lin Qing was now thoroughly flustered, turning to me in alarm. Did you not mention your previous marriage to old Madame Fu? How could a reputable family like the Fuss allow a divorced woman to marry Fu Xiao? Of course, my grandmother is well aware. Fu Xinran wore a triumphant expression, seemingly relishing the fact that Lin Jinqing had been thoroughly provoked. Her gaze toward me softened considerably, yet even if my grandmother were aware of the situation, she would undoubtedly be pleased. How about that? Should you not have given up by now? Lin Jinqing pursed her lips, her eyes darting between Fu Xinran and me, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Just by observing her retreating figure, it was evident that she was quite upset. Ha ha ha. Serves her right. Fu Xinran clapped her hands in delight, radiating sheer joy, and even dared to entertain thoughts of my brother Jing, truly a frog aspiring to eat swan meat. Hearing her liken Fu Xijing to swan meat made me involuntarily smile. However, upon noticing the smile on my face, Fu Xinran's expression stiffened immediately. Let me tell you. You should not be so pleased with yourself. You are not worthy of my brother Jing. He has someone he adores. And he has loved her for over a decade. That is his white moonlight. I was momentarily taken aback. Fu Xijing has someone he loves? Someone he has cherished for more than 10 years? Chapter 87, You wouldn't bring a woman back, would you? So you might as well give up. With that parting shot, Fu Xinran walked away, leaving me in a state of shock. I don't know how long it was before someone gently tapped my shoulder, snapping me back to reality. What were you thinking so deeply about? Lin Shi looked at me with a puzzled expression. I quickly recounted Fu Xinran's earlier words. White moonlight. It can't possibly be you, right? Don't be ridiculous. Fu Xinran just said he has liked someone for over a decade, how could it be me? Indeed, Lin Shi was merely engaging in idle chatter. After I finished speaking, she nodded in contemplation, pondering who it might be. I pressed my lips together and suddenly recalled a rumor I had heard during my university days. Could it possibly be Senior Leah from the drama department? After all, she was the only girl rumored to have had an affair with Fu Xijing. Furthermore, when Leah first ventured into the entertainment industry, a gossip post about their relationship was mysteriously deleted overnight, leaving many to speculate that Fu Xijing had taken such action to protect her. Being an artist, any future debut could render these whispers as daggers aimed at her. Consequently, numerous individuals expressed their fervent support for the couple, their chemistry remaining fervent for some time. However, for reasons unknown, the chatter eventually ceased. It was clear that Fu Xijing was shielding Leah, wasn't it? Lin Shi shrugged dismissively, showing no interest in the matter. Alright, let us not dwell on this. I must take a quick rest. I'm utterly exhausted after distributing all those business cards. The bidding conference proceeded remarkably smoothly. After the meeting concluded, Fu Xijing drove us home. Lin Shi's residence was quite a distance away, and by the time he dropped her off and began his return journey, it was already past 9 o'clock. I leaned back in the rear seat, feeling drowsy. And before I knew it, I had drifted into a deep slumber that lasted until dawn. Awakening comfortably in a spacious bed, I stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh scent of laundry detergent. Yet, upon opening my eyes, I was momentarily taken aback by the elegance of the chandelier adorning the ceiling. When was the light changed? My mind went blank for a good 3 seconds before it dawned on me, and I abruptly sat up. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized I was in an unfamiliar bedroom, adorned in a cold palette of gray and white, exuding an air of asceticism and chill. Where am I? I shook my head, attempting to recall the events of the previous night. I remembered that Fu Xijiong had escorted me home. So, this must be Senior Fu's residence? Hastily, I threw off the covers and discovered that I was still clad in that expensive gown, which had been carelessly treated the night before and was now in disarray. Spotting a mismatched pair of pink slippers on the floor, I did not hesitate to slip them on and rushed to open the door. Awake? Just in time for breakfast. As soon as I opened the bedroom door, I beheld Fu Xijiong placing steaming dishes onto the dining table, his attire of light gray loungewear softening his originally refined and languid demeanor, adding a touch of warmth and elegance. I haven't washed up yet. Just as I awkwardly considered retreating back to my own home, Fu Sijong chuckled, there are brand new toiletries on the sink in the bathroom for you to use. Additionally, I had Qin Hai prepare a few sets of clothes for you to change into. Oh, okay. I quickly retracted my foot that was poised to escape, replying, then I shall wash up first. With that, I retreated back into the room, pressing my back against the door and feeling a wave of frustration as I lightly struck my head with my fist. How utterly exasperating. Why did I sleep so deeply last night? Could it be that Senior Fu carried me all the way from the garage without me waking up? Surely he wouldn't misunderstand me as feigning sleep, would he? To my eyes, this scenario seems too much like a cunning woman's little ruse. With a face full of frustration, I changed out of the evening gown and, upon returning to the washroom, I indeed found toiletries on the counter that had yet to be unwrapped. A pink wash cup and a pink electric toothbrush. Hastily, I turned on the faucet to wash my face, and while I cleaned up, I pondered how to explain the situation to Fu Sijong. However, before I could prepare myself mentally, a sudden ring at the doorbell startled me. Initially, I thought it might be takeout ordered by Fu Sijong or perhaps assistant Qin Hai. Wow, how did you know I hadn't had breakfast? Such a lavish spread prepared so early in the morning? The voice was unmistakably that of Dr. Lin. With a dull thud, chopsticks clattered against his hand, warning me not to move. This isn't for you. You can't possibly finish it by yourself, can you? Lin Jinyu complained, visibly displeased. Just as I was contemplating how to exit without causing any misunderstandings, a knock echoed at the door. Are you done washing up? If you don't come out soon, the food will get cold. What on earth is happening? Following that, Lin Jinyu's astonished voice rang out, you didn't bring a woman back, did you? Shut your mouth. Oh my goodness. He truly did bring someone back? Lin Jinyu's tone was already tinged with excitement, this is a first. I thought you'd always be hung up on that little. Be quiet. At the moment when the two were engaged in a verbal sparring, I could not help but take a deep breath before finally opening the bedroom door. I realized that if I lingered any longer, I would truly become the woman hidden away in Fu Sijong's golden house, and the misunderstanding would only deepen. As the door swung open, Lin Jinyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Dr. Lin. When Lin Jinyu saw that it was indeed me emerging from the bedroom, her expression remained blank for several seconds, before she finally turned to Fu Sijong, stammering, You both. Fearing that Lin Jinyu might misinterpret the situation, I hurriedly clarified, I fell asleep in the car last night. I must have been in a deep slumber, and Senior Fu didn't wake me. So he brought me back. Lin Jinyu wore a teasing expression, so he carried you back, did he? Be quiet. Fu Sijong scolded as he playfully kicked Lin Jinyu, then turned to me, come, let us eat. Once seated at the dining table, I awkwardly cradled the small bowl of millet porridge, taking tiny bites and daring not to lift my gaze. Try this. It has been simmering all morning and should be flavorful, Fu Sijong said, expertly serving dishes into my bowl, his movements fluid and unbothered, as if the events of the previous night had not affected him in the slightest. I quickly expressed my gratitude and popped a piece of the lamb chop he had placed in my bowl into my mouth, still too shy to look up. Yet, even so, I could feel Lin Jinyu's intense gaze upon me, as if she had stumbled upon a newfound discovery. I am equally perplexed as to why Fu Sijong appears so exuberantly interested in the fact that I have spent the night at his residence. He seems to embody the very essence of a gossip monger, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Just as I was on the verge of fidgeting restlessly, a phone call provided me with a reprieve. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 88, Does my mother know that Lu Qingwan is my elder brother's girlfriend? Hello. Miss Jiao. A warm, deep voice emanated from the receiver, striking a chord of familiarity within me. I couldn't help but furrow my brow slightly, struggling to recall the identity of the caller. May I ask who this is? Wei Shuli. Upon hearing the name Wei Shuli, I momentarily found myself in a daze, taking several seconds to regain my composure. Wei Shuli? Lu Qingwan's ex-husband? What could he possibly want to discuss with me? However, the memory of the intimate photograph he had previously shown me of my brother and Lu Qingwan caused me to press my lips together in apprehension. Mr. Wei. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wei Shuli let out a light chuckle, though the sound sent a shiver down my spine. I presume Miss Chiao is already aware of your brother's involvement in my marriage. I was taken aback by his bluntness. After all, the Wei family, a lineage steeped in tradition, despite its current decline, still held considerable influence. If he truly wished to confront my brother, it would be a matter of mere ease. My heart raced momentarily, yet I endeavored to maintain my composure. My brother had been deceived by Lu Qingwan. Deceived? Wei Shuli seemed to find amusement in my predicament. What exactly did your brother fall for? Miss Chiao is perplexed as to what merits her brother could possibly possess that would warrant deceit. This sentiment leaves me at a loss for words. Indeed, my brother lacks any substantial value to be exploited, which has long been a source of my bewilderment. Logically speaking, given Lu Qingwan's esteemed status, one would assume she could attract any man she desired. Even Gu Ting, a successful individual yet bound by familial ties, has been ensnared by her whims. What, then, could my unemployed brother offer in terms of utility? At that moment, Fu Xijing furrowed his brow slightly and gestured for me to hand him the phone. I understood his intention to assist me, however, this matter was my own to resolve. Though Fu Xijing might provide temporary aid, he could not be my perpetual savior. Consequently, I promptly activated the speakerphone, inhaled deeply, and stated, "Mr. Wei, your call this early in the morning is not to seek retribution against me, is it?" Wei Shuli chuckled lightly. "Miss Chiao, you are overthinking. I merely seek clarification." Instinctively, I parted my lips to respond, but upon seeing Fu Xijing shake his head, the words were swallowed back. I took another deep breath and coldly retorted, "If you seek answers, you ought to approach my brother. What reason do you have to come to me?" "Oh?" Wei Shuli seemed to take sudden interest, a hint of manic excitement in his voice. "Miss Chiao, you genuinely wish for me to confront your brother for an explanation?" "Indeed. The trouble was instigated by my brother. He must therefore face the consequences. Otherwise, he might mistakenly believe I am the villain disrupting his relationship with Lu Qingwan." "Very well, I understand." With that, Wei Shuli abruptly ended the call. I was taken aback when he abruptly hung up the phone, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. Just as I was about to dial back, my hand was grasped by Fu Xijing, urging me to remain calm and composed. I nodded, instinctively clenching my fist. Yet my mind was in utter chaos, struggling to make sense of the situation. Wei Shuli must have had a reason. My elder brother should have had prior contact with Lu Qingwan. However, there were many individuals associated with Lu Qingwan. Why was he solely fixated on my brother? I couldn't help but furrow my brows. Lu Qingwan was involved in an affair with Liao Zhenhua and was now expecting his child. Yet she was set to marry Gu Ting. By any measure, my brother was merely a pawn in this game, and he had already been forsaken by Lu Qingwan. Fu Xijing chuckled softly. He certainly could not provoke the Gu family. Moreover, we were in Kyoto, the very heart of their influence. Even Wei Shuli's presence in Kyoto was due to Liao Zhenhua's connections, so how could he dare to meddle with the Liao and Gu families? It seemed he was merely targeting the vulnerable, and my brother was that very target. "Rest assured, I've arranged for someone to discreetly protect your brother. He will not come to harm," Fu Xijing assured me. Hearing this, I looked at him with immense gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Fu." He smiled, replying, "There's no need for such formality. Let's eat first, I'll make a quick phone call." I nodded eagerly. As I observed Fu Xijing stepping aside to make a phone call, I continued to eat my meal, though it had lost its savor, transforming from once delectable to a taste akin to chewing wax. "All right, I've conveyed everything. Rest assured, your elder brother will be fine." Thank you." The word thank you was on the verge of escaping my lips but was swallowed back down. Fu Xijing smiled lightly. "Well then, let us eat." At that moment, Lin Jinyu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly furrowed his brows. "With what you have just mentioned, I seem to recall something." Both Fu Xijing and I instinctively turned our gazes towards him. Lin Jinyu, without any hesitation, continued, "Last month, I encountered Lu Qingwan and your elder brother at the hospital." His brow knitted slightly. "However, at that time, I didn't think much of it. I assumed Lu Qingwan was there for some charitable event." "Where did you see them?" "Outside your mother's hospital room." I was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an answer. "What was Lu Qingwan doing at the hospital?" "I have no idea." Lin Jinyu shook his head. "I merely caught a glimpse and didn't pay it any mind. If you hadn't mentioned your elder brother and Lu Qingwan just now, I probably wouldn't have recalled it at all. I couldn't help but press my lips together. Not even Dr. Lin, let alone my own sister, could have anticipated that my elder brother would ever be entangled with Lu Qingwan. You say. Just then, Fu Xijing suddenly lifted his gaze towards me, his lips pressing together slightly. Was Lu Qingwan there to see your mother? I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rebutting. How is that possible? Fu Xijing's eyes were dark yet luminous, as if amidst the cold indifference, a singular focus remained. He spoke in a low voice, looking back now. The time your mother fainted upon first seeing the rumors of Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting may not have solely been due to you. The moment those words escaped his lips, I was rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained my voice. You mean my mother knew that Lu Qingwan was my elder brother's girlfriend? Hence, she. In that instant, I felt as though the very blood coursing through my veins had frozen, as if it were on the verge of solidifying into ice. Such an absurd rationale. Yet in retrospect, it seemed strikingly logical. Lu Qingwan's closeness to my elder brother was indeed premeditated. But what could her intentions be? An answer loomed ominously, and my heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 89, Come quickly, save me. Someone is trying to harm me. Don't overthink it just yet. At that moment, a steady voice pulled me from my state of panic. I instinctively looked up, only to meet Fu Xijing's penetrating gaze. For now, everything is merely conjecture, let us first ascertain the truth. I nodded. Indeed, it was all just speculation. What if it was merely a coincidence? I couldn't allow myself to sink into the darkest thoughts. Yet even as I endeavored to comfort myself with such reasoning, a weight pressed heavily upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Have you eaten enough? I instinctively lifted my gaze, initially believing that Fu Xijing was addressing me. Just as I was about to nod in response, I noticed he was actually turning to speak with Lin Jinyu. I'm full, Lin Jinyu acknowledged. Fu Xijing then placed his bowl in front of him, suggesting, go wash the dishes. Lin Jinyu looked at Fu Xijing with an expression of resigned disbelief. Can't we afford a maid? Who usually washes the dishes? He raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You can't be serious that you do it yourself? Fu Xijing shot Lin Jinyu a disapproving glance. If I say wash them, just wash them. Why so much chatter? With a resigned expression, Lin Jinyu took the bowl and headed towards the kitchen. I quickly stood up, eager to assist, but Fu Xijing stopped me, insisting, it's merely a few bowls. He can manage. Before long, Lin Jinyu emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. As he dried his hands with a towel, he made his way to the living room. Dr. Lin, you've worked hard, have a cup of tea, I said, promptly pouring him a cup. Xiao Qiao is so considerate, Lin Jinyu smiled, praising me as he reached for the teacup. However, before he could bring the cup to his lips, Fu Xijing's cool voice interrupted, you need to return to the hospital immediately and have someone copy all the surveillance footage of Lu Qingwan from that day. Lin Jinyu, still holding the cup, wore an expression of disbelief. Now? Yes, now. At once. With a look of utter resignation, Lin Jinyu set the teacup on the coffee table, pointed a finger at Fu Xijing in mild reproach, and then turned to leave. Once Lin Jinyu departed, I contemplated returning home as well. After all, staying overnight at Fu Xijing's residence was hardly a trivial matter. I decided not to disturb Senior Fu's rest and opted to return home. I'll see you off, he offered. I smiled wryly, it's just across the hall, no need to accompany me. Fu Xijing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, all right, but if you need anything, just give me a call. I returned his smile and turned to leave. However, just as I stepped outside and prepared to unlock the door to my apartment, my phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Instinctively, I glanced at the caller ID. It was my elder brother. My heart tightened at the thought of what Wei Shulai had just mentioned, and I quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, brother. Xiaxia, hurry and save me. Someone is trying to harm me. My brother's panicked voice came through the receiver, interspersed with the sounds of banging and shouting, creating a cacophony of chaos. What's happening? Who's trying to hurt you? I don't know them. They must be from the underworld. They barged in out of nowhere and beat me up. You need to come quickly. My brother exclaimed, desperation evident in his tone. I was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. I couldn't fathom why he wouldn't confide in me. How can I come to your aid? You should call the police. If calling the police were effective, I wouldn't be reaching out to you. My brother retorted urgently, you need to bring Fu Xijiong with you. Isn't he the heir of the Fu family? Surely he can handle this. I was so exasperated it almost made me laugh, but before I could respond, I heard my brother let out a sudden cry, followed by a clattering noise echoing through the phone. Brother? Brother. Soon, the microphone emitted a series of beeps, indicating that the call had been abruptly disconnected. In a flurry, I attempted to redial, only to be met with the disheartening message, sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Just as I found myself in a state of panic, the door behind me swung open unexpectedly. Instinctively, I turned to look, only to be captivated by a pair of deep, luminous eyes, like a lighthouse piercing through the ocean's depths, suddenly illuminating the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope within me. What's wrong? Fu Xijing observed my troubled expression, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, what happened? My brother. I endeavored to steady my emotions. He called to say someone is trying to harm him. I heard sounds of smashing through the receiver, but when I tried to call back, no one answered. At that moment, I felt a mix of anger and urgency towards my brother. I was frustrated that he hadn't been truthful with me, yet deeply concerned that Wei Shuli's associates might indeed pose a threat to him. Don't worry, I will take you to the hotel to investigate. Thank you. Before long, the car halted in front of the hotel where my brother had been staying. Fu Xijing and I ascended in the elevator, and as we approached, I noticed the door to my brother's room was ajar. Instinctively, I moved to enter, but Fu Xijing halted me, saying, wait here, I will check inside. I quickly nodded in agreement. The hotel room my brother occupied was modest in size, easily viewable at a glance. Fu Xijing's brow furrowed slightly as he carelessly kicked aside a chair that lay askew on the floor and strode purposefully towards the bathroom. Nervously, I followed suit and entered. But recalling Fu Xijiang's earlier admonition, I merely stood at the doorway, hesitant to venture further. Soon, Fu Xijiang's hand grasped the bathroom doorknob. He cast a fleeting glance back at me before forcefully pushing the door open. The moment it swung ajar, I was greeted by the sound of muffled sobs escaping from within, undoubtedly emanating from my elder brother. Instinctively, I took a step forward, yet before I could advance, Fu Xijiang turned to me and commanded, stay there, do not approach. Momentarily taken aback, I remained rooted in place, anxiety gnawing at me as I pondered my brother's condition. What had happened to him? Do not worry, he is not dead, Fu Xijiang replied, his gaze briefly scanning the bathroom before he surveyed the room and moved toward the wardrobe, retrieving a pair of trousers to bring to the bathroom. After what felt like an eternity, I finally witnessed my brother emerge from the bathroom, trembling and bare-chested, clad only in the trousers Fu Xijiang had just delivered. Upon seeing him in such a state, it dawned on me why Fu Xijiang had forbidden my approach. My brother had been stripped and bound within the confines of the bathroom. What on earth had transpired? Who had he angered? I regarded him with a stern expression. My brother hastily donned a shirt, attempting to conceal the bruises that marred his skin, his head bowed as he mumbled, I told you. I have no idea who they are. Brother. I interjected sharply, my voice icy, are you still planning to conceal the truth from me? Chapter 90, the murderer who caused our mother's death is partly you. What have I concealed from you? My elder brother furrowed his brow with evident impatience. Perhaps due to a twinge of guilt, as he dared not meet my gaze. I was equally perplexed, it should have been the underworld figures. I never anticipated that my brother would still choose to deceive me at this juncture, and I felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. I immediately turned to Fu Xijing and said, Senior Fu, let us leave. I should not have involved myself with him. Fu Xijing approached me, gently patting my back, signaling me to remain calm. I inhaled deeply and resolutely averted my gaze from my brother. Mr. Chiao, you are aware of my identity, are you not? Fu Xijing dragged a chair from the side and sat down, his legs crossed nonchalantly as he regarded my brother. My brother swallowed hard, yet he feigned composure, lifting his chin defiantly, fully aware. The heir of the Fu family, a figure capable of wielding immense power in the capital. It was beyond comprehension how his sister had managed to entwine herself with such a man. Given that you are aware, I shall be forthright. Fu Xijing's voice momentarily paused, exuding an air of languid nobility. Although he was looking up at my brother, who held an advantageous position, it was apparent that my brother was visibly flustered, unable to meet Fu Xijing's imposing presence. We are already aware of your relationship with Lu Qingwan, Fu Xijing stated, his tone devoid of embellishment. My elder brother pressed his lips together, seemingly indifferent, which I already knew. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fu Sijuan coldly interrupted him, stating, "What I mean is, we are aware of your involvement with Lu Qingwan." My brother stood there, utterly dumbfounded, clearly taken aback that Fu Sijuan was privy to this information. The individual from earlier was indeed sent by Lu Qingwan's ex-husband, wasn't he? Fu Sijuan raised an eyebrow at him, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. My brother immediately turned to me, and upon seeing my icy demeanor as I averted my gaze, he began to panic. I didn't know she was married at the time, she never mentioned it to me. How did you come to know each other? Fu Sijuan inquired casually. Under the pressure, my brother's defenses crumbled entirely, and he hastily replied, "We met online." "Was it Lu Qingwan who approached you first?" My brother nodded vigorously. Spilling the details like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, she claimed it was a chance encounter that led her to add me as a friend, saying it was fate that binds us across great distances. Initially, I was merely flirting, but then she unexpectedly suggested we exchange photos. When I discovered she was the actress Lu Qingwan, I naturally found it hard to believe, until she subsequently video-called me. Fu Sijuan and I exchanged glances. Realizing the unfolding events aligned perfectly with our initial suspicions that everything had been orchestrated by Lu Qingwan. Our conversations had begun online. And it was only after she divorced and returned home that we met for the first time. Just as my brother continued to ramble, I couldn't restrain myself any longer and asked, "Did you take her to meet our mother?" The gaze of my elder brother flickered with evasion as he pursed his lips, failing to respond. "Speak!" Fu Sijiong exclaimed, his impatience evident in his furrowed brow. My brother shuddered involuntarily, hastily nodding, "Yes. I have met her." I felt as though I might falter. Indeed. My mother was aware of Lu Qingwan. This explained her immediate collapse upon seeing the rumors involving Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting. Furthermore, it was only later, upon hearing Lu Qingwan's voice during a phone call with Gu Ting, that she was driven to the brink of rage. A surge of indignation ignited within my chest, threatening to engulf me entirely. It was Lu Qingwan who had brought about my mother's demise. From the very start, she had approached my mother with ulterior motives. She had calculated that my mother's emotions would be stirred by her presence, all to force me into a divorce with Gu Ting. How could she? How dare she act in such a manner? My eyes brimmed with tears, and the furious tempest within me caused my chest to rise and fall rapidly. An unprecedented wave of hatred crashing over me, overwhelming and relentless. Xia xia. It seemed that Fu Sijiong had sensed my turmoil, as he stood beside me, though I was unaware of when he had approached. Instinctively, I turned my gaze towards him, only to meet his eyes filled with concern. I shook my head slightly, signaling that I was all right. Taking a deep breath, I forced down the torrent of rage swelling within me before addressing my elder brother. "You know, don't you? It was Lu Qingwan who caused our mother's death." Thus, on a certain day following our mother's passing, my brother had called me, unleashing a torrent of accusations and pouring the blame for our mother's demise squarely upon my shoulders. How absurd. It was truly laughable. My elder brother averted his gaze and lowered his head. I had told him numerous times that it was not her fault, our mother's demise was merely an accident. Implicitly, he suggested that no one was to blame, least of all Lu Qingwan. I let out a cold laugh and reminded him, just recently, he had called me to accuse me of being the cause of our mother's death. So now, when it concerns the woman he cherishes, he suddenly claims it was an accident? What nonsense is this? My brother furrowed his brows, attempting to assert his authority as the elder, saying that I was merely expressing drunken words in a fit of anger. How could he still take it seriously? Infuriated to the point of laughter, I retorted, "So in the end, it is still my fault, is it?" My brother seemed either oblivious to the seething anger in my eyes or indifferent to my feelings altogether. He pursed his lips and impatiently declared, "It was indeed your fault." At last, I could bear it no longer. I raised my hand and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Caught off guard, he turned his face away. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked back at me. "Xia Shia, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me?" "Yes. I have lost my mind. Throughout my life, it has always been him who struck me, I was merely his shadow. If I were not mad, how could I have dared to slap my elder brother?" My face bore a mask of eerie tranquility, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. and my eyes were ablaze with unrestrained hatred directed at him. I struck you. Tremors coursed through my body, and as fresh tears threatened to spill over, I swallowed them back down. It was you and Lu Qingwan who caused our mother's death. You are the murderers. My elder brother, covering his face, glared at me fiercely. Do not pretend to be morally superior. If you had managed Gu Ting properly, preventing him from meeting another woman on the day of the wedding, could our mother have been driven to her death? Xiao Xia, do you believe yourself to be innocent and devoid of any responsibility? My brother spoke through gritted teeth, asserting that you two share the blame for our mother's demise. Chapter 91, The child is not his. As soon as those words escaped my brother's lips, he received a brutal kick to the abdomen, propelling him several meters away, where he hunched over, clutching his belly in agony. At that moment, I gazed at my brother in disbelief, tears streaming down my face. Initially, when I heard him say, "You caused our mother's death," I felt more a sense of grievance and sorrow. But now, the pain had dulled to numbness. I raised my hand to wipe away my tears, striving to keep my voice steady. Fu Shuozhang, let us depart. With that, I turned to leave. Upon reaching the elevator, Fu Xijing stepped ahead of me to press the button. His warm, solid chest pressed against my back, gradually enveloping me in warmth. Perhaps it was this warmth that finally broke my resolve. A stream of tears cascaded down from my chin as I sank to the ground, hugging my arms and weeping uncontrollably. My sobs echoed painfully in the silent corridor, as if to release all the pent-up emotions. Fu Xijing gazed at me intently, and moments later, he crouched down beside me, gently stroking my hair with his large hand. Ding. At that moment, the elevator doors opened with a soft hiss. I wiped away the tears from my face and took a deep breath before stepping inside. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Turning my gaze to the window, my heart felt desolate. Was my mother's death truly connected to me? No. It cannot be so. Perhaps I had once resented myself for being unable to discern the true nature of people, for falling for someone like Gu Ting, which I believed led to my mother's untimely demise. Yet now I realize that all of this was orchestrated by Lu Qingwan. She deliberately approached my elder brother and intentionally spread rumors with Gu Ting. The subsequent wedding was likely her doing as well. My mother was a victim of her machinations. The reason behind her actions was to force me into a divorce with Gu Ting. She aimed to take my place. What a ludicrous motive. Just as I was lost in these tumultuous thoughts, Fu Xijing's car phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, I turned my head to look, and upon seeing the name Lin Jinyu, I straightened my back and quickly glanced at Fu Xijing. He pressed the answer button without hesitation. Hello. I have uncovered some information that I feel compelled to share, Lin Jinyu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Go on. While reviewing the surveillance footage earlier, I discovered that Lu Qingwan had visited our department and inquired about some restrictions from Aunt Xiao's attending physician. My heart tightened, as if something significant was on the brink of revelation. Fu Xijing pursed his lips and glanced at me before asking in a low voice, so, Lu Qingwan is aware that Aunt Xiao cannot be subjected to stress, correct? Indeed. Lin Jinyu's voice was tinged with hesitation. Why do I feel that Lu Qingwan is targeting your little Xiao? He recalled the previous incident at the banquet when she was. Alright, I understand. Fu Xijing did not listen to him any further and ended the call. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, you. Before Lin Jinyu could complete his sentence, Fu Xijing had already hung up. I couldn't help but furrow my brow, pondering which banquet Lin Jinyu had just mentioned when Fu Xijing suddenly spoke. It is now almost certain that Lu Qingwan is aware of your mother's fragility. She has been approaching your elder brother with ulterior motives from the very beginning. I took a deep breath, yet my chest felt constricted, as if something was blocking my airways, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Qingwan. The mere mention of her name sent waves of nausea surging within me, compelling me to cover my mouth in distress. What's wrong? Do you feel like vomiting? Fu Xijing promptly slammed on the brakes, causing a cacophony of honking from the vehicles behind us. Nevertheless, he signaled and maneuvered the car to the roadside. As the window descended, a cool breeze rushed in, alleviating the discomfort in my stomach. Drink some water. Fu Xijing offered me a bottle of mineral water. Thank you. I took a sip, feeling better already. What do you intend to do? Fu Xijing's elbow rested on the steering wheel, his dark eyes fixed intently on me, as if inquiring about my plans regarding Lu Qingwan. I possess recordings of her clandestine affair with Liao Zhenhua. as well as evidence confirming that the child she carries is his. If I present these two pieces of evidence to Gu Ting, Lu Qingwan's elaborate schemes will be utterly dismantled. However, my desires extend far beyond mere exposure. Lu Qingwan orchestrated my mother's demise, and I shall ensure she pays for her blood debts in full. Moreover, with only 10 days remaining until our divorce certificate becomes effective, the day Gu Ting and I part ways will coincide with the day Lu Qingwan becomes engaged to him. At that moment, she will undoubtedly believe herself to be the happiest woman in the world. Yet, I am determined to make her experience the bitter descent from paradise to the depths of despair. Seeing my silence, Fu Xijing's voice deepened as he said, "Whatever you wish to do, feel free to proceed, I will support you." I raised my gaze to meet his, only to counter with a question. "Have you received the invitation to Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting's engagement banquet?" Lu Qingwan has always favored ostentation and extravagance. Now that she can rekindle her romance with her first love, Gu Ting, her nature surely compels her to announce it to the world. Fu Xijing's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smile, clearly understanding my implication. "Yes, I have received it." "Then let us speak on that day." "Very well. It shall be as you wish." Before I knew it, the day for my hospital checkup arrived. At just over 2 months pregnant, my slim figure did not yet reveal any signs of the burgeoning life within. Initially, I intended to visit the hospital alone, but to my surprise, She had set a reminder on her phone, calling me a day in advance to inform me that she had arranged leave to accompany me for the prenatal examination. Upon arriving at the hospital, She instructed me to take a seat and wait for her while she went to fetch the appointment number. As I idly glanced down at my phone, I was suddenly struck by a familiar voice. "Oh dear, Gu Ting, could you lend me some support? What if I were to fall?" My heart tightened instinctively, and I turned around, only to find myself face to face with the very individuals I had not wished to encounter, Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting. Having previously encountered Lu Qingwan at the Jingda hospital, I had deliberately chosen a medical facility closer to my residence, yet fate had conspired against me once more. "Is the child all right?" Lu Qingwan continued, her voice tinged with worry. "Ever since you took me for that evaluation, I have felt discomfort in my abdomen." "Do not fret, the child will be fine," Gu Ting assured her, his lips pressed together as he carefully supported her. Compared to our previous encounter, Gu Ting's demeanor exhibited a stark contrast, marked by a newfound concern for the child Lu Qingwan was carrying, likely influenced by the prenatal paternity test report. A bitter smile crept onto my lips, tragically. This child was not his. Chapter 92, pushed down the stairs by Lu Qingwan. "It's all your fault for listening to Fu Xijing's nonsense, compelling me to undergo that evaluation. You have no idea how long that needle was, piercing right into my baby's being. If you are indifferent, I am certainly not." Lu Qingwan continued to lament her predicament. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the child that Gu Ting's demeanor softened considerably. All right. It is all my fault. Please do not be upset, we must consider the child. Come, let us find a place to sit. And I shall fetch a number for you." As I listened to their conversation, it became evident that the two were making their way towards the VIP seating area around the corner. Only when their voices faded completely did I dare to turn around. And indeed, they had vanished from sight. Xia, I have retrieved the number, it's 8. How auspicious!" She exclaimed, her face radiating joy as she presented the ticket to me. I promptly grasped her wrist, urging her to take a seat. "I just saw Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting." "What?" She gasped in surprise, instinctively glancing around. "What is going on? How did they know we were here? They must be here for a prenatal checkup as well," she remarked, her expression turning wary. "Let us depart swiftly then." I nodded in agreement and rose. Once She and I had entered the car, we could not help but share a knowing smile. The entire situation felt as if we were acting like thieves, guilty and anxious. After her laughter subsided, She expressed her indignation. "Clearly, the child in Lu Qingwan's womb is the illegitimate one. Yours is the legitimate child of Gu Ting. Enough of this talk." "I am indifferent to it all," I replied, grasping her hand. "This child is mine, solely mine. The lineage shall continue with me. And it has no connection to Gu Ting whatsoever." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," She replied with a broad grin, seemingly relieved. She then started the car, asking, "So, where shall we go?" home? After a moment of contemplation, I decided to head to the Kyoto University Hospital. This would conveniently allow me to avoid Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan. Alright, off we go. Before long, Lin Shi and I arrived at the hospital. Since my medical records were initially established there, the doctors were already familiar with me. After exchanging pleasantries, I proceeded with the routine examination. As I sat anxiously on the bench, the doctor perused a multitude of reports after what seemed like an eternity. Ever since the incident with Liao Zhenhua. When I was pushed and collided with the wall, causing a scare, I had been particularly attentive to my rest, fearing for the well-being of my baby. Suddenly, the doctor looked up with a smile, stating that everything regarding the child was splendid and healthy. I couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, my face lighting up with a radiant smile as I expressed my gratitude to the doctor. The first 3 months are crucial. It is a period when the child is particularly fragile and requires protection, as any misstep could potentially lead to miscarriage. The doctor then advised me on several precautions. And I listened intently, even jotting down notes to ensure I didn't miss any vital information. By the time we exited the hospital, it was nearly noon. You must treat me to a lavish meal today, Lin Shi exclaimed, linking her arm with mine, her face beaming with joy. I nodded in agreement, smiling. Even if Lin Shi hadn't mentioned it, I certainly planned to take her out to dine, as a reward for her taking a day off to accompany me for my prenatal checkup. However, just as we were happily chatting and making our way out, we encountered a familiar figure approaching us. It seemed that our conversation had caught his attention, as he instinctively turned to glance back. Once he recognized us, a refined and composed smile graced his lips. Miss Jiao, Miss Lin, what a pleasant surprise, he remarked. Dr. Lin, where are you headed? Lin Jinyu inquired with a smile. However, before I could respond, Lin Shi eagerly interjected, Xia Xia is treating us, we're off to dine. Would you care to join us, Dr. Lin? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Jinyu's eyes as he asked, I hope I'm not intruding. I quickly gestured, assuring him that he was not. Would you mind if I brought my partner along? He inquired with a hint of playful irony. Partner? Is she Dr. Lin's girlfriend? I was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Of course, that would be delightful. With a smile, Lin Jinyu replied, then let us be on our way. Due to the spontaneous nature of our outing, we opted for a nearby Shandong restaurant. Lin Shi and I had previously dined there and found the ambience and cuisine quite satisfactory. Dr. Lin, where's your friend? I asked after we had placed our orders. He should be arriving shortly, Lin Jinyu responded, instinctively stretching his neck to peer out the window. As his gaze fixed on a particular point, the corners of his lips subtly lifted. He is here. Lin Shi and I shared a knowing glance, both intrigued to see what Dr. Lin's girlfriend looked like. However, when we spotted a tall and dignified figure striding towards us, our smiles abruptly froze on our faces. We exchanged a look, our eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. I suddenly recalled Lin Shi's earlier jest about whether Fu Xijing might have an affinity for men. What? What's wrong? Are you surprised to see my astonishment? Fu Xijing approached, gently ruffling my hair before taking a seat beside me. Lin Shi's eyes darted between Fu Xijing and Lin Jinyu, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he remarked, Oh, I'm just astonished that Dr. Lin referred to you, Fu Xiao, as family. Family? Fu Xijing furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Jinyu immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, I was merely joking. In response, Fu Xijing unceremoniously grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them at Lin Jinyu, striking him squarely on the head. Lin Jinyu, momentarily speechless, then produced a new pair of chopsticks and offered them to Fu Xijing, saying, Let us eat, let us eat. Soon, the table was laden with an array of dishes. Perhaps due to the exhausting morning of checkups and the reassuring results, I savored the meal particularly heartily. After we had finished dining, Fu Xijing proposed to escort me home, while Lin Shi insisted on returning Dr. Lin to the hospital. Thus, the four of us parted ways. On the journey home, perhaps due to my overindulgence, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. However, recalling the embarrassing incident of being carried home in a deep slumber, I dared not succumb to sleep, instead forcing myself to gaze out the window to stave off my fatigue. The venue for Gu Ting and Lu Qingwan's engagement banquet had been decided. When I heard the deep, resonant timbre of the man's voice, my mind momentarily slowed. By the time I processed his words, I hurriedly turned my head to look at him. Would you like to witness the festivities in person? Fu Sijong's thin lips curled slightly. I nodded hastily, yet midway. I hesitated. Could I really attend? I hardly believed that Lu Qingwan and Gu Ting would invite me to their engagement banquet. Fu Sijong smiled at me, stating that if I said I could go, then I could indeed go. I couldn't help but chuckle softly, then nodded emphatically in agreement. Thus, another day passed. The date for the divorce certificate's validity drew ever closer. I had anticipated that the day I would encounter Lu Qingwan again would coincide with the day of the engagement banquet. However, to my surprise, I ran into her at the office the very next day. As I emerged from the recording studio, I was taken aback to see her walking side by side with the manager towards me. I instinctively furrowed my brow, contemplating whether to turn and avoid them. Yet, Lu Qingwan unexpectedly called out to me. Xiao Xiang. I pretended not to hear and continued to pull open the corridor door, intending to bypass her. Just as I was about to descend the stairs, someone suddenly grasped my wrist. I'm calling you, why are you running away? Didn't you hear me? I was astonished that Lu Qingwan had followed me here, and with a cold expression, I attempted to retract my hand. Let go. Unfortunately, her grip was exceedingly tight, her nails almost digging into my flesh. Do you not understand human speech? I said let go. I winced in pain and, with a stern face, tried to shake off her grasp. However, at that moment, Lu Qingwan unexpectedly shoved me, and then released her hold. Caught off guard by her sudden push, I widened my eyes in shock, losing control as I tumbled down the stairs. Chapter 93, Lu Qingwan knows I am pregnant. At this critical moment, my hand instinctively grasped the handrail. Yet, despite my efforts, I tumbled down 2 or 3 steps before managing to steady myself. Have you lost your mind? I exclaimed in fury, why did you push me? If I hadn't clutched the railing in time, I would have surely fallen down the stairs. The child within me would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Lu Qingwan shrugged, offering an explanation, I didn't do it on purpose. You were the one who told me to let go. You pushed me. My anger surged, what if I had fallen down the stairs? Do you realize I could sue you for intentional harm? The child in my womb is my bottom line. Furthermore, this involves Lu Qingwan. The accumulation of old grievances and new resentments inflamed my fury, making me wish to leap at her in rage. Lu Qingwan's expression darkened, her lips curling in displeasure. That was because you were struggling so fiercely. If I hadn't pushed you away, what would have happened if you had pulled me down with you? I am carrying Gu Ting's child now. At this point, she let out a cold laugh, her gaze fleetingly brushing over my abdomen. Moreover, you are not even pregnant, a fall wouldn't harm you. I don't understand why you are being so dramatic. Her words floated lightly in the air. Yet they filled me with such indignation that my body trembled. A fall wouldn't harm me? Then let me give you a push and see if you emerge unscathed. Lu Qingwan, seemingly indifferent, replied, I am pregnant now, a fall would indeed have consequences. What about you? Are you pregnant too? As she spoke, her gaze insidiously fell upon my abdomen, a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes. Almost instinctively, I shielded my lower belly, despite the confusion stirred by Lu Qingwan's anger. A fragment of clarity still lingered within me. An unsettling thought arose within my mind, Lu Qingwan must know of my pregnancy. Could it be that she found out yesterday? I suddenly recalled that she had made an appointment for me, and undoubtedly, my name would appear on the large screen. What if Lu Qingwan happened to see it? As my thoughts spiraled into a whirlpool of anxiety, Lu Qingwan suddenly burst into laughter. Look at what I'm saying. How could you possibly be pregnant? Even if you were, it would surely be the illegitimate child of some unknown rogue, certainly not Gu Ting's. Wouldn't you agree? The child in your womb is the true illegitimate offspring. I seethed, glaring at her, wishing I could pierce through her with my gaze. Lu Qingwan proudly arched her back, her face alight with triumph. Next week is my engagement banquet with Gu Ting, and by then, the child I carry will rightfully be recognized as the young master of the Gu family. As she spoke, she scrutinized me from head to toe, adding, But you ought to be cautious, it's sheer luck you didn't fall down the stairs today. But luck isn't always on your side. Her smile twisted into a sinister mask as she continued, with so many cars and people outside. What if one day you were to be struck by a vehicle or a person? Ha ha ha. Before she could finish her taunt, I swiftly delivered a resounding slap across her face. Lu Qingwan staggered from the force of the slap, nearly losing her balance. covering her face in indignation. She raised her voice, "How dare you hit me?" I seized her collar and pressed her against the handrail of the staircase. Caught off guard, she leaned back, her upper body almost extending over the railing. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness compelled her to grasp my wrist tightly, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Chia xia xia. Have you lost your mind? Let me go." "Let you go?" I scoffed, momentarily loosening my grip on her hand. "Are you certain?" Lu Qingwan, now thoroughly frightened, cried out. You must pull me up." I pressed down harder on her wrist, my voice icy. "Apologize." Her face flushed crimson as she protested, "Chia xia xia, do you hear me? Hurry and pull me up. If I fall, you'll be finished." With a light laugh, I replied, "Let us see then, who is truly finished." As I continued to exert pressure downwards, I was resolute in my intent not to relent until I had pushed her completely over the edge. I was wrong. "I apologize, Chia xia xia, please pull me up, my stomach hurts." Lu Qingwan cried out in panic. I furrowed my brow, noticing how her back arched backward, her abdomen noticeably protruding, suggesting she was about 3 months along. Such a significant stage could easily deceive someone like Gu Ting, an outsider. Observing her genuine distress, I released my grip and pulled her back up. Lu Qingwan sat on the steps in a disheveled manner, clutching her abdomen and gasping for breath, clearly shaken. It was only natural for her to be frightened. Gu Ting had agreed to be with her solely because of the child she carried. Without that child, she should be weeping. I cast a cold glance in her direction. "Today, considering your condition as a pregnant woman, I shall spare you. However, should there be a next time..." My voice trailed off, as I leaned slightly forward, gripping the railing while fixing my gaze upon her. "I shall certainly cast you down from this place." With that said, I chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Just as my hand grasped the doorknob to pull it open, Lu Qingwan suddenly erupted in anger, "Xiao Xiangxia. Don't get too full of yourself. Don't think that just because you have attached yourself to young Master Fu, you can flaunt your power before me. Do you truly believe that young Master Fu would want someone like you, a worn-out shoe?" I turned my head to glare at her. "If you wish to avoid being thrown down, then hold your tongue. I shall speak nonetheless." Lu Qingwan clung tightly to the railing, seemingly convinced that such an act would render her immovable. I took a deep breath, wishing to disregard this lunatic. Yet, Lu Qingwan suddenly wore a peculiar smile. "Tell me. What do you think young Master Fu would feel if he learned that you have been with more than just Gu Ting? Would he still defend you as he does now? Seek help if you are unwell." I coldly retorted before pulling the door open and departing. I had thought that this matter would conclude today. Yet, I had underestimated Lu Qingwan's audacity. A few minutes later, a colleague informed me that I was needed in the manager's office. As soon as I opened the door, I beheld Lu Qingwan seated on the sofa, surrounded by a circle of company executives. The manager was the first to confront me, storming forward and pointing an accusatory finger at my face, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you bully our Wanwan? Do you believe I won't call the police and have you arrested?" Her face was a mask of fury, with the flesh on her cheeks quivering with each animated gesture. "Today, your boss invited our Wanwan to discuss next year's voiceover collaboration. Is this how your company treats its guests? Very well, then I shall step outside and publicize this incident. And let us see who would dare collaborate with you in the future." Chapter 94, Then let us check the surveillance and call the police. At the utterance of these words, several executives grew anxious, and even the department manager displayed a troubled expression. There was no denying that Lu Qingwan was currently in the limelight, having recently announced several high-quality collaborative film projects and signed numerous high-end endorsements. Furthermore, the news of her impending engagement to the president of the Gu family had already spread throughout the capital. In short, it was imperative not to offend Lu Qingwan at this juncture. "I apologize, Miss Lu, this matter is indeed our fault," an executive began, but before he could finish, I interjected swiftly. Initially, it was Lu Qingwan who attempted to push me down the stairs. "There are surveillance cameras at the stairwell, we can verify the footage." Upon hearing this, the formerly meek Lu Qingwan could no longer maintain her composure. "Do not slander me. I have already stated that it was unintentional. Yet you insist on clinging to this matter, even going so far as to pin me against the railing at the stairwell, threatening to throw me down." Lu Qingwan immediately turned her head to look at the company executives before her. Very well, since your company insists on taking this to the end. Shall we call the police? After all, the surveillance footage has captured the entire process of your attempted assault, which will serve as evidence. I was not at all intimidated by her. I knew this was merely a display of bravado. Coldly, I stated, let us review the footage and call the authorities. Xia xia xia. At that moment, a senior executive interrupted my words sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize to Miss Liu. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Do you still wish to remain in Fengxi? I gazed at him in disbelief, astonished that he would resort to such a threat. Mr. Li. I order you to apologize. Lu Qingwan raised her chin with a triumphant expression, resembling a proud peacock, though the smile on her face was both venomous and cruel. Observing my expression shattering piece by piece, she feigned magnanimity and declared, I am quite forgiving, if you apologize to me. I shall consider today's incident as though it never occurred. I looked coldly at the self-satisfied Lu Qingwan, my gaze sweeping across the assembly of executives. I resign. Xiao Qiao. The department manager looked at me with anxiety etched on his face, signaling me with his eyes not to act impulsively. I understood that among all those present, only the manager genuinely wished to retain my presence. However, his influence was limited, and he was unable to safeguard himself, let alone protect me. I averted my gaze, refusing to look at him again, and promptly turned to leave the manager's office. At that moment, several colleagues who had gathered at the doorway, eager to gossip, suddenly found themselves awkwardly retreating to their own workstations upon seeing me emerge. With a stern expression, I returned to my seat and began to gather my belongings into a plastic box. My colleagues exchanged glances, yet none dared to approach me. Having been employed for less than 3 months, my possessions were few, and I completed the task swiftly. Just as I was about to take the elevator with the box in my arms, I heard someone call my name from behind. Instinctively, I turned to see Han Juanji striding towards me, his brow furrowed as he regarded the box in my hands. You, what is this? I've resigned, I replied. Han Juanji paused, momentarily taken aback, before offering a wry smile. I suspected as much. He did not inquire further, instead, he kindly pressed the elevator button for me before turning to ask, what are your plans now? Are you applying to other companies? I pressed my lips together, unwilling to endure another experience like today's. Moreover, as a mere employee, I could easily find myself targeted and oppressed by Lu Qingwan again. I haven't thought it through yet. Han Juanji chuckled softly, and as the elevator arrived, he took the box from my hands. Let me know when you've decided. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Since I had arrived in the morning by carpooling with Fu Xizhong, I had no vehicle of my own. Han Juanji placed my belongings in his car, insisting on driving me home. Unable to refuse his kindness, I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. The company was not far from my home, and within 5 minutes, we arrived downstairs. Thank you, Han Gu. It was nothing, really. Instinctively, I reached out to grasp the item in Han Juanji's hand, yet he deftly evaded my touch. The object was rather heavy, I offered. Shall I help you carry it upstairs? No need, I can manage on my own. Han Juanji insisted repeatedly, come on, there's no need for such formality. Let us proceed. I intended to argue further, but at that moment, a pair of large hands suddenly reached over from behind Han Juanji, effortlessly snatching the box from his grasp. Senior Fu? I exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Fu Xizhong, who had returned unbeknownst to me. What brings you back? Fu Xizhong cast a fleeting glance at Han Juanji, his eyes narrowing slightly before he turned to me. I've heard about the matters concerning your company. I blinked in surprise, taken aback by the swiftness of his information. However, it made sense. I had previously witnessed numerous company executives bowing and scraping before Fu Xizhong. And as someone who could be considered under his wing, it was hardly surprising that my affairs would reach his ears. Let us discuss this further upstairs, he said, cradling the box in one arm while patting my shoulder with the other. I nodded eagerly, then turned back to Han Juanji. Thank you for your help today, Han Gu. You should return to work now. Han Juanji smiled and replied, all right, let's connect another day. As I watched him turn to get into his car, I waved goodbye, but before I could finish my farewell, Fu Xizhong, already impatient, had draped his arm over my shoulder and was leading me down the corridor. Fu Xuezhong. I hastily pulled down his shoulder, but when I glanced outside again, Han Juanji's car had already departed. I've heard about the predicament regarding Lu Qingwan, go ahead. how do you wish to seek revenge? Fu Xijiong casually held a box with one hand, tilting his head in a languid manner. I pressed my lips together. Recalling Lu Qingwan's earlier words spoken before me, my brow furrowing slightly. She must have learned of my pregnancy and even issued threats. This is what troubles me the most at present. In my view, Lu Qingwan is a ruthless and unscrupulous maniac. Dealing with someone like her necessitates constant vigilance, as one can never predict the depths of her depravity. Fu Xijiong narrowed his eyes slightly, his words coated with a chilling disdain. As if he believed she was courting death. I could not help but glance at Fu Xijiong, feeling an aura of menacing ferocity surrounding him that sent shivers down my spine. Yet, when Fu Xijiong turned his gaze towards me, the coldness had dissipated, revealing a glimmer of a smile in his eyes. You need not concern yourself with this matter, leave it to me. I furrowed my brow, concerned that he might prematurely expose the affair between Lu Qingwan and Liao Zhenhua, leading to further complications in the divorce proceedings. Fu Xijiong seemed to perceive my anxiety and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the grand performance at the engagement banquet awaits your cue to ignite. I shall not steal your thunder. I nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. What are your plans moving forward? I have yet to decide. Fu Xijiong's lips curved slightly. I do have an idea, would you care to consider it? Chapter 95, Seeking the Truth of the Banquet Day. What idea do you have? Recently, I found myself with some idle time and registered a voiceover company, yet I have yet to find a suitable candidate to manage it. Would you be willing to keep an eye on it for me? Huh? I was momentarily taken aback. That establishment is conveniently located next to my company. Since it was vacant, I had Qin Hai register a voiceover company there. Fu Xijiong's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he gazed intently at me. What do you think? Shall I take you over to have a look sometime? I paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. To have something to engage in while also assisting Fu Xijiong was certainly a welcome opportunity. After moving the items back home, I collapsed onto my bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The words that Lu Qingwan threatened me with in the hallway lingered in my mind. Although Fu Xijiong had assured me that he would handle the matter concerning Lu Qingwan, I still felt a tightness in my chest, as if a fire of unreasoned fury was raging within me, leaving me restless and agitated. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I sat upright in bed. Thoughts that had never crossed my mind before surged into my consciousness: worn-out shoes and not just slept with Gu Ting alone. These phrases had spilled from Lu Qingwan's lips. If she were to insult someone, she wouldn't hurl such accusations at me without cause. The only possibility is that she believes she possesses some so-called evidence. I cannot help but